The scene before their eyes was nothing but a pile of ruins engulfed in flames. People were dying like flies, swords clashing, blood flowing everywhere. Someone today had been struck by a blade, while someone else had lain dead since who knows when, only knowing that at that moment, two swords collided. Adele and an enemy. Bitter enemies shared a common grudge and charged at each other. The one who would wield the sword. Adele parried the beast's strike with his own sword. The Ragnar family, a power guarded by two fierce dragons over a coveted sword. A ducal family defending the empire's northernmost point on the continent. The reason the Ragnar family has stood strong as the northern wall for over 1,000 years is due to a special physiology. Believed to inherit dragon blood. All who bear the Ragnar bloodline are born with extraordinary magical power, endurance and resilience, and swordsmanship talent. All except Adele, who coughed up blood after receiving a fatal wound to his abdomen. A voice rose as Adele collapsed. At this point, you still haven't learned anything. The enemy of Ragnar spat a contemptuous remark at him from deep within. There are things no matter how hard you try, you just cannot do. People call that incompetence. But that familiar tone suddenly chilled the boiling anger and shifted it into confusion. What? That man pulled down his mask to reveal a white beard and mustache. He sneered, not inheriting the talent despite bearing the Ragnar bloodline. Then came the aged face with blazing red eyes, saying, I will be angry too, young Master Adele. You must be someone Ragnar knows indeed. From this moment, he officially tasted the pain of an invisible sword thrust in the back. Adele cried out in despair. Rendon, why you? Contrary to Adele's expression, Rendon casually recounted his unfortunate tale. You see, every morning I watch you train tirelessly despite having no talent. It's truly a pitiful sight. The next words carried a clear insult, especially since that diligence led you nowhere at all. He laughed gleefully at Adele's pain and uselessness without a shred of mercy. He had no reason to pity one without magic or swordsmanship skills. Ragnar's fool really suits you, you should run away. Such a worthless being is truly laughing as it sees you struggle, trying to achieve something for yourself. Standing on the brink of despair and bitterness, he gritted his teeth and growled, Rendon. Adele slammed the tip of his sword hard into the ground. You approached me to become a swordsman and taught me useless sword techniques. Blood erupted from his throat. If Adele were an extraordinary person, he would have screamed fiery words just to drive Rendon out of the Crimson Hall. You bastard! But in response to Adele, there was only an abnormal silence, with only the sword slashing a streak of blood toward him. Severe flesh-ripping pain struck, his skin was cut, blood flowing profusely. Adele screamed in agony. Amid that pain was Rendon's steady voice, do you blame me? He grabbed Adele's hair and said, all of this is happening because of you. The pupil in his eye contracted, becoming a cruel red dot as he lifted Adele's bloodied body. His voice grew harsh, why don't you understand? Look. Let Adele see a glorious burning scene. His voice was still close to Adele's ear. Why is the Red Flower Palace on fire? Why are the members of your family dying? The corner of his mouth curled as a subordinate yanked a woman's hair. Why your mother? That wicked man threw the woman's dismembered body forcefully onto the ground. Then, he showed him a woman, your mother, dead. He looked contemptuously at the cold, soulless corpse. Something inside Adele snapped like a frayed emotional nerve, while his voice still echoed annoyingly in Adele's ear, because you're the idiot of the Ragnar family. He kept lecturing steadily to a student processing information. A family ruled by strength. The only information Adele knew about his mother's fate was that she lay there, dead. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst from Adele's chest, snapping him awake. The robotic voice faintly sounded in his ear, you have received a reward, all your stats will increase rapidly. The next thing he knew, that light enveloped Adele, despite his confusion. What the hell is happening? A robotic voice appeared, starting the next mission. Not knowing what was happening, Adele could only feel his tears flowing unconsciously. He wondered if things would be different before the sea of fire engulfed Adele, the rosy light, and the body of his unfortunate mother. A harsh reality announcement sounded, you are dead. Then came unexpected news for Adele, your traits have been activated, returning to the regression point. Adele suddenly woke with a sword in his hand, and Rendon's even voice said, you seem tired. Adele was filled with confusion while Rendon announced, all right, today we'll stop the lesson here. The two teacher and student stood about 100 paces from the city gate. Rendon tilted his head and said, so dreamy. Pressing the wooden sword close to his body, he anxiously thought, what? Didn't I just die? Adele tried to believe that the scene before him must be him recalling his life. If Adele meant it, then Rendon's memory statue called him amid equal confusion, young master. Adele stubbornly thought, I can't believe the face I'm recalling is the hateful face of Rendon. Adele sighed deeply, death is cruel even in its final moment, isn't it? But while he was distracted, a system panel appeared before his eyes. Suddenly seeing a strange light from his retina, he was stunned. Right in the middle of the aged face gazing at him was a line of notification, Guidance Mission 1, punch Rendon in the face. After reading it, Adele grew even more puzzled. Adele was utterly confused as he read each word of the guidance mission. What the hell is this? He shifted his eyes from looking at Rendon back to the system board, wondering. Do people usually reminisce like this when they die? I didn't think he could see this. Meanwhile, Rendon went blank, what's going on? Then Adele made up his mind. He let the staff fall from his hands. He clenched his trembling palm tightly, trying hard to convince himself that he didn't know what was happening. Perhaps this was a gift from the gods, giving him a chance to calm his anger before departing. His hand raised, forming a tight fist. He charged forward with one thought, even if this is only a dream, he would give him a fight. With the target being Rendon's damn face, Adele charged forward with his fist ready. A punch bearing Adele's name landed squarely in the training ground. In his eyes, the scene was like the fluttering speed of a butterfly among flowers in the sky, the fist clenching and one side of Rendon's cheek distorting as the guy was utterly clueless. And both Adele and the guy questioned the reality of the scene he considered a dream. Why is this dream so real? His punch was rather weak, too, but as fast as a comet in the universe, Rendon's cheek quickly recovered. A moment later, he flicked a quick and forceful strike at him, causing Adele to flip backward with a shout. He fell flat on his back for a long distance, while the man calmly exclaimed, I thought the lesson was already over. Adele was still very confused, and at the same time, an uncomfortable groan came from his throat. What is this? Can I actually feel pain in a dream? Rendon sighed. He said, I understand your disappointment when the awakening ceremony approaches, but you see no progress despite giving it your all. The 3 complete words from his mouth caught his attention, the awakening ceremony. And his voice remained gentle as he taught, but I cannot forgive a student who dares to rebel against his master. He stroked along the edge of the wooden sword in his hand while giving advice, you should use the sword, not your fists. Then he turned away, leaving a promise behind, I will see you at the next lesson. Meanwhile, Adele had not yet grasped what was happening, the insults accompanied by his peers around him. Idiot, why did he disappoint his master like that? The insults continued as Rendon walked away. Is this guy really a Ragnar? He's so incompetent, even compared to an illegitimate child. The peers tried to stuff all the humiliating words they could think of into his ears. If that was all he could do despite his efforts. But they never knew that none of those words reached Adele's ears, at least for now, as he tried to piece everything together by moving his fingers touching the muddy ground, to leave him half awake, half dreaming. I couldn't believe that the real sensation, the pain at the wound on my abdomen, clung to Adele's stream of thought. The clear pain I was feeling right now, along with the warmth from the soil on my hand, made me doubt this sense of reality. And then I realized this was real. I stood up with a completely new understanding of the worldview I was experiencing. It was not a memory, it was real. Right now, Adele still didn't fully believe it, the awakening ceremony would happen in 2 years. This meant I had traveled back to the past. How could this be possible? Then a system interface suddenly appeared before my eyes. Curiously, I looked at it, reading each line, congratulations, you have completed tutorial mission 1. It said the reward was the activation of Ragnar's talent. The word stirred the unknown part inside me even more. It asked if I wanted to receive the reward immediately. Adele tried lifting his hand, and touched the text on the screen. The text transformed into light on his chest. He suddenly woke up, and at the same time, it conveyed information to him. You have received the reward, all your stats will increase rapidly. Light enveloped him, regardless of whether he was ready to comprehend what was happening. Another notification appeared, starting the next mission. At the Pink Blossom Hall, a cup of tea was set down along with a mysterious voice saying, I understand now. Facing the other side, Rendon guided Adele's sword. Rendon complained, speaking frankly, to be honest, I've never seen anyone so useless. Then his attitude quickly changed into a smile, but that's why I'm here. You have a true master in Rendon, I will teach you as best I can. I will make you strong enough to participate in the awakening ceremony in the coming months, at least that's the plan. Sitting opposite him on the other side was Cecilia, the lady of the Red Flower Palace. She smiled at him and said, that's right, I entrust the boy to you, Rendon. She handed him a bag of money as payment for teaching Adele and asked him to take good care of the boy. He politely replied, of course, I intend to teach him day and night, don't worry. Cecilia said, with the faith of a mother, I am not worried, I believe in Adele. As he stepped out into the corridor, he stopped his act and said, you will have to be worried. Even if I don't teach him properly, the truth is he's completely useless. He laughed scornfully while counting the gold coins greedily in his palm. Like mother, like son. That's right, that bloodline won't get anywhere. Let's see, excellent. Seeing the amount of gold in his hand, he thought to himself it was a considerable fee and a title as the tutor for the main branch of the Ragnar family. Here, his heart as dark as hell couldn't help but grin. As a reward for revealing information about Adele and interfering with his development, that person would ensure my future. Just like that fool from the Ragnar family is his benefactor. Suddenly, a leg appeared, stepping toward him and catching him off guard. He recognized the figure, the fool Adele striding down the road, and brushed past the guy. That guy's figure always made Rendon uncomfortable. He clicked his tongue in disapproval, truly. He spat vicious words about Adele, that failure. Standing under the setting sun, scrutinizing Mrs. Cecilia's back, she was giving instructions to a servant. When she turned away from the servant, she heard the call of her beloved son. Mother. He stood in front of her, gasping for breath, and her voice asked her son. He said nothing, only threw himself into his mother's embrace. The mother assumed her son must be tired from today's training, but when she saw his tight hug, she became anxious. Why was her son still? In a corner she could not see, were the tears of her son harboring a glimmer of hope that he had truly returned. Adele hugged her tighter as he realized he had traveled back to 10 years ago. In his mind, he cradled painful memories of his mother's corpse before him. She lay there with her eyelids closed, without any warmth. He saw it, his eyes wide open, despair spreading through him. Adele let go, pursed his lips into a smile. While she was unaware of the meaning behind that expression from her son, he had already formulated a plan. He must change the future. He still remembered the dazzling light on his chest along with the notification, reward activated. Adele's talent had been triggered, and memories accompanied his thoughts. Now he was still weak, holding nothing, but if that mysterious notification window was real. With these useless bare hands, he vowed to paint the throne with the blood of ambition for survival. He could become strong enough to stand firm in that wretched battle for the throne. Thinking of this, he yearned even more for his mother's embrace, continuing his determination. Even if the price had to be broken bones and shattered bones. Better than the life of the enemy he hated living arrogantly, his will was fierce enough to subjugate that foe, strong enough to avenge Rendon. An announcement rang out, the second guided mission, training the body to 0/100% limit. While the sun had not yet been awakened from its dream, the young man named Adele had already woken himself with exercises and burning thoughts. He wanted very much to take revenge on Rendon right now, but with this weak body, running several laps around the yard, he told himself he couldn't do it yet. He needed to focus on becoming strong first. While running, he reflected on his previous life, the intelligence agency he had joined in his past life. The dark language, I had been demoted to the information gathering team due to a lack of skills, but I didn't expect to use the gathered information in this way. In Adele's vivid memory, a jar with a pointed lid made him think of the potion that made the body extraordinarily strong, the elixir of the Blood Sword Emperor. He was certain that among the remaining books in the world, its true value would be revealed in the secret manual, and more than ever, Adele knew that the most important thing was the harsh training he had abandoned due to lack of talent. Adele kept training like that until the sun had awakened from its dreamy slumber. His feet still pounding hard on the ground, he just kept running around the field, carrying confidence and hope blooming at the corners of his curved lips. Anything could happen because he had Ragnar's talent. The notification window was real. At this moment, the notification window showed a 27/100% level indicator. Until young men his age appeared on the training field and wondered how many laps he had run without resting, amazed at how strong he was. Later, the non-stop running exercise changed into sword-swinging exercises. With the goal in mind, he thought, I will run more than ever before. Adele swung the sword in waves, just hoping to swing more times than before. At this rate, he eagerly thought, he could truly become strong. The notification board appeared, letting him know that he had reached a 65/100% indicator. A few days later, people still saw him training on the field during the early hours when the sun was still yawning. And the one yawning was none other than the manager of training field number 4, Evelyn Nereville. She tucked a cigarette into her mouth and clicked her tongue a few times, saying, he's been training without sleep for days now, that idiot from the Ragnar family, huh. She was silent for a moment before letting out the next sentence, but, Evelyn questioned the person standing in front of her. Was he really incompetent? Looking down at the yard, Adele was pushing himself to the utmost, exhausted and on the verge of collapse, thinking he might die. But missing just the number 3 more, the scoreboard would already show 100%. He continued swinging his sword, driving himself with the thought that he had to train his body to its limit. Last night, Adele trained until he nearly died just to reach a score of 90%. But then the score suddenly dropped by 1 point, down to 89%, startling Adele. I didn't expect the percentage to decrease just because I took a little rest. Then came a vertical swing, pushing myself with motivation. Now you don't stop until you finish. Then the number crept up to 98%. Adele gritted his teeth and slashed another strike. Then another. He looked almost out of breath but still pushed himself harder, thinking he's almost there. He told himself just a little more and swung one more time. The score rose to 99%. As he ran, he slashed at the air with the wooden sword in his hand. His breath tightened, his lungs choked, but he still stepped forward a little more, just a little more, until he couldn't breathe anymore. Adele's determined effort made Evelyn, watching from the stairs above, wary of his fierce and demonic resilience. He ran another lap around the yard, still holding steady at 99. His excessive exertion caused his eyes to scrunch in pain. There it was, the number edged up to 100%. The pupils glowed red, filled with the light of the scoreboard. The number changed into words on the notification board while Adele was running. Congratulations on completing the second guidance task. Adele immediately fell flat on the ground as the steady sound of the notification board echoed. You have received a dragon heart as a reward. An additional reward for quick completion. You have obtained 10 years of magic from your previous life. 2 options appeared above Adele's head with the question. Do you want to receive the reward right now? His hand trembled as he slowly reached toward the blue light. He pressed the word yes. The system immediately acknowledged and reported, reward received. Then he closed his eyes. From somewhere a beam of light shot into him. Whether it was luck or misfortune, Evelyn caught it right in her sight. The only thing he sensed was that he was lying on a bed. He quickly sat up, looked around, and wondered where he was. At the same time, Evelyn opened the door and calmly explained, please don't worry, this is the resting room of training ground number 4. Even a Ragnar would collapse if they pushed themselves that hard. Noticing the pink hair as a distinctive feature, Adele realized Evelyn. She asked, do you remember me? I am Evelyn, the manager of training ground number 4. She briefly summarized the situation. You lost consciousness while training alone this morning, so I brought you here. Adele simply replied, I understand. Then a thank you came from his lips. Then she handed him a glass of water and continued, but young master, she said, you know that in the Ragnar family, opening the mana chamber before the awakening ceremony is forbidden, right? Facing her question, Adele replied, of course. She continued, so you also know what will happen if this rule is violated. Taking a sip of water from the cup she handed him, Adele was puzzled. Why did you suddenly ask me that? In response, he met her words paired with dark eyes, just before you lose consciousness. Evelyn uttered a word that instantly made his nerves stretch tight like guitar strings. There was a surge of mana coinciding with the opening of the mana chamber. Her complexion darkened, a forbidding red aura emanating from her. Apparently she was very angry. Could it be that you opened the hall mana chamber? She called his name, young master Adele. Her voice unsettled his soul. What are you saying? If I had opened my hall mana chamber, I wouldn't be alive until now. Suddenly, a light emanated from the center of his chest. He suddenly recalled when he was running, the notification that appeared as he lay sprawled on the ground. You have received a dragon heart as a reward. An additional reward for quick completion. You have received 10 years worth of magic from your past life. He silently thought, oh my god. His mouth froze for a moment, then transformed into a triumphant smile with the medal, the dragon heart. The dragon heart, a mana reservoir that can be placed inside the dragon heart itself. Placing the mana reservoir in the heart makes it function more efficiently. But humans, those who are not dragons, place it in the lower abdomen, because the human heart cannot withstand the mana reservoir. That is why every warrior like Ragnar longs to have a dragon heart. It is the easy path to becoming overwhelmingly powerful. However, humans have never been able to surpass their own limits. Adele knew he was sure to win. The life medal of the dragons lay in his chest, and he couldn't help but feel proud. Now that the dragon heart belonged to him, the reward for the mission was truly astonishing. Looking back at the fierce sister brandishing her sword, ready to draw it, he wanted to kneel but also realized he was caught in a difficult situation. To him, the great swordswoman Evelyn had retired after losing her left arm and had become the manager of training ground number 4. The image of the pink-haired woman in the cold storm appeared before his eyes. She was the commander of the white-armored dragon cavalry unit. She was so skillful that even the demon dragon of the white-armored dragon cavalry admired her. In her hand was a scale, her gaze full of authority, enough for Adele to draw a conclusion. Moreover, she was known to be extremely principled. His eyebrows unconsciously furrowed as he assessed her. She was not the type concerned with status or power, and she could not tolerate any deceit or cowardice. I only dared to fumble through my memories when facing her brown eyes. Once, when I was too rigid, she gave up her position as my direct mentor. In other words, if she discovered the mana reservoir within my dragon's heart, Adele felt pain. If he thought about the consequences, he would be executed immediately. However, thinking this, he smiled softly. Then suddenly, he blurted out a question, would you be able to endure it? Carrying another thought in his mind. What if it's not discovered? He frowned and said, are you threatening me just because of your momentary emotions? Do you dare take responsibility? Forcing her to fall silent because it was his trump card, he could turn the situation around. With sharp reasoning and a biting tongue, he continued, I am also a descendant of Ragnar. If it turns out your suspicion is baseless, this could be regarded as disgracing the Ragnar family. Faced with such harsh words, she could only agree. That's right, that is the law. Then he growled, so, do you know what the punishment for disgracing a descendant of the family is? She answered, execution. Thus, holding firmly to Evelyn's personality data in the palm of his hand, he declared confrontation. Good, you know then. So why don't you check it out? This added pressure on her. What is this feeling? What kind of person is he? But she still firmly held her point that it must be a mana wave. She reached out her hand, and light appeared from her palm. She said, then let me take a look. Her magical electromagnetic scan swept over Adele's body, because she did not believe. Even though he has Ragnar blood, the law is the law. She must inspect at all costs, simply, there are no exceptions. Then, receiving the results from the magical waves surprised her. She was confused, thinking to herself, there is no mana reservoir, and the irrefutable evidence in her eyes crumbled instantly. Was I wrong? No way. At that moment, Adele knew he had won this bet. Adele's voice rang in her ear, well, right? There isn't any, right? Immediately, Evelyn knelt, her voice loud and echoing throughout the room. She said, please execute me, I was wrong, I will pay with my life. Yes, how could she have seen it? Because this was his chess game. How could it be? The dragon heart is very different from an ordinary mana reservoir, because the existence of a mana reservoir in the dragon's heart can be controlled by its user. A smile accompanied the thought, in other words, he could hide mana at will. Thanks to the scholar teacher and his knowledge, he trapped this game, and people only learned years later that humans could have dragon hearts. Adele's hand pointed straight at Evelyn, still with malice in his mind. How could she have guessed? Surprisingly, he touched her back gently, kindly saying it was unnecessary, causing the prisoner awaiting execution like her to be surprised by the sudden pardon. Adele laughed, you're just doing your job, aren't you? Not many dare to risk their lives like that. Then he turned his back, taking his calculations with him. Evelyn is one of the strongest, making it more beneficial for me that she owes me. Next, he spoke aloud. Besides, the reason for restricting the opening of the mana storage before the inauguration ceremony was due to concerns about mana overflowing from the storage. His voice was steady in front of Evelyn's bewildered expression. The fact that you worry about me, a bastard of the Ragnar family, causing my mana storage to overflow makes me very happy. He left with a word of thanks, thanking her for taking care of him, Evelyn. But in reality, it was just a peaceful trap disguised for Adele's prey, and she was the insect that fell into its wide-open mouth. He walked on with his own calculations. A dragon's heart and 10 years of magical power from my previous life. Adele walked down the corridor holding glorious victory in his hands. In this life, I will be undefeated. A few days later, the new day began with Rendon's voice shouting fiercely at him, "No, that's not right, you have to swing your sword a bit more to the right." He shouted angrily, "How many times have I told you?" Amidst his anger was Adele's scheme. "I am becoming stronger, but pretending to learn from Rendon is truly difficult." He silently cursed the bastard Rendon. He was certain that Rendon was secretly teaching him strange sword techniques. Right next to his ear, the man instructed him to move a little to the right to let him focus on adjusting his posture, while he was busy organizing his arguments. "I am certain there is someone behind directing Rendon." The river of the past surged through his mind. "The one who killed me, I must find out who he is." Ending the river with him realizing something, it made him smile slightly. "That's right," Adele called that Rendon. The man shouted, "Young master, no talking during training." Suddenly he broke the wooden sword, then pointed it straight at the man. "I don't understand what you're teaching at all, it's all rubbish." He glared and his throat tightened as he growled, "How can someone with your level become a mid-level swordsman?" Because he realized the mission Rendon was given. Adele insulted him, "I feel you even struggle when facing low-level beasts." The mocking words made Rendon's voice tremble. "What did you just say?" In fact, Adele held the reason right in his palm, surely pretending to be a guide to supervise me. Then the decision was made. He stepped forward and repeated, "Are you deaf?" He confronted the man, staring straight into his rotten soul, "Your skills are a stinking mess, and I swear I will get you dismissed." Just as he planned, the man shouted, "Young Master Adele." He had successfully triggered the man's ticking time bomb and also pierced through his plan. If anything happened, he would certainly have to contact the puppeteer behind. Camellia Palace. A young man burst through the door, shouting Axion. He urgently reported, "Have you heard yet? Ragnar's illegitimate son is going to have a match with my master next week." The person listening to him was the young man holding the glass of wine over there. And he kept shouting loudly. It seemed he was blaming the master for his own incompetence. After that battle, he's sure to be crippled. Before he could even realize it, the speed of the wine glass had already struck him long ago. A shard of glass pierced his eye, the wine and blood mixing together. He screamed in pain, then collapsed there. The young man named Axion gritted his teeth. "So what? What does it matter to me if that illegitimate son is crippled?" His cold attitude played out right before our eyes, but what could be done? He is the Northern Four Hounds, the Black Tiger Axion Ragnar, and the white-haired man beside him is the Northern Four Hounds, Silver Tiger Remington Narcio. Then the door opened, and a third voice appeared, saying he should have been crippled long ago. The one appearing in the doorway was one of the 9 dragons of heaven, Ed Troivan. He warned in advance, "If you're careless, it won't end well." Axion replied nonchalantly, "I only fear those with talent, so you're worrying too much." He asked why Axion should care about that illegitimate son. Troivan responded to Adele, that things that have never happened can arise from even the smallest possibility. He expounded his reasoning, a dying ember in the wind can still burst into a flame. Axion went on to bring up another angle, but in the end, that might actually be a good thing. He said the guide would handle this matter for us. 1 week later, at training ground number 4, where many teenagers sat in the stands watching the match. Among them was Evelyn, and a mysterious man. Below the stands was Adele, silently cursing, "Damn it." Facing Rendon, his initial intention was simply to humiliate him and get him dismissed. Standing on the stands, he realized he couldn't back down anymore, but things had already gone too far. Well, he thought, matters have come to this point. Above Adele's head appeared a mission notification, Guide 3, defeat Rendon and win. Adele resolutely said, I will take revenge, Rendon. Turning back slightly, Adele challenged Rendon, I told you, your skills are nothing but trash. Then he decisively said, you're fired, Rendon, get lost. Despite Rendon's attempts to shout, young master Adele, Rendon yelled loudly, I don't accept this, there's still plenty of time left on my paperwork. But Adele just turned around and insisted, then what's the point? If I say you're fired, then you're fired. In his heart, he still guarded a blood-tinged grudge, thinking back on his past life. He wanted to kill him immediately, but he still wasn't confident enough in his abilities. First, he would separate himself from him and gather more information about him. Meanwhile, Rendon clicked his tongue, thinking stubbornly, no, if I get fired like this, my mission will fail. I have to persuade him by any means. So Rendon had to plead with him using legal reasoning, young master, please wait a moment, this is a violation of the rules. But at that moment, the flashing light of the announcement board caught his curiosity. Ignore the guy shouting loudly. If I report this matter to the court, the words before him made him confused. What? Suddenly Evelyn appeared, she suggested, then we just need to decide in Ragnar's way. Her sudden appearance left both of them unable to react immediately. Evelyn continued, Ragnar's way is the rule of the strong, let's decide by a sword duel, no need to go to court. We just have to abide by the will of the winner. Like finding gold, Rendon whistled happily, what a good idea, and thought to himself, heaven is helping me. While Adele was still tense, her voice rang steadily, the day will be a week from now. However, Adele objected silently, of course not. Glancing at Rendon's arrogant smile, he thought to himself that he was not yet able to defeat Rendon. And so, exactly 1 week later, the schoolyard was packed with people. There was lively chatter in the stands. From what we overheard, he can't even wield the sword properly, no way, is he still a Ragnar? The chatter gradually faded away. If he were a normal Ragnar, I wouldn't say that, he is a crippled Ragnar. Whispers still echoed in the stands. How could he possibly defeat a mid-level swordsman? Because Rendon is exactly a mid-level swordsman. Rendon smiled, young master, if you apologize right now, I can pretend this never happened. Before Rendon could boast further, Adele cut him off. Actually, I should be the one saying that. An apprentice swordsman like Adele dared to contradict Rendon. If you don't want to end up a one-armed swordsman, you'd better accept the truth. The words twisted Rendon's smile. Even now, Rendon was quietly calculating every step in his mind, devising a devious plan. I had thought to let it slide once because he was pathetic, but that won't do. I will kill him and pretend it was an accident. Rendon's eyes flashed a bright violet light. He thought to himself, the outcome of the duel is clear. Honestly, that might even be better. Then Rendon spoke softly, it's still appropriate to respect the senior. Then go ahead and strike me first. As your teacher, I can concede the first blow. Following Rendon's words, Adele raised his forearm, tightly gripped his sword, and charged forward. Then I won't refuse. On the other side, Rendon adopted a defensive stance. A clanging sound shattered the silence as their swords collided. Then people in the stands realized someone could no longer hold back and exclaimed, how could this be? That person commented on the duel, look, that fool is about to lose. He really has no idea how to wield a sword. At this rate, he might end up dead. But regardless of what the common folk said, Adele's sword still blocked Rendon's strike. This situation made Rendon laugh. What's going on, young master? You can't do anything against a mid-level swordsman whom you look down on. And of course, Rendon's heart was just as arrogant. This was the obvious outcome, Adele wasn't even a low-level swordsman, just an apprentice. Rendon couldn't hide his smile, especially during the time he was swinging his sword while assessing. Recently, his skills may have improved a little, but not enough. If he were at least at the level of the northern four dogs, that would be a different story. Rendon laughed at his resolute resistance, but not for a moment did he think that the fool Ragnar could defeat him. Going back to before the fight began, Adele charged in and immediately confronted Evelyn. Evelyn, what were you thinking to propose that match? She was already sitting calmly on the chair, not looking very surprised, and replied steadily, I was helping you. If you want to get rid of him, you need to be more decisive. Evelyn continued, it seems he has backing, so just firing him won't solve the problem. Her words drew a dumbfounded expression across Adele's face. How do you know that, Evelyn? She answered casually, because he taught you a strange sword style. I had someone secretly investigate him. According to what she observed, Rendon's lesson rang out, create an even sharper right angle. At that moment, Evelyn thought to herself, this right angle seems a bit too much. Where did this bastard crawl out from? It made Adele suddenly think that Evelyn hadn't noticed this in her past life. Was it because he had attracted her attention due to the mana storage incident? Then she set the teacup down and said, based on my investigation, the results of the investigation showed her that Rendon, this man, was walking the path of mist. She said all traces of Rendon led back to Camellia Palace. Immediately, the image of a towering castle appeared in his mind, and Adele knew what it meant. Camellia Palace, was it all because of this disastrous war for the throne, those bastards? Suddenly, he reflected, yet he spoke aloud, it's surprising that you've discovered so much. He said, returning to harsh reality, but with my skills, I still can't defeat Rendon. So what will you do? She smiled, saying, sir, you can defeat him, you're underestimating your own potential, young master. Right now, Rendon charged at him with a shout. If you kneel down and beg, maybe I'll spare you. Rendon unleashed his tempest, swinging his sword fiercely toward him, only for it to make Rendon reconsider, wait, something's not right. Rendon's enemy still had a lot of strength. Adele resisted with just the sword in his hand and the red glow in his eyes. Rendon and he continuously swung their swords. Rendon slashed, he defended, and the two fought back and forth like that, and Rendon realized it. He had been resisting all of my attacks for a while now. Sparks flew from the friction between the two swords clashing. After swinging for a while, Rendon realized this was not the Adele he knew. What was happening? This was not the Adele I knew. Rendon's arm grew increasingly tired as more and more techniques were employed. Rendon was confused. How had his skills increased so much? The shift in the situation left even the crowd watching from the stand stunned along with Rendon. What? He was being pushed back. And among the crowd was a suspicious hooded figure scrutinizing closely. While the stands were buzzing, asking if he was truly resisting properly, Evelyn calmly smoked a cigarette, a smile playing on her lips. Time reversed, and Evelyn proposed a week. She promised him that if she trained him for a week, he would easily be able to overpower Rendon. She said that although personally tutoring him was against the rules, he was a bastard who had no right to be a teacher. Accepting her proactive offer, Adele smiled slightly, because everything was going almost too smoothly for him. He thought to himself, he couldn't help but be amazed by the lucky goddess's kiss pressed to his cheek. He couldn't believe things could unfold like this. It was truly worth letting Evelyn owe him. However, there was one thing that made him worried. Adele thought and expressed, what was the reason you helped me to this extent? Was it because of what happened last time? She closed her eyes and smiled, that's true, but also because there was someone I knew who paid close attention to you. He really liked recruiting talented people. He continued to overpower him, pushing him back step by step thanks to a week's training results under Evelyn. They both clashed, sword against sword forming a right angle along the blade. His technique increasingly drove him crazy, wondering how, from the start, he had no talent at all, yet could do this. Rendon struggled to press his sword against his, thinking as he did so, maybe he had been pretending to be foolish all along. But why? Amid the fierce battle, suddenly Adele spoke, Rendon, the one supporting you, which startled Rendon, who swung in a circle and threw him away. Supporting you, what? Seeing Rendon's expression, Adele calmly said, do you think I don't know that you have been teaching me worthless lessons all this time? Rendon shouted, that's ridiculous, do you know how hard I had to work to? Before he could finish, Adele went straight to the main point, is it the Camellia Electric? Rendon was startled. Adele laughed, you're honest, very good Rendon. He adjusted his tiptoe stance, and said, do you know what it feels like when? Suddenly his sword thrust straight into under Rendon's forearm as he continued, having your arm chopped off isn't. Before Rendon could realize it, it was already too late. The sword flashed in a slash, seizing Rendon's arm, blood splattered everywhere, the arm had fallen off its owner. Rendon's pupils darted, following the flying object. Rendon's arm had long ago flown through the air. The one who did not hesitate to swing the sword was Adele. Everyone in the stands was horrified, even the hooded figure was the same. From the wound, a pain spread to the brain, causing Rendon to scream, followed by Rendon's sharp screams as he knelt down, clutching a large hole in his arm. Rendon gritted his teeth, repeating over and over, my arm, you bastard, how dare you." Adele stepped closer, with the thought that after this, he was certainly stronger. Thinking so, Adele faced Rendon, while Rendon still could not believe the reality before him. No way, no way. He was more convinced that he could become even stronger. He said, "What you told me last time, it was my fault things went this far." Rendon exhaled, "What are you saying?" Then Adele prepared his sword from behind, repeating to Rendon that it was his fault that today he had to die here. The hatred from the previous life could never be washed away. In this life, Adele vowed to wash that grudge with the other's head. His tone full of hatred rang out. Among the Ragnar, believing in the rule of the strong, he repeated the words Rendon had told him in the previous life. "You are the weakest." Shaking off Rendon's pleas, "Hold on." Adele only knew that he had severed the head of that man with the bloodstained sword in his hand. The notification panel vibrated. "Congratulations, you have successfully completed tutorial mission number 3. Under the gaze of numerous people, including the hooded figure, Evelyn's look, and the smile carrying some implication from the strange man. The message appeared as Rendon's head flew off, stating that for exceeding the target, you have received an additional reward. Adele stood there without a trace of regret, only the resentment within his hatred was resolved. Above, the system asked, "Do you want to claim the reward now?" And it showed that the reward had been received in his sharp eyes. In the cold training ground, only Adele's figure remained. In front of him lay the body whose head had been severed and the arm lying motionless on the ground. The people around saw the horrific scene, with utmost fear clearly reflected in their eyes. Someone spoke out in disbelief, "The fool has won." An apprentice swordsman defeated an intermediate swordsman. They still seemed stunned. How could it be? On this side, Adele coldly looked at the corpse and the dried blood in front of him. Thinking how weak he had been, how could he have ever been defeated by someone like this before? Adele's eyes gleamed with a bloody coldness along with fresh blood splattered on his face, but it didn't matter because now everything was different, and everything would be different from now on. The system notification appeared, stating the observation skill has been activated as a reward. In addition, a year of magical power had also been gained. Seeing that, Adele felt joyous inside. Oh, magical power, but what was that observation? Just as he was still wondering about the new skill, a silver figure jumped down from the sky toward him. A loud bang echoed, followed by the cracking and breaking of the surrounding earth and stones. Then came a massive explosion behind Adele that shocked him so much he couldn't react immediately. From within the explosion, a pair of legs clad in full iron armor gradually approached him. The person loudly called out, "Adele Ragnar." He turned his head in astonishment, as if he recognized the familiar voice. It was Julius Ragnar, the dragon demon, commander of the white armored dragon cavalry. Seeing that familiar figure, Adele could hardly believe his eyes. Dragon demon lower. His eyes widened in amazement, as if sensing an invisible pressure pressing down from above, countless questions flooding his mind. Why was he here, and since when had he been here? The surrounding knights were equally shocked, some even turned pale with their mouths agape. This was the commander of the white armored dragon cavalry. Why would one of the 9 dragons appear here? Evelyn was helpless against her commander's manner of arrival. She raised her hand to her forehead and asked, "Commander, you've ruined the floor already, couldn't you have come in the usual way?" But elsewhere, a powerful blue energy continuously radiated from Julius. It seemed to want to engulf everything around and destroy all. Even Adele couldn't understand what was happening. He just turned his head to look at the person slowly walking towards him. What is going on? It seemed that he still didn't realize what mistake he had made to provoke such murderous intent from that commander. What had he done? Looking into the other's bloodshot, murderous eyes made Adele extremely uneasy. But in response to the tense situation, Julius broke into a satisfied smile, apparently very pleased with his performance. Of course. Julius cheerfully stepped forward, patting him on the back with praise. "How interesting, very good, very good. I'm truly surprised. You brought something like this. The student has surpassed the teacher." But he forgot that there was a big difference in their physiques. Just a few hits made him cough up blood. But he quickly returned to the matter at hand, fearing the trouble that might arise. "No, just a bit disrespectful because you killed Rendon, right? Anyway, from what I've heard, that guy deserved it. Hearing those words made him hesitate, Lord Julius. With the spirit of an optimist, he burst out laughing, forget it. Then he called out his full name, Adele Ragnar. Adele was puzzled to hear his name called. Huh. The man placed a firm hand on his shoulder and solemnly made an offer that Adele couldn't believe even in a dream. Join the White Dragon Armor Cavalry. Evelyn seemed to have anticipated this and helplessly held her forehead. But she was also pleased with her commander's decision. But for others, it was utterly shocking. Everyone shouted loudly in disbelief. There was no way that the fool of the Ragnar family could be recruited into the White Armor Knights, no matter how skilled he was in combat. Suddenly, a mysterious figure cloaked in a hood called out to a brown-haired young man beside him, saying, "Hey." The mysterious person in question was none other than Remington Narcio. He asked, "Do you think there has ever been a case where an apprentice swordsman, someone who hasn't even undergone the awakening ceremony, was selected?" Hearing this caused the young man to hesitate, unable to respond, but the young man quickly replied, "I don't know." The one in the white cloak already had the answer in his mind. Of course, it had never happened. Remington sat among the crowd, and although he did not react as drastically as the others, he was equally astonished by the situation before him, his whole body gradually sinking into his own thoughts. You cannot assess a person's true potential when their mana reservoir remains closed. Even if their swordsmanship is excellent, their magical power could still be lacking. His eyes widened as he tried to deduce the situation and the decision of the commander. No matter how great Julius Ragnar was, even he couldn't be certain. But seeing Julius smile with full satisfaction along with his rich experience, looking at the person he had chosen made him wonder if the dragon demon could see that potential. To bet like that. Adele, that name once again appeared in Remington's mind. But contrary to everyone's thoughts, right in the training field, Adele raised his voice to reject the commander, saying, "I have to refuse." Looking at the cold face showing no expression, proving that Adele's words were no joke. That made Julius purse his lips, feeling like he could wear dozens of pants on his head now. Along with the awkward atmosphere around, he also tried to smile friendly. Even Remington couldn't believe his eyes. Even Evelyn was like the other two. She was truly speechless at Adele's answer. Everyone around was simultaneously dumbfounded and couldn't close their mouths. Then right in that awkward atmosphere, a voice exclaimed. "What?" In the arena, the heavy atmosphere covered everything, no one dared to speak, only Julius still smiled at Adele, but no one was sure that smile carried any good meaning. After the incident of Adele refusing to join the White Dragon Armor Cavalry team, rumors quickly spread around, causing people to buzz. "Have you heard, the fool of the Ragnar family, young Master Adele? I heard that he destroyed his own master." The rumors kept spreading far and wide, making many people unable to believe it, just as they all recognized the gravity of this issue. "So, is everything all right?" Even the close maid hurriedly ran off to deliver the news while her mistress was practicing swordsmanship. The rumors continued circulating among the people. It only meant that his master was weak. In fact, he seemed rather useless. This caused a woman diligently practicing swordplay to stop her training session. The people couldn't stop discussing it. Even after the matter had long been resolved and having witnessed it, the demon dragon tried to recruit him directly to the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. The young master declined, feeling his skills were insufficient. Thanks to those rumors, the descendants of Ragnar quickly returned home, including the silver-haired young man who disregarded the harsh snow and wind. Elsewhere, a tall, muscular young man with sun-kissed skin and a straight posture holding a wooden staff had to stop because of those rumors. A humble Ragnar was indeed rare. That night, while the snow and wind continued raging outside, the Camellia Hall was illuminated, where a conversation was taking place. A woman spoke sternly at first. "Things have become complicated." She crossed her arms and looked out at the snowy scene beyond the window, telling those inside that it was unbelievable he had killed Rendon. None other than the lady of Camellia Hall herself, Emil Ragnar. A man wearing a cloak stood behind, reassuring her, "Please don't worry, madam. Didn't we send Rendon precisely because of his poor skills?" She turned her head and cast a cold glance at the man behind. "The death of someone like that is of no concern to us at all, brother." The one who just spoke to her was Tien Long, Ed Troyven, a man with stern eyes dressed in a neat military uniform, his hands clasped behind his back. She turned and walked inside, telling her brother about her worries. The demon dragon had approached him, and moreover, they said it was Evelyn who gave the order. That meant we could no longer intervene by simply assigning him a new master. If he began to stand out, controlling the Manhwa faction would become even more difficult. While Emil was still speaking, a voice suddenly interrupted her. The door inside flung open, and a figure appeared, outlined by the light streaming in from outside. It was Axion. He scratched his head and entered, clearly not understanding what the woman was so worried about. Why is mother so concerned? There's no way the head of the family would care about this. Our plan can proceed as usual. His mother, of course, knew about this. She crossed her arms and retorted, Mother understands that the best way to control the Manhwa faction without offending the head of the family is to keep Adele weak, right? He was very glad that his mother understood this. That was exactly what he was saying. Axion brushed past the two, merely gesturing towards the table where two envelopes lay, still calmly thinking that everything was under control. That fool was still weak. How much could someone like him really change? Evelyn and the demon dragon always cared for the weaker ones, but were displeased with his attitude. Troyven, with a stern and cold expression, reminded him, Axion. He should have said not to make such a hasty decision. Every word he spoke made him freeze immediately. He remained silent, only gently raising his hand as if exerting his power. Fine, since mother and uncle are so worried. His eyes gleamed with a deadly purple hue, turning around with the letter in hand and a sinister smile as he found a new pleasure for himself. I will play with him a bit and make him understand his place. The next day, at the training arena, light pierced through the thick layers of clouds, shining down on the ground. The storm had passed, leaving behind a gloomy and cold atmosphere. Evelyn sheathed her sword after today's training session and turned to praise Adele. Well done today, young master. He was also happy, having completed the training, hoisting his sword onto his shoulder as he chatted happily. Thank you, Evelyn, it truly makes a difference to learn from the right master like you. But she refused that and straightforwardly asked, it would be better if you joined the white armored dragon cavalry. Why do you refuse? Thinking of the image of Julius, heroic with an upright stance, one hand holding a sword, his body riding a silver dragon soaring with wings spread wide across the high sky, made him feel a slight sense of regret. The white armored dragon cavalry, it would be a lie to say he wasn't at least a little regretful, as it was his dream in his past life. But now he had his own plan, a silent smile blossomed along with his eyes blazing red. He was satisfied with the current outcome. However, joining now would not be advantageous. Seeing himself radiate magnificent aura along with outstanding skills, greeted by many raising their hands in welcome, Adele couldn't help but feel excited, for there was no reason to limit himself too early. Thinking about the privileges granted to the leader during the awakening ceremony, joining the white armored dragon cavalry was incomparable. He smiled humbly and replied, I do not wish to receive any special privileges, I still think I am not skilled enough. I am content with you training me for the awakening ceremony. Evelyn also did not detect any loophole in his answer and just smiled in agreement. Very well, the commander will be disappointed. At that moment, Adele activated his ability and observed. His blazing red eyes opened, accompanied by a faint stream of power weaving around, focusing on a certain direction. The person Adele was looking at was Evelyn in front of him, with stats and information simultaneously appearing. Observing Evelyn, former deputy commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, holding the rank of senior swordsman, Adele smiled proudly at his new ability. This observation skill is very useful, I'm sure I'll be able to make good use of it later. Suddenly, something in those eyes full of spiritual power caught Adele's attention. A status update from Evelyn's information piqued his interest. It represented the thoughts and states of the other person after a long time interacting with him. Suddenly, from afar, someone interrupted their conversation, saying, Excuse me, young Master Adele. A knight with solemn silver hair raised a hand to his chest in greeting and introduced himself, I come from the southern checkpoint, my name is Sybil Dree. There is something I need to discuss with you. This made Adele curious, for me. Of course, he couldn't trust him yet. He looked terrifying. Who was he? Let's observe. A notification appeared showing that the ability had been activated, now observing Sybil Dree. Sybil was so excited and happy that he couldn't hide his sinister smile and his face blushed like an 18-year-old maiden. Yes, that's right, but without information from the system board, anyone seeing that demeanor would think he was picking a fight with Adele. But in reality, he only had a strong desire toward Adele and just wanted to spar with him. Seeing that smile made both Adele and Evelyn so frightened they were ready to draw their swords. A desire to spar with that appearance? With me? Simultaneously, the system board displayed a new mission. The final training quest had begun. Abandon Ragnar's title as the Fool. Before the battle took place, Sybil resolutely made his choice. I want to follow young Master Adele. He also expressed that, in fact, I have been ignoring you all this time. I think the nickname, the Fool, of the Ragnar family suits you very well. Hearing these words, Adele was a bit annoyed. That bastard. He didn't stop there, he continued to express his feelings. But I know that you go out every morning and train harder than anyone else. The result of those efforts, he remembered the day Adele fought one-on-one in front of everyone. That was the miraculous growth of yours that I witnessed with my own eyes. Witnessing you being praised in front of everyone. At this point, emotions in Sybil exploded. You are my idol. Young Master Adele, when I wanted to give up on myself after being called the Fool of the Southern Checkpoint, you appeared. He bowed his head sincerely pleading for a chance. Please give me the opportunity to duel with you. Adele stood there, unsure how to respond. He was still a little hesitant. Normally he would have doubted his true intentions. This man is Sybil, 17 years old, male, nicknamed the Fool of the Southern Checkpoint, apprentice swordsman rank, very respectful of Adele, wishing to spar with Adele. He felt that he seemed sincere. Adele looked at Sybil's earnestness for a moment and felt truly surprised. After defeating Rendon and as rumors of Julius's attention towards me spread, I thought those weighed down by insecurities would rush forward to challenge me. Behind Sybil, a crowd quietly surrounded us, observing. Adele seemed unable to believe it. It's surprising that there would be people willing to follow me. I guess that means everyone still holds some pride in the Ragnar family. His hand gripped the sword firmly. Very well, I will also need people of my own to become the head of the Ragnar clan. And this task, the fourth guide mission, to shake off the title of Fool of Ragnar 28/100%, is definitely the final guide mission. The title I have never escaped from. The fourth guide mission, to shake off the title of Fool of Ragnar 28/100%, and with this new opportunity, I will completely give up that fool's title. He slightly turned and asked, Evelyn, can we spare a moment? Evelyn quickly replied, of course, show me your skills. Holding the sword firmly in his hand, his gaze sharp as if ready for battle, Adele said solemnly, Adele, the apprentice swordsman of the Scarlet Hall awaiting the awakening ceremony, my master is Evelyn. Evelyn smiled softly. At this moment, seeing Adele finished speaking, Sybil also shouted clearly, Sybil, apprentice swordsman of the Southern Checkpoint, I inherited the swordsmanship of the Dree clan and am proficient with the sword. Someone shouted loudly, let's fight. Both quickly launched fierce attacks against each other, neither willing to give in. Feeling how fast the opponent was moving, Sybil was somewhat astonished. He was so fast, even though I was called the Fool of the Southern Checkpoint, I was still confident in my speed. While he was slightly distracted, Adele quickly seized the opportunity to strike. Young Master Adele's skill was truly on another level. Who would dare think he's a fool? If this were my previous life, I would have struggled just to block a few hits. But of course, as soon as the thought crossed my mind, Adele raised his sword high, and swung it down with great force, knocking Sybil far away. The motion was decisive. Now this was way too easy for me. The blow was so powerful that Sybil couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. He fell heavily to the ground, his clothes torn in a patch, yet he still struggled to get up and concede defeat. Just as expected from young Master Adele. I've lost, thank you. At this moment, Adele also expressed his feelings after the match, saying, I've learned a lot, it was a good fight. Then suddenly his gaze fell on the reflection seen on the blade. He suddenly thought of something. Wait, can I use observational power on myself? He used his ability and looked through it to observe. He was observing Adele, exceeding his own expectations. Alright, information about Adele appeared. Adele Ragnar, 17 years old, male, titled the Fool of Ragnar, talent, player. Observation, access denied, status, eagerly awaiting awakening ceremony. Level 1, Strength Stat 13, Agility 14, Vitality 12, Magical Power 190, Intelligence 11, Luck -49. Access denied. You have perceived the stats. The stats will be denoted by numbers. Adele read while thinking. The abilities he had were categorized under the player talent. Level 1, meaning if he continued completing these tasks, he could gain 4 more. Thinking of this made him somewhat happy. He could even check the values of his stats himself. Then he looked closely at the stats again. Strength 13, Agility 14, Vitality 12, Magical Power 190, Intelligence 11, Luck -49. It seemed his magical power stat was high thanks to magic from a past life and the dragon's heart, but why was his luck so negative? He then wondered if he was cursed or something. Then he paid close attention again. Magical Power 190, Intelligence 11, Luck -49. Could this be why he had bad luck in his previous life? He needed to find a way to increase his luck immediately. He sheathed his sword. A noise behind him startled him. He looked at everyone, not understanding what was going on. Both Evelyn and Sybil were trying to stand up and looked in that direction. Evelyn thought that no matter how weak Rendon was, he was still a mid-level swordsman. Young Master Adele had defeated Rendon. He even gained the commander's approval. With the motto of honoring strength, there were 2 reactions from the Ragnar house. Either they envied him, or he became their object of admiration. At this moment, she couldn't help but feel proud of Adele, and those who were training here. Everyone rejoiced exuberantly and praised him. The rumor was true. People wondered if they were in Sybil's position, would they be able to parry his sword? I wonder too. Among them was someone who wished he too could spar with Adele. I also want to spar with him. This person is Eodi Nalen, 19 years old, male, title, Pillar of Nairn County, rank, low-level swordsman, gifted, passionate and persistent, status, yearning to spar with Adele. He observed all the information about this person and smiled softly. Suddenly he called out the name Eodi Nalen, causing him to feel awkward. You know me. Adele did not answer directly but hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, issuing a challenge. Step forward and fight me. Hearing this, he quickly took a ready stance. What an honor. I am Eodi Nalen, the 3rd son of Viscount Nalen. I have learned ascending swordsmanship. This time, Adele introduced himself more simply, Adele of the Red Palace. I look forward to a good match. With those words, the 2 charged at each other as fast as the wind. Their swords clashed, their mastery of basic swordsmanship increased. He focused on his arm and delivered a really strong strike. But just as the blade was about to touch Adele's head, he quickly parried it. Then he flicked Eodi Nalen's sword far away. His mastery of swordsmanship and heart transformation has increased. He couldn't react in time before Adele's lightning-fast attack. He hastily admitted defeat. I've lost. A notification appeared saying you have received approval from Eodi Nalen, luck increased by 1. Seeing his luck increase astonished him. Approval increases your luck. It also tracks your reputation. You have gained some experience points. Seeing this, he prepared to strike again. So Adele did not stop after Eodi Nalen's admission of defeat. He continued to attack. I just need to keep fighting. The fiercer he attacked, the more his opponent's ability to withstand attacks diminished. You have received approval from Beat Ramiro, luck increased by 1. Both continued to fight. You have received approval from Eric Moran, luck increased by 1. The more Adele attacked, the more approval he earned and the higher his luck increased. In this way, he fought with most of the people here. You have received approval from Manfred Nonbert, luck increased by 1. You have received approval from Manuel Moir, luck increased by 1. You have received approval from Vero Perenc, luck increased by 1. You have received approval from Daniel Riemann, luck increased by 1. Adele was drenched in sweat but still refused to stop. He wanted to continue practicing fighting even though more than half the people were exhausted. Next, who's up? Suddenly he looked at his stats, realizing he had fought this much already. The guiding task for breaking free from Ragnar's Fool title at 29/100% was somewhat surprising, but it only increased by 1%. Then he proposed another hypothesis. Could it be because these were people who had already accepted him, or that he needed to fight stronger opponents, or show himself when more people looked down on him. I need another event. While everyone was talking behind, someone asked, "You look quite tired, are you okay?" Adele quickly replied, "I will rest when necessary, but not now." Stepped closer. "If you say so," a man in armor stepped forward to request a spar. "This time, I will ask to spar with you." The Silver Lion Remington Narcio. Adele was startled upon hearing that name, Remington. Everyone was equally astonished. Remington, one of the four Hounds of the North. The four Hounds of the North include Hulkus Lang, Ray Ragnar, Remington Narcio, and Axion Ragnar of the Camellia Hall. That title is reserved for the four strongest individuals in the awakening ceremony generation under the Ragnar clan. Remington proudly approached Adele, stating his purpose. "I arrived early to observe the swordsmanship of Ragnar's descendants before the awakening ceremony." Meanwhile, Adele was also observing Remington. "He performed the ritual before entering the match. I also thank him for fulfilling my wish here." Remington Narcio, 17 years old, male, vice-chieftain of the Narcio clan, Silver Lion of the North's Four Dogs, apprentice swordsman rank, gifted with swordsmanship genius and keen senses, extremely diligent, surprised by the appearance of an opponent he never expected. After learning the details, Adele quickly introduced himself to start the match. Adele Ragnar, son of the Northern Grand Protector Kyle Ragnar, an apprentice swordsman preparing to join the awakening ceremony. He felt a bit joyful inside, never expecting to meet the swordsmanship genius Remington, whom he respected, in this way, setting aside the fact that he was currently on a mission. His eyes shone brightly, his voice serious. It was an honor to duel with the famous vice-chieftain Narcio. Adele always thought that he just wanted to fight him with all he had. He eagerly anticipated an extraordinary match. Could he, in his current state, defeat Remington, one of the North's Four Dogs? Both charged at each other, fighting with all their might. Mission 4 Guidance, Escape from Ragnar's Fool Title 30/100%. The clash of the two swords created a loud explosion. Adele's determined gaze surged forward. Seeing that look, Remington felt more excited about the match than ever before. Unfortunately, Adele's sword shattered at that moment. Watching the battle so far, Evelyn looked at both of them with a complicated expression. Seeing the sword shattered, those below called out anxiously, "Young master." Before they finished calling, the fight had already ended as the sword blade fell onto the arena floor. It was unfortunate that Adele failed to block Remington's sword. Sounds from below also echoed. Has young master Adele lost? Yet, he still did his best to stop Remington's sword from pressing against his neck. In the distance, Sybil was annoyed and said he couldn't believe it. Axion explained that it was only obvious. No matter how much young master Adele improved, he still couldn't defeat the Four Hounds, the strongest of this generation. Unwilling to accept Eodi's reasoning, Sybil retorted by citing the fighting spirit Adele had shown. While they were arguing, a voice rang out, "I lost," which surprised both of them enough to exclaim, "What?" Ignoring the astonished crowd, Remington took a stance to end the battle, then shouted, "Thank you for this match." He continued, "The sword I'm using is already worn out, not to mention you're exhausted. This match is my defeat." Those words surprised Adele just as much. On the battlefield, no one made considerations like that. "I lost as soon as I lost my sword," he replied. Feeling that Adele was truly a strange person, Remington couldn't help but smile. Then the two shook hands to conclude the battle. They weren't familiar without having fought. At this moment, the sunset light made the scene magnificent. Remington sent an invitation, saying he hoped we could have a proper match another time. Adele replied as well, hoping so too. Seeing that scene made Sybil very excited, saying, "See, young master Adele is different." Meanwhile, Eodi was left speechless. He had just been acknowledged by one of the Four Hounds. The system board simultaneously displayed a notification that the progress of Guide Mission 4 had reached 35%. Initially, Evelyn was tense, but seeing the two shake hands relaxed her spirit. Returning to Adele after that match, he quietly acknowledged the opponent before him. That guy was truly strong. With anticipation for future matches, both Remington and Adele could not hide their excitement. As for Adele, he was recalling how by acquiring talents and secret techniques through missions, he had become stronger, far stronger than in his previous life. Yet he felt at the instant their swords clashed, and then he suddenly realized that he was still far inferior. From this, he understood the true benefit of the battle. Unfortunately, the match ended too quickly. but Adele still learned a lot. Not only had his luck increased tenfold, but his reputation had also greatly improved. He continued to think without paying attention to his surroundings. Unfortunately, the mission progress did not increase much, but he could still find another way. Which stage would help him gain approval? Seeing Adele absent-minded for a while, Remington spoke up, "Young Master Adele, actually today I came here not only to duel with you." Having said that, he took out a letter from his person. "I want." That letter caused Adele to become panicked. An image appeared, surrounded by a backdrop bathed in a blazing red color. Many people around were looking at someone with evaluative gazes. At the same time, a voice rang out, inviting you to join the Serpent Dragon Society. Hearing the name of the society, Sybil was stunned and surprised. The Serpent Dragon Society is a high society group that only selected individuals can join. Looking down at the letter, he still couldn't maintain his composure. "And Lord Remington himself personally invited you, sir." Though not as shocked as Sybil, Adele was also quite worried about being invited into the Serpent Dragon Society. He expressed his doubt, wondering if someone like him could really join. "Your group is very famous." Hearing that, Remington quickly interrupted, saying, "Nonsense, you more than qualify. Besides, it's not a very serious group." Then he explained further, "It's simply a social group for people of the same age preparing for the upcoming awakening ceremony." But that explanation deeply offended those around. They collectively expressed, "Then why wasn't I invited? I want to cry." Those words made Adele reconsider. He didn't know Remington's motives for inviting him, but the Serpent Dragon Society revolves around Axion. It's full of people who look down on themselves. That is the perfect environment for me to complete the mission, and it will allow me to spy on Axion and the Camellia Palace. Realizing this is a good opportunity, he continued to analyze. "I see no reason to refuse," then took the letter. "Thank you." Adele's confident smile added to his charm. "If so, I will join." This time the system displayed a new notification again, Guide Mission Number 4 Progress 36%. The admiring sounds around echoed once more. Oh, he even joined the Long Society. Seeing Adele accept without hesitation, Remington felt extremely happy, a wise decision. "If you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask." Then he reminded that the next meeting would be in 2 weeks. Witnessing everything just now, Evelyn silently smoked, sighing deeply, not knowing what to do now. A while later, at the Red Flower Palace, a bigger surprise awaited Adele. The door to the room opened, Cecilia happily called out, "My beloved son," surprised by his mother's appearance. "Oh, mother, I was going to tell you," was about to say everything when servants entered one by one carrying a gift each. He asked with confusion, "Mother, what is this?" Seeing her son's astonishment, she eagerly explained, "I heard you were invited to the Long Society." The Long Society includes Axion, the son of that cunning Emil, and outstanding talents like Remington. Without waiting for her to finish speaking, the servant quickly put clothes on him, then she continued explaining that they were even noticed by the council. The servant was also prompt, stepping forward to measure his body size. "Everything from the way you dress to how you behave will be meticulously examined." Then she took the measuring tape again to adjust the width of the clothes. With a knowing look, she said, "I know you won't make any mistakes with etiquette, but attire and demeanor are entirely different matters." Surprised by her mother's words, Adele stood still without moving. Seeing her son so obedient, she happily continued, "Fortunately, this is something I can help you with. Don't forget, your mother was once an actress." Those words eased the heaviness in Adele's expression. "Your mother is very glad to be able to help you, my dear son," she said. It reminded him of the past when he was the illegitimate child of a common concubine. "Mother, you've always felt guilty for giving me such a bad reputation, even though it wasn't your fault. In the cold Ragnar family, I wonder how hard it must have been for you to have such a weak child. Yet again, my dear son." At this point, she could no longer hold back and collapsed into Adele's arms, embracing him tightly. Cecilia, though unwell, still tried to say, "Your mother trusts you. You can do it." Feeling a trust he had never received before, Adele smiled contentedly. Without hesitation, he also gave his mother a warm embrace. Against the harmonious backdrop of everyone around being immersed in it, Adele declared that his mother no longer needed to worry. Faced with that attitude, Cecilia wanted to say more, that her son was already involved in the dragon climbing society, but seeing that steadfast expression, she stopped herself. At this moment, Adele was quietly calculating that he would crush them all. Time also passed quickly, snow had begun to fall. 2 weeks later, the Dragon Climbing Society's party was about to begin, and we also saw Remington standing near the carriage, seemingly waiting for Adele. Suddenly, he looked a bit surprised and blankly gazed forward, as a pair of black-booted feet simultaneously approached. Finally, we saw that face, none other than Adele's, but somewhat different, becoming nobler and more magnificent. In just a short time, he had changed a lot, and his eyes had grown mysteriously captivating. After a long moment, Remington regained his composure and realized it was him, young Master Adele, who looked like a new person. After hearing this, Adele felt shy and said, "Even you tease me, Remington." He laughed and replied, "Haha, I'm serious," then made a gesture inviting him to get into the carriage that was already prepared. "Please, come aboard." As he stepped onto the carriage, he recognized the changes in himself. He was right, not only was he taller, but his muscles had also developed. This was the result of 2 weeks of hard training. Recalling the time when he still felt headaches, remembering Remington always calling out, "Young Master Adele, let's practice together." Realizing that during that time Remington came to visit him every day, now the two have become quite close. He also saw the stubbornness of each person around him, all enthusiastically training alongside him. Adele thought, not to mention all the followers he has gained. Realizing everyone's situation, Evelyn was also confused. "I only wanted to teach young Master Adele for a short time, so how did I end up with these troubles?" Just when she didn't know how to handle it, Remington suddenly ran up to call young Master Adele. Even though it was only a short time, he felt those moments passed very slowly. It was 2 exhausting weeks. On the carriage was also Remington, who still kept his excited look and said, "I heard this is your first official party." He replied back, "Ah, yes, that's right." Seeing something strange about him, Remington reassured him, "No need to be nervous, I know you'll do well." However, upon hearing that, Adele's face tensed as he waited for him to continue. Remington quickly explained, "Our friend Axion might be a bit mischievous, but actually it was Axion who gave me the invitation, saying he wanted to meet you, so I hope you won't judge him too harshly. He even prepared this party for you." Remington's words surprised Adele a little. It wasn't Remington who invited him, but Axion after all. When thinking about that, for some reason Adele felt full of excitement, thinking everything was going too smoothly. The carriage was moving at a fast speed, ensuring it would arrive at the party as soon as possible. Inside the carriage, Adele's voice echoed, "I am really looking forward to it," along with a strange thought that he would be terribly humiliated. Elsewhere, a slender hand was holding a glass of wine. The owner of that hand was no stranger, it was Axion Ragnar, the Northern Four Hounds. He looked very much forward to the upcoming party. Ragnar's fool, I am very eager to have a new toy. Early the next morning, near a residential area, a carriage came to a stop. Then a voice called out, "We have arrived." Young Master Adele, a foot quietly stepped out of the carriage. He leaned over to look at Remington, who was smiling beside the carriage door. Suddenly, he saw something. In front of him stood a magnificent, sturdy castle with 2 tones of white and blue. The place was very familiar to him, Camellia Palace. The one who incited Rendon to interfere with his development along with those who swallowed him, his mother, and even the Pink Flower Palace. Under the brilliant golden light shining beneath the blue sky was the splendid Camellia Palace. Remington raised his hand in invitation, "Let's go inside," he quickly replied, "Ah, okay." In the palace grounds, he happily started a conversation with him. "I received news that Axion himself would come out to welcome you. He's probably waiting at the entrance." Inside Adele's mind, another thought emerged. The reason Axion invited him was easy to understand. Even though Remington beside him kept chatting, Adele was lost in his own thoughts. Because the foolish Ragnar was plotting, he was surely trying to stop him. Having understood them well, he merely smirked, but he hadn't come unprepared. He would show that guy exactly who he was trampling on. A faint light reflecting from the earring caught Adele's attention. From a high floor, light streamed through a window. Adele quickly recognized it as the mission's blue light. Was there a mission inside the palace? Suddenly, Remington lunged from behind to warn him, young Master Adele. Something was hurtling toward him from above. An explosion quickly erupted, white smoke billowed out and spread around, and he could only stand and watch the scene unfold. He called out to him through the thick smoke, young Master Adele. He slowly stepped out from the smoke to reassure him, I'm fine. He stomped a few times, dusted himself off, then glanced at the shattered bag lying on the ground, flour spilled out beside it. He was used to this scene and merely said, flour. Only Remington was furious, eyes blazing red as he looked up and shouted, what are you doing? He considered himself lucky for the experience he had accumulated. If this were his previous life, he wouldn't have been able to avoid it and would have been hit. Looking at Remington, who was full of anger, he thought to himself that he had assumed Remington was also involved in this matter, but it seemed not to be the case. He could think so because the system panel had shown him Remington's status, which was a confused demeanor faced with an unexpected situation. Then he also looked up to the high place where a window frame was wide open, with light coming from inside, welcoming him with flour. From that window frame, several bullies were smiling with satisfaction at their performance. Those who did this were. A hand from behind placed on the shoulder of one of them. He spoke, how about it, it's just a greeting between friends, basic courtesy, isn't it? Of course, Remington would not let a word slip by. He angrily retorted, a greeting. That was Axion Ragnar. He smiled wickedly as if what had just happened was perfectly normal. What, you're angry? Just consider this a greeting between brothers. He couldn't hide his excitement at being dominant over others. The system also displayed all his information showing a mad, psychotic personality but accompanied by exceptional swordsmanship talent. He was also very eager to find a new opponent to play with. That opponent was none other than Adele. He silently looked up at his new enemy. He parted his lips wanting to send a few words to him, thank you. He only gently spoke those 2 words. That made Axion wonder, thank you. Down below, he remained very calm, raising his hand in admiration for the recent greeting. Of course, with the way you welcomed him like that, naturally he had to thank you. He was really looking forward to tonight's party. That made him grit his teeth because things were not going according to his plan. Then he smiled with satisfaction, his eyes wide open full of delight. You have become much more interesting. Inside the room, where the chandelier lit up everything around. In the room, all the trainees were gathered closely together. Murmurs and chatter surrounded them. The people were all gathered here to converse and enjoy the feast. A few trainees among them were whispering. What is Axion thinking? Although he was also from the main lineage, his words rang out despite the figures of the people entering inside. That silhouette was none other than Adele along with Remington. The 2 of them coldly strode side by side past the crowd. The others kept whispering, inviting that fool to the Dragon Club. He still looked fine. Can't you see? That guy was treating him like a toy. Remington turned to apologize for the situation inside the room. Young Master Adele apologizes once again. They normally aren't like this. I'm quite used to it anyway, so it's nothing. No, it's alright. Honestly, I even feel grateful. That made him confused, but only he knew this act. Keep talking, you all need to badmouth me, at least this much, so I can crush you afterwards. He also did not forget his duty, immediately looking up to the upper floor where the blue light was still shining. By the way, it seemed that the blue light I saw from outside was coming from this direction. I'm sure that's the mission, but I have no natural way to approach it. Adele silently took a sip of wine, gazing ahead. From the stairs above, Axion Ragnar slowly stepped down. Seeing him, he greeted him. So, are you enjoying the party? That quickly caught his attention. Adele tried to remain calm to reassure himself. Stay calm, just follow the plan. Then happily reached out to respond. Of course, thank you for the invitation. Axion was also pleased with that response. Sorry about what happened earlier, I went a bit too far. He quickly approached him, very familiarly putting his arm around his shoulder and asked, will you accept my apology? His disrespectful action was soon warned by Evelyn, but Adele interrupted. Humph, why apologize? That made him pause. He still maintained a calm expression, tilting his head as he gave his answer to the other. I remember that was just a greeting. His answer caught Axion off guard. He just widened his eyes in surprise. what? Then immediately, he felt that he were on the same wavelength. As if hearing a joke, he did not hesitate to pat his shoulder. Oh my, look at our Adele, he's so interesting. I've never known you like this. You've changed a lot from before. Amidst the crowd whose eyes were fixed on the two, he only laughed loudly and said, "You like me already." Those around, seeing such a farcical scene, immediately laughed scornfully and whispered. Look at him, he just stands there laughing like a fool, a bastard with no lineage, incapable of challenging the noble bloodline of Troyven. Even though Axion still had his arm around him, smiling triumphantly, the murmurs continued. Haha, that's right, even if it's Ragnar, they're on different levels. You can't compare Troyven, the noble sword-wielding family from the east, with an ordinary woman from somewhere else. Adele simply smiled quietly, silently making plans. The crowd failed to realize the situation was serious, continually murmuring, but why keep lingering around that idiot? Every word spoken was aimed straight at him, causing him to frown but unable to do anything, he could only endure silently. In fact, if looked at closely, Remington was also a bastard. Hey, be careful with what you say. With that reminder, one of them hypocritically answered, ah yes, that's a forbidden topic. He continued speaking despite the boy silently bowing his head in suffering. Seeing the figure behind him silently bowing his head, revealing no expression, even Adele could not remain still. He coldly withdrew his gaze, his eyes sharp and murderous. I had intended to observe a little longer, but that would not do. Then he spoke to the person beside him. Axion responded with the courtesy of a gentleman. Adele removed the other person's hand from his shoulder and smiled, saying, I should also greet my new friends. Under the gazes of Remington and Axion, he slowly walked back to the distant wine table, gently took a bottle of expensive wine, then held it out in front of a blond man who was the ringleader. That action made him wonder, what? Did I say something wrong? As quick as lightning, Adele tilted the bottle and swung it fiercely. A sharp crashing sound rang out, then the bottle smashed directly onto the man's head. That action caused Axion and Remington to freeze in shock. Under Adele's fiercely angry stare, the man, caught off guard by the attack, collapsed. He grabbed his bleeding head and shouted loudly. Still refusing to be left alone, he clumsily scrambled back up, despite the blood flowing down half his head, gritting his teeth and cursing, You bastard, how dare you? But a swift kick came flying in, a flying kick that struck the man's face, sending him flying back with blood splattering into the air. His eyes were bloodshot and full of killing intent, and with a still angry expression, he uttered only 2 words, bastard. Despite the man still screaming in pain, he stood coldly from afar and said, I was only giving you a greeting, saying that is a bit much. That action successfully increased Ragnar's chances of escaping the title of a fool. Everyone was stunned, wondering, what just happened? Could Adele really be foolish? Even Remington couldn't believe his eyes. Young Master Adele was not the kind of person to do that. Wait, could it be because I am not? He quickly stepped forward and said, I have finished greeting. He stomped on the blonde guy's arm, gently grabbed his hand, his cold eyes asked a question, so now I should say goodbye, right? Seeing his actions, the guy knew something was wrong and hurriedly said, wait, but before he could finish his words, his arm had already been broken in 2. Everyone was shocked witnessing Adele's brutal act, no one dared to move. Even Axion and Remington were stunned, as the system notification showed the progress had reached 58%. At the very moment the blonde guy's face turned bluish and drool ran down relentlessly, the progress increased to 59%. Having finished, Adele gently released the guy's hand. Then he coolly ran his hand through his hair and looked coldly at the group. Does anyone else want to say hello? The progress bar suddenly jumped to 66%. Suddenly, 4 fully armored knights jumped down from above. Each one took a ready stance, drew their swords, and charged simultaneously towards him. 4 sharp blades aimed straight at Adele's neck. All shouted in unison, the guilt for harming the young master. But Adele showed no fear, he only coldly glanced at them. The 4 knights shouted in unison that he would pay with his life. That was all part of his plan. Looking at the swords pressed against his neck, he knew the plan was on track. Yes, that's how it should be. Among the crowd, he only asked the name of that unfortunate person. Who was he? One of them quickly responded, the 3rd young master of the Hanavi clan. It was none other than Ian Hanavi. which was also part of his plan. This was the reason he came to the Dragon Society, a place full of enemies. With the sword pressed against his neck, he was not scared at all, only uttered a sound, "Oh," one of the 6 clans that support Ragnar, the Hanavi clan. Looking at the people before him, he thought silently that these guys would not stand still when the fool they always looked down on suddenly acted. A swordsman asked back, "So what?" He suddenly sensed a murderous aura and immediately became more alert. Still maintaining his composure, Adel was determined, he would not retreat anymore. Amid the crowd, he coldly questioned them, "These dogs of one of Ragnar's loyal clans, daring to threaten me?" He opened his eyes wide, staring at each of them as if wanting to kill these insolent fools. "Can you take responsibility for those words?" At that moment, the knights felt an overwhelming pressure weighing down on them. They felt fear, and their complexions turned pale. Although they were raising their swords to Adel's throat, they themselves were enduring some kind of invisible pressure, and at the same time wondering, what is this pressure? Could it be that foolish Ragnar? A blonde-haired man among them silently reassessed him. Upon reflection, this guy also had the right to inherit the throne, being a direct bloodline descendant of Ragnar. He began to think deeply. Moreover, Ragnar was the Northern Lord and the ruler of the 6 snow clans. Declaring the death of that clan's bloodline, that person felt more trembling than ever, thinking that was a crime that could lead to the complete extinction of a clan. Then the blonde hair realized that the guy simply had not been properly taught, but now it was too late, we would have to apologize first. Now Adel no longer waited. Surrounded by countless swords pointed at him, he gave the order, "Kill them." As the voice rang out, a dazzling white light appeared. The knights who had just surrounded Adel barely understood what was happening before their heads were cut off. Still standing in the same spot, Adel paid no attention to what was happening around him. At this moment, one could see a sword that had just beheaded those men. That person quickly completed Adel's command. After finishing the beheading, that person still calmly stood there. Everyone below was surprised, unable to hide their astonishment. Even Remington was surprised. At that moment, the system's sound also announced that guiding mission number 4 had reached 70% progress. The stalker had been watching from beginning to end, and Axion also felt he could not believe his eyes. Seeing that face clearly, he involuntarily uttered a familiar name, Evelyn. Meanwhile, she paid no attention to the surroundings, only asking Adel, "Sir, when did you realize I had been following you?" Hearing such a question, he replied calmly, "That is obvious." Then he began to think, he did not know why, but thanks to her following him, he could turn the tables without any worries. Those pointing swords at Adel right now could only be lying scattered at his feet. Going back to the past, he saw a wine bottle being opened, and the one opening the bottle was Julius. He asked her, and she said she would no longer accept disciples. "So, is your new swordsmanship disciple satisfying to you?" Seeing such a troublesome question making Evelyn uncomfortable, she answered briefly, "Don't you have anywhere to go?" "Before I retired, I was mostly staying outside." Hearing that from her made Julius laugh heartily, "My recent joy in life is to trouble you. So, what is your answer?" She continued to ignore it, replying, "That is expensive." Taking a deep sip, he repeated the previous question, "Well, then what is your answer?" Evelyn knew this time she could no longer avoid it and reluctantly answered the question, "He has surpassed all my expectations." As she spoke, he drank the wine. Considering attitude and talent, he was the best among those she had taught. Julius was quite surprised and asked, "Axion was once under your tutelage as well. But this one is the most talented." This time Evelyn was serious, indeed. When it came to talent, we could say his potential far exceeded that of young Master Axion. She continued to assert that these were not empty words. Hearing that made Julius feel refreshed, because she had 2 eyes, she would see everything more clearly than I would. Then feeling puzzled, he asked why he had concealed his true power all this time. A person couldn't change so abruptly like that. Evelyn agreed with Julius's words, it seemed to be true. She noticed something strange about Adele and said, but it was truly odd that someone who had hidden their real strength all this time suddenly began to reveal it. She recalled Adele's countless days and nights of practice, realizing that reckless actions would lead one to stumble, but it seemed like he was being pursued by something, and felt restless and uneasy. That was why I was worried about his participation in the Wyvern Guild this time. Seeing Evelyn's concern, Julius put down his wine and began to say, "If you're worried, it's probably because of that kid Axion. Then just follow him. That surprised her. What? Julius explained that it might be different from what she was worried about, but something was going to happen. At that moment he laughed and said, when the wolf pups searching for blood gather together, they start to establish their hierarchy. Then Julius gently placed his hand on his cloak and continued the unfinished sentence, while there, try tempting Adele a little. Those words shocked her. Without waiting for her reaction, the man stepped near the door preparing to leave and told him to join the White Dragon Armor Cavalry. Both of them. Suddenly Julius turned back. She thought she could retire just because she couldn't ride a dragon, returning and taking responsibility for the person she had introduced. I'm off, the wine is really good. When Julius left, Evelyn was still standing there stunned. Looking back at the bottle of wine and the white cloak, Evelyn helplessly said, because it's expensive. Returning to the earlier events at the castle where the unstable party was held, after recalling why she was there, Evelyn glanced at Adele in disbelief. This time, she silently re-evaluated Adele. He realized he had been following and deliberately setting up this situation. He might have joined the Serpent Dragon Society with this purpose from the start. He is someone she does not need to worry about. Recalling the path she had followed, she still found it hard to believe. But from the moment he noticed her presence, he was certainly not an ordinary person. Regarding Adele realizing Evelyn's thoughts, he also silently thought that he had sensed her ever since he got on the carriage. The owner of the dragon heart. Recalling Adele's heart ability, it can enhance their perception, also known as the sixth sense. Anyway, thanks to that, the stage was set now. Then he called Evelyn and casually asked, most people here have shown disrespect to someone who could inherit. What is the punishment for such a crime? Everyone around felt fear at his words, only daring to utter, what? Didn't care at all. Evelyn replied, depending on the clan law, then added, it can also be carried out immediately. The play was coming to an end, Adele just smiled with satisfaction, everything went exactly as he planned, ordered her because they were all children who had not undergone the awakening ritual. Just need to take one arm from them and end it there. After hearing that, Evelyn rushed to those people to respond, understood. Seeing that, they nervously said, wait. Her sword unhesitatingly slashed through and severed each of their arms. The second son of the Byron clan, the eldest son of the Red and White Mercenary Squad, the fourth daughter of the Ceres Trade Guild, the third son of the Clack clan, the first daughter of the Howard clan. The system sound also rang out simultaneously, task progress guide number 4 at 72%, 75%, 79%. Someone ran over, knelt down begging, Axion please save me, I beg you. Even though he saw that person crying and begging, he paid no attention. Looking down at him like a fool, why should I do that, it was just a greeting. Axion's words left him stunned. What? Without waiting for him to finish, the sword in Evelyn's hand already struck down. Gliding past, she called a name, the eldest son of the Perenk clan, automatically ignoring that person's screams. Seeing that scene, Axion stared at Evelyn, their eyes meeting simultaneously. This time Axion opened his mouth and said, I did not expect to meet you again like this. Elder sister Evelyn also greeted him back, it has been a long time since we last saw the young master. After finishing the fight, the system continued to report the progress of the fourth tutorial mission at 82%. What just happened made Axion think, she only targeted those who had comments about the bloodline. She had made it so that even he, as an heir candidate, could not stop her. Besides, afterwards he looked after the others retreating back, while Evelyn approached Adele to report. I have cut off the right hands of the 14 people you ordered me to. Upon hearing this, he also said well done and asked how their condition was. No need to hide anything, sister continued to report, if they bring their hands to a priest right now, they will be able to reattach them. Although their life as mercenaries would be another matter, nothing seems to be worrisome. Adele replied, good. Meanwhile, Remington, who had been watching, hurriedly asked, young Master Adele, are you all right? Looking at the harmonious scene before him, Axion realized that both Remington and Evelyn had been captivated by him without notice. Suddenly, he laughed and thought, Adele, that fool of the Scarlet Hall has truly changed. Axion's wicked intentions rose up, I want to trample you down. He also did not want to stay here long. Adele said, let's go, Evelyn, Remington. Upon hearing this, they agreed and said, all right. Remington, without hesitation, shouted, "Let's go." This time, Axian's extreme hatred lingered long on Adele, showing no hesitation either. Adele stared intently at him. Then Adele stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. His hand rested on him for quite a long moment. Somehow, Adele smiled in a strange and puzzling way at that moment. In front of everyone there, he said, "The party was great, Axian." At that moment, the system announced that tutorial mission number 4 was 100% complete. The system's sound pleased Adele even more, bidding farewell and promising to meet again later. Those words made Axian turn pale with anger. The system then sounded again, congratulating you on completing tutorial mission number 4 alongside Evelyn. Without waiting for Adele to leave, Axian shouted loudly in full indignation, "Adele Ragnar." The sound echoed throughout the castle. This time the system continued reporting, "All tutorial missions have been completed. Now no one will call you the stupid Ragnar anymore." Adele's mood improved better than ever. The mission was complete. Not wanting to stay here any longer, the three quickly departed. Adele pondered the next step, but his real revenge was just beginning. The reward this time, after completing the mission, was an experience potion that increases 5 levels. The twilight gradually descended along with light, gentle clouds drifting by. In the castle, sunlight from the late afternoon shone through a certain corner of a window frame. Someone was sitting and working there, suddenly exclaiming, "What?" Carefully looking at the cautious person reporting the situation. The person who was utterly astonished was Emil. She tried to suppress her emotions and requested, "Say that again." Axian's Dragon Guild. At another place in a humble roadside bar far from the capital. The bar's atmosphere was extremely lively at this moment. Sybil raised her glass high, laughing and saying it was to celebrate the unexpected debut of young Master Adele in high society. Those words made everyone around happily raise their glasses and drink to the bottom. The cheers and singing added a bustling, vibrant vibe to the party, helping Adele to relax his spirit. As he was raising his glass to drink, he suddenly heard a voice beside him, "Defeated by that fool Adele," which caught his attention. At Camellia Palace, where darkness cloaked the night, in some room within the palace, a sharp, piercing voice rang out. Looking clearly inside the room, Emil could not hide her anger as she shouted loudly, "You not only allowed that idiot to have an excuse, but also let your subordinate have their hand chopped off." Although Axian had been beaten, he did not offer any excuses, only responding, "Yes." Seeing her son like that, she grew even angrier. "Listen to yourself, I've warned you again and again not to underestimate him, forgetting about forcing him to submit. You just gave him a reason to cause chaos." She continued warning Axian, "I've told you, once that despicable Adele starts to stand out, taking over the Camellia Palace will become much more difficult." Recognizing his mistake this time, Axian said, "You don't need to worry, mother, I will." But now Emil's mood was far from well. "I don't want to hear any more. Go and reflect on what you have done. You must reflect on nearly ruining our grand plan just by chasing superficial pleasures." Those words pierced Axian like a thorn. He said nothing more, only replied, "I will remember that," then quickly left, leaving Emil still simmering with anger. When Axian departed, she voiced her thoughts. "Tsk, I don't know whose child he takes after to be so impulsive." From the darkness, a figure appeared and said, "Well, he's just like the younger version." "Madam," that statement irritated her. He treated it as a joke. Troyvin stepped out of the shadows and approached Emil, then said, "Don't be this angry, this incident might not be that bad." That made her puzzled and she asked why. At this moment, he began to explain that the Rose Chamber belonged to the clan leader's harem. Therefore, it is difficult to claim ownership. Although it is beyond the clan leader's concern since it's just a gathering place for the insignificant, it still has the clan leader's backing. Troyvin's serious expression continued as he said, "Thus, what we need is a pretext." He said, "Fortunately, he created a mess at the Dragon Society, and Adele is gradually becoming the representative of the Rose Chamber. So, we can use this event as a pretext, and then legally crush him." The method Troyvin proposed startled Emil, and she also began to reconsider. "The reason I worried when I saw Adele growing stronger was that I feared the influence of the Rose Chamber would spread if the clan leader paid more attention to it. But by using Adele, people are becoming stronger day by day. If we use the correct legal procedures to eliminate the Camellia power, then the Rose power will have no choice but to submit to our Troyvin." We can manipulate them effortlessly. Feeling satisfied, Emil folded the fan she was spreading open, cheerfully asked again, so how long will the preparation take? As expected, Troyvin briefly replied, we have already completed the preparations. Tomorrow morning when you wake up, you will hear some good news. He took out a gift box from his sleeve and handed it to her. So tonight, just enjoy your bath and a good night's sleep. He even prepared a scented candle from the Akron volcanic region in the south. Those words made Emil happily embrace him. Indeed, he was her brother. In response, it was a heartfelt sentiment from her, explaining why she couldn't help but love him. Back at the tavern, Remington sat in a corner unable to join the joyful atmosphere. Honestly, I was quite shocked. I didn't know you cared about me so much. Adele, who had been listening for a while, still didn't understand what he was doing. What are you talking about? Remington lowered his head and said, I am talking about the Dragon Fawn Guild. The confusing answer made Adele think he must have gotten drunk just from the orange juice. Now Remington felt guilty about what had happened. He continued, while you endured insults about yourself, the moment they started insulting me, a friend, you didn't hesitate to defend me. Young Master Adele, I was useless and truly ashamed. After finishing speaking, Remington fell silent but remained embarrassed. The more I looked at him, the more surprised I became. Glancing over at Adele, who still hadn't fully processed those words, and then thinking further, he endured the whole time being looked down upon, considered a useless illegitimate child, yet in the end, he became a strong person. Not to mention Remington's thoughts continued drifting. Even against those he wasn't strong enough to defeat, he still had the unyielding will to ultimately claim victory. To Camellia Palace, a place where no one dared confront, he bravely drew his sword without hesitation. The more he thought about it, the more moved he felt, all just because of me. The system's voice also announced that Remington was deeply touched, believing that Adele cared greatly for him. That sound also made Adele stiffen, silently thinking that it seemed he had misunderstood something. After a long moment of thought, at this moment he made up his mind. The clan had ordered him to build a friendly relationship with Axion, but he had a different intention. He did not hesitate any longer. Remington declared that from now on, he wanted to follow him, young Master Adele. As the words ended, the crowd cheered and celebrated. Just as expected, the strong always accompany the strong. The two of them were truly wonderful. Realizing this unexpected event occurring, Adele was a bit embarrassed and whispered, wait, I think you've misunderstood. From nowhere, Evelyn's voice echoed in his mind reminding him, just go along with his intention. It immediately made me realize it was telepathy. Then he turned around and looked at her. Evelyn cheerfully looked back at him as if she could guess what Adele was thinking. She continued speaking, this misunderstanding isn't necessarily a bad thing. Besides, Adele by now also realized that everyone was extremely excited, especially Remington. All of them were currently enjoying this rare relaxed atmosphere. Evelyn's voice rang out again, perhaps everyone just wants to get along with you, young master. All of that made him extremely confused. Finally, he sighed and said that he was not a special person. His gaze gradually became gloomy. It was all because of this notification window. A large screen appeared before Adele showing all his information. Looking at it, he hesitated and thought, whether it's going back to the past, acquiring the Jackner family talents, or becoming this strong. The mystery lingered inside him, he wondered what this was. At first, he thought it was fragments of his regrets, but seeing its details, he no longer thought so. Inadvertently, he realized he had a vague feeling like he had encountered this before. But whatever it was helping him so it didn't matter. The system board also clearly displayed his attributes. Just by looking, Adele could tell that the Serpent Dragon Association had ended, and his level had increased. While everyone was celebrating, he continued studying the system board. It seemed each time he leveled up, he received points to increase stats, so he thought he could enhance his abilities at will. Understanding that, he exclaimed, "It's truly terrifying," but quickly became very happy because he knew he was afraid of the brilliant future he would have. Meanwhile, Evelyn had been watching him for a while, not understanding why Adele was so joyful. After a moment, Adele finally calmed down. Alright, first I should prepare for the counterattack against the Camellia Palace. He called Remy, hoping he could help with something. Hearing the call, Remington was quite surprised. Of course, young Master Adele, please tell me. He quickly realized that just now Adele had called him Remy in a familiar way. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Adele took out a piece of paper and held it up. Speaking seriously, the battle for the throne between me and Axion will soon become fiercer. To prepare for that time, please help me. This action left him stunned for a long moment, while Adele's gaze grew profound. In the future, Remington would become the clan chief of the Narcio family. His thoughts gradually drifted, recalling Remington's figure. Once equipped with enough power and forces, they would be strong enough to confront the Jackner house. He should take this chance to draw Remington to his side. The paper containing his hope was still being offered, hoping that he would take it. At this moment, he still did not understand what was on the paper, but he still accepted it from Adele's hand, then cheerfully responded, "All right, I swear to follow you, young Master Adele. If there is anything I can help you with, no matter what it is, I will do it." Although he knew he would accept, Adele was still touched and said, "Thank you." After hearing that, Remington didn't wait any longer and asked, "But just now you called me Remy in a rather familiar way." Suddenly, a rude voice rang out from somewhere, "Adele Ragnar," which shocked everyone at the party. A squad of fierce knights brazenly strode in. Those around immediately became alert, shouting, "Law enforcement!" Right after yelling, the man wasted no time taking out a document and calling out Adele's name. He said, "You are under arrest for the crimes of threat and assault." His words made Evelyn retort, "What nonsense is this?" Seeing that everyone was getting anxious, Adele quickly stepped forward to request, "It's okay, stay calm." Then he moved forward to take a closer look at the document. "Let's see." After examining it for a moment, he pondered. It was indeed an arrest warrant. Noticing the writing was still wet, they must have been in a hurry. Without further thought or resistance, he walked over and immediately demanded, "Let's go." The man showed no hesitation and handcuffed him. Then he led him away before the astonished eyes of everyone present. Young Master Adele. Upon hearing that call, he looked back and gave a meaningful smile. Remington and Evelyn seemed to understand something. Quickly, Remington glanced back at the paper Adele had handed him earlier. Evelyn also paid attention to the paper. At the Red Flower Hall, upon hearing the news, Cecilia Ragnar turned around and asked, "What? Where is Adele being taken?" Then she sank to the ground. The old butler saw this and quickly became fearful. "Madam." She hurriedly waved her hand, saying it was okay. Then she asked again what the boy was accused of. The old butler hesitated and replied that it seemed to be because of the Exalong Society. He went on to say that they accused him of inciting rebellion. The more she heard, the more shocked she became. "What?" she softly asked again, "Do you think they will really take this case to court?" He pondered for a moment before answering, "Yes, I believe so. Because he completely destroyed the Exalong Society, this matter will not end easily." She couldn't help but feel a slight headache. Who would have thought that the boy being invited to the Exalong Society would lead to this outcome? "No, the boy will get through this, Adele is that kind of person." Then she stood up, and together with the old butler, looked up at the sky. She hoped, "My son, please return safely." Sunlight shone through the window frame, and Adele squinted slightly. Beside him sat two people guarding him as they escorted him for punishment. He opened his eyes to observe the scene ahead. Seeing the view in front of him, he suddenly remembered it had been a long time since he last returned to this place. The carriage moved through the gates of the court. He thought to himself, "Since I have completely destroyed the Exalong Society, this matter will not end merely with detention, surely they will take this case to court." The wheels kept rolling steadily, but his thoughts were still unsettled. Bringing the heir of the Ragnar family to court meant they wanted to challenge his legitimacy as heir. The horses stopped in front of the court doors, and the coachman shouted loudly, "We have arrived." He was escorted down from the carriage. They probably wanted to completely destroy him. His mouth opened slightly, but that was exactly what I expected. Heavy footsteps entered deeper inside. The courtroom door opened, a call echoed from within, the prisoner Adele had been escorted in. That voice hadn't stopped yet, "Bring him in." His gaze suddenly gained a few more degrees of determination. "That's right, if I want to unleash what I have prepared, it has to be on a stage this grand." Inside, there were rows of large seats arranged high up. More than half of the judges had already arrived. Looking at those seated there, he was not very surprised. Indeed, many talented people had gathered here. The blindfolded man was the dragon demon Julius Ragnar, captain of the white armored dragon cavalry. He was one of the 4 dragons who guarded the Ragnar family. Next was the celestial dragon Troivan, head of the Central Intelligence Agency. He suddenly recalled that in his previous life, just sitting here would have made it hard for him to breathe. The next was Sword Dragon, Osa Ragnar, Madam of the Apricot Blossom Hall. The man sitting solemnly in the center was the chief dragon Wolfgang Ragnar, head of the family council. He said sternly, Adele. In the middle was chief dragon Vertgang Ragnar, head of the family council. He said solemnly, Adele. At that moment, someone stepped forward to remove the chains from his hands. He responded to one side, yes, head of the council, I didn't expect to meet you in a place like this. As soon as he finished speaking, he sank into thought. Wolfgang, the head of the council, valued lineage highly. To him, an illegitimate child like me must be disgusting. He observed that the man didn't even bother to hide it. He didn't beat around the bush but went straight to the main point. Enough with the long greetings, you already know the reason you were summoned here to answer for your crimes, don't you? He stood below, looking up to hear the verdict from above. The Byron family, the Ceres Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenaries, and even the Hanavi family, because of your foolish actions, all of them are shouting to sever ties with the main family. He could not hide his anger. You, an illegitimate child, can you bear the losses you have caused? Therefore, I will make you accountable for dragging the honor of the Ragnar family through the mud. He stood there listening seriously. Once the man finished speaking, he calmly replied, what you said is absolutely right. I have been too careless. But then his eyes suddenly changed. I should have cut off their heads, not just their limbs. The person sitting beside him was surprised. What? He began to explain with his words, they are our subordinates. Their lord grants them land and honor, and the subordinates owe their loyalty and lives to him. This is the code of knighthood. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became. Yet they dared to threaten their own lord. At that moment, the fury within him exploded. If I had known they would be so insolent, I would have beheaded them from the start. They must be punished, and the principles of knighthood must be restored. Adele shouted loudly, how can I stand by and watch the honor of the Ragnar family, preserved for over 1,000 years, be trampled like this? Everyone listening to him was so angry they were left speechless. Julius, hearing his words, felt impressed but also sensed that this matter should not end with an ordinary punishment. Wolfgang spoke loudly, do you dare mock me with such flowery words? The lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, Osa Ragnar, also spoke up, I have listened to your opinion, logically, you are correct. Upon hearing this, he was somewhat displeased and immediately reminded Sword Dragon. However, she ignored his words and continued, yet, although Ragnar is strong, it is not truly great. If we do not listen to the voices of the vassals and knights, we will collapse. She also stated that ruling this world by cruelty alone is impossible. He seemed to understand her point and said, I will remember that well. He stared there without looking away, sensing something. The chief's first wife, the best swordsman of the north, Sword Dragon, fortunately seemed not to have a hostile attitude toward him. He suddenly recalled the devastated scenes from the past, but wondered why she would. She added, I hope you understand that the punishment you are about to receive is justified. He spoke up, may I ask what that punishment is? Wolfgang thought for a moment and then made his decision, 3 months of house arrest. Hearing that, he felt a bit disappointed. But the awakening ceremony will take place in just 2 months. Wolfgang angrily retorted, how dare you say that? Osa, sitting beside him, explained further, I have taken that into account and decided to allow you to participate in next year's awakening ceremony. And everyone had previously agreed that the 15 children you injured will take part in next year's awakening. Troivan thought silently, thanks to the intervention of the demon dragon, the punishment is much lighter than I expected. During the discussion, Julius Ragnar stood up to object, I oppose Adele's punishment. Troivan considered this matter not too bad. Having the awakening delayed is a great humiliation for you within the Ragnar clan. He suddenly grinned wickedly, and the fact that the representative of the Scarlet Hall must endure that humiliation will create an opportunity for our Camellia Hall to surpass it. Once our plan is in motion, he won't be able to do anything, he can only accept it. He sees this as a good chance. If he foolishly tries to appeal, we can kill him. But I don't think he's that stupid. Adele bluntly opposed, I want to appeal. Everyone did not expect that he would want to appeal. Troyvin tightly covered his face to hold back laughter, inwardly rejoicing and shouting, are you stupid? Your arrogance really knows no bounds, this just makes things easier for us. Julius was stunned and asked back, do you understand what an appeal means? He answered firmly, of course. He seemed to know something. I knew this could not be resolved with just 3 months of house arrest, it was no more than a light slap. The dragon demon must have pulled some strings already. He explained that in a powerful and proud Ragnar family, an appeal means. His voice was full of strength, war. In his opinion, I had no intention of accepting even that light slap. He smiled provocatively, after all, only the victor has the right to speak. He seemed to have some expectation, whereas I was looking forward to being rewarded. A notification appeared, entering the main scenario. Everyone was stunned by his provocation. The system announced a notification. Through this scenario, you can discover many mysteries hidden within this closed world. Wishing you success. Scenario Mission 1, The Path of the Air. The scene was ablaze with the fire and bullets of war, engulfing an entire village. The northern secret branch of the Ceres Merchants Guild. 2 people were fighting. The other was defeated and fell to the ground. The fire blazed ever larger. A cloaked figure stood still there, surrounded by many defeated people lying scattered. A voice came from behind, it turned out they had been hiding there after all. The person was Evelyn, who was smoking a cigarette and suddenly looked around. Just stepping closer, Remington took a small box in his hand and continued speaking, just as young Master Adele had said. Evelyn took off her hat and coat. Troyvin's eerie smile echoed. The Camellia Electric had completely collapsed. It was like a court was convened here to judge some matter. Those present included Adele and members of the clan. Wolfgang Ragnar clasped his hands together, looked down at the man below, and spoke. Are you planning to turn an issue that could be settled with 3 months of house arrest into a war? He reminded Adele, you are truly arrogant, do you think you alone can face the forces of 15 clans? Adele replied coldly, that is something I must settle myself. He calmly voiced the thoughts in his heart, in cases with such great disparity in strength, isn't representing the struggle through a decisive battle the normal way? After hearing Adele's presentation, Julius pondered the matter. Usually, an appeal means deciding the victor through war, however, in this case, war is almost impossible due to the vast difference in strength. Thinking of this, he envisioned the 2 sides facing each other. Each side would send 1 representative, and the winner would be decided in a one-on-one duel, that is the representative battle. He thought to himself, this means the defendant's representative will be Adele, while the plaintiff's representative will most likely be Axion. He didn't know what Adele was calculating in his mind. If that happened, Adele would almost certainly lose, so why did he choose this way? Did he have some scheme? He looked at Adele with disappointment. If he thought Evelyn or I would step up as the representative, he was mistaken. Adele raised his hand to continue presenting. According to the rules, we will decide the representative and organize the representative battle after 1 week. He asked those sitting above, what do you think? Troyvin, sitting above, looked down at the people below and thought silently, this is an obvious tactic. He was calculating to have Julius or Evelyn act as Adele's representative, but knowing their personalities, they wouldn't do that. You will have to fight on your own, Adele Ragnar. He raised his chin arrogantly, I will send Axion and make you understand your place through death. Then he laughed coldly, very well, then about the representative. Before Troyvin could finish speaking, another voice interrupted the conversation. I thought you were a quiet child. The authoritative voice spread, causing everyone present here to be terrified and break out in cold sweat. The door slowly opened. A large figure appeared, the owner of the voice earlier. That person continued, but you are very good at scheming. The voice rang out again, causing Adele to be extremely fearful. The person stepping in was none other than Chief Kyle Ragnar. His blood-red eyes, streaked with black like a serpent's, seemed to pierce through one's soul. He spoke coldly, you have changed a lot since the last time I saw you, my son. Immediately, all 4 senior members knelt down to pay their respects, greeting the clan leader. Adele also knelt and saluted him, placing one hand on his chest as he said, Adele Ragnar, apprentice swordsman, pays respects to the embodiment of the great dragon god. Suddenly, a system panel appeared before Adele. The system panel assigned him a mission. Scenario Mission 1, The Path of the Air. seize the Camellia Hall and uncover its secrets. Adele thought to himself, this is my first mission since completing the secret tutorial of Camellia Hall. Could that be the source of the blue light? The situation is too chaotic, I completely forgot about that. There must definitely be something there. Adele closed his eyes to regain his composure. No, now is not the time to be distracted. Then he slowly opened his eyes and faced the panel, watching his father as he approached. Adele continued to think that he needed to deal with this first. A new variable had appeared, his plan would be disrupted, but he couldn't help but wonder why his father had come here. Kyle Ragnar allowed Adele to rise. Stand up, my son. Following his command, Adele slowly stood. Kyle Ragnar spoke, I've heard about your situation on the way here, and it seems you are in a complex predicament. I understand you want to appeal through a representative battle. Adele was a little worried but still answered, that's right. Kyle Ragnar raised his hand to hold his chin thoughtfully, if that's really the case, it will be very difficult for you to participate in that representative battle. He said sternly, who do you intend to choose as your representative to replace you? Adele was cautious, this was a test. Troyvin, who was kneeling, also realized the situation, so worried he was sweating. Wait a minute, this is. Adele answered that there was no one, he had intended to step up himself to appeal. Kyle Ragnar replied, then you will lose. Adele refused to back down, how can you know without trying? Even if forced to bow, I will not lower myself. Hearing that, he suddenly bared his teeth in a smile, then laughed loudly, did you all hear those words from my son? Kyle Ragnar repeated what Adele had just said to others, even if forced, I will not lower myself. Kyle shouted loudly, no saying describes the Ragnar family better than that. Julius sighed helplessly standing aside. Kyle Ragnar crossed his arms and coldly spoke loudly, your attitude truly pleases me. Adele bowed his head in thanks, thanking his father for the praise. He rejoiced silently within, the representative battle was just bait, he did not intend to fight, it was good that he could speak the truth that could not be hidden. Adele recalled everything when assigning tasks to Evelyn and Remington. The evidence of Camellia Palace's rebellion conspiracy, he smiled calculating everything. If I have it, I can win without fighting. At that moment, Kyle Ragnar said, then I want to give you a chance. Drop the trial, if you can withstand a single blow from me, I will erase all your charges. Adele was extremely surprised, a single blow. Kyle Ragnar said this as he turned his back and walked away immediately. Suddenly, a voice interrupted, causing him to turn around, Chief, that cannot be. It turned out to be Troyvin, who looked very angry at this moment. He thought to himself, trying one blow with him means you accept your opponent. If he survives, he will become someone accepted by the clan leader. I don't think that Adele can endure it. He clenched his fists tightly, but just in case he succeeds, I must prevent him from being valued by the clan leader. Without hesitation, Troyvin immediately began making excuses. How could vassals and soldiers dare to comment on your son's bloodline? Kyle Ragnar now spoke in a strained voice, the dragon's voice radiated full authority. Be silent. If a vassal dares to say that, you just need to eliminate him. At this moment, he finally felt fear, the tone in his speech gradually lowered. I understand, clan leader. Then he noticed someone and directed his gaze at Julius Ragnar, asking, do you have something to say, dragon demon? You've been chuckling for a while now. Julius Ragnar bowed his head and smiled, saying, it's nothing, it's just that you haven't cared like this for a long time. The clan leader responded, what nonsense are you talking about? He quickly changed the subject, saying, let's stop the conversation here. So what about you, son? Will you do it? Adele Ragnar stared at him, thinking silently that a single strike from the clan leader had changed everything in a way he couldn't even imagine. His plan had already collapsed. You grinned, but such a change is acceptable. Adele placed his hand on his chest, bowing his head in response to the man's words. That was too heavy for me. How could I compare a single strike from my father to a representative battle against the vassals and soldiers? Kyle Ragnar frowned as he looked at him and asked, you don't dare. His expression quickly changed as he said coldly, no, I just want to say that this succession isn't fair. Not fair. He asked him back. Adele continued, since the trial has become harsher, shouldn't my compensation be increased as well? After hearing what he said, the man exclaimed, oh, for example. Adele turned his head back, looking up towards where the high-ranking officials were seated above. His eyes blazing red, emitting a dangerous aura as he looked at Troivan and said, like Camellia Palace, for instance. The word startled Troivan so much that he was terrified, unable to believe what had just happened before his eyes. Adele laughed maniacally with a harsh tone, his voice full of ambition, saying each word clearly, Camellia Palace. Troivan went mad, the veins on his face twitching uncontrollably, and he couldn't help but curse aloud. That bastard. Wolfgang was old, age made him calmer, only silently lamenting inwardly. It was truly insane to dare to haggle and negotiate with the clan chief. However, Wolfgang could not hide the scornful mockery deep within his heart. This guy truly did not know his place. An agreement only takes effect when both parties are equals, such arrogance would get him killed soon enough. Yet Kyle Ragnar, the clan chief and also Adele's father, very comfortably agreed, which suddenly caused him to panic. Kyle tilted his head, smiling coldly. If you are aiming to be the successor, you at least have to have such guts. He raised his head and asked those around, is there anyone who objects, Heavenly Dragon? Everyone could sense his indulgence toward Adele. Clearly, the clan chief appreciated the bravery of this young man. The question Kyle posed was in fact not a real question, so they could only agree and do nothing else. Everything in Ragnar belonged to him, how could they dare to comment on his decision? Kyle was pleased with this and replied, good, then prepare the arena immediately. The clan chief turned and walked away, his tone dignified as he announced the next event, I will test Adele Ragnar right here. Adele knew this was a gamble, all or nothing, but in any case, it was a good opportunity. He forced a difficult smile. The training arena was prepared immediately afterward, with only the two of them on the field. Clearly, this was a very difficult test. The other four stood outside, each with different moods, their cold faces making it impossible to tell what they were thinking. Troivan had been cursing inwardly for some time now. Damn it, the trap I set to catch Adele has turned into a stage to elevate him. Looking at Adele on the arena floor, he tried to convince himself not to worry because previously, Adele had shown himself to be an ordinary useless kid, so there was some basis for his increased confidence. Even though the kid had grown stronger, there's no way he could withstand a single blow from the tribe leader, even a senior swordsman would struggle. He frowned deeply, his eyes radiating murderous intent as he cursed, Adele would die here, he must die here. But on the arena floor, the prey that Troivan had always underestimated suddenly became the hunter. Adele was sharp enough to see through his delusions. I guess that's what he was thinking. Too bad for him, that won't happen, thanks to the guidance reward I received. Then suddenly, Kyle let out a long hum. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, did you take an elixir when I wasn't looking? No, even if you took one, such a rapid change wouldn't stop. I don't really care how you got stronger. Adele couldn't help but feel his heart skip a beat, he was truly astute, even the Q Long failed to notice. Then he heard his father mockingly praise him, in the end, you really are my own flesh and blood. Kyle Ragnar hoisted his sword onto his shoulder, his cloak billowing behind him, making his figure appear even more majestic. So, are you ready? Adele had no answer other than to respond, yes. Kyle wanted a fair test. Obviously, he was honest enough, which was why he changed his weapon. Normally, I would use the great sword, but since you don't even know how to use mana yet, I'll use this sword. Any objections? Adele replied respectfully, of course not. Well said. No sooner had he finished speaking than the atmosphere around him shifted, and he let out a smirk. Very well, then. From that rusty sword, a fierce burst of blood-red energy erupted, like an atomic bomb or even more powerful. The sudden oppression made the surrounding space feel tightly compressed. Kyle swung his sword down, the blade flashed brightly with a dazzling gleam. He signaled to begin. Adele was terrified, he couldn't deny it as his body trembled uncontrollably, even the groan escaping his throat quivered weakly. This was the real gap in their strength. He gritted his teeth, trying not to fall, feeling an undeniable sense of dread inside. Emitting such pressure merely from battle energy, not only Adele but even Kyle felt unexpectedly overwhelmed. Well done, he praised, I'm surprised you can still stand firm. Adele lifted his head to look at him, his fox-like eyes flashed with a fierce red glow. He smirked proudly, feeling a sense of pride within himself. Naturally, his strength stats had nearly tripled. Adele recalled the item that had helped him enhance his power, the reward he received upon completing the tutorial. The experience elixir, a potion that effectively increases levels by 5, with a requirement below level 30. Adele gripped his sword tightly, using it to boost himself by 5 levels, and had invested all his allocation points into strength. So his strength stats now reflected that change. At level 7, his strength was 52 and his luck was -31. Other stats had not changed much. He raised his sword to shoulder height, feeling the surge of overwhelming power flooding through his body. This sensation was liberating, leaving the ordinary realm and stepping into the extraordinary. With this strength, looking at the great fortress wall before him, for the first time Adele felt confident facing someone so powerful, he could now block a blow from his father. A sword stroke came down, majestic and powerful enough to dazzle. Light from the blade shimmered with a golden glow as if trying to cut through both earth and sky. It wasn't only Adele who was stunned staring at it, while those outside also couldn't hide their stunned excitement. The sword had come down, Adele deliberately bent his knees and held the sword across his shoulder to block the strike. His eyes glanced upward, lifting his head to look at the sky above him. It was a sky red as blood, and that sword stroke was like a giant beam of light hurtling down as if it were a massive meteorite. However, Adele was calm enough to think, he could see it. In just the blink of an eye, that overwhelming force crashed down, shattering the ground to pieces. The town trembled, the entire arena was destroyed, leaving only a mound of earth and stone, with dust and smoke thickly filling the air. Kyle Ragnar could sense the feeling when the two swords clashed against each other. He turned his back to Adele, though he did not look at him, he knew that Adele could still stand firm there. Kyle Ragnar could not contain the fervent excitement surging in his veins, he cracked a smile, a very joyful one. It had been a long time. The blade began to chip. The sword in his hand shattered into pieces and fell to the ground. But the important thing was that Adele Ragnar could still stand on the ground with a smug smile because the Ragnar clan chief had acknowledged him since he found a worthy son. Troyvin clenched his teeth in rage. In contrast to his bitter anger, Julius smiled as if he had anticipated this miracle would happen. Kyle presented the results of this examination. Adele Ragnar proved his innocence through his willpower. He announced that the trial was over. At that moment, the system popped up a blue notification box stating that you have completed the sudden mission, 1 strike from Kyle Ragnar. The reward was immediately updated by the system. You have received inventory access as the reward. You have received a blue key as a reward. Uncertain how much time had passed, in a warm room with golden windows facing the sunlight, Adele lay silently asleep on a cozy bed with his wounds. His eyelids fluttered slightly, and his blood-colored eyes opened. Adele murmured, "Ah, where am I?" Cecilia immediately grasped his hand tightly and yelled in anxiety. "You're finally awake, my dear son. You had fainted." She burst into sobs, her eyes watery as she spoke incessantly. "Do you know how terrified I was when I heard you were struck by the tribe leader's sword? How is your arm? Are you injured? Try moving your shoulder. I need to call a medic immediately if it's broken or dislocated." This forced Adele to speak up and reassure her, "If you don't want to hear more nagging, I'm fine. Please calm down, mother." He turned his head to look around the unfamiliar room he was in and asked confusedly, "But where am I?" Outside, a man pushed the door open and entered, saying he was here under the tribe leader's orders. That was Julius, who was responsible for delivering this announcement. The former lady of Camellia Palace, Emil, and the head of the intelligence team have all been expelled. He was left speechless. That meant. Julius understood what he meant, and he gave a confirming smile. Yes, the place where he was standing was a magnificent and grand castle. This was Camellia Palace. The system promptly updated the progress, and the script had been revised. It uploaded the mission progress, script mission 1, the path of the successor, taking over Camellia Palace and uncovering its secrets. Camellia Palace 1/1, Secrets 0 of 1. Outside Camellia Palace, in the nearby small garden, a high-heeled shoe-bearing foot, filled with furious anger, crushed a flower beneath it. None other than Emil herself. She screamed wildly with rage, "Why am I, the rightful mistress of this palace, being forced to leave my own property?" The servants beside her kept pleading, "Madame Emil, please remain calm, we beg you, stay composed." Two men standing silently nearby. Then Troyvin suddenly spoke, calling Axion. He replied, "Yes, uncle." Troivan's eyes blazed with killing intent, his gaze was fierce as he enunciated, "I must kill Adel Ragnar." Axion shared the intent, he bowed his head and said, "I plan to cut off his arm during the awakening ceremony." Troivan interrupted him, "No, his head." He ruthlessly made the demand, his eyes wide with terrifying intensity, "I must take his head." Axion pressed his lips tightly without speaking, his wine-red eyes staring intensely at his uncle. At this moment at Camellia Palace, Adel could leisurely think, everything had unfolded in a direction completely different from his plan. He strolled around the palace, dazed, but this was a much better outcome. He had won Camellia Palace without needing to use his trump card. Adel opened his system panel, a new feature he had just received. Moreover, he had gained a second power, an inventory. He slipped his hand into a square within that inventory. Then Adel pulled out an apple that he had stored earlier. He opened his mouth and took a bite. Adel juggled the apple in midair, muttering to himself, "I don't know how things like this exist, but it will be very useful." Then he put his hand back into the inventory once more and added, "Besides." Adel looked down at the item he had just taken out, this blue key. The blue key, a miscellaneous item effective for opening hell gates, requiring compatibility with the hell gate. He held the metal object in his hand, his gaze uncontrollably fixed in one direction. This key was definitely a large door sealed tight, locked firmly by sustained magical energy, making it an impregnable gate. However, Adel's intuition told him he could pass through it. Adel Ragnar inserted the key into the lock on the door, and the heavy iron door opened. Suddenly, strong, sticky winds blew from ahead, and Adel looked in surprise at the new tunnel before him. It was the system panel that simultaneously popped up a notification, "You have discovered a dungeon." It continued, "The experience you earn in the dungeon will be doubled as a reward." He thought joyfully, a cave inside a room in the Camellia Palace, this must be some kind of quest. Then Adel murmured with a confident tone, "No matter what it is, I will complete it, I can't miss the opportunity to have my experience double." His steps suddenly halted. Oh right. To fight in a place like this, Adel guessed he should bring some self-defense weapons, he shouldn't go in empty-handed. At this moment, his system inventory was filled with swords. With the equipment prepared, Adel held a sword and shield in his hands and confidently stepped into the dungeon ahead. Alright, let's go check it out. Inside the dark and silent cave, occasionally there were torches affixed to the stone walls illuminating everywhere. Adel was still carefully scouting around, then suddenly sensed the breath of a wild beast. Adel Ragnar raised his head to look. In front of him was a huge wolf monster with fluffy pure white fur, blazing red eyes, dripping blood and saliva constantly flowing down. It looked as if it was ready to bite him at any moment. Adel was doubtful, a wolf. He clicked his tongue and commented, "Quite big as a monster." And then, in a moment of inattention, the ground where the wolf was standing suddenly emitted a sharp sound, and its figure abruptly disappeared. Adel's experience warned him. He hastily raised his hand to block the wolf's powerful bite with his shield. Its fangs dug deep into the shield, producing a clear, ringing sound. Adel clenched his teeth and cursed, "You're pretty strong, you wild dog." He swung his sword with his right hand, slashing toward it and shouted, "But I won't lose in a battle of strength." The wolf was alert and startled. It quickly leapt backward to dodge the sharp blade. The wolf monster growled fiercely, roaring with savage intensity. Adel remained unshaken, gripping his sword tightly as he charged toward it. They both rushed at each other, exchanging several strikes within moments. His shield began showing cracks. Adel stepped back to assess his opponent. It was quite tough and fast. Half-hearted attacks wouldn't be enough to wound it. The wolf was still frantically attacking him. Adel thought that it definitely wasn't an ordinary wolf. It might even be as strong as a beast from the sea demon beyond the northern wall, which explained why its power would be difficult to deal with. The monster swung its claws, which were sharp enough to easily kill a horse. When its claws slashed down, Adel Ragnar braced on the balls of his feet and suddenly dashed forward. It was a swift and unexpected attack. In that moment, he regretted and thought that if only he could recreate that flash of light, the flash he saw when facing his father's single strike. In the past, Adel had seen it. The pure white arc, that dazzlingly pure light from the sky, which Adel had always admired from the bottom of his heart, beautiful and spectacular. And now, to win this battle, Adel yearned to perform that very attack. He raised his sword, his face radiating deadly intent as he stared at his opponent. The bright blade whooshed down in a slash, but the wolf easily dodged the attack. Instead, it started to counterattack. Adele quickly leapt back to block it, clicking his tongue. Well, of course, copying it wouldn't be that easy. The strike he aimed for was the soul blow, an expression meaning a single strike delivering instant death. Adele racked his brain, if its key was putting everything into one single sword strike. He released his grip and drew out his shield. As the heavy shield hit the ground and bounced, a gust swept by. He decided to focus on sword skills and techniques relying on speed. At this moment, he was more grateful than ever for the past training sessions Evelyn had taught him. The wolf monster always watched its enemy, and in a brief second, the human it had been staring at suddenly disappeared. The wolf's pupils dilated, and it began to tense up. Adele appeared right in front of it at an incredible speed, sword in hand, and thrust forward. The sharp blade pierced something soft. Fresh blood sprayed out in a foul streak. He pulled his sword back, the silver blade was now stained a thick red. The wolf still stood firmly on the ground, but the blood on its body kept flowing down. One of its eyes had been pierced. Angry, sweat poured from its head like a stream. Noticing that the last thrust had worked quite well, Adele was secretly pleased. Good. The wolf charged again, but now he was full of confidence facing it head-on. He could do this. And so, Adele Ragnar kept fighting like that for 2 months straight at training ground number 4 under the clear sky. Eode Naylan looked around and started chatting with Sybil. Now there were even more people. He nodded in agreement, saying, yes, at this level, we should change training grounds. The two began to chat casually. Now the rumor that the clan chief was teaching Adele a unique move had spread, and there were more people wanting to spar with him. Sybil exhaled sharply and spoke, although the young master is. Then suddenly a voice from behind cut in. Hey, you guys. The person who arrived was Henry Morris, a trainee swordsman from the Plum Blossom Hall. He shrugged and started speaking in a contemptuous tone. When will your exceptional young master show up? It's been 2 months, where has he gone? I thought he never missed a single day of training. Henry sneered mockingly and taunted, I guess that coward ran away after his fake story spread too far. The two-person group with Sybil clenched their teeth as they listened to those despicable words, but they still had the self-control to hold back. The blond man saw that no one responded, so he continued flapping his mouth. It might be a lie because he won in court, but without witnesses, he must have exaggerated. Henry kept looking for trouble, and the news that he had defeated the Serpent Dragon sect, well, everything has its limits. Before he could finish his sentence, he took a straight punch to the face. Henry Morris was knocked backward a full 9 feet, teeth and lips battered, fresh blood starting to soak through. The knight beside him cried out in alarm, Henry. Then that guy pointed his spear at Sybil, how dare an uncultured fool like you. Facing him was not only Sybil alone but dozens of piercing eyes from other knights, sharp enough to devour him alive. That made the man instantly fall silent, no longer daring to utter a single word. Sybil cursed so fiercely that her mouth twisted, you ugly guys are nothing compared to the young master. Eode calmly reminded Sybil that she shouldn't comment on others' appearances. He responded grimly, whatever, I don't like these bastards coming here to cause trouble. Then Sybil deliberately raised her voice while looking at the group near the Apricot Blossom Palace, but now they dared to insult young Master Adele. He led the other swordsmen, signaling and drawing his sword, this is war. Henry's faction was no less fierce, they also drew their swords and shouted back loudly, do these ill-mannered brutes really want to die? But then a fresh fragrance began to spread through the air, a long blue braid gently fluttering in the wind. The temperature around suddenly dropped. The swords of both factions instantly froze solid. From the middle of the battle between the two sides, a young girl suddenly appeared, carrying oppressive cold energy. The chill that appeared covered the entire arena with a thin layer of ice, and the atmosphere began to thicken, making it hard to breathe. Sybil was startled. Since when? Henry's accomplice stammered in fear, Ray. He shouted while looking at the red-eyed young woman, Ray Ragnar. The identity of this girl is one of the 4 dogs, Ray Ragnar. But that was not all. The battle began to spiral out of control as a rowdy, aggressive laugh echoed, how can you guys leave me out of this fun? That person was a tall, young man with fiery short red hair and tan skin. He was one of the 4 hounds of the north, the black bear Hulkus Lang. Both Sybil recoiled in surprise, and Lank was also here, 2 of the 4 hounds. Lank paid attention to their group, saying, "Is it only you?" He asked irritably, "Where's the mystic tiger?" Henry's accomplice asked in disbelief, "Who?" Lank raised his sword and shouted loudly, "Are you deaf? I'm talking about the mystic tiger, the master of this training ground." Ray stood silently in place, lost in thought, his mind unknown. Lank roared, "I came here to fight Adele Ragnar." Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon full of countless dangers, Adele Ragnar, dressed in tattered clothes, was struggling to breathe. Sweat dripped from him drop by drop, and the sword in his hand was already shattered into 2 halves. In that quiet space, the system's green message softly sounded, "You have leveled up." The light mounted on the stone wall remained the only illumination shining there. Following that were dozens of identical notifications ringing out, creating an endless stream of light. "You have leveled up." Finally, the system announced the last piece of information as Adele rested wearily on the monster's corpse. "You have hunted 170 monsters." At this moment, only one danger remained in the dungeon, the monster in Dungeon 1/171. Beyond the wolf's corpse on which he was sitting lay dozens of broken swords, blood, and the bodies of monsters enough to intimidate and unnerve the other knights. But all of them have now been wiped out by just one person. The final stats of Adele appeared. With luck rated in the negatives, all other parameters were below average, except for strength at 91 and magical power reaching 198. A healing potion was opened. Adele raised his head and gulped down the potion in one breath. It was a beginner's healing potion, consumable, restoring 10 health points and wounds. He looked at the potion in his hand, quietly marveling that he almost died a few times, but this had saved him. Adele looked at the scattered monster corpses around him with some nostalgia, murmuring that it was quite difficult at first, but everything had become easier. Time really flies. It had already been 2 months, and the system board now only had one last quest left, monsters in the dungeon 1/171. He raised his head, expression serious, and said that with only one left. At the end of the dungeon ahead was a stone staircase leading straight up, with a humming echo ringing throughout the cave. The surrounding space reeked of danger, leading him to conclude that this usually meant the boss was about to appear. The system announced the current location, entering the 5th floor. Adele slowly trudged up the steps one by one, lifting his shattered broken sword. With a sigh of sorrow, he realized this was no longer usable. Adele had no choice but to decisively throw it away and took out the last remaining sword from his inventory system. It was a shining sword with a hilt carved from exquisite blocks of wood. He told himself, "Is this all I have left?" In fact, this sword held some meaning for him. It was a ceremonial sword his mother gave him on his birthday. His eyes gazed distantly, staring intently at the blade. In his past life, there had been many conflicts between him and his mother before the awakening ceremony, so he had thrown it aside in his room and let it rust. Looking at it closely now, it was a fine sword forged from white snow steel. Adele pressed his lips tightly, his face filled with sorrow and sadness. His memories began to drift to a distant place. It was a day many years ago when the door suddenly burst open. Cecilia stepped in joyfully, followed by dozens of servants carrying enormous gifts piled into a mountain. She clasped her hands together happily and exclaimed with anticipation, "Happy birthday, my beloved son. Happy birthday, my dear son, I have waited until midnight to give you this." But then Adele responded to her in a sharp tone, "Mother." He held the swords close to his chest, his expression cold as he stared at Cecilia. "The awakening ceremony is coming soon. I don't have time to waste on birthday parties." He turned his head and walked away, using the harshest words to hurt his mother. "You should know better than anyone that good equipment doesn't change blood ties." Cecilia at that moment just stood frozen, surrounded by servants who always tried to please her, yet she heard the person she loved most coldly send her away, saying, "Please go outside, mother." "But all that is just the past," he said, "no matter what." Adele looked directly at the present where he was standing. He firmly stepped forward, telling himself that he would not repeat the mistakes of his previous life. The system sounded a warning, "This is a boss room, a powerful monster will appear, please be careful." Adele looked ahead in surprise. A part of the long tail and claw of the boss monster had appeared, with a familiar tightly closed jaw resting asleep upon its claw. In front of him was a boss with a somewhat familiar appearance. It was sleeping soundly, yet its shape was unmistakable. He suspected, a dragon. And then, sensing the aura of dominance it emitted, Adele became even more certain of his judgment. No, it was just a low-level dragon, but nevertheless, a low-level dragon is still a dragon. He was somewhat contemplative. They say the Ragnar family is descended from dragons, and the boss of this strange quest is a dragon. Adele clenched the sword tightly in his hand, harboring doubts in his heart. Could this just be a coincidence? He murmured aloud, I don't know. He stood the sword upright in his hand, entered attack mode as he looked at the dungeon boss, but one thing was certain, he needed to defeat this thing to complete the mission. At that moment, the system also popped up 2 notification boards in a row. The first scenario mission, the path of the successor, take over Camellia Palace and uncover its secrets. Camellia Palace 1/1, Secrets 0/1, Dungeon Beasts 1/171. Adele was ambitious enough, yet he wasn't overly confident to fight this species. But could he win? After all, it was still a dragon. His red eyes flashed, the tip of his sword glimmered, ready for a surprise attack. He had to try using a lightning-fast strike. After all, he already had experience from before, he had trained with the fierce wolves. And then, fortunately, that wolf was injured by that attack, and later, they all died under his sword. Adele recalled the previous feeling, focusing force into the sword and thrusting forward with calculation. It might not be as good as his father's dragon lightning strike. The low-level dragon also sensed the killing intent and opened its 2 eyes wide. Meanwhile, his thoughts had never been interrupted, but if he fully utilized his dragon heart, he could inflict serious damage on it. The strong sword thrust pierced forward, spraying pungent blood. The low-level dragon was hit by the blow, it roared in pain, yet that only made Adele more confident. All right. However, before he could rejoice for long, a solid jet-black wing swooped down toward him. Adele quickly leapt up to dodge. Fragments of rock flew up. Adele had hoped his strike would be more effective, he had wished to pierce its brain. But judging by how the dragon still fiercely resisted, that was enough. However, it seemed my attack wasn't far-reaching enough, but I already saw an opportunity. He gripped the sword hilt tightly with both hands. His body darted through the air, suddenly appearing and just as suddenly vanishing. Each time he approached the dragon, he slashed deeply into its scales with a sword stroke. That was its special secret skill. Jester Adele stepped forward confidently, believing he could win. Adele charged once again, squinting his eyes and beginning to think of strategies to win. If only he could distract it first with a normal attack. Adele thought and then aimed for the weak spot. The dragon began to roar and used its own skill, the low-level dragon's fear that dominates the battlefield. Its violet eyes widened, that skill caused some disadvantage to him. The fear status effect reduced his movement speed by 10%. His body visibly grew heavier. Adele cursed, damn it, my body. Its sharp claws extended, aiming to grab and crush him to death. Though it was difficult, Adele still managed to barely use his sword to block and parry the attack. Yet that was not enough, he was still knocked backward and slammed into the stone wall. Dust and smoke thickly rose up. Adele lay amid the shattered rubble, his body aching as he forced himself to sit up. Perhaps it was the boss for this reason. If the battle dragged on, it would not end well. The two of them paused only for a second before plunging back at each other without hesitation. Adele firmly thought to himself that he needed to aim for its weak spot to finish quickly. His sharp gaze swept sideways, as if he had spotted the critical point. While the dragon was still charging forward with its razor-sharp fangs, Adele whispered silently, the dragon's weak spot was, his eyes fixed straight on the reversed scales on its chest. Adele channeled all his speed into this attack, moving so fast that afterimages were visible, and the blade relentlessly slashed forward, aiming at the dragon's weak spot, the reversed scale. The sword pierced and shattered the reversed scale. Its eyes widened, fresh blood gushing from the eye sockets. But Adele showed no mercy and drove the blade even deeper inside. The dragon roared in fierce agony. Blood splattered across Adele's face as he grinned arrogantly. All right. Yet the dragon did not collapse, its eyes remained wide open, and its breath still lingered. Adele panicked and hastily withdrew his sword. Out there, on the training ground, an argument was underway. What did you say, Ray Ragnar? Hulkus Lank irritably pointed at himself. Adele Ragnar has to fight me first. Ray didn't care about him, she covered her ears and refused. The loser should stay out, he angrily shouted, trying to find a reason to explain. That was 3 years ago, skills improved day by day, and 3 years is enough time to close the gap. Ray repeated, loser. That made Hulkus Lank furious. He clenched his fists tightly and let out a low guttural roar from his throat. Finally, he swung his blade on his own, setting the condition as he spoke, all right, let's duel one more time. The winner will face Adele Ragnar. Ray gently lifted his sword and was able to block that giant blade. Those around turned pale as they spoke among themselves. What the heck is going on? I don't know, but I'm terrified. At that moment, someone was leisurely walking from afar. That person calmly drew out his sword and scabbard, and just those 2 items were enough to easily halt the fierce battle between the 2 from the 4 dogs. You are Remington Nazio. His cold silver eyes swept over the 2 of them. If you want to fight, do it elsewhere. This is the territory of young Master Adele. I won't allow you 2 to cause trouble in his absence. Hulkus Lank grew even more pleased at his arrival. He exclaimed with delight, oh Remy, perfect timing. I want to duel you too. Remington was annoyed. Hulkus, are you not listening to me? But at that moment, he suddenly sensed a sickly, fetid murderous aura that sent chills down his spine. The entire training ground was engulfed in a heavy, nameless oppression. He glanced around in horror. What was this murderous intent? From afar, a familiar figure carrying the sharp scent of fresh blood slowly approached. Remington looked toward the depths of his eyes in amazement, unable to hide his confusion. This pressure, what has happened? Ray's cold expression remained unchanged for 1,000 years, and at this moment, it was the same. He just coldly looked up without saying a word. Hulkus Lank, aggressive, chuckled harshly. He stared intently at the youth approaching with blazing killing intent, his tone betraying uncontrollable excitement. Finally, you have arrived. Adele Ragnar's newly activated special skill, the fear of the low-level dragon, now blankets the battlefield. Rewinding to earlier, the fierce beast still held a sinister look on its face. Suddenly, after a few seconds, its body tilted and swayed as if it had lost gravity. Then it collapsed onto the ground, creating a loud thud. On its back was the sword deeply cutting into its flesh, wielded by Adele Ragnar. At the same moment, the system panel suddenly appeared. Congratulations, you have successfully hunted a low-level dragon. He crouched down to examine its scales, quietly thinking that it began to struggle when he touched the scales on its chest. At that moment, I truly thought I was done for. Then he leaned back onto the dragon's back, exhaling with relief. Luckily, over time it gradually exhausted. After all, the reversed scales were still its weak point. At the same time, notification sounds echoed. You have received a low-level dragon's tooth, you have received a low-level dragon's claw, which caught Adele's attention. He sat up suddenly as 2 dragon teeth slowly emerged from behind the system interface screen, along with some annotations. Low-level dragon teeth, a type of enhanced material effect, used for forging weapons to increase durability. At this point, Adele confirmed once again, something for forging weapons, huh? Another annotation appeared. Low-level dragon claws, a type of enhanced material effect, used for forging weapons to increase sharpness. Looking back at his sword, he quickly came up with an idea. He should use these materials to repair his sword. After all, he had received it from his mother. Hunting that dragon had really worn it down a lot. Suddenly, a notification caught his attention. You have acquired the skill, Fear of the Low-Level Dragon, leaving him momentarily stunned as if not understanding what was happening. Huh, a skill. Right then, bold capitalized letters made him doubt his eyes. Dragon's aura of killing intent. That's right, he received a new skill, Fear of the Low-Level Dragon, grade DNG, proficiency 1%. The effect emits the characteristic killing aura of a low-level dragon, overwhelming those around and instilling fear in targets weaker than the user. Adele was frantically joyful upon receiving it, but he had heard that only chosen ones could use such a thing. He was a bit puzzled but quickly pushed that thought aside. He excitedly accepted the reward, never expecting to get a second chance like this. Wait, Adele paused his small joy as he tossed his weapons into the system. No, even so. Adele's feet strode forward, walking while pondering. He wasn't sure if it would be useful in Ragnar. Then he turned his back and thought, after all, that place was full of experts. Behind him lay the remnants of his battle with the dragon. At the same time, the system announced once again that the Camellia dungeon had been completed. The moment the wooden door opened along with the sound of voices. Anyway, this was the moment Adele peacefully returned to the Red Flower Palace and completed his mission. The main quest, the heir's path to seize Camellia Palace and uncover its secrets. Camellia Palace 1-1, secret 1-1, only then did he dare to slightly relieve his burden. I've completed the mission. Announcements sounded in succession. Congratulations on completing main quest 1. Having completed the mission, you will receive a reward, and the system gradually released a sphere in front of him. The sphere entered his palm like a cat's eye, and that sphere was the organizing compass. A versatile item, its effect guides the holder toward the organization's direction. The name and item description were unclear, leaving him confused. The organizing compass. He closed his eyes, bringing his face close to the compass, asking himself a question. What is this? Could it be related to the next mission? Reflecting, he put aside unsolved things like a math problem back onto the system's chalkboard. He decided to keep it for now, then, dragging his feet step by step toward his room with heavy sighs. I should go back to my room to rest, I'm so tired. But that heavenly vacation plan was crushed when a worldly problem pulled him back with a loud shout, Young Master Adele, we finally found you, there's an emergency. At that moment, the maid suddenly froze when she saw a streak of blood running from the crown of his head down to his forehead. Her expression shifted to astonishment. Oh my God, look at you, where have you been? He only responded to her surprise with a miserable face. It's nothing, what's going on? Only when he reminded her did the maid suddenly remember her duty. She urgently reported, there is a fight happening at training ground number 4. Hearing the familiar ground, he was startled and confirmed, what? Immediately after, he stepped into the training ground with a fierce and deadly aura from the low-level dragon fear skill he had just acquired from the system. One part of his face was illuminated, while the rest was cloaked in shadow, and his bright red eyes opened wide with a murderous demeanor. A system echo sounded, the low-level dragon fear skill envelopes the battlefield. Deep within his pupils lay an immense loathing of being disturbed. He immediately repelled them, vanish at once, I need to rest. The aura wants to drag anyone who dares to bother him into a pre-dug pit and is ready to fill that pit up if necessary. This has made everyone tremble with fear. At the same time, Hulkus Lank's gaze fell on the low-level soldiers collapsing behind him. That trick amused him, the murderous intent was truly overwhelming. Then, after finding the person he had long been seeking to challenge, he lunged forward with a large sword slammed down on his broad arm, moving fast enough that dust formed white smoke behind him. His laughter pressed down on the air. I knew it, I had a premonition, you will be very interesting. You belong to me, Adele Ragnar. Let's see how strong you really are. And quickly, his sword stroke flicked out, turning into a purple slash. However, although he was superior to Adele in physique and sword size, Adele could easily repel him. Just a single swipe with his slender, long sword was enough to deflect the trajectory of the great sword that its wielder had calculated. His swordsmanship technique fell within the observational range of Ray Ragnar and Remington. Now, he recoiled according to momentum, Hulkus Lank's overwhelmed emotions flooding his cerebrum with lightning-fast signals transmitting throughout his brain. My strike was stopped so easily. On the other side, the emotions of the one who had pushed him away with a simple strike were currently bewilderment. Couldn't believe he had done it, that he had blocked the blow. Very quickly, his feet found their footing again on this ground. Adele blocked his strike while simultaneously probing his sensitive nerve. He immediately flew into a rage, shouting fiercely, there's no way I'll sit still. He unleashed the black bear skill, Hulkus Lank. In a second, Adele's brainwaves swiftly scanned evaluations about him to prepare for his attack. He was always regarded as the weakest among the 4 northern dogs because he couldn't diversify his skills and wasn't particularly smart. Meanwhile, the loud and arrogant roar of Hulkus Lank echoed in his ears, try to block this strike. Hulkus's voice bellowed. At that moment, Adele Ragnar had also finished scanning his evaluation of him. But as a member of the Lank clan, he had never been defeated in terms of strength. Adele contemplated, and now, his sword moved at the last moment before Hulkus's blade could touch him. Adele blocked the broad, shipmast-sized blade with a slender stroke as thin as a toothpick. For a moment, his red sword light suddenly bent into a segment, twisted by the curve of the blue gleam from his blade. He slashed horizontally, leaving Hulkus a bent line. Adel Ragnar smiled victoriously, he was certain the win was in his hands. The attack had been blocked, and he could even counterattack. Proudly he laughed, truly worth the upgrade. Then a long system message popped up simultaneously with a sound from Hulkus Lank's throat. Adel Ragnar, 17 years old, male, level 16, strength 96, agility 27, vitality 21, magic 189, intelligence 20, luck -6, skill of low-level dragon fear, and finally an update about access denial. Then the big guy Hulkus Lank collapsed. He lay still on the ground, his eyes completely white with no sign of life. He wiped the sweat across his face with his hand, telling himself he had swung the sword with all his strength without realizing it. Fortunately, Hulkus Lank was famous for his durability, he was only unconscious. Just in time, Sybil suddenly snapped back to awareness, followed by cheers of joy and glory for the young master from the audience. Young Master Adel had defeated the Black Bear, he had taken down one of the 4 hounds with a single punch. Adel suddenly realized the exuberant celebratory words were going far beyond the truth, so he quickly stopped them, saying, "Wait a moment, Hulkus Lank is still alive." And the reward for Adel Ragnar knocking Hulkus Lank unconscious was that the longsword cracked. In the end, it fulfilled its mission and broke itself off from the hilt, leaving him dumbfounded. At that moment, he realized the gift of love he had was broken. His face grew even more sweaty, the sword his mother gave him. Meanwhile, others proudly praised once again, indeed, young Master Adel, the gentleman, even broke his sword with a single strike. Made Adel have to shout loudly in that place. "Why are you all so cheerful?" On the other hand, there was Remington's astonishment and Ray's unusually quiet demeanor. Her reddened upturned eyes were full of contemplation. Although it was daytime, her mind turned into a snowy night, falling heavily over the path along with the voice of that boy, who asked, "Who are you?" Her person then wore nothing but a simple coat in the winter cold. Noticing this, the boy inquired, "Why are you wandering here? Aren't you cold?" Then without warning, the boy wrapped his red scarf around her neck and gently said, "Let me put this on you." After watching for a while, the boy added, "You're still cold, this isn't good." That boy came up with a plan and took her hand, smiling, "It's best to go to my house first." And that boy's identity was Adel Ragnar. That winter day, he took her along with a promise, "When the snow stops falling, I will take you home." Ending those frozen memories with the sunlight of reality, Ray Ragnar cast his gaze upon him. Suddenly, she smiled, then turned her back and walked away. Just in time, leaving Remington with a bunch of tangled thoughts. Did she just smile? Did Ray Ragnar just smile? Shortly after, the evening at Camellia Palace, Adel reluctantly placed the Christmas hat on his head, along with the servant standing beside congratulating his mystic tiger, "You have done very well." The black-haired maid looked excited as she clearly recounted your journey. "You have practiced extremely hard for a very long time, now you just need to hold this instrument steady until the awakening ceremony, you can do it." Next came a voice welcoming Adel like New Year's fireworks, "My son," along with a basket full of abalone in her hands. She scooped abalone into her son's mouth while recounting the hardships of cooking and how to get the abalone to stay on the plate long enough for digestion. "Try this abalone." These abalones were only caught in limited quantities from Fu Ha Sea, and we gradually increased the temperature. She ignored her son's attempts to ask her to stop. "Mom." It seemed that the word "mom" meant stop, but to her ears, it only sounded like another dish. So she continued stuffing another dish into his mouth, meanwhile lecturing on how to make it. "Oh, try this one too, it's chicken raised solely on acorns from the desert in western Leia. These chickens were slaughtered carefully at the right age, then stewed with ginseng imported from a distant eastern country called Chu Sun." Adel had to beg his mother to stop, "Please, Mom, stop." Yet somewhere in his mind, the image of his mother with the smile of spring on her lips, was more vivid than her cold closed eyes amid the sea of fire, and the merciless cruelty of an Adel Ragnar from a past life. He just chewed noisily without saying a word. The taste of his mother's cooking lingered on his tongue and he smiled. "It's delicious, Mom," only for her to scream in terror when she saw the image of her son's sword broken while carrying out his mission. "My son." Cecilia Ragnar covered her mouth in shock and asked, "What's going on?" While her son didn't dare utter a word after gulping down the food his mother gave him, he explained that it broke during training. He regretfully took off his birthday hat and apologized to his mother. "I'm sorry, this is the precious sword you gave me for my birthday." But then she spoke out, scolding that damned old woman, which left him stunned. She slammed her hand on the table and angrily shouted that she swore the sword was made from white snow steel and ebony steel wood and would never break. Adele's mind was quick, so from just one word, he deduced that the ebony steel would originated from the southern thorn forest. She confirmed it was true. She said only rare and precious materials were used. But as you can see, it's all a lie. If what she said were true, it wouldn't have broken so easily. At that moment, Adele's brain was actively working to find information about this type of wood. Ebony steel wood is a special kind of tree that develops by absorbing iron. It is considered rare because it retains the flexibility of wood while being as durable as steel. Looking at the body of the fallen swordsman, he created a mystery for himself. "I know it's a good sword, but I didn't realize it was that valuable. Where did you get this sword, mother?" And coincidentally, his mother also set a goal, saying this isn't right, she would go and ask that lady to clarify. This time, she insisted that the lady must make a perfect sword for her son. My son, hearing this, he quickly advised his mother, "I'm fine. Honestly, I can also use another sword." But she said no, everyone has finally recognized your true value. We need to be more meticulous than ever, especially now. With her caring tone, and besides, the awakening ceremony is less than a week away, isn't it? I can't let you attend the ceremony with an old sword. Seeing her like that, Adele smiled gently. Then she turned her back and decided to discuss this matter immediately. This made him curious, so he asked, "Mom, where are you planning to go?" She replied, "To the best workshop in Winterra." The workshop she was referring to was Basque. The objective she mentioned was the Basque workshop, a cold place called the Basque workshop, one of the 3 weapon manufacturing plants in Winterra. The reputation of this workshop is linked to its massive scale, nothing less than a factory. But that's not all. The highlight of the Basque workshop is its master. She is a silver-haired woman, holding a large hammer with great experience. Her gaunt hands tirelessly sharpen hundreds of weapons before the forge's flame. She is ranked as special by the intelligence agency and is a blacksmith with the title of Master Craftsman, a rank held by only 2 other Ragnar artisans. Adele and Cecilia faced that person together, the woman known as the goblin embodiment of capitalism. The woman, holding a cigarette, suddenly noticed the silhouette of 2 strangers. That woman glanced over, taking in the entire appearance of the 2, she had white hair, black eyes, and goblin ears. She was the fearsome blacksmith Kurson. When facing the mother and child, the woman simply uttered one phrase. "Oh, look who's here." The fame echoing about the woman's craftsmanship surprised Adele, as he did not expect to meet Kurson so easily. He wondered how his mother knew the fearsome blacksmith. Then suddenly his mother said something even more surprising. She still had not quit smoking. How could that be? There was a very simple word, mother, plain, yet it stirred his confusion more intensely than any difficult problem. What? However, the woman faced the inquiry with indifference and rejection. "Mother apologizes, dear guest, but our mother-child relationship ended the day you decided to leave." And so, Adele added another random piece of knowledge about Cecilia's mother. "I had thought my mother was an orphan with no relatives, but now I'm told that the high elf Kurson is my mother's mother." From there, he drew a conclusion that made his nerves tremble with joy. "Wait a minute, that means I have a quarter elf bloodline. So that's the reason for my handsome appearance." Returning to the point, Kurson changed the subject to the main focus of the day. "So, our esteemed guest came here today for something." Then she threw Kurson the sword scabbard and the broken sword inside, casually saying, returning a defective item. Kurson grabbed it and clicked his tongue. "Defective? Seriously, I'm speechless. How dare you call a sword that I myself forged defective?" But before the woman could finish her sentence, the subsequent scenes forced Kurson to be astonished, especially when she drew the sword out, revealing only the hilt and less than half of the blade's length. The woman's emotion shifted from indifference to extreme surprise. Kurson shouted, "This is Cecilia immediately crossed her arms and put forth a reasoning, if it's not a defective item, then what is it? Meanwhile, her son still believes in the hypothesis that he is a quarter elf. Curson frowned and questioned who had used this sword. She replied, my son, who else? The woman cast a glance behind her at the child following her. Cecilia, displeased with Curson's way of addressing her, corrected immediately. Mind your tongue, that's the genius who will rule Ragnar from now on. Aware that the woman's attention was fully on him, he instantly regained his composure and introduced himself. Adele Ragnar of Camellia Manor, honored to meet the renowned master of the Basque workshop. The woman responded coolly, yes, I've heard of you, but Adele's politeness successfully earned a plus point for his mother. She's raised you well. Quickly, Curson snapped back to the main point. Did you really use this sword? He answered, yes, that's right. Cecilia added from beside him, I've already told you, it's a defective piece. The woman said nothing. If she were to speak, a single sentence would suffice, this matter would be a long one. Then Curson signaled for the mother and child to follow him inside. Only after pacing along under the woman's guidance did Adele turn back curiously and ask his mother, Mother, what is your connection to the demon blacksmith? His mother repeated, as you heard. To be sure, he asked again, is she really your mother? His mother replied, I don't know, because I rarely talk about the past. Then she calmly said, although only for a brief 6 months, she was a foster mother who took care of me. And of course, she had no idea that Adele had just lost a lump of gold from her hands. Oh, the foster mother of my mother. She recounted the time she once lived with Curson. Mother loved all things she considered beautiful, whether it was jewelry, music, theater, or even people. That's why she adopted my mother. She must have liked her very much. Obviously Cecilia heard everything Curson said. So that woman irritably told her, stop talking about the past, it's useless. Faced with Curson's cold words, she just chuckled. Oh, fish, mother doesn't think that way. Then he returned to the story of his mother, asking why she left here. She just gave a non-committal answer about that. The rest Curson took the initiative to explain to Adele. The girl stepped outside by herself, saying she would become the wife of Ragnar's clan leader. The genius mind of the 100 delegated evil elf still engraved the image of the girl he parted with that day. So that woman thoughtfully said, it's unexpected that the girl voluntarily went to that miserable place. Truly foolish, but commendable that she survived that long. However, Cecilia only smiled, clasping her hands together and pressing them against one cheek. She dreamily recounted the prince at the end of her runaway path. That clan leader was so handsome and masculine, and loved her deeply. Afterwards, that woman sternly condemned her adopted daughter, but even though the girl had left home like that, last year she still came back begging me to forge a sword as a gift for her son. I've never seen anyone so shameless. Facing the accusations from her foster mother, Cecilia gave an awkward smile and reminded her, Mother, why do you say that in front of me? Curson immediately retorted, am I wrong? The quarrel between the two women made him chuckle softly. Seeing his mother's smile, he felt relieved. He had never heard her speak like that before. Clenching his fists tightly, the sins from his past clung to him with every thought. It seemed he never truly understood his mother in his previous life. He really was an ungrateful son. Was he too obsessed with the clan, too dominated by it? Mentioning the previous life again, Adele Ragnar wondered. Moreover, the demon blacksmith seemed very concerned about his mother. So why did she do nothing during my past life? The master's footman stopped only when they arrived and announced to the mother and son, we have arrived. That woman led the mother and son to a large iron door and gestured as she spoke. This is my room, the master's office. Only then did Cecilia wonder why her mother brought them so deep inside. While Cecilia set the condition that her mother should forge the best sword for the boy to make amends, Curson grabbed Adele's hand and said, wait outside for a bit, Cecilia. Cecilia only then snapped back, what? Then that woman dragged her son inside, slammed the door shut, leaving her adopted daughter stunned, still calling out for her mother. Ignoring the call of mother, the son stood outside the iron-framed window. Curson's face hardened as he looked at Adele Ragnar. Also briefly passed over his bewildered expression, the woman let out a cry, her face turning serious. Curson got straight to the point as usual, I will ask directly. His voice suddenly became serious and sharp. The woman pulled the cigarette from her lips and asked, "Do you have a relic of the progenitor dragon?" And of course, how could he possibly understand? Wait a moment, he organized Kurson's ideas and formed a question to confirm. The progenitor dragon you mean is the ancestor of the guardian dragons protecting the clan, right? I've heard the legend that our ancestors distributed the treasures of the progenitor dragon throughout Quinta for the descendants of the Ragnar clan. But, suddenly the woman became furious, shouting loudly, "Legend? Are you pretending not to know? If you really didn't have the relic," though the fact that her hand was placed on the sword's hilt said otherwise. In that moment, his brain tensed. Kurson was about to strike him, forgetting that the sword-bearer had already sacrificed himself, no longer here. And Kurson's eyes filled with tears, mourning his own loss. The woman immediately demanded justice for her intellectual offspring. How could my sword have ended up like this? I poured all my heart into forging this masterpiece, it could never have been broken by anything other than the relic. Kurson reproached Adele Ragnar bitterly. Do you have any idea how much this is worth? Adele could only apologize to make amends for Kurson's frustration, apologizing. At the same time, he had a question for himself as he recalled what the woman had firmly believed about him. But it only broke when fighting the dragon. So why did she keep mentioning the relic? Meanwhile, Kurson turned his back. The woman had already come up with a solution and just clicked her tongue. Forget it, it'll be faster if I just show you instead of explaining. The woman's hand touched something wrapped in chains. The object was shaped like a coffin and was securely locked by chains wrapped around it. Kurson asked him, "What do you see?" Suddenly, a kind of halo emanated from the wooden coffin, making his eyes shine brightly. He sensed something inside the coffin, which was a dazzling blue light coming from the wooden coffin matching the mysterious fragment still in his head. That blue light, a mission and the light he had seen at the door leading to the dungeon in Camellia Palace. After a moment of silence while observing Adele Ragnar's reaction with the sharp eyes of a master, the woman named Kurson finally spoke, "I can't see or sense anything from it, but surely you see something based on your reaction." Kurson dragged the coffin with both hands, and the woman said in a pale voice, "I've tried over and over to open this box to get the item inside, but all efforts were in vain." Next, Kurson placed the coffin down with a thud, sending dust on the floor flying. The woman spoke with a mysterious voice as she told a story from ancient times, about an heirloom of the ancestral water dragon. Long ago, in the age of mythology, the water dragon ancestor plucked out a tooth and forged a sword from it. That evil dragon submerged everything with its massive jaws, and together with its fiery red eyes and one of its shiny fangs, forged a sword. The woman named Kurson narrated like this: "The monster sword, the moon sword, a black blade that emits a blue glow under the full moon, which favors Adele greatly, and strangely, the woman even took the initiative to propose that if he could break the seal on this box and successfully draw the sword, she would gift him the moon sword." A sudden offer left him a bit stunned. Kurson then gave a knowing smile. "A warning beforehand, you could lose your life, so do you want to try?" Adele Ragnar's lips suddenly moved, curling gradually into a smile, "That sword is mine now." At the same time, a system announcement echoed out, Scenario Mission Number 2, the path of the successor chosen by the ancestral water dragon's heirloom, the moon sword. That mystical sword is the moon sword, the blade of the black snow leader and one of the 9 dragons. The black dragon, a mysterious figure with long white hair as pure as snow wherever he went. But very few knew the true shape of that sword, because most of those who have ever seen or heard about this sword are either dead or missing. However, Adele Ragnar remembered very clearly, it was when everything was engulfed in flames, where the black dragon let out a long hum. He was scheming, can you see it? Because he had seen it. By chance, I caught sight of the true form of the crescent moon sword, and a question still lingers in me, from a past life to this day, why did the black dragon spare me? With the crescent moon sword on his back, the black dragon only reached up to stroke his chin, almost talking to himself, wondering what he should do. Then, facing the coffin locked with chains, Adele Ragnar's heart was full of doubt about the accuracy of the item hidden inside this coffin. The black dragon's crescent moon sword is here. And is it truly an heirloom of the ancestral dragon? I met the black dragon again 4 years later, so Kurson had kept the sword all this time. The sharp, shiny black eyes along with a cunning smile appeared on the elf woman's face. Do you want to try your luck? At that moment, a thought flickered across his lips and settled deep within the unspoken words. As if the greedy venomous snake coiled tightly around his tongue, manipulating him, I must take it at any cost. Then only knowing that his wise eyes were closed by his selfish nightmare. He spoke the poisonous words aloud, that sword now belongs to me. Seeing the shackled soldiers guarding their wooden princess reminded him of the cipher fortress protecting the door at Camellia Palace. A familiar feeling stirred within Adele Ragnar. This was similar to Camellia Palace. From that moment, Adele opened his eyes to clearly see all the misty paths. He felt proud. So with this blue key and the type of supporting item, this time being a blue key with the effect of opening dungeons, it also holds its own value, which must fit the dungeon gate. By chance, having the key in his hand naturally caught the curious black eyes of Kurson, the woman who wondered about the key. His fingers adjusted the jagged teeth to fit the keyhole. Then he turned it once, and the lock opened. At the same time, the body of the ancient key emitted a blue glow. The shackled soldiers also suddenly opened with a valid access notification along with a shining blue light on them, which startled Adele. Of course, the woman was the same. The blue light was harmless at first, like a chameleon's camouflage to conceal its tongue from its prey. The blue light shifted into its black strips and enveloped Adele Ragnar before he could react. The black bands from the wooden coffin box surrounded him, holding part of him as if embracing prey, and left him struggling in panic. What was happening? Without allowing him to resist, they had already wrapped around him, pulled his eyes into the endless night, then returned to his eyes a faint, hazy light awakening them. Adele wondered where he was. What appeared before him after the dark shadows was the flickering fire engulfing the towering castle known as the Pink Hall. Instantly, Adele Ragnar was bewildered, realizing, why was he here at the Pink Hall? Then a sharp pain struck his head. His hair was grabbed by that ugly old man, Rendon. At that moment, all he could do was open his eyes wide, and he realized, that's right, how could he have forgotten the scene of his unfortunate mother's body lying on the ground without any sign of life. It was his fault because he was too weak. Because of that, he made a firm resolution that he needed much more strength, the strength to defeat Rendon Havai and crush the Camellia Hall, to crush everything with the moonlight sword, even if innocence was ravaged by blood-stained hands. Behind his back, at the moment he was not paying attention, that deadly bird lunged at him with its sharp beak. At that very instant, a natural reflex urged him to react. He managed to clamp down the sharp beak with just one hand, despite it struggling to break free from the blood-flesh trap of his beak shackles. Adele Ragnar calmly read it like a book, manipulating others' minds by exploiting their thirst for power. No wonder it was a monster sword, after all. The beast opened its deep blue eyes, furious and screaming wildly, "You are really insolent, how could you?" Completely opposite to its rage, Adele Ragnar responded calmly, "I have long since overcome the despair you once showed me. Fool, do you think I would be tempted by your mediocre power when I have tasks to complete?" The moon sword continued resisting. "What are you saying?" He kept holding its snout with one hand while examining it. "You are very different from the griffin I remember." It became furious and ordered, "Let me go, human." He ignored it and continued judging it by memory. "I remember you being at least 10 meters taller. Now you are almost as tall as me." Then he raised his fist as he spoke, "Perhaps you have been sealed away too long. Anyway, this works to my advantage." With lightning speed and no warning, he lunged into the open mouth laughing, "You belong to me now. Moon sword, calm down, my friend, who does that as a person?" The moon sword suddenly changed from a majestic mystical bird with a sharp beak to a timid duck, hurriedly trying to reason with him, "Let's discuss this civilly." Then beside him came the anxious voice of Mother Cecilia urging him to wake up, "My son, please wake up, please." Cecilia Ragnar, unable to see Adele Ragnar wake up, reacted with the natural reflex of a mother. She hurriedly turned to question Kurson with a plaintive tone, "Mother, what is happening? Why is my son like this?" She couldn't control the tone of reproach in her voice towards her mother. "I told you to train me with a sword, I never told you to do this to the boy." At that moment, faced with her daughter's reproachful words, the woman chose to grit her teeth and remain silent. Kurson silently let his dark black eyes scan the unconscious body of Adele Ragnar, and his eyes were filled with darkness. The monster's energy had linked with its bloodstream. I have never seen anything like this before. The woman who dared to bet with death that because he possessed a relic, she thought everything would be fine. At the same time, Cecilia Ragnar could no longer hold back the tears still lingering at the corners of her eyes and said to her mother that if anything terrible happened to her, she swore she would never forgive her mother. Once again faced with her daughter's anger, the woman was silent once more. Suddenly, the hand that was resting on the crescent sword moved. A black-blue aura surged out and lifted his body before Cecilia's eyes. The black-blue streams wound around to form a vortex and they spun in a circle around his chest, creating a hole on Adele Ragnar's chest under the watchful eyes of the two women. The hole lingered like a spiral and then gradually disappeared. His mother quickly called out to Adele, and he suddenly regained consciousness. The eyes once filled with black had now yielded to the whites, showing signs of life. Seeing her son return from nothingness, she rushed forward to hug him, emotionally shouting loudly, "Son," while he dumbly called out, "Mother," making one side of the blue shirt wet with two streams of tears running from his mother's eyes. Of course, he knew how worried his mother was, so he gently comforted Cecilia, "It seems I've made you worry, Mother. I'm fine, there's no need to panic." At the same time, the system announced, "Congratulations, by hunting a griffin, you have completed scenario number 2, and when Kurson saw him rejuvenated, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. The loot system announced the reward, the crescent moon sword, the jet black sword held in his palm. He felt as if the goddess's smile pressed against his cheek while swimming alongside the griffin that had fainted from his punch in the river of memories, silently grateful for his luck. The griffin was easily defeated because it had just been freed from sealing. Moving his blood-red eye, Adele thought further, and also because psychological tactics had no effect on me. The notification board vibrated. By absorbing monster energy from the crescent moon sword, your magic power has increased significantly. The blue light from the notification caught his attention, adding 30 magic points. Your magic power has exceeded 200. He immediately verified the authenticity. Magic power clung to his entire arm. The system announcement reported, "Your magic power has begun to acquire divine strength." The dragon heart hidden deep inside his chest grew even bluer. He broke into a victorious smile. His mana had risen to the level of a high-ranking swordsman, and the reason his dragon life force deepened in blue was due to a divine ability, meaning a special skill with effects that enhance the body and regenerate mana by 1.5 per second. Although endowed with these extraordinary powers, he reminded himself it was not yet the right time to use them. It was unfortunate that he couldn't immediately expend all this mana. He had to restrain himself until the awakening ceremony. At the same time, the system notified him of the remaining credits within him. After confirming he was still okay, Kurson spoke, "You surprised me. Congratulations, you truly succeeded." Returning her words with a victorious smile, he raised the white moonlight sword and asked, "Will you keep your promise?" Kurson just clicked his tongue and said, "Don't you know that elves cannot lie?" Suddenly, he felt the sword twitching under his fingers, though Adele Ragnar did not know what it meant. Kurson explained, "It's resisting." So he smiled kindly, causing the sword to become frightened. "Do you mean you still don't accept me as your master?" The woman hurriedly added, "No, not exactly." Kurson replied, "Perhaps it feels frustrated after being locked away for hundreds of years. Now that it's free, it wants to release all the accumulated anger." Then that woman suggested, "Why don't you try swinging your sword at that wall with all your strength?" So he stood up to try. But first he asked Kurson if it was okay. Kurson just laughed mockingly, "Unnecessary worry, even if it was the crescent sword." Kurson's voice was full of confidence, even bordering on arrogance. A sword swing from an uninitiated kid couldn't damage Bask. The boasting words of that woman annoyed him, really annoying. He just grunted, "Oh really," meanwhile thinking to himself, since he could hide the dragon heart anytime, why not take this opportunity to test the power of the crescent sword? His feet moved closer to a nearby board. Gripping the white moonlight sword tightly with both hands, his mind ran through the next calculations and used his magical power, and he asked for permission first, then apologized for the inconvenience. Adele charged forward, aiming the tip of his sword straight at his target. Because the moon sword was a monster sword possessed by Griffin and was a relic of the ancestral dragon, he was very confident. Suddenly a blue light radiated from him, making Kurson realize something was wrong. Sweat formed on her face. The woman stood frozen, exclaiming, "Huh." Seconds later, the woman managed to notice and hurried to stop Adele Ragnar. "Wait." But it was too late. a unique slash cut straight and stabbed right into that board. In the night, only the blue light of the sword split that board into two. At the same time, the wall was also split in half. That performance was truly the elite sun gathered together, and Cecilia's beloved mother, the joy of pride of one person, and the life reporter of Curson, the helplessness of the goblin evident on the face of the woman who had devoted herself to capitalism for 100 years. Amid the division of the wall there was the wailing scream of Curson, my factory. Curson clutched his head, full of pain inside, crying out the grievance on behalf of his wallet, my money. Ignoring that Adele realized his slash was a bit excessive, he glanced at the crescent sword and thought that perhaps this was a little too dangerous. It had absorbed all of his mana. Suddenly, a hand adorned with many rings pressed against him, a surge of mana flowing in. That woman acted before he even realized it. Curson's speed overwhelmed him. When did she become so fast? Curson forced a bitter smile. Oh heavens, you really have no proficiency in magic at all. With the massive wall instantly splitting into two cracks, that woman confirmed, you really managed to do this just because of the sharpness of your blade. Curson's gaze became pensive after a moment. This kid. From this moment on, Curson officially acknowledged Adele Ragnar as a genius. Her mind filled with mathematical formulas, and the result of the calculation was, my grandson. The ring-laden hand of that woman placed on his shoulder, Curson said, all right, Adele. The dark eyes of that woman were filled with the golden gleam of money, without a hint of calculation beyond her own coins. Curson cheerfully vowed, from now on I will be your patron. You just need to soar high and show the world your skills. Curson's cheeks flushed pink as he thought about money flowing smoothly into his pockets like water. You will become a living billboard for Basque. And the promise shimmering with the golden light of that woman's money caught Adele Ragnar's attention. The proactive offer from Curson made Cecilia exclaim in surprise, Mother. And of course, Adele noticed the radiant gold coins reflected in Curson's eyes. His judging gaze conveyed one thing, I see money in that woman's eyes. Caught off guard, Curson was startled. Night covered the sky above Basque, as snow slowly fell onto the dirt road. There, the Ragnar family bowed once more to the eerie female elf. The horse carriage moved with clattering sounds through the winter night, gradually disappearing from Curson's sight. She cast her eyes after the carriage for the last time. Now in the woman's hands were two dragon horns. They had been given to her by Adele with the words, use these to repair the wall. Curson looked at the two pairs of dragon horns, his cold face unable to suppress a sly smile. Trophies from a dragon, he must have obtained them when he retrieved the relic. The woman, with two trophies in her hands, turned her back and ascended the steps, accompanied by praise for her daughter, who, though ill-fated to leave home, truly raised a wonderful child. Suddenly, a mysterious voice sounded in Curson's ear, it's been a long time, fierce blacksmith. That tone reached his ears and also stirred Curson's annoyance. She glanced irritably towards the little bird perched on the branch. Grumbling, why are you here? Far away on the branch, the figure of a red-eyed crow appeared. Time passed swiftly like a gust of wind. Already 5 days have gone by since the awakening ceremony. Adele still trains with Evelyn. The two sparred with swords, one attacking while the other evaded. He swiftly struck a sword path toward her. She quickly regained her footing by throwing her sword in a different direction. As she dashed her sword, she praised him, your swordsmanship has become much stronger and more agile. He smiled and replied, I am truly glad to hear Evelyn praise me. That masterful duel left everyone standing there dumbfounded. Evelyn leaned back, feeling proud as she watched her student's obedient posture. It had been half a year since young Master Adele began to change, and now he had become strong enough to push me back. Moreover, if today he awakened his magic, her cloak fluttered in the wind. She swung a straight, extended strike from her sword, while he managed to block it with a horizontal slash. She laughed, that would be the birth of a monster. Ending the battle with her words of gratitude, you did very well, you could aim to become the leader of the awakening ceremony, young master. She smiled thankfully, I will pray for your success. Adele also smiled, thank you, it's all thanks to you, Evelyn. Know that if I become the leader, I will mention your name in my speech before everyone. Making her stand stunned, what? Why would you pull other teammates to quickly join the game? Oh, me too, young master, please mention my name as well. And so Adele became complacent. Oh my, being loved by so many is truly difficult without even realizing it, as Evelyn's helpless gaze showed. When late afternoon came, it was time to say goodbye to the brothers and leave. All right, I'm going now. During the day at headquarters, a figure approached the main gate of the headquarters. It was Adel Ragnar, confidently announcing his name to the guards, Adel Ragnar of Camellia Hall. Beneath, whispers and murmurs spread among the people after he introduced himself, because everyone knew that the awakening ceremony was the most important annual event for the Ragnar family. The headquarters doors opened, and the guards stepped aside for him. He strode toward the entrance of the headquarters. Why is the awakening ceremony so important? Because every participant hopes to achieve great results at this event, and as swordsmen of the Ragnar clan, this is the first place where they can be recognized and honored. When stepping past the threshold of the headquarters, Adele suddenly felt as heavy as if lifting weights. Because the entire Ragnar clan was watching, including the clan leader, Kyle Ragnar. On the other side was Q Long, and over there was the former clan leader 2 generations prior, Hilda Ragnar. He raised his eyes to observe and silently evaluate her. The more he looked, the more he felt she didn't seem like someone 150 years old. Anyway, it was a relief to see that she was attending. The drumbeat began to sound. The sword referee at the Dragon Gate, Vanna, called out, "Attention, we will start with the preliminary examination." The referee directed the audience to one side where swords were stuck into the ground and a white stone tablet was constructed nearby. The referee explained, "The preliminary test requires grasping a sword placed on the ground and leaving an imprint on the steel wall at the podium." The referee's voice boomed through the air to inform you all that this wall is forged from white snow steel. The steady weight in his voice while explaining the rules made the other contestants wary. Han added, "Ordinary steel swords cannot mark it." He raised a box high. Inside the box was a sealed black orb. He said, "But everything will change if you channel magic power into your strike. I will provide you with Soma." Vanna alleviated the heavy pressure in the hearts of the candidates with the sentence, "A Soma pill will grant you 10 years of magical power. It is a kind of elixir that will help you open your magical channels." The immense pressure from the candidates, like a steel wall on the platform, slightly lessened as he spoke. "Swallow the Soma and open the magical channels in the Dantian, only then can you cut through the white steel snow wall with these swords. The depth of your cut will determine your results." Then he shouted loudly, "From now on, the named participants will take a Soma pill and step onto the platform." The first was Adel Ragnar. He shouted, "Participant number 1, Adel Ragnar, step forward." He obeyed the command and strode forward. In his memory, in his previous life, Axion was the leaderboard champion. He received the elixir from the soldier's hand, grasped the sword hilt, pinned firmly and aligned on the ground. Adele stepped onto the platform with a determined thought in his mind, "Not this time." At the same time, the system reported scenario mission number 3, you win the awakening ceremony and become the leaderboard champion of the awakening ceremony. Above, Hilda was the first to break the silence. She proactively inquired of Kyle, "So that's him, Kyle, the boy you mentioned earlier." Kyle just smiled, "The boy must have caught your attention." She responded, "Of course, I was curious after you said to sit and watch from the crowded platform." She continued, "You're keeping an eye on him." A sly smile appeared on Hilda's face, "So let's see just how talented this descendant really is." After warming up early in the morning at the training ground, Adele rotated his shoulder joints and took a few breaths to regain strength. He looked at the tall stone slab in front of him and thought, "The awakening ritual, I'm a bit worried, perhaps because it's been a long time since I last performed it." Vanna Ragnar clasped his hands behind him, came closer and said, "Now swallow the Soma pill," to which he immediately responded, "Understood." Grabbing the black pill to put into his mouth, he suddenly recalled the past. In his previous life, he swallowed the Soma pill but couldn't control the mana, causing severe injury to his Dantian. The pill was swallowed quickly. A stream of blue power instantly appeared, enveloping him, which made Adele very satisfied with this power, but in this life, that will not happen. Power surged explosively around him as he bent down preparing to enter a fighting stance, which immediately drew Vanna's attention. He clenched his fists tightly, eyes wide open watching the scene before him. This bastard is causing such a large mana wave, he can't control it properly. A humanoid simulation appeared in the vast universe, with streams of power circulating continuously inside it. These are the experiences he accumulated from swallowing the Soma pill, which must be used carefully to keep the mana hull stable within the Dantian. Then he looked at Adele bending down with power rising fiercely like fire. That power seemed to want to destroy everything around it, which made him cautious. The Ragnar family members with greater talent held so much mana that if they weren't careful, they could end up disabled. He frowned and clenched his teeth. That boy would encounter the same fate. The dantian within Adele gradually accumulated energy, a pale blue light issuing from his abdomen with powerful strength. The next moment, a pale blue circle burst forth from him, followed by a slight explosion, and the energy soon dissipated into the air. This left Vanna stunned and incredulous. The boy endured it. Feeling the surging power, he clenched his fists tightly, and the energy flared up intensely. He rejoiced enthusiastically at his own success. Finally, he possessed both a dragon's heart and a mana reservoir. Although this caused him to sweat, he was still satisfied. This made him feel a bit disappointed. Unlike in his previous life, this time he succeeded too easily. Then he grasped the sword tightly in his hand, eyes full of determination looking forward. After all, from now on, he was officially allowed to use mana. Now, with this huge amount of mana, Adele bent forward and swung his sword powerfully backward, energy gathering in the sword behind him. Then he took a step forward, carrying the sword wrapped in energy. His expression cold as he brought down a single strike from above with the sword. As it had long been accumulating, a slash down his back revealed the image of a majestic silver dragon, its mouth wide open spewing surging energy. All I needed to do was release it all for sheer exhilaration. This left everyone around stunned, some even frowning at the pressure emanating from his power. The image of the powerful dragon charging toward the thick high stone wall ahead. The unique slash was unleashed, forming a long straight line that destroyed the layer of stone on that thick wall. Even Axion Ragnar, standing with his arms crossed from afar watching Adele's performance, twitched his facial muscles. A deeply carved slash was etched into the wall as if inlaid directly into it. Even when viewed from afar, amidst a battlefield full of swords thrust into the ground and the imposing standing wall, the slash stood out clearly, its length occupying the entire wall. This made Vanna so amazed that he nearly fell backwards. He hesitated, then called out loudly to Adele. Under the sunset light that seemed to frame him, he turned and walked away with a satisfied smile on his lips, leaving behind his masterpiece as Vanna's voice rang out, "Adele Ragnar has passed the test." The others, witnessing his performance, could not help but feel fear. They whispered among themselves, "Impossible, since young Master Thorkel, we have never seen this. Is this really the slash of someone who has just opened mana for the first time?" On the other side, the system interface appeared in front of him, grabbing his attention. "Fortunately, no, the previous misfortune had been dispelled, and now your reputation began to spread across the world." Seeing this, he was endlessly joyful. Finally, he could reach the starting line just like everyone else. The system continued to announce that many people had expressed interest in your outstanding performance. Shifting to the scene where a woman draped in a thick fur cloak was leaning excitedly against the balcony, looking down below. Next to her was a man grinding his teeth in bitterness. "OSA wanted to take you as a disciple, while Julius was displeased with the attention you were receiving." Rising up high where a black bird was soaring, spreading its wings. It seemed to be observing the developments on the field. "Rober Ragnar became cautious of you. Hilda showed interest in you. Of course, your performance had also attracted the attention of the former Ragnar clan chief, who smiled contentedly as she looked at you." Stepping backwards, Adele kept calculating in his mind, although both the black dragon and sword dragon were surprises. Amid everyone's confusion, you still stood tall, looking towards the two clan chiefs in the distance. But most importantly, having caught Hilda's eye made you especially happy. She possessed the heart of Garuda. You put on a stern face, your gaze flashing with coldness. If you could win that heart. Others also stepped forward to demonstrate their abilities. Sybil advanced and struck the corner of the stone wall with all his might. The judges noticed his mark there and considered it a successful accomplishment. Sybil passed the test. He was joyful because of his own efforts, tears streaming down his face, hands clenched with determination. "I did it too, young Master Adele." Following him was a girl with silver hair braided into a long ponytail at the back who launched her strike. That was Ray Ragnar. Hulkus Lank also rushed forward wielding his sword, delivering a blazing red slash full of fierce sparks. Remington, with resolute eyes, also swung his sword, creating a sharp slash on the stone wall. The three slashes were launched one after another, leaving deep marks etched on the stone wall. Each strike left an impressive trace on the rock. This caused Sybil to feel shaken and fade away. He was ashamed that his strength was still nothing compared to theirs. All four northern hounds had frightening results. Looking at the stone wall standing tall before him, covered with countless marks, only one long line that seemed to cleave the stone wall in two was truly impressive in his eyes. That was the strike left by Adele. but none of them left a greater impression than the young master. Now only one person remained. As the whispers died down, a figure proudly strode through the crowd. The image of a muscular young man with black hair and a white coat swept past everyone, coldly walking across the arena with his twin blades, accompanied by the judge's shout, "Axion Ragnar, step forward." Everyone behind kept murmuring, at this pace, the battle would be between the Shadow Tiger and the Black Tiger. Even Axion couldn't manage that. Unexpectedly, the Shadow Tiger was at that level. Each word of gossip slipped into his ears, making him wish he could kill the one responsible. Yet he could only grit his teeth in silent anger. Disregarding the idle rumors, he drew his long sword and advanced toward the stone wall. Vanna behind intended to guide him on what to do, saying, "Please swallow the Soma pill," but before he could finish, Axion had quickly swallowed it. Axion also focused all his energy into the sword, gripping it firmly and rushing forward. This caused Vanna behind to panic and try to stop him. Wait, but it was too late. The unleashed power was followed by the image of a fierce, spiky silver dragon lunging forward. Another single red slash was unleashed with unbelievable destructive power, seeming to want to destroy everything in its path. Seeing the desolate wreckage around caused by that immense energy, Vanna could only watch in astonishment. These are the ones who have surprised me many times already. Another slash was driven straight into the stone wall, forming a deep cut just like the one Adele had left on the stone wall. A long, deep, and profound trace, no different from Adele's, was left by Axion, and it was not even cold yet but blazing hot like fire. Seeing this, the judge also announced that Axion Ragnar had passed the test. Just that action alone surprised everyone around. How could it be? They were almost identical. Who was the winner? In this case, judging the accuracy would determine the winner. Axion stood there in the training ground. He just rested his sword on his shoulder, frowned, and looked toward the wall without saying a word. He turned and coldly walked inside. That very afternoon, the results of the competition were announced. Everyone gathered densely in the middle of the training ground to listen. Vanna stood right next to the drum, holding the drumstick with a very satisfied expression at the results. The first phase of the awakening ceremony had ended. You all did very well. This year, I am very pleased to see many people have significantly increased their scores. He happily continued, those who passed should prepare for the second phase of the awakening ceremony in 4 days, and finally, among the hundreds of competitors, everyone anxiously awaited the results, some wore worried expressions. But there were also those with very satisfied looks due to the power and results they had achieved, and some showed little expression. Following that was Vanna's voice, announcing, "We will now reveal the ranking list that everyone has been eagerly anticipating." With the 2 long, deep slashes carved into the stone wall by Adele and Axion, any outcome, even the worst, could occur. One of the 2 will be the winner of this competition. With the determined and cold gazes of both, Vanna also announced the top contender of the first phase during the awakening ceremony as. The twilight sky gradually gave way to night, with silently falling white snowflakes creating a magical scene. Throughout the tall city, a solemn voice resonated during the first blossoming ceremony, announcing the leader. Adele Ragnar and Axion Ragnar tensed simultaneously at the moment the final words were spoken. Both were like worthy rivals emanating a cold aura on their faces, their eyes deep red with vexation and flecked with blood. The result appeared, the name called out clearly and loudly awakened the entire space. Everyone was surprised. Adele Ragnar, he himself couldn't believe it, his eyes stiff and wide open without clear thought. After the announcement, Vanna Ragnar smiled, his gaze full of satisfaction. He spoke gently. His score was a perfect 10, in technique, magic, control, and speed. There was nothing superfluous. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to look at the large figure, containing the imposing aura of the young man before them. All whispered and speculated, is Axion not the winner? Has Axion lost? Vanna continued to speak, analyzing the results based on the large rock still bearing traces from the sword. Even the depth of the sword mark was similar to that of Lord Thorkel. The bustling discussion never ceased. Similar to Lord Thorkel, they said. Thorkel Ragnar, one of the top 5 candidates regarded as the closest to succession in memory, this mysterious figure possessed extraordinary charisma, walking across the cold snowy cliff with a large, sharp sword slung on his back. Once again, Vanna announced the results. The fellow disciples around tensed up. Coming in second was Axion Ragnar. His tone carried a hint of regret. though it was unfortunate because he also achieved a perfect score of 10. Every word pierced deeply into Axian's heart, but the length of the sword mark was shorter than Adele's, so he was ranked second. His face stiffened, and the fire in his eyes shrank into an unbearable red jewel of resentment. Finally, he announced the results for the other candidates. Some lowered their heads in disappointment, others were excited. Third place went to Remington Ragnar, fourth to Ray Ragnar, and fifth to Hulkus Lang. He read out the final name, 87th place, Sybil Dree, then encouraged everyone, saying that all had done very well. Outside, snow blanketed everywhere in white, the cold numbing all life. The second initiation ceremony would take place in 3 days at the Eastern Mountain Range. The 87 outstanding candidates should prepare thoroughly. His solemn voice rang out once more, concluding the event. The sky had now darkened to 7 parts night. The sun was setting, drawing dusk down the mountain. At that moment, night had enveloped all sides around the house. In the room, the yellow light created a warm feeling. Congratulations to the 2 who passed. Everyone burst into joyful applause. This is the true strength of our training school. Congratulations to Adele and Remington. The 2 held beer mugs. Adele responded cheerfully, "Thank you everyone, but this is not the end. Our goal is to get through the second initiation ceremony together." Through these words of encouragement, his mature demeanor became apparent. Then he placed his hands on Remington's shoulders as a gesture of team encouragement, an action that made Remington momentarily surprised. Adele laughed confidently and firmly said, "We will claim both top positions." Evelyn raised her glass of red wine toward him and affirmed, "Both of you will definitely succeed." Remington also praised with an admiring look, "Congratulations on coming in first, Adele, I'm happy your efforts have been rewarded." After saying that, his face turned gloomy, eyes full of disappointment and self-reproach, but at the same time, he felt ashamed for falling too far behind. Adele heard this tone and modestly encouraged him, This time I just got lucky." With friends, rank doesn't matter, gentle words that soothed the deep wound in his heart. Remington's eyes shone brightly again with determination. He smiled lightly, breathed a sigh of relief, and thanked. Adele felt the heaviness inside him gradually lifting. The 2 clinked their glasses together, encouraging each other. "We will do our best at the second ceremony." The snow-covered mountain scenery appeared once again before their eyes. Adele blended into a space blanketed entirely in white, the cold air enveloping his body causing him to exhale a thin mist. His steps slow and deliberate, his low voice resonating as he stood at the forefront of the lantern ceremony. In a moment, Adele had climbed to the summit, his tall figure draped in white wings as if beating in sync with the majestic mountains from a past life. It was an achievement he never imagined possible. His demeanor was hardly less cold than nature itself, filled with deep contemplation. Although this was not a real battle, defeating Axian was something he could hardly believe. Thinking so, his face grew even more sharp and cold, his eyes thoughtful yet not concealing an overwhelming aura that intimidated others. His hand clenched into a fist, revealing clear determination and a strong fighting spirit, but this was just the beginning. His mind replayed images of past battles along with the malicious conspiracies of the villainous Troivan group and Axian Ragnar. Taking them down was a minor matter, the true enemies were Axian and the celestial dragon. He vowed to use every plan to repay them tenfold, his face now sharper than any snowflake falling in the wind, his eyes, bearing fiery red orbs, narrowed slightly, full of resolve for the future ahead. Suddenly, he remembered and took something out from his coat. The small compass in his hand, a tool that could guide its holder to their base. Ah, by the way, this compass. The compass needle pointed straight to the towering snowy mountain ahead. It was pointing towards the winter mountain range. During the second blossoming ceremony, I would come to know what the nest truly is. Suddenly, Adele detected a strange movement. His eyes glowed red instantly, alert and suspicious as he glanced cautiously behind. He immediately transformed into a shadowy figure within the snowy haze, so fast the stalker hadn't even realized. "Hey, who's there?" Unexpectedly, a sharp sword was pressed against his neck before he even noticed. "Who are you?" Adele threatened fiercely. Startled and frightened, the man stammered, why do you, wait, calm down, I'm not a suspect." He hurriedly raised his hands in defense, "I am Getsby Jotun from the Wind Sword Unit. My captain has witnessed the blossoming ceremony and sent me here." Adele recognized him, his fierce gaze softened into laziness. "A scout, huh? I had anticipated that, but didn't expect them to be so fast." Hearing him continue, Adele froze. So what exactly is it? You've been granted the opportunity to participate in the team recruitment test. He sighed with a mix of frustration and annoyance. Not as a scout, but to recruit me, huh? Getsby Jotun was quite proud of that. Yes, you must have heard of the Wind Sword Unit's reputation. Just then, a voice interrupted from somewhere, stepping forward with a blood-stained saber in hand. As I thought, the Wind Sword Unit consists only of fools. Jotun snapped back angrily, what did you say? Who do you think you are? Ian Sosori brandished his large saber threateningly. Prince Adel Ragnar is nothing like those fools. Ian Sosori, deputy commander of the Iron Black Unit, nicknamed Fire Demon, strode forward with blazing hands, confidently speaking, we intend to invite you to join the Iron Black Cavalry. What do you think? Fire Demon noticed the surprise in the words. She laughed arrogantly. Right, now you recognize me. Step aside. At the same time, groups from various factions appeared one after another like flashes of lightning. Four men grinned cheerfully and approached Adel Ragnar. Very honored, I come from the Black Sword Unit. We guarantee you will be a team captain within 3 years. Here is the Department of Law Enforcement, the captain has personally come. The Security Bureau is here. If you agree, we will provide comprehensive support. Pressed to the point of suffocation, Ian was about to lose control, her eyes glaring white with anger. She shouted loudly enough to echo throughout the forest, hey, line up, don't push. What ranking? You're the one who should stand at the back. Whoever brings him back first wins, understand? Adele sprayed some aerosol and could only smile wryly. Ha, how ridiculous. Best to leave here before things get any more troublesome. Suddenly, a gentle voice rose, accompanied by fluttering peach blossoms drifting over. Adele's eyes lit up unexpectedly. I know this might be seen as ambition. Those feet touched down lightly on the ground, but to have such a talent, must one endure such humiliation? The Lady of the Plum Blossom Pavilion, Sword Dragon, Osa Ragnar, her presence like a celestial being descending among a sea of blazing roses. Everyone was stunned. The Lady of the Plum Blossom Pavilion, she personally came to this place. Osa gently looked down, and what else, like you all, she said calmly, I also came to meet Adel Ragnar, wanting to take a walk and see that child. This made Adele alarmed, staring thoughtfully at the person in front of him. On another side, a soldier panicked as a sword pierced through his neck. Axian's eyes were sharp and terrifying, slicing his opponent in half with one strike. Then continuously, a series of people became mere objects before the bloody red sword energy of his blade. Axian's anger showed no sign of abating, his eyes reddened with bitterness and narrowed, jaw clenched tight, surrounded only by murderous intent. He recalled a series of Adele's victorious images from competitions. His face grew increasingly fierce, his gaze entirely filled with a will to destroy. He grabbed the head of the man beside him, and then threw him to the ground with enough force to crush everything. Instantly, that man became motionless, his eyes void of sight. Dozens lay strewn across the floor, having lost their lives under this perverse outburst of rage. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Axian noticed. A gleam of red light flashed in his eyes. He immediately swung his sword to fight. A sword pierced through the veil of aura, charging straight at Troyvin. He blinked and managed to block the sharp blade. Casting a disdainful and reproachful glance, pathetic, does a little misplaced anger change anything? Only now did Axian calmly realize and said, Sir. He casually threw away his sword and spoke up, at times like this, we must remain calm and make a plan. Follow me. Axian's eyes attentively followed his words, the second flower opening ceremony. Troyvin stepped forward, filled with a red, murky aura, his eyes radiating a terrifying killing intent. I will show you how to turn it into the grave of Adel Ragnar. Everyone watching the two standing face to face said, the Lady of the Mayflower Hall has come personally, this makes our side look incredibly weak. Seeing a mystical light flash, Ian Sosori exclaimed in shock, Madam, please wait. Before finishing, Osa unleashed her power, causing the pink orb to emit thick smoke. Ian Sosori's eyes widened, terrified as he stammered, impossible, the space is disconnected. Could it be? The pink orb enveloped both of them. Ian Sosori realized she intended to personally instruct him. Suddenly, the orb vanished, dispersing into smoke that floated away, transporting both into a silent, secluded space. Looking around, Adel Ragnar was stunned and thought, the seal of the Lady of the Mayflower Hall, a space completely separate from the outside world. I never imagined I'd witness what I had only heard of before. It seems my reputation is truly becoming real now. At this moment, Osa Ragnar folded her arms, closed her eyes calmly, and said, "The Dragon Lord will surely be furious, but who can stop me when I want to give someone a gift?" Adele Ragnar looked dazed and said, "A gift?" Then Osa Ragnar drew the sharp sword from the Dragon Lord's sheath. The Dragon Lord's sword was powerful, like the breath of a dragon falling from the sky. With a mighty slash, she burned everything to ashes. The scene transformed, large red apricot blossoms appeared, their petals fluttering in the wind. Osa Ragnar said sternly, "But I am different from him, I have infused countless transformations into my sword." Seeing the sky filled with falling petals, Adele Ragnar widened his eyes in surprise as he listened to Osa Ragnar's words. "The dragon I pursue is one that contains every possible transformation." Then, Osa Ragnar gently landed, after which the apricot blossom lady, withdrawing the sword softly, gracefully executed gentle sword strokes, intermixed with decisive cuts. Osa Ragnar continued to swing the sword, adding several powerful moves as examples. When she retracted the sword in front of her, the apricot blossom lady left behind an afterimage. Witnessing this breathtaking swordsmanship, Adele Ragnar watched in amazement. Then Osa Ragnar swung the sword and said, all in one breath. Amidst the shower of flowers, Osa Ragnar calmly stepped forward and said, "I call this the apricot blossom sword technique, the first technique, Heaven's flower rain." Having spoken, the apricot blossom lady's gaze emitted a sharp gleam. Adele Ragnar stood stunned, observing everything. His hand clenched so tightly it trembled. He thought, unbelievable, there were 120 steps and sword strikes all within one breath. Could it be that even the Dragon Lord must yield to her sword technique? Then thinking that if he could combine what he had just seen into a single strike and unleash it all at once, Adele Ragnar excitedly said, "I don't know if I am allowed to accept it." Osa Ragnar scowled and sneered in response, "If you have clearly seen it, then that is enough." After completing the transmission, Madame Kung Hoamai used her power to send Adele Ragnar back to his original place, under the bewildered gaze of everyone. Osa Ragnar spoke solemnly, "If you wish to see more, come find me any time after the flower unveiling ceremony." As soon as the words ended, everyone looked up in horror. Next, Osa Ragnar transformed into petals. Adele hoped you would become a fresh breeze in this place. Watching the petals dance, Adele Ragnar marveled, "This is such a great gift, whether I accept it or not it is not enough." He scratched his head joyfully, wondering, but becoming Madame Kung Hoamai's disciple and a member of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry might be too much. I'll think about it after the second flower unveiling ceremony. 3 days later, in the cold, windy pine forest, near the northern fortress in the mountain range, where snow and wind blow incessantly, the second flower unveiling ceremony. Among the snow-covered trees, someone said this winter mountain range is a vast place stretching from our stronghold, Winterra, to the Devil's Sea. And we, the Ragnar clan, have protected humanity bearing the symbol of 2 dragons and a sword. After defeating all the monsters, the cold man stared fully into the sunlight shining down, his cloak billowing over the cursed land. The Devil's Sea, a place teeming with monsters beyond the fortress for over 1,000 years. Overseeing the second blossom ceremony, the senior swordsman Jackie Ragnar solemnly declared that one day, all of you will take on this role, which is why this place was chosen as the stage for the second blossom ceremony. Standing atop the high mountain, Jackie spoke to those below. "However, as apprentice swordsmen, none of you are allowed to enter the Demon Sea. The challenge area is strictly limited within the fortress. Be careful not to cross the boundary into the Demon Sea. Everyone, say, clear, in unison." Jackie, with a stern expression, announced that the test content is very simple. Jackie raised a red bell, ringing it clamorously. For the next 15 days, capture beasts from the winter mountains and collect the bells tied around their necks. Images of the bells appeared in Jackie's mind, clearly explaining that the bells come in 7 colors, red, orange, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The higher the color in the spectrum, the higher the points assigned, and the stronger the beast. Especially the beasts carrying violet bells, fierce, huge monsters with bloodshot eyes, are at a level that none of you can defeat. Jackie's eyes scanned the crowd with scrutiny before sneering, "But they will yield astonishing points. You are free to use any method during the test, as long as you bring the bells back before the test ends." Upon hearing this, everyone's faces darkened, but Adel Ragnar remained silent. He pondered endlessly, without limits on how to act, meaning he could steal another's prey or bell. He was openly encouraging conflict. Adel Ragnar's eyes were sharp, but that was Ragnar's survival rule. Jackie brought out a delicate box and said, "Finally we have placed the Chow Dom at various positions to prevent monsters from invading. Supplies are hidden in these safe zones, so use them wisely." CKY nodded and said, "Now the test will begin." Then Jackie waved his hand and loudly ordered everyone to scatter. The group immediately left. Sybil dashed off laughing smugly, thinking since the test lasts 15 days, securing supplies is the top priority. Supplies must come first, and we need to support young Master Adel. Hukus began, "This will be very interesting." Axion decisively flew away. At that moment, Axion Ragnar recalled Troivin's words, "Stick to the plan, sooner or later that place will become Adel's tomb." Axion Ragnar was silent, his eyes gleaming with killing intent. Then Axion Ragnar instantly flew off, leaving the others behind. Ray Ragnar thoughtfully watched Axion. The sound of a cold wind echoed. Adel Ragnar calmly walked. Someone called out in a raised voice, "Young Master Adel, we should start moving." These words made Adel Ragnar pause. Remington said firmly, "You once said we were friends, didn't you?" Adel Ragnar asked, "What's wrong?" Remington responded nonchalantly, "After thinking carefully for the past 3 days, I realize that I regard young Master Adel both as a friend and as a rival, so I have become ambitious." Remington expressed his feelings honestly, "I truly want to surpass young Master Adel." Adel Ragnar pursed his lips and froze, but he smirked cynically, remembering the moment Remington casually pointed his sword but was blocked by Adel. "I understand that feeling." With eyes shining brightly, reflecting a look of determination, "I see it the same way." Back then, Adel Ragnar was joyful and comfortable. Now, facing Remington, Adel referred to him as both a friend and a rival. Hearing this, Remington laughed heartily. "What a relief, I had worried that I was the only one who thought that way." Remington looked up enthusiastically and explained that this was why he could not yield during the second flower opening ceremony. It was also the point he wanted to make. Adel Ragnar responded lightly with a smile, wishing him good luck. Immediately, Remington took momentum and dashed away, disappearing from Adel's sight. Standing amid the snowy forest, Adel Ragnar thought to himself that in reality Lingtun had targeted him. Then he opened his mouth and wondered if there was anything more exciting. Adel was delighted, thinking how thrilling it was to become stronger. But he closed his eyes to regain calm, opened the system, and decided to set emotions aside for the moment. Looking at the energy-emitting sorcery orb in his hand, Adel Ragnar felt joyful. The system announced, "Dragon Clan Compass, a miscellaneous type, used to guide the bearer toward the clan's direction." The metal rod began to vibrate. Under the night sky, the cold snow wind kept blowing toward the mountain ranges. On the steep cliff face, a blue light flashed. That mountain crevice continuously emitted a mysterious glow. At the edge of the winter mountain range, where the cold snowy wind swept over the peaks, Adel Ragnar stopped at a clearing, sure that it was somewhere nearby. The metallic needle of the compass stood upright. Unexpectedly, it was hidden beneath this snow. Adel Ragnar questioned himself, wondering how he should dig up this entire spot. Looking at the compass in his hand, he frowned with discomfort. He should have brought a shovel. Using a sword to dig is rather odd. Adel's sword at his waist felt awkward. Adel Ragnar pondered silently for a moment, then clenched his sword tightly and said, "But never mind, if there are no teeth." He glared with bloodshot eyes and resolutely swung his sword, chopping the earth ahead, causing an explosion. Dirt and rocks scattered wildly. "Then I'll just chew with my gums." A patch of forest disappeared, and the tree trunks seemed to topple over. He sheathed his sword and said coldly, "Let's go." At that moment, a cunning and gleeful laugh asked, "When did you start to notice us? We thought we had been secretly watching you already." These words startled Adel Ragnar, eyes wide. "You guys." The fat man frowned and cursed, "See? I told you guys were too noisy." The tall one wielding 2 swords added, "It's over now. I think this brat is stronger than we thought." The short one with the grim face holding a blade said, "Very pleased to meet the first rank. These guys are the 3 thugs from Bada Mountain, fat, tall, and short, 3 thugs from Book Mountain with different expressions. They are the ones who slaughtered civilians under the guise of accidents during their missions. They seem like the consequence of Ragnar's pursuit of superior power. In the lonely place where only the caw of crows is heard, especially I cannot forget the massacre in the Book Mountain village. At that time, I was working with Hyuksul and handled that case. Witnessing the black crows flying one by one to feast on the corpses and the sight of bloodstains everywhere, I know better than anyone else in Buk how terrifying it was. Besides the official number of 761 dead, there were 220 missing. The horrifying thing was that the identities of the victims could not be determined. A small drop of red blood fell, causing the human skull to explode, because all their heads were crushed. Adele, despite the strong wind blowing past, told himself that he had planned to deal with them soon because of their vicious temper, but in the end, he had to confront them like this. Moreover, they were watching him. Then he spoke up, asking, "Did Axion hire you guys?" Upon hearing this, Fat frowned in confusion. "Huh?" Short laughed gleefully. "Do you think we would let ourselves be manipulated by a fellow disciple?" Adele continued, "No." "Then what?" Short ran up and replied, "An underling like you can't even figure that out." The image of the Wolfgang appeared in Adele's mind, "So the Senate Council had sent you guys." After hearing that, the short guy flinched in shock, his face turning pale as he shouted, "What? How?" The tall guy asked anxiously, "Is it over?" "How does he know?" Facing them, Adele said, "Based on what you just said, that's obvious. Seeing the supervisor not following, it seems he's on your side too." The short guy sneered, "Look at you, pretty sharp, huh?" The fat guy frowned angrily and asked, "Are we in trouble?" The short guy frowned and mocked, "No worries, he's about to die anyway." The short guy excitedly pointed his sword at him, "I enjoy most destroying handsome faces like yours." He remained silent, slowly lifting his sword. He unleashed magic that created a large, fierce dragon bearing sharp teeth, growling at the three of them, "I will crush your bones properly." Seeing this, the short guy's eyes widened, gritting his teeth in fear, "Huh?" Adele then slashed 3 sword strikes, knocking the 3 men backward. This caused dust to billow thickly, with rocks flying everywhere. Adele's gaze was cold as he sternly said, "I don't want to be like you." Blood spurting from just 1 sword strike, the severed heads of the 3 fell from their bodies. "Instead, I'll leave the heads to you," he added. The fat guy stared furiously but couldn't do anything. Adele jumped up, kicked off a tree to gain momentum, and withdrew the aura from his sword. Perhaps because they were still young, it wasn't difficult to deal with them. Looking at the few strands wound around the sword, Adele thought to himself that the celestial flower rain technique of Madame Hoamai, after practicing for 3 days, he could finally execute the move 3 times consecutively. Adele sheathed his sword, stepping with movements that drew curves using circles and arcs that could be transformed and applied flexibly. Of course, he couldn't perform it 120 times in a row like Madame. Then Adele seized the head of the dwarf and said, having cleaned up their remains. Standing by the deep cliff, Adele threw down the 3 heads, thinking he had to figure out how to enter the basement. Just as he turned to leave, a sound echoed from below the cliff, surprising Adele. "Huh, what was that noise?" Carefully looking down the cliff, he saw steps descending into the depths. "Is this a secret staircase?" Suddenly, the sound of machinery rang out. "Hidden mission, find the invisible stairs and explore the blue caves. Go in here." Saying that, Adele leapt swiftly down the ravine. At that moment, a list with a handsome young man's image appeared. Someone said, "The current number 1 is Axion Ragnar, who has captured 41 demons, accomplishing this with a team of 21 people." The guard holding the paper continued reading, "Second place is Ray Ragnar." The person sitting at the head of the conference table asked, "What about Adele?" The person hesitated, Adele currently has no demons, and no teammates." Julius slammed the table angrily, "What?" Others speculated, "I guess he's either hiding or lying in ambush." OSA, sitting coldly in the chair next to him, said, "If it's a guess, that means there is no confirmation." The person replied, "Yes, exactly." Wolfgang Ragnar was unhappy and shouted loudly that just because he stood out in the first round doesn't mean he'll stand out in the second round. Perhaps he hesitated when facing real combat. Wolfgang Ragnar laughed triumphantly, especially since he was an illegitimate child, thinking to himself that it seemed those thugs had already done their assigned duties. Wolfgang Ragnar paid attention to Troyvin sitting opposite him and wondered if the Senate was involved in this matter. Wolfgang Ragnar smiled slyly and said, "Ah, right, I can't keep my prior promise. Well, as you can see, everything is going well, so don't worry." Troyvin was stunned when he caught Wolfgang Ragnar's gaze. Smiling brightly on the outside, but inwardly filled with hatred and anger, Damn it, that old madman acted without asking first. After the Camellia Palace was taken, I took the opportunity to check the Rose Palace. However, I couldn't find the relic of the ancient dragon. Thinking this, night had already fallen over the palace. Troyven frowned, thinking that the clue leading to the Rose Palace was surely held by that Adele fellow. I must kill him once I get the clue. Suddenly Troyven turned around and signaled to his secretary to tell Axion to hurry up. Osa spoke softly to Julius, saying that the Senate and the secretary were probably plotting something. We must also lay a safety net. Julius replied no, and this answer surprised Osa. Julius said irritably through gritted teeth, Adele is not someone who would fall apart so easily. He must be hiding something, so interfering with the test is pointless. Moreover, I cannot overlook the fact that you met Adele without informing me. Saying this, Julius clenched his teeth and gums, his fury blazing like fire. Osa smiled brightly and said, when it comes to that matter, isn't Adele's feelings the most important? On this side, a gruesome skull opened its mouth wide. A group of skulled demons cried out and crawled messily on the ground. Seeing this, Adele was helplessly silent. Then he breathed a sigh of relief and stepped over, mocking, there are some mental traps that are quite strong. Ordinary people would lose all reason after passing the Moonlight Sword trial, but this is nothing to me. Adele placed his hand on the stone, sensing it. He did not expect the compass to point to this place. Then he activated magic, expanding his senses, spreading throughout the cave. The system announced divine power, a special type of ability and effect that alters physical capabilities, using mana to expand his senses. Standing before three brightly lit cave entrances, Adele decided, all right, this way. Adele smiled confidently, firmly believing that this place was the lair of young dragons. In 3 years, thinking of the treasures guarded by dragons, this would be the place where Hyuksul hunted young dragons and found legendary items. Standing before the splendid door, he said that he felt guilty toward Hyuksul, but he had to take it first. The dragon's blazing golden eye opened wide, Amon's grimoire. Adele stared blankly at the scene before him. Seeing gold, silver, and jewels piled into small heaps of treasure, he murmured softly, impossible. His nerves suddenly tensed as he realized he had stepped into a forbidden place. This was not the nest of a young dragon. Gold and silver coins, precious gems, and treasures stretched everywhere like a vast mountain of gold and silver, and lying peacefully asleep on it was a huge jet-black dragon with shimmering silver scales. Adele was astonished to confirm, but this was the nest of an ancient dragon, a dragon deeply asleep, yet the authority it emanated still made one's heart tremble. Adele's momentum was instantly extinguished. He hesitated, worriedly thinking, this is bad. If I have to face the dragon, forget about obtaining Amon's relics, I will surely die here. The more he thought about it, the more terrified he became, his face pale with fear. Why was this dragon here instead of the young dragon? Could Hyuksul have spread false information, or was it because I arrived 3 years early? He gradually took a step back, quickly devising the best solution. After all, this was too unexpected, this time I have to retreat. He thought disappointedly, it was truly regrettable, but I must return before Hyuksul arrives. At that moment, he did not notice that the dragon, who had been soundly asleep, had opened its bright, wide eyes and was scrutinizing him with its gaze. Perhaps that gaze was too intense. Adele suddenly realized this far too late. The black dragon sat up, its massive form towering and majestic to the point of overwhelming those around it, but at that moment, the gaze of that great dragon rested solely on him. This was the dragon of the great Roadbroke. It exhaled a breath full of disdain. You are the first to choose after a long time. He saw that the dragon showed no hostility. On the contrary, it comfortably lay on its treasure and introduced itself, saying its name was Roadbroke. Fearing that information was still insufficient, it continued to explain, the one you, descendants of Ragnar, call the dragon guardian god, the lord of Winter Mountain. Adele could never have imagined encountering this being here. He panicked, thinking this was Roadbroke. Without thinking, he immediately knelt down and respectfully greeted, I pay homage to my ancestor. Roadbroke suddenly stopped moving. It looked at him with a questioning gaze. Ancestor. Adele raised his head to confirm the information with it. Isn't the dragon guardian god the companion of our ancestor Sigurd and also the mother of Friedrich? Oh, it seems Friedrich, that brat, has been spreading nonsense. Roadbroke began to explain the story of old. The truth is that Sigurd and I were once companions, but that was only out of respect for the soul pact signer. We never had any emotional bond. It snorted disdainfully. How could a human possibly become a life partner with a dragon from the start? He asked in surprise, so does that mean the rumor that our family lineage carries dragon blood is just a form of propaganda? Rodbrok now firmly asserted, no, that's not wrong. Through the contract between me and Sigurd, the dragon blood has indeed been passed down. He wanted to ask more, but the ancient dragon was already weary of this Q&A session. Greetings are enough. It opened its mouth and exhaled a dragon's breath with a long sigh, saying, I will begin the mission of the dragon god's guardian towards the chosen ones. The black dragon raised its head high, looking down at the diminutive humans below, uttering an oath that has existed for a very long time. From now on, I, Rodbrok, will keep the original promise and allow those chosen who pass my trial to ask 3 questions. Adele quietly rejoiced, it's not a battle situation, thank goodness. My goal is to stand at the pinnacle of Ragnar, and to do that I need to understand Ragnar better. I must seize this opportunity to gather as much information as possible. Elsewhere, Axion Ragnar swung his sword downward. The technique, the roar of 1,000 dragons, twisted like a storm, slashing the neck of the white tiger monster beneath him. He lightly landed on the ground, the white tiger then collapsed on the barren earth, red blood gushing out like a stream. Finally, a green bell appeared, resting neatly on the ground. He bent down to pick it up, muttering as he counted, this was the 57th time. Axion did not care and threw the bell to the subordinate behind him, asking what Adele was doing. A man approached and answered that there was still no news about where he was hiding. This man was a guy with a scar running down right from the corner of his lip. He was Orion Gardner from Axion's gang. He sneered and guessed that perhaps he was afraid to face the monster. Though outwardly laughing, Orion secretly felt fear inside. He could easily defeat a monster of that size. Axion was truly formidable. He had to cling tightly to him no matter what happened. Then he again tried to stroke the horse's rump by insulting Adele, saying that no matter how strong he became, he still lived like a fool. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed his neck tightly. The fingers tightened, causing Orion's throat to constrict. He couldn't breathe, tears naturally began to well up, his pale face started turning purple from lack of air. He couldn't understand why he was being treated this way. Axion paid no attention to friend or foe. He gripped his neck and lifted him high, coldly lecturing, you don't know because you've never been strong. Have you ever seen me fear anything? If you have power, you won't be afraid of anything. The veins on Axion's face bulged as he angrily hissed, what are you plotting? Orion couldn't breathe, his saliva dripped out as he struggled, begging, ah no, sorry. At that moment, a short-haired person suddenly interrupted to report, permission, Lord Axion, there is a message from above. The person above, needless to say, was his uncle, the one with short hair who relayed Troivin's words, urging him to quickly carry out the plan. Axion released his grip, and as Orion was set down, he immediately grabbed his neck, coughing harshly. He nodded coldly, saying, I understand. Tell uncle not to urge anymore. He reached out to touch the sword hanging at his hip, his eyes dark with a murderous aura as he said, since you want to kill that bastard most, I will be the one to attack him the moment he appears. Back at the dragon's lair of the great Rodbrok, he found himself in an extremely difficult situation. His face darkened as he rubbed his chin thoughtfully, saying nothing. It was a long while before he finally opened his eyes and cautiously spoke, I will ask the first question. The black dragon let out a long yawn. It was a dragon soon to be a giraffe from old age, finally asking, I've been waiting for you so long, getting bored. Rodbrok, with half-open eyes, asked, what do you want to know? He started with the simplest question, why are you here? The ancient dragon squinted at him, admiringly remarking, you intend to ask basic questions to uncover hidden information, huh? That's a good question. Its pupils began to glow brightly. The reason I am here. Adele waited tensely for the answer. Rodbrok revealed a world secret. A monster existed at the edge of the world, across the seas, the nameless king. The dragon stared intently at the tiny humans and slowly spoke each word. For 1,000 years, I have been here under the mission to protect the world. He heard it said that the Winter Mountain was merely an outpost. Adele lowered his head without responding, but suddenly his mind cleared, the feeling was not wrong. Recalling the bright glowing eyes of the ancient dragon moments ago, Adele confirmed that the gaze of Rodbrok just now was definitely a kind of emotion he had once understood very well. It was fear. His hand clenched tightly around the sword, the space around him instantly darkened and grew cold, his heart heavy, the Nameless King, an existence that brought fear to the ancient dragon who had ruled for over 1,000 years. He clenched his fist, wanting to ask about that, but there were more important things he needed to understand first. Then he spoke again. I will ask the second question. What are the relics of the ancient dragon? Roadbrook chuckled and said, there are about 3 relics, but I don't know them clearly. It seems you are quite lucky. His expression suddenly turned serious. There are 3. He slowly recalled what he had obtained. An unnamed unease suddenly invaded his mind. One was the Camellia Dungeon, another was the Moon Sword, so what was the last one? The ancient dragon lifted his head and sighed. The relics of the ancient dragon are the result of the ancient dragon's soul divided into 31 parts. It is a vast source of power from beyond the earth. There is a creature resembling a mantis with shiny scales, Roadbrook said, that was one part of that power bestowed upon humanity. It continued, to protect you from the Nameless King. That immense power shattered into many pieces and fell to earth. The relic of the ancient dragon has no fixed form, it can be an experience item. Roadbrook suddenly paused for a moment and then resumed speaking in that monotonous tone, or even a strange phenomenon. Adele's eyes widened, he gradually realized something. He whispered inwardly, understanding now, the last relic he had. The last relic he possessed was the phenomenon of regression, a new life that the entity on the blue screen had granted him, an unreal phenomenon where he had lived through 20 years of life. In other words, it was regression. Adele snapped awake, so it was himself. If this happened because the ancient dragon bestowed it, it made sense. Yet deep inside he always felt that something was still unresolved. But oddly, there was always a dragon protecting the ancient dragon's relic, yet that was not present during the regression, as if. A crazy thought suddenly flashed in his mind. Adele muttered, he said, I will ask the final question. Roadbrook listened to that question. Why was I chosen? He nervously pressed his lips together, his mind now a chaos of thoughts. Why was someone as weak as me chosen to battle the Nameless King? The ancient dragon did not answer him with ordinary information but instead asked back, I will answer you with a question. It asked why. His dragon eyes lit up brightly, clear amber in color. Roadbrook spoke solemnly and majestically in a slow voice, posing a question that stunned him. You thought you were the only one chosen. Adele was shaken, his mouth agape and speechless. He had never considered that possibility, making it all the more terrifying. His pupils contracted sharply. Was he not the only one selected by the relic? He clamped his mouth shut to prevent a terrified groan from escaping. Troyven, Kisone, the black dragon, they know about the relic and want to collect them if they are also chosen by the relic. His wine-red eyes contracted to their limits. In his mind, only the worst-case scenarios remained. Perhaps they had also seen these messages and had already regressed. Cold sweat slowly slid down. Adele felt a hammer pounding in his head. He was one step closer to the truth of the world, but everything had become more complicated, the truth that there was a nameless king whom even the ancient dragons feared, and that there were other regressors besides himself. Roadbrook had no patience to wait for him to ponder. It interrupted, now I have answered your 3 questions. The mission is complete, so I will grant you the reward. He suddenly jolted in alarm. Ah, right, I came here to take the relic of almonds. That was originally his plan, but things have changed now. He curved the corner of his mouth into a faint smile, but I have changed my mind, I want to take something much greater. The object he desires is incomparable to a mere item. The system flashed 2 notification messages in quick succession. Congratulations on completing the hidden mission. The reward is an opportunity to possess the treasure of the ancient dragon. Before a mountain of gold and silver piled up in front of him, Roadbrook generously spoke as if it were a reward worthy of him. But you see, in this hoard, there are all kinds of treasures from around the world. The ancient dragon proudly introduced its treasure, precious gems, artifacts, elixirs, books, skills, and weapons. That much gold, silver, and treasure is what anyone would yearn for, yet the black dragon was easily willing to part with it. Whatever you desire, it is here. The ancient dragon lay atop the greatest treasure in the world, graciously offering him the choice. Choose whatever you want, and I will grant it to you. He suddenly broke into a reckless smile. Roadbrook urged and asked, so, what do you want? He placed his fist over his chest and shouted clearly, I. He took a bold risk and shouted loudly, I want Roadbrook. For a moment, the magnificent ancient dragon was stunned, its face slack, as stiff as a block of hardened dough. Ha! Roadbrook merely regarded it as a joke and burst out laughing uproariously. It seemed that my reputation is eternal, truly an amusing prank. He silently listened as the ancient dragon asked again about his wish. Now tell me, what do you truly desire? More than anyone else, he understood how seriously he had just spoken. He said, as he had just said, Roadbrook no longer smiled. Those golden eyes snapped upright and looked at him. That wasn't a joke, was it? Adele answered without fear, exactly. Suddenly Roadbrook grew angry. The aura of the dragon burst forth abruptly, compressing the surrounding atmosphere, and a strong wind began swirling. He didn't have time to react and hurriedly planted his feet firmly before being blown away by the black dragon. The ancient dragon roared along with its special skill, the fear of the dragon. It howled and cursed fiercely. The fear of the ancient dragon struck Adele like a pounding tofu. Roadbrook felt insulted and cursed. Are you trying to seize all my treasures and knowledge with mere words? He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Blood had begun to seep from his eye sockets, accompanied by an indescribable pain. Yet he stood upright and proud to face it, the guardian dragon's fear. He needed to be resolute. He began to try resisting it with the new power he had just learned, the fear of a young dragon. But all his struggling, in Roadbrook's eyes, was utterly ridiculous. It sneered and asked, how foolish. Do you really think you can confront me with only the fear of a young dragon? Of course, he knew this clearly. Yet he still did it simply because he wanted to create a space where he could shout that the guardian dragon had declared that he could take any treasure from its hoard, and it never said that Roadbrook couldn't be that treasure. Fresh blood flowed into his eyes, and Adele's vision was now covered by a blazing red. Yet he resolutely placed himself in this dangerous situation. This was a gamble in which he bet his very life, but the reward would be worth it, because the treasure he wanted to claim was an ancient dragon named Roadbrook, the guardian dragon who, along with the ancestor Sigurd, founded the Ragnar clan. Nothing was a stronger proof of legitimacy than becoming her consort. He gritted his teeth so hard that they bled. Although his body pained him, his mind and reason were clearer than ever to avoid repeating the past. Because this was the path he was compelled to walk through, Adele thought this was an opportunity he could not miss. He shouted with all the strength he had, please grant me Roadbrook, you promised with your sacred oath. Adele knew he was using blunt reasoning to coerce the ancient dragon, and if it wished, it could take his life, but this was a gamble, so he steadfastly yelled, stand beside me. Roadbrook suddenly saw something. Through Adele's image, it saw the person it had once stood beside as if they were lovers, Sigurd. Roadbrook opened his mouth wide, then suddenly fell silent for a long moment. He didn't wait for its answer. When he thought he had failed, the voice of the ancient dragon suddenly echoed, all right, I accept. The great dragon, long bonded with the history of the Ragnar family, now stood before him in its serious and majestic form, nodding. A strong wind arose, the energy around swirling like the wind emanating from the ancient black dragon. However, the form of the dragon then was different, no longer the powerful true body of a Western dragon, but the appearance of a human. As the gentle wind faded, that human figure became even clearer. It was a young woman with short shoulder-length hair, her face shadowed deeply so others could not clearly see her features. That was the human form of the ancient dragon. Roadbrook smiled and said, you have made me curious, I will give you a chance. Now standing on the shimmering golden mountain, before him was no longer a large dragon figure but a human girl. She had sharp and mature features, her hair two-toned black and purple, short to her shoulders, her almond-shaped eyes golden like a phoenix, her confident and strong aura attracting all gazes and easily overshadowing anyone. He stood there stunned, staring at that girl. Roadbrook was pleased with his expression. She smiled with narrowed eyes and said, mesmerized by my beauty, huh? But I am over 2,000 years old. However, what he cared about was not her breathtaking beauty. He hesitated before speaking, O great guardian dragon. Adele looked straight at the deep hollow scar on the ancient dragon's chest. Roadbrook followed her gaze. There was a brief silence as she examined her own wound, yet she remained composed and said, ah, this one. Roadbrook touched the wound before her. Her face revealed an undisguised anger. Honestly, I lost my heart 50 years ago, and since then I have patiently awaited death. At most, I have only 3 years left to live. The ancient dragon stood against the light, her small figure casting a faint shadow. Roadbrook calmly admitted her limited abilities. For this reason, I cannot leave my lair. In other words, I cannot assist you directly. After explaining her condition clearly, she extended her hand toward him. So I ask again, do you still want to choose me as your reward? Adele's eyes looked up with determination. A corner of his mouth lifted into a curved smile filled with confidence. He affirmed, my answer remains unchanged. I choose Roadbrook, Ragnar's guardian dragon, as my reward. And at that moment, the system also confirmed that you have chosen Ragnar's guardian dragon, Roadbroke, as your reward. Roadbroke bowed her head and closed her eyes slightly, smiling faintly, truly foolish, but perhaps that is the nature of the chosen one. The system sequentially popped up 2 notifications. The title of consort of the guardian dragon has been created, the title of descendant of the ancestor has been created. Adele lifted his head to look at his nominal consort and said, I will become stronger and seize many more relics of the ancient dragons. Because of those words, he also received something else. A soul link with Roadbroke was established. Adele looked at her with eyes full of confidence. I will find it for you, something to replace your lost heart. The system notified that you have gained a large amount of experience points. Looking at that gaping hollow on Roadbroke's chest, he confidently said, among the relics of the ancient dragons there might be something capable of doing that. At that moment, the system also announced the final benefit from becoming Roadbroke's consort. You have leveled up. Adele paused for a moment then spoke his thoughts aloud. I think I need to at least do that to be worthy of the title consort of the guardian dragon. Roadbroke smiled softly, her eyes half closed as she bowed her head and said, Please take care of me, my new consort. Roadbroke reiterated her situation once more, but as I explained, I cannot leave this place. Until you find it and return with a solution, I will remain in hibernation here. Then she picked up an ancient book from her treasure trove and said, There is one thing I need you to do. A gentle breeze briefly passed by Roadbroke and vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving only a voice that hadn't yet caught up. To truly forge a connection with my soul. She suddenly appeared before him, gently pressing that book against his chest, saying, Read this and awaken your mind gate, you can accomplish it within a month. There are simple foods around the nest, take the time to read. At that moment, the system happily announced it as an additional reward, you have received the Grimoire Amon. Adele's gaze fixed tightly on the book shimmering with blue-purple light before him, the Grimoire Amon. Taking the book in his hands, all of its information was clearly introduced by the system. This is Amon's book, a hidden creature containing magical principles related to echoes of sound from the dawn of time, sacred sounds holding the entire truth of the universe. He joyfully thought how wonderful it was that he had secured the Grimoire Amon, but Adele hesitated slightly and spoke, You mean 1 month? Roadbroke turned and replied, That is the necessary time to awaken the mind gate for the first time. Do you have something more important than that? He explained his current situation, then made another request to her. The second phase of the awakening ceremony is underway, and the exam lasts only 15 days. Right now, I have less than half a month. Can I come back after the exam ends? Roadbroke narrowed her eyes slightly and glanced at him. She sat down and placed the treasure under her feet, saying that although it was possible, ancient dragons have certain inviolable dignities. Thus, Roadbroke bluntly refused that request. I will not allow it. Adele did not expect her to refuse this, and he was surprised. What? Guardian dragons always enjoy unexpected variables, so Roadbroke decided to find something interesting for himself through an almost impossible test. It wouldn't be interesting if I just let you go. Open your heart gate before the second phase ends. Roadbroke threatened him with the imposing aura of the dragon species. I will not allow you to leave until then. Meanwhile, time was increasingly running short, the remaining time until the second phase ends. Others outside were focusing all their energy on this second phase of the competition. They were gathered in meetings observing the contestants. Contestants were slaying monsters and collecting bells, while others were carefully setting up sturdy traps. At the present moment, only 13 days remained. In the Troivan clan territory 3 days before the second phase began, Troivan separated the summoning gem from the magical device and said, As you all know, the reason the ancient jewels can create a safe zone against demons is thanks to the summoning gem embedded inside them. He curled his finger around the jet-black gem in his hand, explaining its principle of operation. By amplifying the energy of the demon sealed within the gem, it deters other demons from approaching. Then he suddenly crushed it, but if this gem is destroyed, the gem's powder does not dissolve but continues swirling around him, and a series of deep, chilling sounds suddenly echoed monotonously. A giant monster with 4 bulging eyes abruptly appeared, bearing its terrifyingly sharp teeth, wanting to bite Troivan in two, yet he calmly continued to explain, You can summon demons whenever you want. His shadow suddenly moved. From within that shadow emerged another monster 5 times the size of the 4-eyed beast. It opened its massive jaws wide enough to swallow anything it desires. The monster from Troivan's shadow bit down, gnawing and swallowing the 4-eyed monster. that is also why Troyven remained so confident. He continued speaking steadily as if nothing had happened. The goal of the second stage is to kill demons and collect points, so Adele had no choice but to search for and hunt demons. Facing him, Axion nodded in response. I understand, you want me to use the gem to lure that bastard Adele here. Troyven nodded and continued to present his perfect plan. It was precise, but that alone was not enough. You cannot simply lure him in and kill him. If we do that, we might fail to obtain any clues about the relic of the Scarlet Palace. Axion, not understanding, asked again, why can't we torture him before killing him? He frowned and slowly said, you know full well. Troyven calmly stated an obvious truth that no one could change. The gap in strength between you and Adele is not large. Controlling and torturing him will not be easy. Yet, these words caused Axion's mind to waver intensely. He clenched his jaw tightly, veins gradually bulging. Troyven, still unaware of his nephew's chaotic emotions, went on analyzing. However, he seems too emotional. Let's take his subordinates as hostages. The dismissed group concentrated at Training Ground 4. Clearly, his kidnapping plan was perfect. Capturing them as hostages would be easier and would force him to reveal information about the relic. But as Axion listened to that, he could no longer control his trembling, tight fist. He suppressed the anger deep within, grinding out each word through clenched teeth, nodding, understood. And that was the plan. Returning to the present, Axion sat atop the corpses of the demons, his hands clasped as he pondered deeply, but unexpectedly, instead of seeking out the demons, he did not appear until the very last moment of the exam. Meanwhile, time was slowly passing. There were 12 hours left until the end of Phase 2. Axion Ragnar was currently ranked first with 860 points. His eyes glazed as he looked towards his subordinates hiding in the tree canopies. Such a waste. We even carefully planted your people among the judges. While he was lost in thought, suddenly someone approached and started babbling nonsense. Perhaps those 3 scoundrels on the council had caught him. That person was Felix Ragnar, a student of the Fleur de Mai Swordmaster, Phase 2, ranked 7th with 446 points. He kept a cold expression as he uttered cliched analyses. Otherwise, there would be no reason for him not to have shown up yet. Axion slowly lifted his head to observe him. His bloodshot eyes stared frankly at the other, mixed with a dose of scorn he did not bother to conceal. A promising talent from Fleur de Mai, but such poor thinking. I can see why the head of Fleur de Mai pays much more attention to Adele. Felix was rudely insulted without cause as incompetent. He jerked backward and screamed curses. What did you say? He bit his lip until it bled, twisting with resentment. I am helping him capture Adele and yet I am mocked by him. Felix's hand clenched tightly, trembling in waves of fury. Axion, who had never cared about him, spoke calmly as if nothing had happened. Forget it, I don't expect anything from you anyway. He curved the corner of his lips into a calculating smile. Adele, if you refuse to show yourself. The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy. Axion Ragnar's murderous aura flared intensely as he spoke through clenched teeth. I will force you to reveal yourself. Then he turned to look at those cooperating with him from the Dragon Scale Guild. Beside them was Felix's squad and the Electric Plum team. Axion led the frenzied group with bloodshot eyes blazing with killing intent. He drew his gleaming sword and sneered coldly, it's time to start the hunt. We will slaughter every eliminated one in Training Ground 4 one by one until he appears. After they left, not far away, a silent figure hiding behind a tree had observed everything. That person was Ray Ragnar in Phase 2, currently ranking 3rd with 561 points. She pressed her lips tight, revealing inner hardship, and suddenly felt a chill. Elsewhere, a mid-level infernal ice lizard screamed in pain and collapsed to the ground. Sybil's group struck a deep blow to the monsters with their swords. They couldn't believe it and shouted, we did it. We've defeated the Golden Demon Bell Fiend. Sybil ranked 68th with 31 points, Eodi 53rd with 52 points, and Banat 62nd with 36 points. All were happy and cheering, saying, see, we told you we could do it. We have to boast to Lord Adele about it. However, Sybil was a bit puzzled. With only 12 hours left before Phase 2 ends, where is young Master Adele? We have already gathered a lot of supplies for him. Eodi smiled optimistically and guessed that Lord Adele was certainly aiming for a bigger goal. He must be doing something more important than just collecting points. Hearing this, he found it reasonable and nodded in agreement. Perhaps surviving alone is enough to pass phase 2, so ranking isn't that important. Then Sybil sighed wistfully, patting his chest, but I'm still eager to see young Master Adele take first place again. He also promised he would mention me. Binat nodded and said along, that's right, he promised me the same thing. From behind, a sharp sword suddenly lunged forward and pierced Sybil's chest. He didn't have time to react. The cold blade cut through his flesh, and warm blood slowly spurted out. He collapsed onto the ground. The Orion Ragnar group appeared from nowhere. Now he was ranked 14th with 173 points. Drawing his sword out, he sneered coldly, you guys make me laugh to death. Two people shouted, Sybil, Dragon Scale Guild, what is going on? In response to their words were swords stained with fresh blood, they slowly advanced, contemptuously mocking them as if dealing with beasts. What do you think? You are merely sacrificial lambs to summon your precious young master. We also really want to meet that damn Adele, so don't blame us too much. At the same time, at Roadbroke's base, unlike the perilous situation outside, it was still quiet and as luxurious as before. The guardian dragon crossed its arms over its chest and did not spare any praise for Adele Ragnar. It was truly unexpected. Around him now was a faint layer of mana containing enormous power. Even Roadbroke was astonished at his level. Being able to open the heart gate in less than half a month, the system had also updated new skills for him at that time. You have partially grasped the magical principles inside the Grimoire Amon and created a new skill. He smiled happily and thoughtfully, thankful that the information I heard in a past life was correct. The most important factor when learning Grimoire Amon is the quantity and quality of mana. Adele's smile gradually became unusually confident, his eyes flashed with a bloody hue, and his whole body emitted a tremendous amount of mana. Because I have both mana-containing energy and a dragon's heart, learning twice as fast as a normal person is probably natural. He slowly flipped through each page of Amon's book and said simply, Adele should have already acquired an advanced skill, but his current condition is still not high enough, so the system has presented another option. Your status is too low, a lower-level skill has appeared. That skill is called Hatchling Synchro Level C, allowing free manipulation and the ability to read residual thoughts of objects through psychic sensing. Roadbroke now felt somewhat satisfied. She snorted and smiled, saying, I guess at least you need to reach that level to be called my companion. With this, you have grasped the basics, the rest you must continue to refine through training. The ancient dragon continued, when you reach a higher level, you will even hear my voice. Moreover, she half closed her eyes, the corner of her lips curling into a charming smile as she spoke words that shook others. You will be able to borrow the power of Roadbroke. Adele felt excited as he thought about what he could achieve in the future, a power like that of the ancestors. However, Roadbroke did not only deliver good news, she reminded him that of course, to do that, my recovery must be prioritized. Don't forget I have at most 3 years left to live. He clasped his hands firmly, confidently promising, don't worry, I will accomplish it. Roadbroke rarely opened her eyes to look at anyone. She smiled indulgently as if the child she had cared for had finally grown up. Then she reached out again, the power rushing and coiling within her palm. She created a swirling mana source surrounding Adele, and said, with this I declare that the primal contract has been made. Before the contract was completed, the ancient dragon gazed intently at him with its blazing golden eyes. I will wait for our next meeting, my new companion, the first in 1,000 years. A moment later, outside the dragon's lair, a foot slowly stepped onto the snowy ground, trudging straight forward. Adele braced his hands on his waist, muttering while exhaling, phew, it's good that I made a contract with Roadbroke, but I haven't made any progress with the awakening ritual. He silently calculated the time and suddenly realized he was in a critical situation. I only have 12 hours left, as if I deliberately chose to play on hard mode. He sighed, thinking to himself, if I hunt demons the normal way, I can't get first place within 12 hours. After thinking it over, Adele decided to take a different path, so only one strategy remains. Although this method isn't very glorious, it's still legitimate. Stealing bells from others, Axion ranked first in his previous life, surely in this life he's the same. With that thought, Adele became even clearer about what he needed to do now. In other words, I can only get first place by defeating Axion. That said, he wasn't arrogant enough to think he was that talented. Even so, he was certain that defeating him would not be easy. At that moment, suddenly, suspicious rustling sounds echoed from the nearby forest. Adele turned to look in that direction. From the shadows, a figure covered in blood steadily stepped out, speaking in a low, painful whisper, "Found you." He clearly saw the person's face and asked with a frightened expression, "Who are you?" That person staggered forward, drenched in blood, body trembling so much that they had to lean against a tree to stand upright. He called out in panic, "Ray Ragnar, what happened to you? Were you attacked by monsters?" He then asked, "How could a monster inflict such severe wounds on you?" Ray moved closer and closer, which allowed Adele to see more clearly what was going on. The wound dripping blood on her body wasn't caused by beasts but was a very clean cut made by a sharp weapon. He was utterly shocked. It was a sword wound. Had she been attacked by humans? Seeing how complicated the situation was becoming, Adele immediately asked what exactly had happened. But Ray refused to answer right then, saying, "Later. For now, let's head west." Before she could finish, her body suddenly ached painfully, and her legs seemed to lose strength as she collapsed. He hurriedly stepped forward and carefully caught her. At the moment he caught Ray, his hand grasped tightly onto her hands that held the sword. And then the power he received was also activated. Using the embryo synchronization skill, the hidden thoughts within the sword were conveyed. His skill kept rotating continuously, reading the memories of the sword's owner, Ray Ragnar. In the next moment, moments of Ray's memory from a few minutes ago appeared in Adele's mind. She crouched behind a tree, silently eavesdropping on a group of people talking. And what about Adele? The crowd gathered in a group numbering dozens. They spoke loudly without any restraint. "There's still no news about him, but since we've come this far, he will appear soon, right?" The cavalry under Adele's command was brutally beaten, then tied up kneeling on the cold snowy ground. Fresh blood soaked the white snow, and they felt even prouder because of that. "Moreover, we've left a lot of traces of those people from training ground number 4, there might be monsters that can lead him here." Axion looked at those bloodied knights and suddenly grunted. He turned to look at his subordinate, "Should I kill them?" The person was startled, thinking he wanted to kill him, stammering, What? Did I do something wrong?" Axion shook his head, then looked at them as if they were worthless insects, said impatiently, "No, I mean these guys, why did you bring 9 of them? Only 2 or 3 hostages are enough." Hearing this, the other person sighed with relief and scoffed, "These guys, then just kill off a few." At the moment the sword was about to swing down, Ray suddenly appeared from within the old forest, blocking the strike and bringing it to a halt. Axion turned his head to look at her, his expression indifferent and bored. Clearly, he didn't care in the least about the presence of the girl before him. "What is this, Ray Ragnar?" Ray cast a cold glance sideways, his impassive face hardening. This was going beyond the limit. He didn't care about that, although he paid no mind to Ray, he also didn't want to cause trouble without reason. Therefore, Axion only threatened with a phrase, neither painful nor irritating, "This has nothing to do with you. I don't want to complicate things further, so don't meddle here anymore. Go your own way." She heard the threat in his tone but still could not back down, for they were Adele's comrades. "Release them." Axion suddenly fell silent. His apathetic demeanor quickly shifted to hatred upon hearing Adele's name. "So you stand with that fool too?" She realized this man did not want to resolve things peacefully, so she took the initiative to charge and attack. Sharp ice shards flew forward. Axion was already drawing his sword, ready to counter at any moment. The two sides clashed fiercely in battle, shockwaves from their techniques blasted back, throwing heaven and earth into chaos. Ray's strength was formidable, but still not enough to face the current number 1. His sharp blade slashed a deep wound across her chest, the sharp smell of blood quickly rising. Her hand, which had always gripped her sword tightly, was beginning to loosen. What happened next? Adele could no longer continue watching because of a lack of status. Some thoughts were unreadable. He suddenly snapped awake, staring fixedly at that sword. His fury had reached its peak. What had happened? Why did Axion capture our comrade? Clearly, Ray didn't say a word, yet the person before her knew everything. She asked in surprise, "How did you know?" But Adele didn't have time to care about that. He urgently shouted, "Tell me what has happened." She gritted her teeth as if recalling her own helpless weakness. She sadly recounted that as soon as everything began, Axion had desperately tried to capture you. She mournfully told how, unable to find you, he had taken your teammate hostage to lure you out. Adele could not believe it. How had things developed like that? What? Ray didn't want to talk about it anymore. She stammered, I'm not here to discuss that. Yet Adele's mind was consumed only with rage aimed directly at that half-brother, Axion. He couldn't understand why they always targeted him like this. Even now, you people won't let me be, but I am no longer the weakling you can trample on. If they keep challenging me, then Adele must step up and settle this once and for all. He shouted, where are they? Where is Axion waiting for me? The snowstorm had begun to rise, the wind howling fiercely through every leaf gap. In that cold and silent space, a hurried and anxious voice echoed, Adele had appeared. A man ran over from afar, urgently reporting that he had suddenly appeared on the northern edge of the cliff. Axion, who was quietly pondering, immediately reacted. Is that true? The blond man nodded firmly, certain that right now he was contacting Ray, and he thought that he would arrive here soon enough. Every blood cell in Axion's body was boiling wildly with excitement. He curled his lips into a manic smile. Finally, you have appeared. Adele, I will prove that someone like you can never surpass me. At the moment he was most excited, from a distant treetop, his allies suddenly raised their voices to remind him, don't forget, young Master Axion. That person is using telepathy to guide you, there's no need to confront him directly. You only need to obtain information about the relics through the hostage. In the pitch-black night without a single ray of light, Axion heard that voice resonate inside his mind, we will take care of the rest with Adele. They continued, while we deal with him, use the summoning orb to distract the attention of the surrounding overseers. Axion had no choice but to comply. Yes, understood. He gritted his teeth but still gave his assurance, don't worry. Turning back to Adele, after hearing those words, Ray immediately objected vehemently, no, he couldn't go meet Axion. She tried to persuade him by comparing the strength of the two sides. The supervisors of the Imperial Intelligence Agency also sided with Axion. She clearly understood this battle formation, which is why she said even Adele wouldn't be able to hold out for long. Seeing him silent, saying nothing, she raised her voice and quickly outlined the optimal solution to overcome this problem. This is not a battle, it's a massacre. It's a trap set to kill you, you can't go alone. Let's find other supervisors, persuade them, and go together. Adele gritted his teeth and cut her off, there's no more time, I appreciate your help. Looking at the fresh blood stains soaking into the white snow, the glaring red dazzled him. He said, but while we are still hesitating like this, something might have already happened to them. And so, Adele had no other choice but to face his problem alone. I have to go now, tell me where they are. Ray didn't understand why he wanted to rush into death like that, she scolded, are you stupid? She shouted, if you go, you'll die. What's the use if you die? Even if a few people have to be sacrificed, you must survive. Without waiting for her to finish, he shouted, I don't want to lose anyone else, I don't want to. His memories spun around, he recalled every joyful moment spent with his friends. Our goal is to overcome the second ritual of initiation together. She didn't understand that, Ray had never felt that kind of affection before, she didn't understand. So she responded to him that this is the Ragnar family, sacrifices are inevitable. Adele knew that, but the memory of that day was so vividly beautiful that he never wanted to lose it again. We will gather here once more. In a fit of anger, Adele shouted that she had also intervened. Ray suddenly froze, her eyes widening as she stared intently at the person before her. He looked straight at that little girl and said, she just stood by and turned a blind eye. It was a painful memory that Adele could never forget. The entire Camellia Hall was engulfed in flames, everywhere filled with the stench of blood and the acrid smell of burning corpses. Why did Camellia Hall burn? Why did the servants die? His battered body had limbs severed and was trampled upon. The old man wearing a hood plunged a sword through his mother's throat, forcing him to face the brutal reality before his eyes. It was because of that idiot from the Ragnar family. That sound was like a curse striking directly at Adele's heart, causing his body to ache repeatedly from his own helplessness. Because you are the weakest. He laughed at him with that disgusting, mocking smile. Among all the powerful Ragnars, back to reality. Adele has tasted so much suffering that he can't stop feeling anger because of it. He is fed up with always having to endure it miserably. He reached out urgently and firmly gripped her shoulder. Ray rarely heard a voice filled with such sorrow. I cannot repeat the mistakes of the past. He transformed every feeling of helplessness, every pain of his into a flame of hatred. Adele radiated the aura of an ancient dragon, knowing exactly what he needed to do now. So, tell me where Axion is. Among a pile of scattered items lying on the cold snowy ground, a person slowly walked past. That person picked up an item stained with blood, and when scanning the surrounding objects, he immediately recognized who they belonged to. They were items collected by Sybil, and a golden bell soaked in fresh blood lay isolated on the snowy ground. A bell fell onto the bloodstain. The silver-haired youth's voice suddenly trembled. He croaked out, "Something terrible has happened." Remington turned his head. Seeing the red-haired sister and brother standing right beside him, he whispered, "Isn't that right?" He called out their last name, Hulkus. Hulkus ranked 5th with 499 points. Then he turned to call the name of their sister, Erica. She was a tough and muscular woman like her younger brother, with long red hair loosely braided. Erica ranked 4th with 521 points. Remington no longer cares about competing at this moment. He proposed a cooperation between both sides, saying, "I apologize, but I hope you can help me a little." Remington Narcio ranked 2nd with 688 points. The snow ape monster raised its stone club, letting out a roaring scream as it struck down. The powerful strike slammed down, sending the snow beneath its feet flying up. However, in Adele's eyes, it was nothing more than child's play. He lightly jumped to the side to dodge. Then he slid along the snow, quickly closing in on the monster's left flank. The weapon in his hand gleamed as Adele swung it to strike, coldly saying, "I don't have time for this." The sharp blade formed a powerful sword aura that severed the snow ape's body from a distance. He shouted, "Go away." The heavy body of the monster collapsed onto the snow, fresh blood spurting but not yet falling before Adele hurried away, completely ignoring the bell of their group in his view. He rushed through the cutting blizzard, calmly assessing the situation as he ran. It was highly likely that CB and the other hostages were still alive. Troyven was the guide for Axion, so he probably arranged to kill him quietly without causing chaos. Blocking his path now were 5 large snow apes. Yet Adele was not afraid. Instead, he continued analyzing how the supervisors with Axion served as proof. He ran forward, raising the sword in his hand high above. The skilled Tam Long Trail was used, 3 consecutive sword strikes unleashed in a single move. 5 monsters were cut into many small pieces like chopped vegetables. The foul, rank smell of blood rose, causing others to frown. Throughout it all, he never stopped moving. On the contrary, he remained deep in thought. The supervisors sent to kill him. Adele's eyes flashed with cruelty, determined to control Axion's abnormal behavior. Before him now was probably the boss of the snow apes, also struck by the Tam Long Trail, but it only left shallow cuts on the creature's body. On the contrary, it still had strength left to let out a fierce roar. He began to accelerate again. Even so, he had to act faster because Axion was an unpredictable variable. He leapt into the air, white snow suddenly burst upward, and Adele disappeared. Adele jumped high, facing that fierce monster, but his mind and thoughts were not on it. Instead, they were focused on another matter. Yet it was precisely that variable. Adele gripped the white moonlight sword tightly with both hands, channeling his entire body weight downward. The snow ape sensed the danger, opened its mouth, and let out a threatening roar. However, he dodged sideways in midair. Then Adele leapt onto the snow ape's head, driving his sharp sword through the thick skin and fur at the top, piercing straight into its brain. As he stabbed downward, he mercilessly thought he might be able to catch Axion. The monster's mouth spewed forth a gush of pungent blood. He had defeated the snow ape with such ease. Cut back to the previous scene, Ray still stood there in a daze. She stared into the pure white void before her and muttered, "That's right, Adele, you've been like this since you were little." In Ray's memory, she always remembered the moment when Adele, still a child, took her hand. Back then, he was a lovable kid with big, wide eyes. At that time, he gently spoke those words, "Let's go home first." Just a single warm moment from childhood was enough for her to remember it forever. This time, Ray limped step by step, following her own footsteps, footprints stained with blood gradually marking the snow. Yet she paid no mind to that. Despite her blood slowly seeping out, Ray still wanted to help the sunlight from her childhood. I will help you. Returning to the group of Axian's people, the Sybil members were brutally beaten and tied up with a long cloth gag around their mouths. Yet he kept groaning as if he wanted to curse something. An impatient foot suddenly lunged forward, kicking his face. His emotions were originally unstable, all of Axian's patience had been invested in waiting for Adele. At this point, he no longer had any patience for others. I warned that if they did not remain silent, I would kill them. Just as he was about to make a move, a reminding sound echoed. Young Master Axian. They stood at a distance but constantly observed movements on this side. They kept reminding not to forget the advice of the director of the Imperial Intelligence Agency. Do not change the plan arbitrarily. Axian frowned with annoyance, however, he obediently listened. Fine. Axian sheathed his sword. Then he sat back down on the snowy ground, looking lethargic and dejected. Axian's face darkened, the murderous aura thickened and surged fiercely. His eyes were bloodshot as he fought to suppress the pent-up irritation and hatred inside him. Far away among the tree branches, someone was watching them. He bitterly thought that 4 senior prosecutors had been sent to kill that Adele. In the end, the old man did not believe I could defeat him. He clenched his hands tightly, trying to keep himself calm. That fool. Suddenly, at that moment, a foot stepped onto the snow and advanced. The riders from training ground number 4, mouths covered, still tried to shout meaningless words to stop it. Axian, who had been in an irritable and annoyed mood, finally raised his head, lips tightly pressed, staring fixedly at the person who appeared. The feet stepped on the snowy ground without moving, standing silently there. Axian cheerfully cleared his throat and spoke, "At last, you have appeared." Only then did those feet begin to step forward. Seeing the tall, thin youth covered in blood stepping onto the snow, Axian parted his lips to laugh softly and spoke the name that had always lingered in his mind, Adele Ragnar. Adele did not reply to him immediately. Instead, his bloodshot eyes glanced first at the people around him. They were the knights from the 4th training ground, bearing wounds on their bodies, their faces bruised and swollen. They were in pain, their bodies covered in fresh blood and exposed to the freezing cold beneath. Yet, they still looked at him with worried eyes, as if he was the one suffering torture. Adele's cold face grew even sterner. He turned his head to look toward the group facing him. They were the people from the Dragon Scale and Plum Blossom societies. Unlike the others, they bore no wounds. Their fierce faces radiated killing intent as they stared at him, swords brandished in their hands. Adele nodded, as if he understood. He had remembered all his enemies. Axian sat cross-legged on a nearby low rock, with the Dragon Scale and Plum Blossom members behind him. He spoke in a hoarse, deep voice, "You kept me waiting too long." He was standing in front of Adele, yet his gaze was not on him. He bent down, his bloodshot eyes looking down at a person lying on the ground. "That is Sybil, he is different from the others." Not only was he brutally beaten, but he was beaten until he fainted. His eyes were tightly shut as if he were dead. That image pushed Adele's rage to the peak. He could no longer control his trembling hands. Axian began to stand up, his hand gripping tightly the sword strapped at his waist. The hastily planted senior prosecutors hurriedly reminded him, "Young Master Axian." That voice quickly made him freeze, stopping the action he was in the middle of. He said nothing but sighed wearily. His hand finally loosened its grip on the sword at his side. He spoke directly, "You surely already know the situation before coming here, so let's get straight to the point." Axian calmly put forward a condition, "If you want to save your friend, then," but before he could finish his sentence, Adele sneered and mockingly asked 3 words, "Are you scared?" He glanced upward. "What?" Adele cast a contemptuous look, his face clearly showing disdain as he repeated his provoking question, "Are you afraid to lose to me?" Those words completely shattered the composure Axian had tried to maintain. He hissed each word through clenched teeth, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Opposite Adele stood a group of people who had undergone long training, yet he was alone. He spread his arms wide and laughed, "If it weren't so, there would be no reason for you to do this, gather a bunch of people, with their hateful eyes fixed on me." He paused for a moment, his eyes pretending to be absent as he looked toward Sybil. He bluntly accused her, even of this shameful hostage kidnapping incident. Then he smiled arrogantly. Isn't it all because you are afraid of losing to me? But fearing it apparently wasn't enough to provoke him, he continued to jab. The title of the strongest in the north is probably just an empty name. Axion finally couldn't hold back anymore. He clenched his teeth and cursed, bastard. Adele knew he had successfully stirred Axion's competitive nature. So he confidently pointed his sword at the opponent, demanding a fair fight, or to try dueling me once. Like a true Ragnar, a duel with swords. Adele gave a cold laugh, ending with one last provocation. Of course, that is, if you still have any pride left. Axion's eyes widened, he gave a crooked, mad smile stretching to his ears, as if the rein restraining his nature had finally been cut by Adele. He then set forth sufficient conditions to persuade Axion to agree. If I lose, I will give you everything you want, even my life. On the other hand, if I win, please release. Without listening to everything he wanted to say, he laughed madly a few times, his eyes staring at his hands soaked in fresh blood as always. A duel with swords, that idiot Ragnar boy wants to duel me with swords. Axion hugged his head, trying to suppress a burst of laughter choking in his throat. You don't realize that your arrogance has reached the heavens. Through the gaps in his fingers, his eyes were fierce like a wild beast starved for days, staring at Adele as if wanting to devour him alive. Do you really think I fear you? The group of senior prosecutors sensed something was wrong and hurriedly tried to alert him. Young Master Axion, it's just a provocation. You don't need to respond to him. They persuaded, trying to restrain him, warning not to act beyond control, not to fall into his trap, and to stick to the plan. But Axion at this moment was completely overcome by desire and domination. He growled heavily at them, "Be silent." He retorted by asking if they actually didn't believe him. The only response was silence from that group. Receiving no answer, Axion didn't care. He stepped forward, his hand once again resting on the hilt of his sword, and said, "Very well, Adele, let's duel." The plan succeeded as expected, and Adele gave a faint smile as if he had foreseen everything. Unlike his own mood, the group of senior prosecutors standing at a distance found themselves in a difficult situation. Things are getting complicated now. What should we do? It's still within our expectations, it's just that the workload has increased a bit. They whispered among themselves, discussing the plan. If young Master Axion oversteps his bounds, we will just follow the plan. At this moment, Axion had stepped in front of Adele. No matter what, he was still a man of enough honor to fulfill the conditions that Adele had laid out. He said to his subordinates, "This is a duel of a proud Ragnar. No one is to intervene until the match is over. Do not touch the hostages, for they are the stake of this wager." Then suddenly, only a few unclear afterimages flashed across the ground without a visible figure. Axion frowned instantly, paying close attention because he, more than anyone, understood exactly what was happening. From afar, Adele used just a brief second to close the distance between them. His crescent moon sword swung down, but Axion had already drawn his sword to block it. The two swords clashed fiercely, sparks bursting bright in the night. He felt the arm holding his sword going numb. Clearly, Adele Ragnar's sword swing was by no means light. Even though his opening attack was stopped, he did not lose heart. On the contrary, he took it as a mild warning. "Thank you, no need to waste time, let's begin." With that, Adele swung his sword again. Axion once more drew his sword to block the unexpected attack. Adele's two sudden attacks without warning made Axion feel irritated. Truly, such underhanded tricks come from the son of a concubine. As soon as the sentence ended, the two of them rushed at each other again. The clear, ringing clang of swords striking each other continuously echoed. In a blink, they had exchanged dozens of moves. Axion began to use his sword techniques. He raised his hand backward, and a pinkish red light radiated from the sword, instantly blazing brightly. "I will teach you." The move, Heavenly Dragon's Roar, was launched, a devastating attack like the bite of a giant and magnificent dragon. Axion shouted, "The true power of Ragnar." Adele was taken aback by that power. His body suddenly froze, but he quickly counterattacked. Adele channeled his strength into the crescent sword. Then he swung the sword to strike. The triple dragon claw strike, like a destructive blow, tore the Heavenly Dragon's Roar into many pieces and shattered it completely. Axion could never have imagined that the technique he was so proud of could be destroyed so easily. Adele stood firmly on the ground, his face displaying a mocking smile as he looked at him. He flashed a smirk and sneered, "Do you have enough strength to teach me?" Orion Gardner, head of the Dragon Scale Guild, ranked 14th with 179 points, cursed under his breath. Just look at Adele Ragnar's performance, still imprinted on the thick layer of snow. He really knows how to overwhelm. At the beginning, I still had doubts, but is Adele really this skilled? He clicked his tongue with disdain. At this moment, his wrinkles were filled with countless calculations. This matter is too difficult. Axion might lose here. Should I betray him and follow Adele? Axion has always been a damn arrogant bastard. He let his mind take a breath, resting for a moment, and he gritted his teeth, reluctantly making a choice. No, the judges from the Imperial Intelligence are here, they will definitely handle everything. Just focus on distracting the other judges. Immediately, Orion turned his back and hurriedly ordered the entire council under his rule, the Dragon Scale Association, to disband. In the white snowy night, his hurried echoing voice rang out. We don't want to get caught up in this chaos. Let Axion take the lead, we will move separately. Hidden somewhere in the dark night, a memory of young Axion emerged. A voice sounded out, Axion. That voice was Troivan's, instructing young Axion that he must seize Ragnar's throne for his mother and uncle, for the prosperity of the Troivan family. So on that very day, young Axion bore a great responsibility on his shoulders. He added that the name Ragnar was merely a facade. You are a Troivan, do you understand? The river of memories ended with Axion's teeth grinding harshly. The man clicked his tongue in astonishment, truly remarkable. Then his legs sprang up, he rushed at Adele with the ordinary sword in his hand. He shouted, Adele Ragnar. A blood-red crescent blade swept alongside Axion's sword as Axion attacked him. Two swords clashed together, creating a frictional force along the blades. The sharp clang of metal rang out between them. One attacking, the other defending. Hidden behind the sword was a pleased face because Axion had fallen into the trap he had set. Thank you for acting exactly as I expected, Axion. In the council room, the soldier reported that Adele Ragnar had finally revealed himself and was confronting Axion Ragnar. At that moment, it was as if an emotional dose was pumped into each person differently. Julius Ragnar clenched his fist and smiled happily. That's it, finally you've taken action. As far as I know, you are still safe and sound. Wolfgang Ragnar was stunned, wondering, wasn't he dealt with by those bastards? While Troivan breathed a sigh of relief, so he's still alive, thank heavens. I don't know what he has been doing all this time, but my plan can finally begin. In an unseen corner, his lips silently curled into a smirk. After Axion obtained the information about the holy relic, the top swordsman I chose will behead him. Suddenly, the intelligence reports from two soldiers echoed into his ears, capturing his attention. There is recent news. Adele Ragnar and Axion Ragnar's faces suddenly stiffened, especially when the next sentence reached his ears that they are currently in a one-on-one duel. He fell silent, his eyes narrowed to the maximum, a bead of sweat trickled down his cheek, forcing him to utter, "What?" On the other side, the harsh scraping sounds of Adele and Axion's swords continued. Adele Ragnar kept defending, while Axion swung his blade in a dazzling red arc. Axion just evaluated his opponent. He is strong, he has improved at an astonishing speed. However, he widened his eyes. In Axion's cloudy red eyes, his speed seemed like slow motion, making him silently disdainful. He wasn't that fast. His hand holding the sword slowly raised it with the thought stream, the opponent's movements. Then in a flash, he was quick, the sword's tip dashed straight at him. The reason he could easily throw away the sword was that he had read everything already. In that hair's breadth moment, a fleeting thought flashed through his mind. The sword-throwing technique reminded him of the past. In the screaming eyes of his comrades, perhaps he had experienced it before. Calmly, Axion responded, "You should know that using a secret technique has predetermined movements." He continued, his eyes dilated, only allowing the opponent to guess your next position. Blood dripped from the sword. Spots on the pure white snow turned vividly red. Adele caught the sword just before it dashed straight into his skull and uncovered another truth. So it was you. The flame from a past life suddenly flared up, a voice from the hooded stranger rang out, "You talk too much." Just before he died completely, he overheard a few words from him. He took off the mask covering his face. It was Axion. He quietly gave the order, "End this matter." The moment he learned the truth, his nerves went haywire facing the man who had killed him years ago, the despicable wretch who had committed that act. In his stream of memories, immediately after he died, as the pink fire electric burned out, he had struggled fiercely to drive those people away. He silently harbored resentment. He was doomed to die never knowing who had set the pink fire electric ablaze. In that moment of despair, because he lacked strength. However, the goddess of luck smiled upon him, fortunately. While he was still on the verge of death and unaware, in his next life, thanks to Evelyn's investigation, he discovered that there was a profound connection to the electric fire. Looking at the man who killed him that night, the reasonable conclusion was that the man in the hood was the one who killed him. He grasped the clue that those who killed him were the Troivan family, and among the Troivans, there was one who used a rare technique, throwing swords. And that person was Axion Ragnar. Adele silently observed that only an extremely arrogant person would dare to use such a move that easily disarms the weapon. His eyes narrowed. He dared to bet that he had not been 100% sure before, but now, seeing it with his own eyes again, he was certain. His hand clenched. His voice tinged with hatred echoed through the snowy night. Both then and now, the sword suddenly snapped. He was the one who broke it as hatred engulfed him. "Why do you bastards want to kill me so much?" That strength surprised Axion. He had just broken a sword with his bare hands, and the sword fell down slowly. Adele swore that this was different from his past life. He had caught the hilt of the sword. Adele resolved, "I will save myself." Everything happened right before Axion's eyes. He thought silently, "Along with all my teammates." Adele quickly responded by throwing the sword toward Axion. However, unfortunately for him, Axion just had to tilt his head slightly to avoid the direction of the sword. He sneered, "Where are you aiming at? What half-hearted imitation is this?" But the next second, he was forced to use his body, because the formidable killing intent emanating from him made Axion uneasy. "What the hell is going on?" Axion reacted naturally. He drew another sword to defend himself against that aura. He was concerned that this killing intent was no ordinary thing. The latent power deep within him forced Axion to reconsider. His mana level was truly laughable. Axion wondered if this bastard had been hiding his talent in the early stage. In the blink of an eye, Adele had vanished from his sight, then suddenly appeared right in front of him. Just as his eyes were not watching, by the time he was able to react, a blinding explosion rang out in the winter sky. He gripped his sword across his body tightly, his whole body instinctively retreating, and Adele continued to slash him with his sword. He survived thanks to the sword stuck across his body. Adele thrust his sword straight ahead and Axion did the same. Suddenly, Adele smirked, asking when Axion would finally show his true strength. That drove him mad. That damn bastard. Suddenly, Axion grabbed Adele's forearm. He pulled him along, causing his sword tip to nearly strike Adele's eye. Adele timely dodged by tilting his head to the side. He growled, breaking free from Axion's control. Adele leapt up. Their swords clashed, causing both to fall back. But quickly, they regained their balance on their feet. Before charging Axion, Adele used magic to teleport again, disappearing from Axion's control, and reappearing right in front of Axion at a close distance, unknown to him. Adele knocked Axion's warrior sword far away. Adele called to Axion, stepped back to gain momentum for his body. He said, "Do you know what it feels like to swing a sword in a straight line, and be stabbed right through the stomach?" Without hesitation, he thrust his sword into Axion. There was an investigative team in the snowy night. They were not attacked by beasts, but there were signs showing someone had dragged them away. The investigative team of 3 consisted of Remington, Hulkus, and Erica. Remington voiced his speculation that the only one bold enough to do this was Axion. But someone else lacked wisdom, and that was Hulkus. The big guy naively asked, "Axion, he's ranked first, why would he do that?" "Axion intends to recruit more subordinates." Remington answered the big guy's naive question with his profound knowledge, explaining that it seems Axion had taken your teammates hostage to lure Adele out. Axion plans to eliminate Adele at the second awakening ceremony. Hearing that Axion laid a hand on his friend, Hulkus immediately flew into a rage. He shouted, "What the hell, Axion should fight fairly. What on earth is Axion doing, that despicable bastard?" But Erica responded indifferently, "So what?" The reason for her casual words was that this matter was far too ordinary. She said this was Ragnar's awakening ritual. Situations like this were perfectly normal. Remington was silent. After a while, he continued speaking. That is why I dislike Ragnar, no matter how much I admire his strength, I cannot accept things like this. Seeing that he had firmly made up his mind, her expression darkened. She asked again, you're treading on dangerous ground, are you serious? He smiled and said, I have to save my comrades, that's what Adele would do. Remington invited him to join, saying it would be great if you joined me. Hulkus enthusiastically agreed, I'll join. I'll join. Then he turned to ask Erica, sister, you'll come along too, right? However, she just clicked her tongue and said, no, I don't care. Turning away indifferently, I only followed because I thought I would meet Adele Ragnar, but I saw no sign of Adele at all. Besides, I despise the weak, I have no interest in saving them. Her indifferent attitude made Hulkus exclaim, sister, you're so cold. Forcing Erica to turn back, she clenched 4 fingers on her forehead and shouted, what did you just say, kid? Remington said, Erica, I know why you want to meet Adele. She was silent, and he fervently assured that, I assure you if you help me this time, it will help you achieve your goal. The footprints raced swiftly through the air. The Remington team ran with extraordinary speed through the wind. Deep within his heart, he asked for a few seconds to arrive immediately, everyone please wait a little longer. But on the way, a swordsman blocked them, stopping them. That swordsman said, when the Remington group stood before them, you cannot take another step. In just a moment, he recognized which guild it was, he slowly spoke as if not believing his eyes. The Plum Blossom Guild. The head of that guild, Orion, arrogantly exclaimed, it's been a long time, Wellington, after abandoning us to follow a cripple. He sneered, now you mix with this group of muscle-brained bears. Axion's insult made Hulkus's nerves tense. What, calling us just a bunch of fools with muscles instead of brains and stupid bears? Which left Orion speechless for a second before Axion said, I never said that. Remington said coldly, step aside Orion, I don't want to fight old friends. And of course Axion's pride would not let the Remington group pass so easily. I refuse. He was silent for a second, then drew his sword. If Orion chose this, Remington had no other choice but, if you refuse to step aside, then so be it. No one in the Remington group uttered a word to each other, they charged into Orion's group. He reluctantly said, I will have to do it. On the other side, Sybil was tied up lying on the snowy ground. Between his thighs, he tightly gripped the blunt sword. Sybil shifted his thighs so that the blunt sword would cut through the rope tying him. The reason he had this sword was because Adele had thrown it away. Adele deliberately threw it off course towards Axion. The sword flew towards Sybil, and it stuck right in front of him to save his life. He swore to heaven and earth that this was an opportunity given by Adele himself. I will end this matter. The tip of the blunt sword cut into the rope. Far from his position were the figures of 2 young men fighting each other. The more you looked, the more they charged straight at each other through the snow layer. Their 2 swords clashed among the falling snowflakes. But midway, a 3rd swordsman joined the fight. Of course, Adele recognized who that was, so he spoke silently, finally, you have stepped up. The first words of that person when interrupting the battle were, I apologize, young Master Axion. That was Liam Troyven, the senior swordsman examination supervisor. Liam Troyven said, I will accept my punishment after the awakening ceremony. He stepped into the fight, sweeping aside Adele's sword. He shouted to the guards behind him to escort the young master. The guards responded in unison, understood. Then he quickly gained momentum advancing, his cloak fluttering, leaving the guards to repeatedly urge Axion, young Master Axion, you have fought enough, let us handle the rest. A bodyguard handed Axion the sword, we had retrieved the sword he had dropped. Grasping the sword in his hand, Axion cast his red eyes a contemplative glance. On the other side, the guy thrust the sword towards Adele. It almost pierced through his skull, luckily he managed to dodge in time. Then the guy swung it in an arc, and Adele quickly bent down. After that, Adele regained momentum, and struck Liam fiercely. Liam raised his sword straight up, then swung it down to counter Adele's boldly positioned sword right in front of him. As he struck, Liam thought silently that he had no choice but to admit not only was young Master Axion a high-level swordsman, but the sword he carried today was also formidable. Suddenly, Liam felt determined. Liam rushed forward with the remaining thoughts in his head that they were no match for him, the only chance was now while there was no supervisor around. It was a pity to have to kill such a genius, but because of the clan Liam served, and above all, for Troyven, he raised his sword to bid his final farewell to him, goodbye, Adele Ragnar. Facing Liam's strike, Adele's pupils reacted, they dilated. And in the shadow of those eyes, a streak of blood splattered out. It turned out Liam had been stabbed from behind by a sword. Liam spat out blood. Axion had stabbed Liam with his own sword. Unable to believe his eyes, the master had stabbed him. Liam shouted, "Young master, what is this about?" Axion growled in response, "I told you not to intervene." The subordinate's name was stabbed violently amid the snowy night, under the witness of Adele and that very subordinate. He drew out his sword, letting the subordinate fall by momentum. The other guards shouted, "Young master Axion, what the hell are you doing?" With a pride as solid as a mountain, he angrily cleared his throat, "Do you intervene because you think I will lose? This is an insult to the air." With such high self-esteem that he discards his subordinate, implying to his men that Adele must beware, Axion, that madman, he is willing to strike his own people. Axion parted his lips to utter a few words, "Fine, I will acknowledge you, Adele Ragnar, you are strong." Dissecting the rot-filled heart inside him, only echoing Troivin's words, "The weak are useless, but you are someone talented, Axion." The words of his uncle poisoned him daily, crushing everything and standing at the summit. "Only then can you seize Ragnar's throne." He spoke bitterly, "But you must be weaker than me, that must be obvious." Facing someone who worships their pride as everything, he arrogantly declared, "I am destined to become the strongest and take the throne, there is no way I will lose to someone like you." The sword in his hand seemed ready to strike anyone at any moment, whenever he spoke, anything that blocked his path. He charged forward, screaming furiously, "I will kill them all." At that moment, Adele glared intensely. When Axion swung his sword down, creating a large curved slash, only for Axion to realize that there was no one there, not a single soul on the crack he had slashed. In fact, Adele Ragnar had already taken to the air before Axion could strike down. And now Adele was lunging down, dropping his sword to slice across Axion's arm. Not far away, the bodyguard scrambled over anxiously, asking worriedly, "Senior Liam, are you okay?" Liam coughed harshly, a bodyguard gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, I knew he was reckless but not to this extent." Liam forced himself up and said urgently, "What are you waiting for?" Liam shouted, "Don't pay attention to me, go help the young master and kill Adele Ragnar." The bodyguard was about to argue, but Axion was resisting us fiercely. Before he could finish speaking, Liam yelled, "Go now, kill Adele immediately. If Axion dies, we're all doomed." On the other side, Axion cried out in agony. He hurriedly struck up and down against Adele's sword. At that moment, his mad thoughts spilled out uncontrollably, "No, no, it can't be like this." His uncle's words rang deep within him, even a faint glimmer of hope, "With Ragnar, I still cannot predict what will happen." His uncle told him the parable of the candle, even a candle flickering in the wind can suddenly blaze up. He clenched his teeth in bitterness, "No, it can't be." At that time, his uncle asked him, "Why do you keep worrying about that bastard? He is just an incompetent worm." Back then, he was very confident. And he vowed that she would deal with him gently and make him realize his place. Then one day, Uncle told him, "You know too, right, the gap in strength between you and Adele is no longer far now." At that moment he froze, his ears ringing because that sentence struck right at his heart. Axion shouted loudly, "No, no, no." He lunged up with his sword. He furiously yelled, "Trash like you can easily be torn apart and killed." He roared, "I am Axion Ragnar, the one destined to rule the north and inherit Ragnar's throne. I am Axion Ragnar." Like a dragon charging toward Adele, facing his storm, he calmly responded, "That damned golden arm, it is because of your ambition that so many of my people have died." A stream of blue mana was emitted, and spread throughout the crescent sword he wielded. He said, "If you don't abandon that ambition, I will crush it with my power." With the crescent sword in hand, along with the willpower and strength I possess, he charged. A blue dragon appeared from his power. Adele shouted a dragon claw strike, making Axion falter. Axion's red dragon was torn apart in an instant. All thanks to his flame of hatred he will become truly powerful to defeat all of you. That overwhelming scene caused everyone, on both sides to stare wide-eyed, including his teammates who sensed it even from far away. Axion's dragon had been defeated. Under the full moon night, Axion's body was torn apart, followed by a violent sound, amidst the thick, swirling smoke. At this moment, Axion's feet stood on the ground. The next second, his knees buckled, alongside the headless body of Axion. At the same time, his head flew off nearby, and collapsed onto the ground close by. Blood streamed down from the crown of his head. His foot stepped on his hair. He stood there, With a settled fury, Liam stood dumbfounded, exclaiming, "Huh." He called that headless corpse young Master Axion. On Adele Ragnar's sharp sword, bright red blood droplets dripped down. Those drops competed to fall onto Axion's dead, unblinking eyes. The group of villains accompanying Axion Ragnar witnessed this bloody scene in horror, speechless, mouths agape as if they couldn't believe what was happening. Among them was Liam, wearing a single band across his forehead, who opened his eyes wide and cried out, his lips moving as he struggled to form a complete sentence. Young Master Axion. He looked down at the body of that young master. Although he knew Axion was no longer among the living, he stubbornly refused to believe it, calling out that name, hoping he would awaken and answer him. But waiting forever brought no reply from the other side. His faint hopes were extinguished one by one, his face grew sour, and he angrily ordered those men to kill him. Then, in a fury, Liam shouted aloud, "Kill that damn bastard at once." As soon as he finished speaking, the group accompanying him immediately responded to the call, instantly brandishing their own swords and charging toward Adele aggressively. They hesitated not an instant as they aimed straight at him, the man who remained calm and unscathed after the bloody battle with Axion Ragnar earlier. But even though he was facing such imminent danger, he merely glanced indifferently at the group, slightly curling his lips into a faint smile while thinking to himself, "This is bad." He silently calculated every detail in his mind. From this point forward, it was a gamble. Facing 4 senior swordsmen even in perfect condition was impossible, and in his current state, the chances were even slimmer. Clutching his sword tightly, his stamina depleted and his mana nearly drained after the final strike. Before long, Adele Ragnar's entire body was exhausted to the extreme, deep in thought but still striving to hold on to the last flicker of clarity remaining as he prepared for the fierce battle with the onrushing attackers. His face was filled with vigilance and caution as he attentively observed every action and gesture of his foes to timely dodge and counterattack. At that moment, one of the group raised his sword, ready to assault as soon as Adele's guard dropped, aiming to overwhelm him completely, leaving him no breath to spare. Originally, they were only 3 in total, but their fighting spirit and strength were truly impressive, especially to Adele Ragnar, who had not yet fully recovered his strength after battling Axion Ragnar before. As if understanding this issue deeply, he gradually became panicked inside. He hesitated, thinking, wouldn't they be coming? At that moment, the sound of heavy footsteps thundered as they approached their location. Each step they took caused the place to light up, as if a radiant halo was emanating powerfully around them. It turned out those people were members of the Northern Silver Lion hunting quartet, coming to break the siege and rescue him. They spread out into small groups and appeared everywhere. Some stood in front, shielding Adele who was standing dazed behind, while the others surrounded and besieged the 3 opponents. Their sudden appearance took him somewhat by surprise. He opened his eyes wide, staring in astonishment at them fighting shoulder to shoulder, as complex emotions welled up within him, leaving him speechless. Hulkus, along with Remington and Erica, stood before him, joining forces to fight the 3 opponents, each looking fierce and robust. All 3 radiated their unwavering fighting spirit. Only then did Adele snap out of his mixed emotions. He spoke loudly, "What? How did you get here?" he asked them, confused. "Hearing your words, Remington both blocked the opponent's strike and turned to look at you with a smile," he said heroically, "Isn't it obvious to save a comrade in danger, Adele?" The words you spoke stirred his emotions intensely. He stood there dazed, lost in his own thoughts. Ignoring the fierce battle raging around them, Hulkus and Erica glanced at Adele. Hulkus excitedly shouted in agreement with Remington, "Damn it, Adele, I've never met anyone as strong as you, I like you." In contrast to his excitement, Erica was much colder. She spoke neutrally, witnessing it firsthand is indeed even more impressive. Sybil, standing not far from them, could hear their entire conversation, despite the clashing swords and voices nearly drowning out their speech. He raised his sword forward, matching Hulkus's spirit, and said loudly with a tone of irony, "I, the loyal dragon, serve young Master Adele, I cannot cause trouble and then run away." As soon as he finished speaking, a display panel immediately appeared in the air showing his information, Sybil, 17 years old, talented and loyal male. At the same time, Remington raised his sword to block the opponent's attack. The 2 struggled for a long time, their swords sparking with the power of their strength. He seriously stared straight at the person opposite him and calmly exposed that man's true identity. The supervisor was not allowed to intervene directly, let alone take action against a candidate. You know this is a serious crime, don't you? He squinted and continued speaking. At that moment, because he was busy fencing with Remington, the man didn't notice that his angry, scowling face had slipped out from under the cloak's hood at some point. The man grit his teeth and let out a growl. Immediately after, taking advantage of him being distracted, the man quickly sent a telepathic message to Liam, who was standing far away from this place full of scandal. Liam, what should we do? This situation has gotten out of control. Should we deal with all of them? The sudden contact startled Liam, who was kneeling. Please, make a decision, the man pleaded urgently. Only then did Liam slowly stand up, musing deeply on how to save them. Indeed, the situation was a disaster. The man assessed the current condition from his own perspective. Liam raised his eyes to look at them. Suddenly, he widened his eyes, anger and resentment shone clearly within them. We haven't found any clue about the holy relic of the Scarlet Chamber, nor can we deal with Adele. He ignored the others present and stared intently at Adele, who stood bewildered among the crowd engrossed in their struggle, watching them protect him without a single wound on his back. Then he looked over at Axian's corpse lying there. Below the ground was a bloodstain with no clear owner, along with a sword that had long been broken in two. Even Lord Axian was dead. And now all of this had been exposed. Liam stood in a corner, staring distantly at the fierce struggle unfolding, unsure of what to do. Though he had pondered for quite some time, he still couldn't come up with the best solution for all of them. There was no single way to fix this. His words terrified them to the extreme. The other guy panicked and shouted Liam's name. Liam, we don't have any time. At this moment, true to their hopes, he had conceived a solution that could satisfy both sides. So the best choice was, he looked up at the sky and calmly spoke a savage sentence. Kill them all. As if not understanding what he was saying, the other hurriedly asked for clarification. Immediately Liam associated the idea with huge monsters covered in white fur or skin that was icy white. He patiently explained to them to help them understand. An abnormal monster appeared and massacred all the candidates present at the scene. Then he pulled out a large bag from who knows where. That was the best plan. He calmly told them in this desperate situation, fake it as an accident and erase all evidence of Troyvin's involvement. His eyes widened, deep and sinister as he spoke. Not long after he finished speaking, he immediately turned the bag he had just held upside down, and from the bag fell spherical orbs with purple engravings on them, emitting a mysterious black color onto the ground. He sneered maliciously and said, 2 level 5 monsters, they are enough to stage the accident, understand? His 3 comrades were startled upon hearing this, shocked by his cruelty. Nevertheless, to preserve the lives and honor of Troyvin, they had no choice but to obey his words, understood? All for Troyvin. Saying this, Liam forcefully threw those orbs toward Adele without hesitation. But as he was engrossed in executing his plan, suddenly a sword pierced through him from behind. He was caught off guard and could not react in time. Half of Selperd's handsome face appeared from beneath the hood of his cloak. His warm, deep voice echoed as he softly called his name, Liam. This critical blow caused him so much pain that he spat out a mouthful of blood, unable to retaliate. This made him feel furious and irritated. Damn it. More chaos ensued. Selperd Gardner stood beside Aaron Barkas. Both were members of the White Dragon Cavalry. An intense chill emanated from him as he coldly lifted his eyelids to look at him and asked, "What the hell are you doing?" At the same time, the people from My Flower Electric and Tweeleen Electric appeared unhurriedly, led by 2 proud ladies who also acted as supervisors, Natasha Copel and Sally Gardner. Seeing their presence here, Liam seemed unable to believe that his plan had failed before it even started. The wound from Seth's fatal stab still throbbed painfully on his body, tears streamed from his eyes, glowing a blood red. How could they have arrived so quickly? He wondered in confusion. He originally intended to struggle a little longer to try to complete his scheme, but the wound was too severe and the blood loss too great, so he died right there, collapsing before the rest, causing them to panic and shout. One of them shouted loudly, "Liam." At this moment, Selperd rested his sword on his shoulder, slightly bent forward, frowned, and looked down at Liam's corpse, saying, "The 3 of you stay where you are. If you want to live, obey us obediently. If you want to end up like Liam, go ahead and resist." This threat from him terrified and unsettled them. After a long mental struggle, just as Selperd expected, they did not stubbornly resist but instead turned their heads to look at Adele and let out a cry as if unwilling to accept the current outcome. Seeing this, Adele knew everything had been resolved properly, each matter handled accordingly, and he relaxed with a smile, murmuring as the supervisor. Thank heaven and earth. Just after he finished speaking, his whole body lost balance and he collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Ragnar, who came running out from somewhere, arrived just in time and caught him, letting him rest his head on his broad shoulder. Despite how exhausted he was, Adele still tried to finish his sentence. You arrived just in time. Thank you, he said softly. Ray gently turned his head and glanced at him. I don't understand why you had to put yourself in such a precarious position, Adele. That was truly reckless. Why did you risk your life like that? Hearing that, he summoned all his remaining strength to open his eyes. Then he looked towards his teammates who were escorting the others away to be punished. At that moment, Remington ran over to him, frowning with disapproval at what he had done and loudly complained, Adele, that was really dangerous. Why didn't you just call me? But before he could answer, Erica and Hulkus ran up to block Remington. Erica said excitedly, Hey, don't forget I helped you, okay? Hulkus interrupted, Adele, you can't die until we have another one-on-one fight. No sooner had they finished speaking than his teammates chimed in one after another, Lord Adele, coming this far for us, even if we die, we will have no regrets. Ray reached out to support Adele, who was slumped on his shoulder, and she was astonished to see this scene. As for him, he leaned on her shoulder, attentively listening to every word they spoke, gently smiling with pride. He moved his lips softly, uttering quiet words, here. His voice echoed unexpectedly in her ear, startling her. She turned her head, trying to see what he intended to say. Only then did he finish the sentence he had left unfinished, this is the strength that I pursue. His voice was filled with pride for his comrades, as well as gratitude for all they had done for him. After hearing that, she immediately understood the meaning behind his words, softly wearing a bright smile and then gently, albeit hesitantly, called his name, Adele. But before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted her, saying, by the way, give me the bell so I can take the lead position. She smiled as she listened, uttering no further words. That night, the sky was filled with falling snowflakes and towering trees. Here, each person was lost in their own thoughts. Elsewhere, far from where Adele was, in a magnificent castle with many windows, flickering lights still glimmered in the darkness. Troyvin sat in a cozy small room, his face showing shock and disbelief. He raised his commanding tone, what did you say? Around him were two middle-aged men and a young woman sitting together at the table. Not far away, a fully armored soldier was reading information from a document that had been delivered. The soldier held the paper tightly in his hand with a fear that words could not express, his voice suddenly booming, Axion. The three people sitting in the room, along with him were equally bewildered, and confused, no less than he was. At this moment, his face grew darker and colder than usual, already dead, he said filled with rage. The snow was falling thicker and thicker, and the candidates gradually gathered in one place as the results of the second round were announced. Everyone was anxiously awaiting the results. At that moment, a figure wearing a cloak stepped forward. He simultaneously declared, very well, everyone, then. And the mysterious person who appeared was a celestial dragon, Pharaoh Ragnar. He calmly continued, I hereby declare the completion of stage 2 of the awakening ritual. After numerous hardships, the second stage is finally complete. Everyone present was stunned by his appearance and began to question, a celestial dragon? What is he doing here? He rarely makes a public appearance. Facing the contestants' doubts, the celestial dragon ignored them and continued assessing. 45 out of 87 candidates passed, not bad at all, truly the most talented generation ever. After speaking, his eyes began to glow red. I am especially impressed with the top scorer's results. Upon hearing the name Adele, instinctively everyone looked up. After that, he announced important information. Surely you all know, anyone who passes the second phase will be promoted from a novice swordsman to a low-level swordsman. Then he looked down at the candidates with satisfaction, be proud of that. You now have the right to participate in activities like the Swordsman of Ragnar. His gaze swept over everyone present as he shouted, all those here deserve that honor. Without giving the candidates time to rejoice, Pharaoh continued, now I will announce the scores of the second phase. When the name of the top scorer was read out, everyone was surprised. First place Adele Ragnar, 1121 points. They showed confusion. Adele again. Over 1,000 points. How did he achieve that? He had been almost silent until the last moment. Adele heard all the whispers, but he didn't care, maintaining his initial cold demeanor. Didn't you hear? He and Axion had. Ignoring the murmurs, he continued to announce second place Remington, 926 points, third place, Erica, 843 points. Fourth place, Ray Ragnar, 789 points, fifth place, Hulkus Lank. The rankings were read one after another in this gloomy, misty, cold forest. The last rank he read was Isla Layman, 28 points. Well done, all of you. Alongside praise for everyone, he also said in a cold tone, however, the awakening ceremony is not over yet, there is still the final phase, the third phase. Therefore, those who qualify to participate in the third stage, please raise your hands. As the words finished, people around began to exchange whispers. Did you pass? No, I didn't collect enough demon bells. I have enough, but I cannot decode them. Ignoring the surrounding sounds, hands were raised one after another, starting with Remington Narcio. Next was Erica, followed by the arm of Ray Ragnar. Finally, a gloved hand raised, attracting everyone's attention. No one else but Adele Ragnar. Though outwardly calm, Adele's mind was filled with profound thoughts. The hidden piece of stage 2 is the elemental breath technique, also called elemental breathing. One must master this technique by collecting scattered passages found in the demon bells. Adele was lost in thought. They are called hidden pieces not only because they are hard to obtain but also because they are difficult to comprehend. Only those who successfully master this technique can combine the elemental attribute with their mana and earn the right to participate in the third stage. Fragments of broken memories appeared. In a past life, he couldn't grasp these passages clearly, but now, as he recalled them, his pupils faded in color. The system also notified him, synchronizing the young dragon's memory reading of the object. Strange images suddenly appeared in his mind, a knight heroically splitting a massive rock with his sword. More and more similar images appeared, and he realized this was seeing the essence of the passages through images. Helped me understand everything immediately. Counting and looking back at the number of raised arms made Fawzi D unable to hide his surprise. Oh, having just one candidate is already amazing, but here there are 4, really impressive. While Adele silently thought, in their previous lives Remington and Ray could not comprehend elemental breathing, this is definitely the butterfly effect I created. Without waiting any longer, he said, alright, one by one, show me what you have achieved, starting with. The first to step up at his invitation was Adele Ragnar. Those near him looked at him with admiring and envious eyes, while Adele thought that with Axion eliminated, many things would change from now on. No longer hesitant or afraid of the unknown, Adele stepped forward, but there was nothing to fear. This time, he affirmed to himself once again, I am certain that this will be a brighter future than before. The steady steps affirmed the good things the future would bring to Adele. At this moment, he spoke, what I have gained is a great source of power radiating outward, also carrying the crackling sparks of electricity around it. Finally, the opportunity had arrived. Adele's voice rang out, the lightning spell, accompanied by the effect of golden lightning bolts striking around. As Adele's eyes opened, they had turned a pale majestic yellow, also showing that Adele's body was filled with energy, first transferring the attribute into mana and materializing it. As soon as the thought ended, powerful lightning bolts struck down where Adele stood. The system evaluated this as combination, realization, control, expansion, and the release of a golden aura. Everyone watching was stunned. It couldn't be. Not only did he successfully transmit the attributes, but he could also realize them. Sybil was incredibly excited witnessing this scene. Indeed, young Master Adele. After successfully realizing, Adele did not stop. He continued to think further. Most people would stop here, but Remington Narcio, who had been observing him closely, seemed to have a telepathic connection, fully understanding Adele's next action. His heart also heard his intense desire, beginning to beat rapidly, imparting an ambitious power throughout Adele's body. A massive energy sphere continuously fired, forming lightning bolts. This scene also left Ray full of surprise at Adele's true strength. Erica showed an indescribable expression, saying, I really am beginning to like him, while Hulkus Lank marveled, he is so cool. Witnessing all this, Faro also praised, truly surprising, I didn't expect you to have reached the stage of control, you truly are as talented as the rumors say. He was about to continue speaking but suddenly realized something, his gaze filled with curious astonishment. Hearing those words, Adele paid no attention and simply continued. He concentrated his strength, energy seeping throughout Adele's body. Around Adele now enveloped an immense energy aura that no one dared approach. Suddenly he opened his eyes, a new technique was executed, along with the breath of thunder. He quickly drew a sword, and slashed forward. The technique performed in a flash combined with power created a thunder dragon that charged straight at Pharaoh. The scene of the dragon soaring and the phoenix dancing left everyone stunned, staring in awe. Seeing the dragon rush towards Pharaoh, everyone then realized that Adele was attacking the exam supervisor. As for him, even when faced with the attack before his eyes, he paid no mind and even smiled contentedly. How interesting, he has possibly reached the expansion stage already. At this moment, his hand condensed into tiny droplets of water. The power of the proctor manifested clearly with the technique called water breath retention. The droplets flew up, creating a massive cut across the charging dragon, elegantly called slicing through the water stream. After stopping the dragon, he reassessed and said, "You are worthy to test my strength." Those words made Adele very happy as he smiled, while everyone around was amazed at the scene before them. Returning to his place, this time he not only praised, "Well done, Adele Ragnar, I will award you an additional 1,000 points, making Adele quickly thank him and reassess him as truly a celestial dragon, generous to challengers. The ranking was also updated. First place Adele Ragnar, 2,121 points. Everything unfolded with one surprise after another. Over 2,000 points was indeed an overwhelming lead. Remington, upon hearing this, was also extremely happy for Adele. Someone exclaimed that this record was on par with the achievements of the young master Thorkel. After realizing Adele's limitless potential, Pharaoh was very satisfied and promptly asked the other three to show what they had accomplished. Remington went up one by one, displaying his awakened power and receiving an additional 500 points. Next, Ray was granted an additional 300 points. Finally, Erica also received an additional 300 points. The outstanding performances of the four in turn moved him to exclaim, "Oh my, what a rich generation." Usually, just reaching 1,000 points is enough to top the exam. Then he looked at those four exceptional faces one by one. Yet now we have four contestants all reaching the level of valedictorian. The final list was announced with soaring scores: Adele Ragnar, 2,121 points, Remington, 1,426 points, Erica, 1,143 points, and Ray, 1,189 points. With those scores, he was pleased and continued to praise, "Well done, all of you." The snow fell more heavily, increasing the chill here. Finally, he instructed that except for those chosen to participate in the third stage, the others could return home. Start preparing for the assignment ritual next week. No one lingered, each person packed up and left one after another. In the end, only the four and Pharaoh remained amid this harsh weather. Pharaoh glanced at the mountain behind him and spoke, "Now then." Before he finished the sentence, a great source of power surged all around. The four people quickly staggered, struggling to defend themselves. Seeing that, Pharaoh declared that it was time to begin Phase 3 of the awakening ritual. After hearing that, Adele was surprised that Pharaoh could hide his astonishment. What? That terrifying power made Adele feel a familiar breath. Why could I sense the energy of Roadbro? The third ritual is the meeting with the head of the family. It is also the time when everyone meets Kyle Ragnar, chief of the Ragnar clan. Pharaoh wondered who knew what would happen at this meeting. It truly is a challenge that depends entirely on the family head. The palace of the Ragnar clan also loomed majestically beneath the blood-red sky. Furthermore, this meeting will decide whether you are chosen for the family head's battle. All 5 previous top candidates originally came from the family head's battle. Those in the clan from that battle each possess unique talents and continuously enhance their own abilities. Accordingly, being chosen means you have been recognized as a strong candidate. On this side, Adele Ragnar was under such intense pressure it was suffocating. Therefore, the one waiting for us up there must be the family head. Looking toward the mountain radiating a powerful energy as red as blood, he wondered, "But why do I feel the presence of Roadbro?" As if realizing something, Adele's eyes widened. It can't be. The image of a man holding a blood-stained sword and clutching a blue object like a heart, the thought occurred, could they have taken Roadbro's heart? A man with silver hair and a long beard spoke up. "Now, let's pierce through the dragon's fear and meet the master." The moment he spoke, a wave of power surged down from above, as if pressing everyone in Adele's group to bow. Erica, feeling suppressed, angrily cursed, "Damn it, how can we climb in this condition?" Ahead, Adele was in better shape, he could still stand to guide her. Forget about using physical strength. Does Erica still not understand? So what should we do? He went on to explain, you need to regulate the flow of mana. Like new knowledge, Erica hesitated and repeated, the flow. Remington beside him asked, do you mean creating an out-of-phase wave to neutralize the distortion? Seeing someone understand his point, Adele replied, exactly, well done. Remington found it a bit difficult to answer but said, it's easier said than done. Adele turned his head and looked ahead, reminding, if you can't properly control and adjust mana, then you don't deserve to meet the master. You seem to understand that and replied, yeah, that's true. The two talked very well with each other, only Erica still didn't understand what was going on. Out of phase, interference waves, what language are you speaking? Remington smiled, this was his chance to shine. Seconds later, despite the power still being suppressed on his shoulders, it was as if he were illuminated by the light of knowledge and explained to her that mana is a type of wave, it naturally oscillates, and the pressure exerted by the host is also formed from waves. To overcome it, we need to calculate and create a mana wave to cancel it out. But look, see Erica's face, does she look like she understands? Erica directly applied her own understanding, pointed to the distant mountain, and asked, so you're saying we need to create mana that completely opposes this damned pressure? Remington also seemed to understand and replied, yeah, something like that. Erica seemed to awaken from that pile of complicated knowledge and angrily scolded him, you bookworm, why do you explain a simple thing in such a roundabout way? Being scolded like that made Remington pause. The bookworm behind Ray appeared to have understood, thinking, so that's how it is. But Erica was still dissatisfied and pointed while continuing to scold him, isn't that right, bookworm? Are you really only 17? Your way of speaking sounds just like Adele Ragnar up there, who is pouring all his mana out. Then the power erupted fiercely, spreading through the air. That caught the attention of the two people behind them. Remington watched Adele with a satisfied smile, then turned to look at him. Ahead of him, a blaze of blue mana flared strongly. He seemed to know what Adele was doing and simply asked, finished already? Adele coldly instructed him, if you are the next host, this is the minimum you must be able to do. That left Remington stunned, even the silver-haired man frowned sternly, and Erica also widened her eyes, staring intensely at him. Without waiting for anyone to react, Adele Ragnar dashed forward, saying, then I will go first. Remington hadn't caught up with his movement and only called out to Adele, Adele, even Erica shouted, hey, Adele Ragnar. The man slowly reminded the others, all of you should hurry, the points will be awarded based on who arrives first. As if awakened, the others seemed to understand clearly and remained silent. Then the three quickly sped off after Adele, leaving only the man who laughed, aha, now. Under the sky glowing red like blood, with snow continuing to fall all around, he still spoke to himself contentedly, I'm beginning to want to take disciples now that I'm old. On this side, at Don Don Bok Palace where warm light surrounded, the palace was far from peaceful as a voice yelled, startling those nearby. Haha, my daughter, where is my lovely youngest daughter? Ki-son, unconcerned about his own appearance, constantly checked the rooms along the corridor searching for his daughter. My daughter, seeing the figure running down the corridor left the two servants helpless behind him, oh heavens, the Marquis has come again. The orange-haired maid beside them also felt powerless, because young Master Adele was doing very well, and the atmosphere in the palace had become much brighter. Inside the room, Cecilia was explaining to another servant, but that serious atmosphere was shattered by the door swinging open dramatically along with Khan's booming voice, I'm here, your daughter, which made her sigh helplessly. She gently reminded, Mother, please maintain your composure in the palace, but her mother paid no attention to that and instead spoke even louder, composure? How can I maintain composure in this situation? This mother was about to become super rich. Cecilia quietly reminded her, Mother, you are already rich. Ki-son excitedly rushed over and hugged her daughter tightly, not just rich, but obscenely rich, unbelievably wealthy, no one can compare. This is the true capitalist spirit of the elf clan. She eagerly told Cecilia the entire story. Since Adele became famous, our workshop has been flooded with orders, the problem of lacking customers for the workshop has been solved. Cecilia remained silent, saying nothing. Her eyes briefly showed a hint of sadness, only lowering them to quietly think, I always knew our Adele would achieve great things, but, thinking of her son still fighting on the battlefield, as a mother her heart was filled with constant worry, I just cannot stop worrying. Has he been seriously wounded? Are the pressure and tests too much for him? All I can do is wait like this. The more she thought, the more she couldn't hold back her emotions, clenching her hands tightly. This unbearable sense of frustration is all I can do for my boy. It's just like this. Before her appeared a solemn military uniform, as if it were a gift she gave to her son, wishing I could help him more realistically. Beside her, Ki-son kept raising both hands enthusiastically about his plan. The days of only manufacturing weapons are over. I will make and sell all kinds of accessories as well. The other person's words made Cecilia widen her eyes as if she had just realized something. On this side, Ki-son was still talking about his plan. I will increase revenue tenfold from now on. Suddenly, Cecilia interrupted her voice, Mother, which made Ki-son freeze. Mother had once said. In Zek's mind appeared the image of a sophisticated robotic arm. She asked further, have you made a prosthetic arm yet? Back on the battlefield, Kyle Ragnar seemed to encounter a joke and burst out laughing, next Lord, your endless energy truly pleases me, Adele. The crow on his shoulder also let out an excited caw as if understanding what he was saying. He turned and said, I know what you worry about, but even parents do not have the right to stop their children's dreams. He bent down and sat on a large rock, explaining to him, especially the fiery spirit of youth, no one can stop it, even we once had such moments. This place is proof of that. Finishing, he looked up at the sword cemetery before him, where those who wanted to challenge the Lord had fallen. The crow seemed to sense something and let out a cry, but Kyle just laughed heartily. He quickly reassured it, there is nothing to worry about, what I want is the golden age of the Ragnar house. Looking at the hundreds of swords plunged straight into the ground along with the snowy mountain and the familiar blue mana stream in the distance, he spoke, if there is anything blocking the way, I will clear it like this. However, nothing has been decided yet, there is still plenty of time to observe. The raven seemed to understand what he was saying and remained silent without cawing further. The more he spoke, the more Kyle frowned, looking far away, even as his son. In the distance, a figure kept trampling through the snow, rushing forward. Adele, with a cold expression, charged straight ahead. Kyle Ragnar, as if seeing through him, spoke and gave him a nickname, a fake regressor. After the second awakening ritual, the head of the family had a brief conversation with his raven and then sat in the sword cemetery where he waited for the children worthy of passing the final challenge. When Adele appeared, the head's face brightened, a long smile spread across his lips. Finally you have come, my son, but his eyes quickly became alert. In contrast, Adele was exhausted after the long journey, having to face the overwhelming aura of an extremely powerful person to the point of feeling suffocated. Just the oppressive aura of the head of the family made him take 4 hours to climb a mountain that normally takes only 1 hour. The head of the family asked, do you know what this place is? Adele glanced around and immediately recognized this as the sword graveyard, where the swords of opponents defeated by the family head were gathered. Closing his eyes tightly, the family head recalled the words he had once spoken, indeed, that is the position of the family head, where one must face countless threats alone, relying on no one. That is the position of the strong, who must stand above all by their own strength if they want to lead the clan to prosperity. Opening his eyes, he asked solemnly, do you believe you deserve to claim that position? Adele calmly replied, his voice full of confidence, of course I do. But the family head's expression showed dissatisfaction, don't answer so easily, I had to slaughter thousands of lives to stand here, can you maintain that answer after feeling their hatred fully? As soon as he finished, the resentments in the sword graveyard flared up, screaming and rushing towards Adele. You will be cursed forever, how dare you commit such cruelty? We will tear you into 100 pieces, yet despite being surrounded by hatred, Adele remained steadfast without the slightest wavering. The family head asked in surprise, how do you still keep that determination? A multitude of reasons flashed through Adele's mind, avenging his past life, seizing the position of family head, ending this damned power struggle, he was ready to overcome any challenge to fulfill his mission. Adele drew his sword, knowing his answer might not be what the family head wanted, but there was only one way left, to prove it with the sword itself. I will use my sword to answer, Adele declared clearly. Hearing this, the family head smiled with satisfaction, his eyes sharp as blades. Very well. From now on, I will no longer see you as my son but as an arrogant challenger. Show me what you have learned from her teachings. At the mention of her, Adele's expression instantly shifted to panic. What did the family head just say? Could it be, as he suspected, that he was the one who had done it? But before he could finish his thought, a sudden slash came down, effortlessly cleaving Adele in two. The sword in his hand shattered like a dry branch. Adele's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe he was defeated without even realizing it. A simple strike from the family head was enough to finish off a novice like him. It was truly overwhelming. In his final moment, Adele's only thought was, am I already dead? His consciousness fading, he drifted into a vague place, the sword spirit. This realm was something only the greatest masters could create, and as a trial to awaken him, it was truly merciless. The crow beside him couldn't hide its fury, constantly protesting, but the family head responded coldly, are you worried he'll die? This is a harsh trial for those who wish to become the family head. Only those with iron will can escape the sword spirit. If determination is only half-hearted, then dying here is better than surviving to become a disaster for the family. In that infinite space, Adele's soul floated contemplatively, I am already dead. Being defeated by someone as strong as the family head is nothing to regret. At least in this life I have accomplished the things I longed for, reclaiming the Camellia Palace, avenging Rendon and Axion, escaping the tragic previous life. Everything is the luck of fate. After all, this life is still much happier than the last. Perhaps this is the end of the journey. Invisible hands pulled at him, wanting to drag Adele's soul down into the abyss of despair. Just as he was about to give in, a voice rang out, the voice of a mysterious bird. Enough, kid, get up quickly. If you fall just because of this small challenge, then it'd be better if I had swallowed you whole from the start. The shout blazed like a fire within Adele's mind, awakening him. His eyes flashed with determination. You're right, thank you. Once again Adele tightly gripped his sword, but this time everything was different. He would not allow this to be the end. After hard effort to get this far, how could he give up? Adele promised himself that even if his body shattered, even if his soul broke, his will would never disappear. The life granted to me this time is only to take revenge and move forward. He gathered all his strength, faith, and determination accumulated over 2 lives into a single strike. The sword lunged straight ahead like a key breaking the chains of darkness. The mental sword barrier collapsed. Adele returned to the real world. In his hand, the sword had already been swung down, clearly engraving the path he chose, the path full of thorns and challenges but with no retreat. The clan head quietly approached, eyes shining brightly, face full of satisfaction and expectation. Well done, you have overcome it. Those words marked the end of an arduous awakening ritual and also the beginning of a stormy road ahead. 1 week after the awakening ceremony, the atmosphere at the clan headquarters was more lively and bustling than ever before. After a period of rest, Hulkus and his sister Erica were present at the large square to attend the nomination ceremony. Wow, so crowded, it makes me feel nervous and anxious. Erica immediately uttered a cold remark, already a general but still shy like a child. Huh. Hulkus angrily retorted, I'm not shy, it's just that here are all 2 powerful people, commanders of units, the 9 dragons, both the former clan head and the current clan head. His sister casually relaxed, no one cares about someone like you who hasn't yet mastered attribute breathing. What did you say? Hulkus clenched his teeth in anger, but with his unpleasant sister, he could do nothing, still trying to salvage the situation. Can't you tell me, after all, what did you receive from the clan head during the 3rd awakening ritual? Erica responded with an indifferent face, that's a secret, you don't need to know, he's really stingy. If it were Adele, he would have shared it with you already. Erica frowned, Adele of yours? Are you delirious? What the hell are you saying? I also know that the life of Aranka is a gamble on Ragnar's life. If that's the case, I want to follow a really cool and strong ruler, someone with power, personality, and ambition. Only Adele Ragnar fits that description. I will bet my life on him. That's why I call him my Adele. Erica raised her eyebrows slightly. So has he agreed to this already? Hulkus said casually, he has to agree. I even plan to join the same unit as him. Besides, the family head said they won't bring Adele back to the family mansion, so that makes it easier for me to follow him. The loud beating of drums echoed from the stands. The ceremony officially began. The ceremony announcer raised his voice, the nomination ceremony will now commence. The most outstanding candidate of the awakening ritual, Adele Ragnar, please step forward. Cheering and applause rose throughout the square. Adele stood beneath the clear blue sky, his eyes shining brightly, his face full of confidence and joy. The scene was a complete contrast to his previous life, where he once dared not dream of this light. Now the belief in a brilliant future shone clearly in Adele's eyes. Up in the stands, Evelyn smiled happily. Everyone is watching you, young master. Where will you choose to go? If I could, I hope you would choose the White Dragon Cavalry, but that's just my selfish dream. The Master of Ceremonies continued, congratulating you for becoming the outstanding student. Your comprehensive abilities truly make the other contestants strive harder. Now, your choice is. Before he could finish speaking, a figure stood up suddenly, causing the entire square to buzz. Because the person who had stood up was Troyven, one of the heavenly dragons and the director of the Central Intelligence Agency. People wondered what he intended to do. Could he be seeking revenge for Axion? Even the host and the Legion commanders closely followed the situation, as a tense atmosphere enveloped the area. The Master of Ceremonies quickly spoke up, Central Director, I do not understand your intentions, but please sit down. Ignoring all protests, Troyven calmly looked at Adele, his voice gentle yet shaking the entire square. I want to propose that you accept the position of Deputy Director of the Central Intelligence Agency. What do you think, Adele Ragnar? Reaching the highest position is an extraordinary feat. Although a member of Ragnar, you once held the lowest rank. You transformed from a fledgling into a powerful soaring dinosaur. Your journey has been one of rising to the peak. Words about Adele spread by word of mouth like that. Although he had grown stronger, who would have thought he killed Axion? People even said that if no one had stopped him, he might have killed the Overseer as well. Is his skill really that exceptional? It is said that he completely overwhelmed Aeon. Adele's story of rising from the weakest to the pinnacle has inspired many apprentice swordsmen. More and more people admired him. No one looked at Adele with contempt anymore, but rather with envy. The Ragnar family no longer had any fools. At this moment, the system displayed a notification to Adele. You have achieved the highest rank in the opening festival. Congratulations on completing Scenario Mission 3, the winner of the opening festival. Reward. You receive the Ether Core. The reward will be stored in your inventory. Only then did Adele remember. Oh right, there was a mission. Seeing the reward, he was a bit curious. What exactly is the Ether Core? Since this is a long mission, it must be something valuable. Suddenly, someone spoke up, the Vice Chairman of the Intelligence Bureau. This also caught Adele's attention. The speaker was Troyven. We guarantee to grant Adele Ragnar the position of Vice Chairman. Upon hearing this, Adele remained silent, secretly using his skills to probe and observe the other party. The system also began to observe. Troyven, 46 years old, male, title, Heavenly Dragon, talented in scheming, strategy, and planning. A hidden knife of ambition, status, attempting to use Adele Ragnar as a hunting dog to uncover the secrets of the primordial dragon's relic. Seeing this, Adele sneered inwardly and thought, of course, he's targeting the primordial dragon's relic. He must already know that I possess it. But from now on, things will not go as you wish, Heavenly Dragon. And you, Troyven? At that thought, Adele clenched his fist tightly. I will personally destroy you. Hearing this, Julius angrily shouted, what is going on? The presiding officer of the Troyven Intelligence Agency comes up with a satisfying answer, I was merely recruiting talent according to the nomination ceremony procedures. Is there a problem? Julius grew even angrier and raised his voice, do you think everyone here is stupid? Everyone knows you are trying to avenge the death of your nephew. But Troyven showed indifference to what Julius just said. Haha, that's easy to understand, but you are wrong. As an individual, I may feel angry, but as the presiding officer, I only wish to recruit outstanding talent. Hearing that, Julius couldn't help but silently admire, truly a ruthless man, his only thought despite his nephew's death was achieving his goal. Vanna, hearing the commotion, shouted loudly, enough, stop it. I understand your desire to recruit talent, but please wait until the procedure begins. Then turning to ask Adele, now, Adele Ragnar, have you made your decision? Adele replied, actually, I haven't decided yet. That is why I want to hear the offer first. What kind of offer will you make? After speaking, Adele's face revealed a cunning expression. Let's wait and see the next offers. At that moment, a hand was raised. I, Osa Ragnar Plunus, propose Adele Ragnar become my disciple and promise to grant him the position of heir of the Plum Blossom Hall. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. The heir, the master of the Plum Blossom Hall, has no children. This means they will adopt him as their son, the successor of the Sword Dragon. Remington standing beside saw this and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. 2 of the 9 dragons had already revealed themselves. Truly impressive, Adele. Hulkus was equally excited and exclaimed, truly wonderful. Erica also said that the other captains and leaders would no longer dare to speak out. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang down from the sky, declaring that it too wanted to join the competition. Suddenly, the silhouette of a bird in the sky dove straight toward the ground, creating a terrifying shockwave. Within the dense smoke, a figure gradually emerged. It was the Black Dragon, leader of the Black Snow, Robert Ragnar. His appearance stunned everyone. The Black Dragon, even the Black Dragon had joined. Then Robert spoke to Adele. Adele Ragnar, I have been watching you throughout the Blossom Festival. Hearing this, Adele whispered in curiosity, me? Robert continued, Kyle was right, you have many interesting qualities. Then Robert invited Adele, join the Black Snow, I promise to grant you the title of Vo-Tuet. Upon hearing this, Adele also pondered. Vo-Tuet is the highest rank in the secret intelligence organization Black Snow, a place where one can reveal their identity openly and earn honor. Back when I was in Black Snow, only 8 people reached that position. In my previous life, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't attain it. But now, it seems far too easy. At this time, Faro also joined the race for talent. Adele Ragnar, the 3rd Blossom Festival is indeed very impressive. Don't forget that. Our Tang Long Sanctuary is always open and waiting for you. This person is Tang Long, master of the Tang Long Sanctuary, Faro Ragnar. This caused Selpert to speak up as well. What? Even Tang Long openly took a stance. 4 of the 9 dragons had participated, Evelyn added, and there was still one more. Our captain, the captain of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, Julius Ragnar. Even though the others offered very generous benefits, Julius still stood firm. Our White Armored Dragon Cavalry cannot offer any special benefits to Adele. Upon hearing this, Selpert had to exclaim, are you really that stubborn? Evelyn just sighed and smiled. Indeed, he is our captain, someone who believes that proving one's true strength is the real honor. Then Julius continued, I am eager to recruit you, but I will not offer any special treatment that would be unfair to other members. What I can provide is comprehensive support and the pride of becoming a Dragon Knight. After hearing all the proposals, Adele smiled deeply and inscrutably. I understand. Just as he was about to speak, my choice is. Hilda suddenly transmitted a message to him, you are a regression user, aren't you? Hearing that, Adele immediately froze, trying to find the person who had just transmitted the message. Looking toward the direction from which the message had just been sent, he discovered it was none other than Hilda, the former head of the clan. Adele tried to remain calm and pretended not to understand as he replied, I don't know what you're talking about. Seeing this, Hilda couldn't help but exclaim. This guy may not remember how he lived in his past life, but his acting skills are truly top-notch. Adele increasingly had more questions. What does that cycle mean? Does multiple reincarnation really exist? Vanna noticed he was acting strangely and quickly asked, Adele Ragnar, what's wrong? You don't look well. Adele hurriedly made an excuse, can I have a little time to think? Vanna generously replied, of course, this is an important decision, but don't take too long. Then Hilda transmitted to him telepathically, no need to hide anymore, I am also a regression candidate, but my assigned cycle ended a long time ago. Hearing this made Adele even more annoyed. Again, cycle clearly means multiple reincarnations. How can that happen, and how many other regression candidates are out there? My opponent is a former patriarch, it's better to answer frankly and ask directly. Thinking this, he immediately asked Hilda again, does cycle mean being able to reincarnate multiple times? Hilda was surprised, what, you don't know? So Kyle hasn't told you anything? Yes, Kyle hates regression candidates to the point he can't stand them, it's truly surprising he let you survive. Hearing that, Adele was even more shocked, what? Could it be that all the harsh trials I've endured were because of Kyle? Hilda also noticed his change, you seem to have many questions, but time is running out. If you want to know the secrets of this world and the family, come to me, and we will talk again later. Thus, their secret conversation began and ended without anyone knowing. Adele now seemed to have changed his decision. At the third flower opening festival, the head of the family did not give me any answers. The only thing he handed me was the sword core. The head of the family detests false regressions. The flow of Roadbroke's aura that I sensed from him at that time. And Roadbroke's stolen heart. Does the head of the family really take Roadbroke's heart? Because would Roadbroke, an ancient dragon, accept false regressions? Normally, humans cannot defeat an ancient dragon. But with the head of the family, known as the demigod, that can happen. After thinking for a long time, he finally decided there was no other choice to explore the family's mystery related to regressions. Vanna then asked him, "Now Adele Ragnar, have you decided where you will go yet?" Adele had also chosen to seek Hilda, so he answered, "Yes, I have decided. I will." Just as he finished speaking, Remington quickly replied, choosing the Pharaoh Academy. Remington had become a disciple of the celestial dragon Pharaoh. He probably made this decision because both of them used water energy. In his past life, Remington returned to the Narshio family to become stronger, and eventually initiated a rebellion against the Ragnar family, but this time he did not leave Ragnar. Surely this is another change caused by me. Adele and Remington shook hands firmly, and he looked at the other slowly and spoke, "This was only a temporary farewell." Adele smiled happily and continued, "Let us both do our best in our own positions and then reunite with greater strength." Hearing this, Remington smiled and quickly replied, "Of course, Adele, I look forward to the day we meet again." With that, he looked at Adele with affectionate eyes. Seeing this, Adele also directed a warm gaze back at Remington. As expected, Ray had returned to the Daffodil Mansion, where her mother, the Ice Dragon, was. There was no place more suitable for her than there. Sybil and the others from training camp number 4 wanted to follow Adele, but their achievements did not qualify them. Parting with comrades was truly regrettable. Suddenly, Adele spoke loudly, "With this, the official appointment ceremony is over. Everyone did very well, now, you may disperse. But I am certain that everyone will continue to put forth their best effort." As soon as he finished speaking, he focused his gaze on the distant sky. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Hey, Adele." He glanced toward Hulkus, who was grinning widely. The boy continued speaking, "I didn't expect we'd end up in the same unit." Hulkus waved at Adele, smiling broadly, which made Erica standing beside him mutter in disgust, "This idiot. But I have also made some new teammates." Hearing the other two speaking, Adele also spoke softly, "Hulkus, Erica, it's great to see you here. Thank you for helping me in round 2, you saved me." Erica then grinned broadly, "Don't forget that you owe me." But in her heart, she thought, "The strongest is always the best." Hulkus also hurriedly shouted, "Damn it Adele, I like you already." Inside, he was screaming that the strongest is truly the best. Adele looked at the two people laughing openly before him and thought helplessly, "Why have these people suddenly started liking me like this?" Suddenly another voice spoke up, "Attention, the commander is coming. No matter what, my goal remains unchanged, the most prestigious unit of the Ragnar clan. The perfect place for me to launch my plan to become the clan leader, the White Armored Dragon Cavalry." Julius confidently stepped forward and said, "Congratulations on becoming members of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry." At that moment, Adele also looked toward Julius, still unfinished with his earlier thoughts, "I will go see Hilda afterward." Julius stepped up and stood in front of everyone. He smiled and said, "Now, listen to the oath from our new recruits." Hearing this, Hulkus was the first to shout quickly, "I want to become a great dragon cavalryman." Another young man also shouted, "I want my name to be renowned far and wide." Erica, from a distance no different, quickly said, "I want to be the strongest of this generation." From afar, a strange young man also shouted loudly, "I want to be recognized by you, Commander." In a moment, everyone began to pay attention to something. This caused some others to curiously look in their direction. Adele was still standing there steadfastly, his gaze unchanged as everyone looked at him. Suddenly, he lowered his voice slightly, "I am preparing for the great battle 5 years from now." Then raised his voice clearly and loudly, "I will become the commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry within 5 years. Hearing that, Selperd was surprised and thought to himself, "He really has guts, saying that right in front of the commander." At that moment Julius laughed loudly and then spoke, "Very good, dreams must be grand, excellent, you have chosen the right place." He threw his cloak back. Julius stood firm before the crowd and declared, "Regardless of the reason you chose this unit, remember only one thing. Every drop of blood and sweat you shed will become an immortal legend in the history of Ragnar. Today's hardships will be tomorrow's pride, our shields will not break and our swords will not shatter. Your comrades will always stand shoulder to shoulder with you, and so will you with them. Awaiting at the end of that blood and sweat-soaked path is glory. Congratulations on becoming part of the white armored dragon cavalry family. Suddenly, a large dragon flew in from somewhere behind Julius. Seeing the dragon land, everyone stirred with excitement. A flying dragon, the commander's companion. The dragon gently lowered its head for Julius to stroke. He softly said, "This is my companion Gullah, she is a flying dragon, our symbol of the cavalry." Suddenly, countless other dragons appeared in the sky, soaring around. A large dragon landed, another with unusual legs followed after, and the others also landed one by one on the ground. The dragons stood in a long row, with others riding on their backs. Julius spoke, "Now everyone get on your elders' dragons." He climbed onto his young dragon's back and softly continued, "We will begin the initiation test. This is the time for you to claim your companions, gather at the dragon's nest." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately flew up into the sky. Adele looked at the dragons thoughtfully, "So this is a dragon, I will have my own flying dragon." Suddenly Evelyn, who was sitting on a dragon, came over. She gently said, "Let's go, young master." Hearing that, Adele opened his mouth wide in surprise. Evelyn looked at him and continued speaking, "I see you have come to the white armored dragon cavalry." Adele exclaimed in surprise, "Evil, why are you here? Have you returned to serve?" Seeing him say that, she only smiled helplessly, "Yes, it is also unavoidable." Suddenly Adele noticed something. His gaze stopped on Evelyn's arm. Hesitantly he said, "Evil, your arm." Hearing that, she just smiled. That iron arm was still resting casually on the dragon's back. Cecilia stepped forward, bowed her head and softly said, "I have come to express my gratitude." At that moment Evelyn unexpectedly exclaimed, "The Lady of Camellia Palace." She quickly ran up to Cecilia and said, "If the person being talked about is young Master Adele, then it's all right. Even without my help, I believe he will still develop his talents." Hearing that, Cecilia hurriedly replied, "That may be true, but knowing that someone sincerely recognizes and supports you and that person is incredibly trustworthy will surely become a great source of strength for the boy. I heard that you are exactly that kind of person to Adele." No sooner had she finished speaking than Evelyn appeared momentarily stunned by those words, softly answering, "No, I'm just a lone inspector who's retired to live in seclusion." Seeing this, Cecilia awkwardly said, "Please don't belittle yourself. Many times the guiding light goes unnoticed for how brilliantly it shines. You are that light, I will help you so that your light can spread throughout the world." At this moment, Evelyn was astonished by her words. She quickly whispered to Adele behind her, "Thank you, young master. I heard that you have taken a special interest in this matter. Thanks to you, I was able to return to the White Dragon squad." As soon as the words ended, he could only smile helplessly, thinking silently that he should have resolved it earlier. It seemed his mother had taken all the credit. "That's my mom for you." "Thank you, Mom." Suddenly, Evelyn loudly declared, "I, Evelyn, swear loyalty to you, young Master Adele, as if I am your sword." Hearing that, Adele gave a satisfied smile. He spoke, thanking her, and Evelyn immediately replied, "Asking for your guidance." The White Dragon's lair. The two left the dragon and walked to the entrance of a cave. Evelyn spoke up, "This is the White Dragon's lair where the wyverns live. As you know, the White Dragon team carries out missions alongside the wyverns, so the initiation ceremony is held here." He couldn't help but wonder upon hearing this, then asked, "If I can't find a companion, does that mean I cannot join?" At this, Evelyn quickly responded, "Yes, that's right. That rarely happens, but there are cases like that." As soon as he heard this, a flutter stirred in his heart. Would the new recruits be okay? He didn't think this suited their abilities. Well, they can handle themselves. Continuing, Evelyn pointed to the surrounding mountain range and said, "First you can observe around. Usually, you will immediately sense which wyvern will be your partner." Suddenly, a huge dragon's foot appeared. It growled fiercely. Meanwhile, Evelyn and Adele were hiding behind a rock. The monster species, Opteryx, is a tyrannical predator with a gigantic size of up to 15 meters and brown scales. Not only that, but there were other large dragons flying in the sky, a venomous species called Aviali, a poisonous dragon that emits a purple toxic mist, with a snake-like long body and a deadly poisonous needle at the tail tip, a lethal weapon. Another species was also gaping and roaring, the Stygia sword dragon species, a gentle herbivorous dragon that hides underground and launches surprise attacks from beneath the earth when it detects a threat. On the other side, there were dragons flying around, breathing hot flames, the velociraptor dragon species, small but agile dragons that hunt in packs and possess high intelligence with the ability to breathe fire. After observing for a while, the two mounted their dragons and flew away. Evelyn continued explaining to Adele, the wyverns currently managed by the White Dragon team are mainly divided into these 4 types. So, have you sensed anything about any of the species yet? He looked back dazedly. Sensed anything? Suddenly, Adele's gaze deepened strangely, stirring his heart. I have my eye on one, but I don't see it here. 6 years after the Great War, a mutated wyvern infiltrated the White Dragon's lair. It slaughtered hundreds of wyverns carefully raised by the White Dragon team, the Dark Dragon Phantom. On that day, 8 villages were burned, and dozens of inspectors were killed. Ragna classified the Dark Dragon Phantom as a level 2 disaster and ordered its extermination. Ultimately, it was captured after the Dark Dragon Demon King and the Sword Dragon intervened. The nickname, Dark Dragon Phantom, was given because of its ability to hide in the shadows. Adele's eyes gazed into the distance, his thoughts flowing continuously. If only there were a companion with such great potential, that would be wonderful, the traits of the dragon I have seen in the past. Suddenly, something caught his attention, and Adele's heart exclaimed, found it. From afar, the dragons were gathering together. On another cliff, looking from a distance, a large dragon could be seen perched in front. Upon closer look, it was Julius and his dragon sitting and pondering. Suddenly, a girl stepped out from somewhere and spoke up, "You look happy, sir." Julius looked at her with a smile and said, "If I weren't like this, wouldn't that be even stranger? I accidentally took a dragon under my command." Upon hearing this, Osa quickly responded, "Very well, I was just about to talk about that." Then Julius said curiously, "Huh." Osa looked intently at Julius and whispered, "Captain of the White Dragon Squad, you intend to make Adele the center of the unit in the future, right?" Julius remained silent for a moment, seemingly unwilling to answer. He looked up at the sky and said, "As I thought, you are very cautious with your words." Osa saw this and did not hesitate to reply, "Words are the root of all troubles." She looked at Julius with a strange gaze, it seemed like he was aiming for a bigger picture. Immediately Julius shot Osa an unfriendly glance and said, "I didn't say anything." Osa stepped closer to Julius, her voice suddenly unusually soft, "Don't worry, I'm here to make a proposal for that boy." Hearing this, he couldn't help but wonder, what is she plotting? But in Julius's heart, he pondered that since Adele had chosen the White Dragon team, he couldn't go to the Apricot Blossom Palace. After all, what kind of proposal was she planning to make? Osa spoke gently, saying, "Let him come with me. What do you think?" On this side, several aggressive dragons were attacking each other. They started to corner a white dragon. Evelyn and Adele were riding a dragon at quite a distance. She spoke up, "They're at it again." Seeing this, he anxiously asked, "Do you know about that wyvern?" Without hesitation, Evelyn shared what she knew. It had been isolated for a long time. "I tried to do something but it was to no avail. It wasn't originally a wyvern, so perhaps it was shunned by the others." Suddenly, Adele realized something. "Huh, it's not a wyvern." Evelyn quickly replied, "That's right, it was born from a female wyvern and a viper." Hearing her words, Adele opened his eyes wide in astonishment. But he soon regained his composure and asked her, "Isn't viper a level 1 monster living in the depths of the sea? How could that be?" Seeing Adele looking puzzled, Evelyn glanced down at him and whispered, "That's the mystery, this is something that shouldn't have been possible." At that moment, he didn't know what to say and remained silent for a long while. A level 1 monster has power comparable to natural disasters like storms or heavy rain. Viper is a species of powerful supernatural creatures that live hidden in the dark of the forest. He suddenly thought that the abilities of the Black Shadow Dragon were likely inherited from its father. Adele gave a shy smile, his heart seemingly in turmoil. Seeing he had no response, Evelyn kept talking. Since it was born, it had become a major issue within the White Dragon team. "At first, we decided to observe it after letting it stay in the nest, but the other wyverns wouldn't accept the kid. Isolating it wasn't a good option, so we are very worried. It's being rejected just because it's different from the others." Suddenly he looked up and asked Evelyn, "What is the kid's name?" Without hesitation, she quickly replied, "It's Umbra. In an ancient language, that name means darkness. All the more reason for us to choose that kid. Only then did Adele break into a satisfied smile and say, darkness, that's a good name. Suddenly he changed his posture, causing Evelyn to ask anxiously, young master, what are you doing? Without many words, he simply replied, my companion is that kid. Hearing this, Evelyn couldn't believe what she had just heard and hurriedly exclaimed, what? What do you mean? But before she could finish, Adele jumped down below. His body fell freely, leaving Evelyn stunned atop the dragon. Adele shouted, I'm leaving first. In horror, she screamed out, young master. Meanwhile, Adele continued falling with a joyful expression on his face. This time, I will give you another life, his eyes fixed on the dragons gathered below. Just like myself in this life, Adele suddenly smiled softly and landed. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst forth from the cliff face, the source emitting flashes like continuously exploding electric sparks. At that moment, Adele reached into the weapon system panel, then swiftly drew out swords, swinging his arms to throw them forward. His eyes suddenly lit up. The system screen displayed a notification, Hatchling Synchro, you can use psychokinesis to move designated targets. The sword shot forward at a wind-tearing speed. Adele gently landed on that sword, hopping sequentially from one sword to another, and thus descended downward. Seeing this, Evelyn was extremely surprised and exclaimed, oh my god, when did he learn psychokinesis, and using it this way too? Her mouth wide open in amazement, she marveled at how unbelievably fast he was developing. Nearby, some dragons were gathering to bully Umbra. It growled fiercely, trying to chase the others away. Adele quickly approached Umbra. Seeing it, he involuntarily felt a sense of familiarity, fragments of past life memories suddenly flooding Adele's mind. Each person wore a scornful smile then mocked him, foolish. Is he really a Ragnar? So pathetic, an illegitimate child. He slightly frowned, his gaze betraying sympathy. Moments later, he gathered momentum and leapt off the sword. Adele hovered midair, lightning bolts in yellow crackling around him and the swords. Adele used the breath of the thunder dragon. In an instant, his eyes flared brightly, his hair stood on end toward the back, surrounded by sparks of lightning. He stretched out his hand forward to command the swords. A moment later, those swords shot down like bolts of lightning. They shot down to attack right at the dragons there, the dragon seal. The sword was embedded firmly in the ground, the lightning from the previous strike still lingering. The dragons were frightened and panicked, flying away immediately, leaving only Umbra behind. Adele lightly landed on the ground. He stepped toward it and spoke, just a little scared and already running away. Bullies are nothing but cowards. Adele gently asked with concern, are you okay? Umbra growled a few warning sounds at him, then spread its wings and flew swiftly into the sky despite Adele calling from below, wait. Evelyn stepped closer and spoke, it's tense right now, so approaching won't be easy, you should wait a bit longer and try again later. Adele turned his head, smiling as he said, no, that's exactly when he needs someone by his side. Why do you think he still lingers near the nest despite being shunned? He watched the figure flying further away and continued, he is lonely, mental wounds hurt more than physical ones. He's hurt and certainly won't go far. Help me chase after him. Hearing Adele's words, Evelyn was powerless and could not reply. In a secluded place where no one was in sight, Umbra lay curled up in a shaded corner. It looked very exhausted and kept panting heavily. Suddenly sensing something, he growled and turned around. It turned out that Adele and Evelyn had found their way here. She spoke up, many knights had tried to tame him, but none succeeded. He was very cautious with those around him, and his current state was even worse. He waved his hand and said, give me some food if you can. Meanwhile, I will try to understand him. After all, this is my entrance exam. On one side was the angry growl radiating the frightening blue aura of wyverns. On the other side, Adele steadfastly stepped forward with less of the fear of a drake. It let out a loud roar. He looked at Umbra with eyes full of killing intent. It still tried to growl to scare Adele, but each trace of killing intent in Adele's eyes was stronger, causing Umbra to falter, its roar gradually weakening. Suddenly he poured a kind of medicine over it. That purple medicine was a healing potion, quickly mending serious wounds and partially restoring stamina. Adele gently touched and comforted it, asking if it was okay, if the pain had lessened. Umbra looked at him with a puzzled gaze and let out a sound. Adele softly stroked it, perhaps it was due to the dragon heart, but I could sense Umbra's emotions. The fury he felt towards the pack that had driven him away, the conflicting sadness and attachment, the desire to still be part of them, the painfully torn loneliness. His feelings towards me were also conflicted. He doubted me, a stranger who suddenly appeared yet brought warmth, but at the same time, he hoped I wouldn't leave. He gently reached out to stroke its head. Adele smiled reassuringly, "Don't worry, I won't betray you." Then he reached toward the warehouse system panel and also. Adele immediately took out a sparkling jade bracelet. "I know you like things like this." The shimmering gem glowed. Instantly, Umbra's eyes lit up as well. Adele teased, "Do you want it?" But it closed its eyes and turned away. Umbra tried to suppress its excitement over the jade bracelet, but moments after opening its eyes, the jade bracelet was already on Umbra. Adele extended his hand and said, "Take this, if you follow me there will be even more." He gave a sly smile and asked, "So, what do you say?" It immediately realized the intent in his eyes and involuntarily let out a cry. Adele continued to tempt, "I've heard you don't like bridles and saddles, but I can make one for you adorned with jewels like this, extremely dazzling and beautiful." Hearing these words, its eyes sparkled as it imagined the scene. Inwardly, Adele thought he must steal a few things from the lady. Just then, over on the other side, Ki-son suddenly used his body. Someone who saw this spoke up, "Is that lady okay? She doesn't look well." Ki-son raised a hand to scratch his face and replied, "I don't know why, but I feel like I'm about to lose a lot of money." Suddenly, Umbra stood up, making him unsure of what it intended to do. Then it let out a roar. The system screen also displayed a notification, "You have been recognized as the owner of the flying dragon Umbra." Seeing this, Adele smiled happily. The system screen continued to display that a new skill had been learned, Mastery of Flying Dragons at level C, -1% proficiency. Higher proficiency increases the trust of the tamed dragon. When riding, it boosts the strength of both the rider and the dragon by 10%. In the midst of the mountains and forests, a dragon was flying away. Someone was gradually approaching. It turned out that person was Evelyn, who brought along 2 wild oxen with both hands. Seeing the scene before her, Evelyn's eyes widened in shock, and she froze. What caught her eyes were Umbra and Adele looking incredibly close, like soulmates. Evelyn exclaimed in surprise, "How did you manage that? He's never opened up to anyone before." Adele smiled and turned to ask her, "You're back already?" The two of them stood together watching the feast happily. Adele cheerfully said, "Seeing him enjoy the food like that is really great." "Thanks for the meat, Evelyn." Curious, Evelyn turned to ask, "Really, how did you do it?" He crossed his arms and replied, "I simply tended to his emotional wounds." Watching Umbra devour the meat, he continued, "When his heart wavers, this gift seals everything." Adele's words left Evelyn blinking blankly, not understanding. Suddenly he laughed out loud and said, "You want me to eat that?" Umbra widened his eyes and offered the meat toward him. Adele said, "It's fine, I've already eaten. Eat as much as you like." Evelyn closed her eyes and smiled inwardly, admiring that, just like young Master Adele, he not only could charm humans but also tame flying dragons. Then she opened her eyes in surprise. Seeing that Adele was already sitting on Umbra, Evelyn immediately clapped her hands to congratulate him, congratulating the young master. He had acknowledged you as his companion, and a dragon flying while stretching out its neck and back is a sign of trust. Suddenly, Evelyn startled and shouted, "Wait, what are you suddenly doing?" Adele looked confused and pointed toward Umbra, saying, "He called me up." Evelyn panicked and yelled loudly, "Even though he accepted you as his companion, you still haven't been trained to fly. Riding a dragon without reins and a saddle is very dangerous, taking off is the shortest path to death." Adele smiled confidently and replied, "It's okay, I have my own way." The system screen displayed a notification activating the skill, taming the flying dragon to compensate for the lack of riding skill, and then he surged up into the sky. Evelyn looked up with surprised eyes. Seeing Adele's silhouette gradually disappear against the blue sky, she let out a sigh. "Through the mountain passes, all right, I understand, you want to show me something, right? Let's go." He held tightly onto the dragon's body, delighted. The dragon laughed excitedly. Turning his face back, he realized something was wrong, something didn't fit. How could a pure dragon like him cross through every mountain pass and turn into a terrifying demon monster so dreadful that it's called a dark evil dragon? A deserted clear stream. From above the ravine appeared a gate. The majestic waterfall scene appeared with sharp rocky mountains, surrounded by dragons flying around. The sound of water rushing down the cliff, a dragon immediately flew near a large rock falling into the abyss. Suddenly someone came forward and spoke, I thought I had understood the winter mountains clearly since they were still covered with black snow. Adele appeared with a large dragon standing beside him, surrounded by a beautiful sparkling light. Unexpectedly there was a crystal cave beside the waterfall. You really like sparkling things, don't you? Suddenly he seemed to discover something and observed it. That thing was. Adele reached out and picked that purple grass. Seeing this, I understand why you have become a phantom dragon. You have been eating it all along, right? He held it and looked at it intently. This also attracted Umbra's attention, who looked at him. I did not expect to find ghost willow here, a plant full of demonic energy. Ghost willow, a plant species that only grows deep in the demon sea. It absorbs pure demonic energy poured down by the moonlight, a priceless elixir for monsters and demons. Suddenly a golden light flared from Adele's hand and then burned the plant. Dragons and demons are two opposing extremes. How can you absorb this kind of energy? No matter what, it is too dangerous. I need to burn it all. Adele's sudden action made Umbra angry and growl, but he just put both hands in his pockets and walked calmly. Don't worry, I will try not to touch the crystals you like. Suddenly Adele stopped, his face showing great surprise. Appearing before him and the little dragon was a corpse tied up with hands behind its back, knees on the ground, as if imprisoned for a long time. The corpse exposed a clear skull, mouth wide open, clothes torn and ragged, which further revealed the skin stretched over bones, looking extremely miserable. That face gradually appeared before his eyes. A few strands of hair still clung to the skull, bearing a frightening expression. Adele calmly observed and assessed. A person, no, a corpse, seemed to have been dead for at least 10 years. He approached the corpse, sat down to look more closely and think, but the body was almost undecomposed, partly due to the cold. However, this also meant that when alive, this person possessed extremely powerful magical energy. His face remained calm as he continued to stare intently at the corpse before him. Such a formidable expert imprisoned here and died so miserably. Suspicious indeed. I should return to investigate later. At this moment, Adele turned his face toward the plants from earlier. The frightening corpse seemed to awaken, a red light rising from its eye sockets as it looked at him. First, the willow demon must be dealt with. Suddenly the corpse screamed angrily, its mouth wide open as if trying to devour Adele, strange light emanating from within. At that moment, Adele was startled and turned his head back, his face showing a bit of astonishment. Before the corpse could rush at him, Umbra the little dragon lunged forward and kicked strongly at the growling body. At Umbra's action, Adele's face clearly showed joy as he exclaimed, Umbra. The little dragon Umbra opened his mouth wide and roared angrily. The terrifying corpse, seeing this, fought back. Although it had been pinned down by Umbra's large foot, it continued to scream. Suddenly it opened its mouth wide, trying to bite Umbra's leg. Adele also realized something unusual at this moment. Fear and astonishment appeared in his eyes at the corpse's actions. It was dangerous. He immediately rushed forward to block the corpse's attack. Adele's arm was bitten, and blood oozed out. Not stopping there, the terrifying corpse bit harder into his arm angrily. Kyle, Robert, I will not forgive this. Adele's painful face seemed to recognize the identity of this corpse. He was not mistaken. Those were the names of the clan chief and the black dragon. What kind of monster was this? The secret technique of the Duke of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. Suddenly, someone rushed forward, holding a sharp sword slicing swiftly. It was a girl named Evren, wielding the sword as she quickly charged at the furious corpse. This caused the corpse to release Adele, who fell down where he was. The little dragon Umbra and Evren looked on in shock and worried for him. Young master, are you all right? Young master. Adele lay on the ground, his face still calm as he looked at Evelyn, apologizing, it is my fault. When suddenly the pain from his arm spread, making his previously serene face contort in agony, the pain making him dizzy. The wound on his arm kept bleeding, and the fangs biting deep into his flesh became visible. This was a terrifying kind of poison, filled with demonic energy. My whole body was gradually losing strength without an antidote. Evelyn sat down beside Adele to examine his wound, while the little dragon also gave a cry. With a worried face, she said, we will take you back to headquarters first, please try to hang on. Suddenly Umbra approached Evelyn and pushed her away. What are you doing? I don't want to hurt you, I am trying to help you. Adele's face had gone pale, and he kept pushing Evelyn away. Stop, Umbra, if you don't stop, even if you are the young master's companion, I will. Adele tried to remain calm despite the pain. His body was weakening. He panted and said, Evelyn, wait a moment, just stop for a bit. He continued looking at the little dragon. Umbra, you have a way, don't you? Umbra responded with a sound, seemingly agreeing to the question. Hearing that, Adele felt reassured and smiled as he looked out. All right, I will entrust my life to you. Evelyn exclaimed in alarm, young master, if we don't leave here immediately, it will be very dangerous, that is both poison and demonic energy. His eyes narrowed, calm yet still bearing a tired look. The corpse poison mixed with demonic energy, even with proper treatment, the survival rate was less than 30%. I will trust in Umbra's method. Umbra absorbed the demon willows here to evolve into a level 2 monster, so naturally, it had to confront that corpse, through which it learned how to control the demonic energy and corpse poison. His face twisted in intense pain, exhausted, he spoke, but trust and follow Umbra's way. Adele fainted, Evelyn panicked and shouted, young master. Then the sound of Umbra calling out followed, as it turned its head searching for something. The little dragon bit the plant from earlier with its mouth. Its leg struck and quickly shattered a rock. In the end, it dropped these items messily on the ground. Seemingly understanding its intention, Evelyn spoke up, mix this in and give it to the young master to drink. Meanwhile, the little dragon nodded repeatedly in agreement with her. Evelyn silently looked at the things Umbra had brought. They were just plants and crushed stones, lying quietly on the ground. At that moment, she glanced over at Adele, who lay motionless. Evelyn closed her eyes tightly, worried and deep in thought. But then she hurriedly grabbed the items Umbra brought. Damn it, I don't understand anything anymore. Evelyn used magic to thoroughly mix the two substances. A purple light appeared, enveloping the items in her hands. A purple liquid was created. She quickly poured it into Adele's mouth. After drinking it, Adele's face was pale, only smudged with the drops of purple liquid, but there was still no sign of change. Both Evelyn and Umbra watched him attentively. That face remained unchanged. Suddenly his body seemed to absorb something, and his heart shone with a miraculous glow. Evelyn and Umbra were astonished to see this. It can't be. Adele's body appeared to be surrounded by a strange light. He was truly recovering. Golden rays emanated from his body like streams of electricity running through it. That light continuously flashed a brilliant yellow, but then it transformed into black before Evelyn's astonished eyes. The color of the magical element had turned black. We have never heard of this happening before. Suddenly, Adele's body jerked, his mouth opening wide in pain. Evelyn also realized something and grew fearful. What the hell is happening, young master? The absorption process has begun. Adele's face froze, black liquid flowed from his eyes and mouth, looking extremely terrifying. The system sounded off. You have acquired the traits of the illusion dragon, commander of the white armored dragon cavalry. A man wearing armor, holding a large sword, looked extremely fierce. Julius spoke, what did you just say? Has this been confirmed by Haktuet yet? Another person standing not far away responded, yes, the comparison process has been completed and they estimate about 89% accuracy. At that moment, Julius angrily smashed the two tables beside him with one hand. Damn it! Julius's face turned extremely terrifying, his teeth clenched and one eye covered, making this man even more frightening. This is truly crazy. They say good news comes with bad news. The more he said it, the more Julius clenched his teeth, but Julius angrily shouted before the table that shattered to pieces. He never expected something like this to happen. The captain of the 5th squad of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, Trainer Isman, together with 15 members, all have died. Purification, rebirth. This is an ancient secret art that expels impurities from the body and reshapes the physical form to absorb mana more easily. However, it requires the cooperation of many master magicians and entails enduring pain for several days. Nevertheless, this method has only been proven effective for children under 5 years old. The fact that this purification process occurred in Adele is the result of countless perfect coincidences. The ultimate toxic poison infiltrating the body, the essence of mana accumulated over decades of absorbing demon willow, and the assistance of Umbra, the dragon who mastered the method to neutralize toxins. Everything harmonized in a strange way. Instead of being consumed or expelled by the toxicity, Adele's body absorbed the essence of power hidden within that deadly poison. Adele suddenly opened his eyes wide, awakening from his coma. Seeing this, Evelyn worryingly asked after his condition, "Young master, are you all right?" Evelyn helped him sit up, and only then did he softly speak, "Evelyn, I'm sorry for making you worry." Hearing this, both she and Umbra breathed a sigh of relief. Adele Ragnar, 17 years old, male, title, Mirror Phantom, the greatest genius of a millennium of the Ragnar lineage. Viewing the companion inventory of the Dragon Seal Purification Rebirth, Illusion Dragon, access denied. Access denied. Dazed from an unexpected enlightenment, he absorbed demonic poison, producing the first illusion dragon. If uncontrolled, you might become the second illusion dragon. Adele stood before the lines of text he was reading, his eyes narrowing in thought. The power of the illusion dragon, level 16, strength stat 112, agility 62, stamina 38, mana 238, intelligence 36, luck 21, skills fear of dragons, young dragon synchronization, flying dragon taming, access denied. Not stopping there, he continued to ponder, 85 additional stat points. This is insanely excessive. Adele and Evelyn were still sitting next to Umbra. His gaze began to focus on the glowing things around them. The crystals in this cave were all crystallizations of pure energy, but then he smiled and cheerfully turned his attention to Umbra. Their power had diluted the toxicity of the willow demon and even became medicinal herbs. At this moment, Umbra's face showed curiosity, looking incredibly adorable. Luckily, I trusted Umbra. Suddenly, a radiant purple light enveloped Adele. Ragnar's already perfect physique now received purification, rebirth, and illusion dragon enhancements. He clenched his fists, constantly marveling that his growth rate from now on would be beyond measure. Suddenly, Adele steadied himself and stood up to speak. But more importantly, Adele looked toward the frightening corpse from before, observing and then questioning the key point. Who exactly was that corpse? Evelyn seemed to have discovered something. She stared intently at the cliff, which caught Adele's attention. He stepped forward and asked, "What's wrong, Evelyn?" She replied, "There is writing on the rock wall." Looking up at the rock wall ahead, there were lines of writing cleverly inscribed. Defeated by Kyle and Robert, I hid in this mountain to prepare for revenge, but my body. Adele read those lines, recalling the moment he was attacked by that corpse earlier. It also shouted, "Kyle, Robert." Suddenly his eyes froze, reading each sentence. He seemed to associate with the past scene of that corpse. But my body is weakening rapidly because Robert has destroyed my demonic core. The evil energy I consume to survive is probably killing me. I am beginning to lose consciousness, the demonic nature is taking over. Damn it, I haven't even begun my revenge, yet I am losing consciousness more and more. It's time to make a decision and I have to admit there is no hope left. I will give up everything and melt down my beloved sword, the serpent sword, to seal myself. I hope someone will find this place, I hope they will fulfill my wish, I hope they will avenge me. I pray that my successor will overcome them. I leave my legacy here. At this moment, Adele and Evelyn were also stunned by that confession, their faces showing surprise. The two continued looking up the rock wall. Wait, the next part, this is the illusion sword technique and the violent thunder god, then this person is a legendary figure, who once freely controlled wind power and was also a tragic hero. The one who, 40 years ago, contended for the position with the current clan chief until the very last moment, Lord Hector Ragnar. At this moment, a man holding a powerful sword appeared, carrying a destructive power. I had heard he was dead, but it turns out he has always been here. Suddenly, Evelyn realized something, quickly knelt down before Adele. He was stunned and asked, "What are you doing?" Evelyn hurriedly replied, "Even though the clan chief was defeated and exiled, the Lord is still a legitimate heir of the Ragnar bloodline." Closing her eyes, placing her hands over her chest, she continued, "A vassal of Ragnar daring to strike a rightful heir is a grave crime, punishable by immediate execution." Therefore, upon hearing this, Adele quickly interrupted Evelyn, causing her to freeze and open her eyes wide. "Stop speaking nonsense." He calmly walked away, ignoring Evelyn kneeling there. "The one you killed was not a Ragnar but a madman. I did so to save my own life, was there any other choice? According to the law." Adele stopped, "Everything that happened here will forever remain a secret." Then he cast a terrifying glance at Evelyn. "If you are still concerned, accept the Lord's secret skills. Keep them." Hearing this, she exclaimed in panic, "Lord, his secret skills can rival the 9 dragons' ultimate technique, so why do you give them to us?" He stepped closer to Evelyn, inherit the Lord's legacy and become stronger. And Adele sat down opposite her and continued speaking, fulfill his dying wish. He placed his hand on Evelyn's shoulder with a dangerous demeanor. Thus, the lord of the clan could finally rest in peace. Now that you are his successor, no one can call it a sin. Didn't you say that you would become my sword, Evelyn? Evelyn suddenly became silent as if pondering something. Evelyn Nereville, the senior swordsman of Ragnar. As she spoke, she bowed her head. I swear loyalty to Lord Adel Ragnar as a vassal. She said clearly, I humbly plead for the noble young master to accept the oath of this humble one. Upon hearing that, Adele smiled in satisfaction and thought, you truly are one who rigidly follows the rules. He quickly adjusted his mindset, drew a sword, and placed it on Evelyn's shoulder. Adel Ragnar accepted Evelyn Nereville's oath, engraved deep into my heart and soul and on the long road ahead. I vow to make you my very first sword. At that moment, he looked at her, his face clearly showing joy toward the person kneeling before him. The headquarters of the White Dragon Armor Cavalry. A man named Hulkus Lank laughed loudly and said, is that Adele guy still not here? Maybe I'm the greatest genius in the White Dragon Armor Cavalry. Suddenly, footsteps approached him and the monster. Looking back, Hulkus and that monster were both shocked and exclaimed. Ha! At this moment, Adele was walking over accompanied by the Umbra Dragon. Hulkus exclaimed in astonishment, Adel Ragnar, what the hell is this? What did you just bring back? At the same time, this also attracted the attention of everyone around. What, don't tell me that's Umbra. How could he possibly tame that uncontrollable monster as a companion? So is this the reason why he is called the greatest genius in 1,000 years? Even if it's talent, what the heck is going on after all? Evelyn stood next to Adele and declared clearly. Senior swordsman Alan Narovo and apprentice swordsman Adel Ragnar, we have completed the qualification test and returned. But she spoke while looking toward Adele who was greeting everyone. Where is the captain? Another young man named Spur spoke up. He just received an urgent order and has returned already. Evelyn asked in wonder. Urgent order. Suddenly, a strong gust of wind blew in from nowhere. Small rocks were falling from the sky. A man riding a dragon landed on the ground. The man spoke, I know you have just completed the initiation ceremony, but I apologize to everyone. In a dangerous tone, Julius said seriously, immediately deploy to Blanky Fortress. This caught Adele's attention, as well as the chatter from those around. Deploying into combat, Adele looked ahead with a terrifying gaze, and finally arrived at the Ceres Merchant Guild hostage crisis at Blanky Fortress. A plot to steal the Dragon Slayer band's sword to incite rebellion. The mastermind behind it all is Troivan. Julius Ragnar raised his voice to announce, attention everyone. You will be deployed to Blanky Fortress. The members looked at each other in confusion, and finally Eod Nayland spoke up. What is happening, Captain? Even the recruits who haven't finished training are being deployed. Is this mission really that urgent? Seeing that Eod hadn't yet grasped the severity of the situation, Julius tightened the reins in his hand, his voice involuntarily growing harsher. Captain Trainer Isvan of the 5th team and the 14 members under his command have gone missing. Adele opened his eyes wide in shock. The image of Trainer Isvan appeared in his mind, an experienced knight of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Even Julius went to him for advice. There was no way he was taken down so easily. Impossible. Could this be another butterfly effect that I caused? Without giving everyone time to fully absorb this shocking news, Julius continued. According to Black Snow's report, the mortality rate is up to 89%. Even if they survive, they won't be able to continue their mission. Therefore, we will form a temporary 5th team with the current personnel and continue the search mission. The temporary 5th team's captain will be Evelyn Nereville. We have 4 hours to prepare. Make sure the recruits complete basic training. I don't think they're dead, but we still have to avenge them. Then, Julius mounted his dragon and flew away. Watching Julius's figure gradually disappear, Adele fell into deep thought. The kidnapping by the Black Skull Gang is connected to the Ceres Trading Guild. The White Dragon Armor Legion dealt with it without a single casualty. Or so we thought, but the real target of that incident was something else. The theft and transport of the Balmung dragon-slaying sword. At that time, Troivan used Balmung to start the rebellion. But now, the flow of events has changed. If all of this was caused by me, I must witness the truth with my own eyes. Just then, on the system's mission notice board, a line quietly appeared recalling the Balmung dragon-slaying sword. A few hours later, in the icy mountains, a watchtower guard was standing exposed to the cool breezes of Mother Nature, muttering continuously, "It's so cold, I can't get used to this weather." Wait, why does the moon look like that? Following the guard's gaze, the sight was of a squadron of dragons flying dangerously close, steadily approaching. The guard quickly shouted out an alert, "White Dragon Armor Legion incoming." But before they could react, the top of the lighthouse was blasted apart. Evelyn raised her sword to signal the attack legion. The dragons soared upwards, followed by a barrage of magical bombs raining down. The ground continuously shook, and in the blink of an eye, the fortress was heavily devastated. A soldier yelled, "Get inside now, we're all dead out here." But sadly for them, the White Dragon Armor Legion had already landed and completely surrounded them. Evelyn stood in the midst of the battlefield, pointing her sword at the soldiers and taking them down. "The price to pay for those who dare touch the White Dragon Legion, I will make them return everything." At the same time, deep in the forest far from the massacre battlefield, an excited soldier ran clutching his sword. "Damn it, they said they would deal with the White Dragon Legion after all. If we had arrived even a little later, disaster would surely have happened. Once I successfully deliver this, my mission will be complete, and after this, I will live comfortably." Before he could even imagine how comfortable life would be, he was cut in half. A shadow suddenly appeared, the man swung his sword and beheaded the soldier, fresh blood splattering, staining the night red. Despite the sight behind him of the headless soldier falling, the shadow only cared to wipe the blood off his sword. A moment later, the shadow returned to the covert intelligence outpost. The captain, seeing him return, asked, "Where's the item?" The shadow respectfully presented his sword. "Here it is." The captain pulled back the cloth to check. "Good, the item has been secured, prepare for the next phase." Hearing the captain's orders, the shadows bowed their heads. "Yes, sir." The captain looked towards the fortress. "Now all that remains is to wipe out this nest of vermin." At the same time, the battle on the fortress was also reaching its end. Hulkus Lank lifted the last soldier and declared the total annihilation complete, too easy beyond allowance. Seeing a group of soldiers kneeling before Adele, he agreed, yes, it was so easy it became boring. He pondered silently. It was hard to believe the 5th Division was completely wiped out. But Adele operated the system to activate the larva synchronization and read the target's memories. Continuously reading the memories of several soldiers, Adele began to feel that something was not right. Yet another one like this. He knew that Balmung had been stolen but had never seen it with his own eyes. The low-ranking soldiers said nothing, but even the officers had never seen it. What had I overlooked? Aaron's voice suddenly rang out, cutting through Adele's train of thought. "What's wrong, Adele? Is something the matter?" Adele turned to respond, "Nothing, it's just that I have some things to think about." Hearing the thoughtful tone in Adele's voice, Selpert Gardner eagerly ran over and clapped him on the shoulder. "Even if it's just a hologram, a rookie is still a rookie, just admit you're nervous." Aaron reminded him, "We've already rescued the hostages, now let's regroup with the main unit." Selpert let down his guard and said comfortably, "Let's go back. I just want to quickly wash up, I smell like gunpowder all over." Hearing this, everything clicked into place, and a gleam of enlightenment flashed in Adele's eyes. Then he dashed off. Selpert was bewildered, wondering what had come over him. Aaron was equally confused, perhaps he really hated being clapped on the shoulder. Selpert felt insulted and shot Aaron a sharp glance. Unlike the simple scene here, Adele was swinging his sword, breaking through the layer of camouflaging earth, just as I thought. Aaron caught up and asked, "What's going on?" Seeing the scene before them, Selpert and Aaron were stunned. "Gunpowder, those bastards, they intended to commit suicide along with us." Adele hurriedly turned back and told the two people around him, "We don't have time to hesitate, retreat immediately." Aaron responded clearly. Selpert shouted to remind everyone, "Brothers, prepare to retreat immediately." But it was already too late. In the distance a cannonball was flying straight towards them. As if sensing it, everyone simultaneously turned their heads to look at the cannonball. Adele's face immediately twisted, he shouted. But not giving them a chance to escape, the cannonball quickly exploded. That was not all. In the distance, the intelligence team captain continued to signal to reload. A volley of cannonballs were loaded and then fired straight at the fortress. The captain smirked, let's wipe out every single one of them, for him. At the same time, him they were talking about was sitting, holding a headless body. Emil Ragnar smirked as he looked into the night through the window, his voice mixed with maddening pain. Ah, my beloved hidden son, you have suffered so much. Mother will bring that disgusting head back for you. Only a few soldiers remained standing in the fortress. Evelyn swung her sword, the troop count immediately decreased by 1. She gritted her teeth and ordered, don't let anyone escape. The White Armor Dragon Legion advanced and attacked simultaneously. Clear. Evelyn looked suspiciously at the piles of enemy corpses on the ground. Was Team 5, led by trainer Isvan, defeated by this group? Impossible, something is wrong. She had a bad feeling, and a moment later, this feeling was confirmed. A cannonball charged straight at Evelyn. The knights anxiously called out, Captain. Luckily, she managed to dodge to the side just in time. The shell slammed into the ground and exploded, the flames flaring up and burning Evelyn's cloak. If she hadn't reacted quickly just now, her fate would have been like that cloak, shattered and broken beyond repair. Evelyn frowned tensely. This is crazy, artillery fire. Everyone, find cover immediately. Shells kept raining down relentlessly. A terrified soldier glanced around, desperate to save his life. But somehow, he ran straight towards the place where the shell was targeted. Moments later, the shell exploded, shards scattering everywhere, and he lost his chance to survive. Amid the artillery fire, Adele's group rushed over to Evelyn. Hulkus shouted loudly, Captain. Evelyn looked over, everyone had arrived just in time. It's a bombing raid, we have to leave here immediately. Adele raised his hand clearly, advancing toward the outer wall, moving away from the bombarded area. At the same time, he quickly activated the system, opening the mind gateway, disengaging the safety mechanisms of brain functions, enhancing the speed of thought processing and sensory perception. The entire fortress's architecture immediately appeared before Adele's eyes. Seeing Adele frozen in place, Evelyn hurried back to shake him. What are you standing there for? We have to run immediately, Adele. Wake up, we have to leave the fortress at once. What are you doing? We don't have time. Right now. Adele reversed her hand, saying, no, we have to go inside. Evelyn was stunned, eyes wide open. Adele led the legion through the fortress corridor. Looking at the ceiling shaking relentlessly and collapsing, Hulkus shouted, do you want to go back to the place where we were almost blown to pieces? Selperd continued, the lives of all 21 of us are in your hands. Damn it, shouldn't we have run outside from the very beginning? Adele still didn't slow down. If we run outside now, we will get caught in a barrage or an ambush, which is exactly what they are waiting for. At the same time, he quickly used larval synchronization to reread the remaining thoughts of this object. After reading, he surprisingly realized they must have thought we couldn't survive inside the fortress. But right now, with this ability, we have more than enough chance to survive. When the mind gate opened, the range of larval synchronization expanded significantly. Adele immediately noticed explosives planted on the left. The right side was under heavy artillery fire. We will go down using the stairs in front. Everyone hurriedly followed him running forward, but they were shocked to find it was a dead end. The matter involved lives, and some couldn't help but loudly question Adele, hey, you told us to trust you and follow you. Another knight who had not given up hope hesitated and asked, Adele, do you have a plan? There's no turning back now. A loud noise sounded. Selperd looked up at the ceiling. It was collapsing. Under the Legion's panicked gaze, the ceiling completely collapsed. At the same time, the outer city was engulfed in flames. The captain of the intelligence team was very pleased with his work. A subordinate stepped forward to report that all the cannons had been used up. The captain drew his sword, saying, remember this. This is revenge for young Master Axion. It doesn't matter if they're just heaps of mangled flesh. Bring their heads here. The heads he wanted were in a state of white eyes and darkened lips. It was a pity each head was still breathing. The White Armor Dragon Legion collectively breathed a sigh of relief, thinking they were about to die. Hulkus excitedly cheered, just as predicted. Adele really had a plan beforehand. He destroyed the floor at the last minute. The guards, seeing a group of people fall from the sky, became alert. What? Who are you? How did you get in here? Adele silently watched the two Black Skull soldiers, wondering why they were here. We detected an area with unusually solid ground and came to investigate. Adele's gaze suddenly landed on an iron cage. He was astonished to realize that one of the prisoners was the captain of Team 5, Trainer Ispan. After a while, the White Armor Dragon Legion efficiently dealt with the two guards. Evelyn touched the cuffs tightly locking the limbs of the 5th Legion. Luckily, sir, you're still alive, Trainer, but this is really surprising. I never expected the mastermind behind this to be the Special Intelligence Agent Ragnar. After only a short while, those imprisoned were able to move freely again. Trainer waved his gradually numbing arm. Hearing this, you all seem not very surprised. Evelyn also didn't intend to hide it from him. I had suspected this raid wouldn't have happened without an insider. But I didn't think they would really betray their own people. Aaron was also very angry. This is blatant treason. Selpert added, that's right, we must take revenge. Seeing them so agitated, Trainer calmly poured cold water on them. Don't let your emotions cloud your reason, it's best not to act rashly. They had carefully prepared to capture us from the beginning. With our current forces, we cannot face them head-on. For now, we need to send this news to the black snow outside. Adele spoke up, saying that was impossible. The fact that we haven't received support from Black Snow means they have already wiped out their entire ambush force. That's why we chose to advance into the fortress. But we still have a chance to win. They buried even their own subordinates with this operation. That means they want to erase every trace of this incident. Therefore, they will surely come back to inspect our bodies. The moment they let their guard down, confident in their victory, if we ambush them from the rubble, we can completely reverse the situation. Trainer looked deeply into Adele. He sensed the power of intellect flowing within him. He had even opened a mind gate at this age. The corner of Trainer's mouth gradually lifted. Probably just old, thinking about giving up his life over this. It seems this time we have recruited excellent new soldiers. You're right. The White Dragon Armor Legion will not sit idle and take the hit. We will carry out the plan exactly as discussed. Prepare for battle. The intelligence operatives are searching all across the fortress. But the only thing they found was a pile of shattered bodyguards, mumbling incessantly, begging for mercy. Please, just this once, please spare me. But the most useless thing on the battlefield is begging. The intelligence captain raised his sword without hesitation and struck down. After wiping the blood off his face, Han turned to his subordinates and asked, "Have you found him yet?" The subordinate honestly replied, "Not yet, sir. We have finished searching the west area of the fortress and are now moving to the east." The captain glanced into the distance. He had a bad feeling. The ambush unit also had no special reports. But since yesterday, only the White Dragon Armor comrades' bodies have not been found, right? The captain suddenly stopped. Wait, stop. Has anyone seen the White Dragon Armor team? No sooner had he finished speaking than the White Dragon Armor Legion landed a critical blow on each of his subordinates. And he himself was not excluded from the hit list. The ground beneath the captain suddenly shook as a sharp sword thrust upward, carving a long slash across his face. In the blink of an eye, Evelyn shook off the dirt and sprang up, swinging her sword toward the intelligence captain. He quickly leaned back and jumped away, narrowly escaping death. The captain seized the opportunity to shout, ambushing the enemy who were the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. Preparing for battle, the fight officially began as both sides rushed at each other to tear one another apart. Evelyn looked directly at the intelligence flight captain. Her voice cold, "I just hope you are not the intelligence flight captain. According to Ragnar's law, you are guilty of treason and will be executed immediately." No sooner had she finished speaking than she lunged toward the captain. In the blink of an eye, they exchanged over 100 moves. The captain saw Evelyn still jumping and taunting him everywhere and gritted his teeth in anger. He didn't understand how they could survive that strike. How it was possible. Anyway, Evelyn had the upper hand. She knocked the captain's sword aside and quickly slashed toward him. The captain fell backward and slid on the ground by momentum. Evelyn shouted loudly, "The intelligence flight captain resisting further was useless. Since we successfully ambushed, you no longer have a chance to win. If you surrender obediently, we will spare your lives." But the captain refused to admit defeat. He shouted, "Everyone, permission granted to use forbidden magic." The White Armor Dragon Legion was stunned. Forbidden magic. The intelligence flight members placed their swords on the ground to cast spells. The aura around them instantly became much more dangerous. They fiercely charged toward Adele. Adele was stunned, staring at the scene before him. Adele immediately recognized it as a blood rage attack. a type of forbidden magic that uses one's own life force as energy. Seeing the fist of the Imperial Intelligence Squad about to strike his face, Adele slammed his sword into the ground, knocking the attacker away. But the consequence of sending one flying was 10 more rushing in. Countless members of the Imperial Intelligence Squad swung their swords at him. Before he could steady himself, a teammate rushed out to block in front of Adele. Numerous swords pierced through his body. The teammate coughed up blood, looked deeply into Adele's eyes, and struggled to say each word, "Run quickly." Under Adele's shocked gaze, he spewed a mouthful of blood and then fell. Adele clenched his teeth in anger, and murderous intent radiated in all directions. How dare this bastard? He activated his triple dragon claw skill. The Imperial Intelligence Squad was crushed by a terrifying force, their bones and flesh shattered. Within a 100-meter radius around Adele, only the dead teammate's body remained intact. Not stopping there, Adele continued by activating Lightning Gate, striking at the Imperial Intelligence Squad fighting the White Dragon Armor Legion. He leapt up and executed the Triple Dragon Claw, a continuous combo strike. In the blink of an eye, this terrifying move wiped out the Imperial Intelligence Squad without injuring a single White Dragon Armor Legion soldier. The captain looked at the numerous corpses of his subordinates scattered everywhere and suddenly thought, yet he was able to neutralize the counterblood critical hit so easily. He couldn't let this bastard survive. No sooner said than done, he quickly cast a spell. Meanwhile, Selperd was still stunned. Since when had Adele learned such a thing? Aaron was also agape. Truly, we have to take this more seriously. Adele was panting heavily. I tried using the Thunder Strike to increase the impact, but it was still too much for me. While he was recovering, the captain of the reconnaissance squad suddenly charged in. He shouted loudly, "Adele Ragnar, at the very least, I will drag you down to hell with me." Adele was stunned as he watched the captain relentlessly approaching. His mana core was distorted. No way, was he planning to self-destruct? Before Adele was forced to perish alongside the captain, Evelyn stood in front of Adele, activating her ultimate skill, the Wind and Thunder Divine Storm. The captain was swept up in the vortex, blood spattering 3 meters away. Seizing the moment, Evelyn leapt upward, aiming directly at him, and unleashed the ultimate skill, the Wind and Thunder Divine Vortex. After this move, Adele noticed that the frenzy of his mana core had ceased. Moments later, the captain was slammed to the ground. His entire body was shattered, dead beyond any chance of revival. Adele released his strength and collapsed to the ground, when a voice suddenly called out behind him, "Well done, Adele. You truly are someone I acknowledge. I have accepted the role as Lord Adele's #1 swordsman, so don't even think about taking that spot." It was Hulkas and the others. Selperd smiled and reached out his hand. "You saved my life, I am truly grateful." "Thank you." Adele was momentarily stunned. His lips involuntarily curled up. He also raised his hand to grasp the hand extended towards him. A team member curiously asked, "Since when did you and the captain learn those techniques?" Adele replied sadly, "If I tell you, you'll get hurt." Selperd immediately became angry and pounced to bite his arm. Seeing this warm scene, Trainer's eyes curved into a smile. After a long night, dawn had broken. In the magnificent palace, inside the Pink Flower Hall, Emil's neck was tightly strangled, making her eyes bulge, while both tears and saliva flowed out. Troyven angrily looked at her, "The damned bastard." He threw Amin forcefully onto the ground, shouting, "How dare you act like that?" A male slave hurriedly approached, saying, "Master." Troyven's hand touched the letter placed on the table. "Where did you get the courage to steal my seal?" He crushed the letter, asking repeatedly, "Kill that bastard Ragnar and the White Dragon Squad." "Is that what you said? Do you realize what you've just caused?" He threw the letter in front of Emil. "How dare you meddle in Troyven's great plan?" She went mad and screamed loudly. Emil sat in resentment on the floor, lifting her tearful eyes to explain, "I only wanted the head of that bastard who caused Axian's misfortune, nothing more." "Is that not enough?" She raised her voice, making his expression grow darker. "That enemy and everything related to him, tear them apart. Burn them all to ease my anger, so Axian's soul can rest in peace. Only then will I feel a bit better." Troyven clenched his fist. "Axian." He stepped on the letter with her stunned before him. "Just because a brat like him died, have you forgotten your role?" Emil couldn't believe it. As Troyven gritted his teeth and glanced at her, "You have lost the dragon-slaying sword. The key to the entire plan. From this moment on you are no longer Troyven's daughter." Emil lowered her head, recalling the cold, sharp gaze of a man. That gaze, her father's. The male slave turned his head to call out, "Master." The Troivan figure walked farther away, not looking back to give instructions. "She is useless now, imprison her where no one can see her. Eliminate all the vermin connected to her so no information leaks outside." He stood outside the door, frowning at the screams inside the room. "Please reconsider, Master, just this once. If you spare me, I will do anything." He went down the stairs filled with corpses, strewn about alongside desperate pleas, "Spare my life." He was pensive. The rebellion plan he had painstakingly prepared had gone up in smoke, all because of that bastard. His expression suddenly turned sinister. "Adele Ragnar, I swear I will kill you with my own hands." Adele sat on the bed, operating the system panel. In his hand he held a large sword. The system displayed information about the sword, the Dragon Slayer Balmung, a heavy sword. Mystery 82, effects unknown, currently sealed. The hidden mystery inside must be decoded before it can be used. Adele frowned and touched the sword, the Dragon Slayer. Toxic gas suddenly emitted from the sword he held. Adele immediately threw the sword onto the floor. The sword was struck several times upon impact. Adele fearfully rubbed his wrist while watching the sword emit poison. Just as predicted, the name, Dragon Slayer, is not meaningless. His hand was covered with countless bruises and scratches. It clearly completely suppressed Ragnar. The sword emitted a purple toxic aura. Just as I thought, I cannot use it unless I unlock its mysterious secret. A man holding a torch stood before a gigantic door engraved with the face of a heritage monster from the ancient mythical era, mysterious like an illusion. It does not easily fall into the hands of mortals, but if someone deciphers its secret, it will bestow legendary powers. The man absorbed power from the stone, a legendary treasure. Adele imagined Troivan wielding the sword. In his past life, Troivan must have unlocked Balmung's secret if he could remember what he did back then. He smiled. "A place appeared in my mind." The sword was stuck into the system board. Until its secret was unlocked, it was just a useless piece of iron. At that moment, a knock at the door outside made him turn his head. As soon as he opened the door, Adele called, "Evelyn." She bowed and said to him, "Sorry to bother you at this time, young master, do you have a moment? The commander wants to see you." Julius sat with his hands clasped on the table. "It's good that you're alive and have returned." Julius's expression was cold, but the man sitting and intertwining his fingers said, "You want to be discharged, huh?" Trainer closed his eyes and answered, "It's embarrassing to say this, but as you can see, I lost my legs and Rosinante, my long falcon, in the recent battle." He lifted the teacup, "And furthermore, this aging body can no longer endure long on the battlefield. I intend to spend the rest of my days in my homeland to honor the fallen comrades." Julius waved his hand. Who could stop that stubborn old man? He does as he pleases. He sat down and replied politely, "Thank you, sir, commander." Trainer calmly took a sip of tea. "I know this is not a worthy replacement, but I have something to say about the rookie Adele Ragnar," Julius said. "Go ahead." He mentioned that at his age, the Thunder Gate has opened. Julius thought of the skeleton within him and repeated with surprise, "That Thunder Gate is the boundary that separates ordinary from extraordinary." Trainer slammed his teacup down. Clearly, he was not a natural-born genius who possessed it from the start. A vivid image appeared of Adele opening the door, but it was as if he had forcibly pried open a door that had been tightly shut. The sensation was unmistakably that the door was being violently forced open. He stepped into a puddle. In any case, his container had suddenly expanded. A figure stood within the cup of water, and compared to what he held, it was absurdly vast. Julius joyfully stood up. "Then we have to fill that expanded container." Trainer calmly closed his eyes. That was all a senior could tell his junior. The moonlight cast down upon the city walls. "From now on," Julius smirked, "you will have to learn and grow on your own." Adele frowned and looked at Julius. In the vast arena, the two faced each other. Julius spoke, "Adele, I've heard you played an important role in this mission." He bowed his head, "Not exactly, it was all thanks to my teammates." Julius smiled at him, "Don't be so modest." "So, how far has your martial path advanced?" Adele covered his mouth thoughtfully. "Martial path? Are you referring to my combat power?" Then he answered, "Fighting now is much easier than before." Julius raised his hand, "No, I'm not only asking about your fighting techniques." With cold eyes, Julius said, "I'm asking about the world that your sword is trying to express." Adele was utterly stunned. He lowered his head, his voice embarrassed. If you mean that, I'm not sure anymore. Julius reached behind and touched the sword's hilt. I have trained with one sole desire, to imitate my master's swordsmanship. That's how everyone begins. Finishing his words, Julius's expression changed. Julius drew his sword and scraped it sharply, startling him, creating a large crack. The entire sky turned red. Adele looked up and saw this was the demon dragon's domain. Adele remembered Osa standing beneath a large tree with a sword. It was different from the domain the sword dragon displayed before the second awakening. He anxiously looked around, wondering if what Julius said meant this world was formed from personal martial paths. Suddenly, his eyes went wide. Far away, Julius pointed his sword and released a beam of power into the sky. My sword represents the demon. Adele looked up in shock. Julius held the sword with both hands, then brought it behind him. Julius spun the sword around, pointed the tip forward, and then lunged down. Adele's eyes went completely blank. A powerful tide created a huge hole. The tide was about to rush down where Adele stood. The water swirled in circles, and a sword tip appeared. Julius approached and asked, "What do you think?" With an expressionless face, Julius asked, "What did you see in the demon dragon's martial way?" Adele slightly furrowed his brows. "Strength and destruction." Julius smiled smugly. "Exactly, that is the essence of demons, instinctive, direct." The sword sliced through the wood, even though it eventually shattered. The skull was cut in half, still forming a straight line, piercing and destroying everything it touched. Violence, destruction, power, death. Julius continued asking, "So what do you think about the Plum Blossom sect leader's sword?" Adele's expression was vague. It was elegant and beautiful. Julius closed his eyes and crossed his arms. "Beautiful, huh? The Plum Blossom sect leader's swordsmanship carries the essence of life. That makes sense." The broken skull emitted a radiant glow illuminating the roots. Seeds sprouted, grew, and blossomed into flowers. That is life. The roots clung to a large tree. It was slow yet gentle, constantly transforming, but it never stopped growing. This is the way of martial arts. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. This is the martial way he referred to. Although both are 9 dragons, his explanation of swordsmanship was like this. Julius grinned. Approaching him, Julius spoke of life and death, survival and violence. "Do you think the meaning of these two swords is completely opposite?" Adele replied, "Isn't that so?" His cloak fluttered up. The red space disappeared, returning to the original arena. Julius turned and left. "If I said it outright, what fun would there be?" A book was thrown to Adele. He held the book and asked, "What is this?" Julius answered, "A dialogue between me and the Plum Blossom sect leader about the truth of the sword." Adele could hardly believe his eyes. "You said this?" Julius didn't turn his head but said, "This is extremely rare." "But you, Adele." A withered tree trunk grew up. An image of 2 figures, a man and a woman, back to back appeared. Julius continued, "Have become disciples of both the demon dragon and the sword dragon." Returning to the time before when Osa visited Julius, at that moment Julius was looking down from above. He closed the book, and pondered for a moment. Julius sat beside Osa, sulking. "Hey, you're a bit too strict, insisting that someone who already belongs to me become a co-successor, really." Osa covered her mouth laughing, "You're just jealous. Yet you can't deny that this will be very beneficial for Adele, right?" An image of Adele appeared. "You already know, Adele is currently a very promising successor, unequaled by anyone else. He is developing at a rate matching his talent and will sooner or later hit a wall." Osa held the book, and at that moment, "This thing will help him get through it." "But if by any chance," Osa looked at Julius in confusion. Julius was flustered. What if Adele became an enemy of the leader, but not the enemy of Ragnar? Osa was extremely stunned by those words. One person stood while the other sat to continue the conversation. She also knew that those who developed that fast mostly did not end well. Julius pondered, "That's right, if Adele followed the same path, the secret technique we gave him might turn against Ragnar in his blood." Osa stood and laughed, surprised, "I thought you simply cared for that child." Osa's smile suddenly faded, "But thanks to those words just now, I became certain of one thing." Osa held up the book and looked toward Julius. "This is truly your style. It's best if you keep it." Julius silently looked at the 2 books. When the person you've watched over for so long grows up without being consumed by greed, and when you are sure he has become someone who appreciates every moment, then give it to him. Julius closed his eyes without saying a word, holding the book in his hand. Adele was shocked. Ragnar's two dragons, the first and second in swordsmanship, the dragon sword and the demon sword, two successors at the same time. He couldn't believe it and asked again, "Can I really accept this?" Julius replied, "No need to be so humble." Julius turned his head and said, "We gave it to you because we believe you deserve it." Adele closed his eyes in silent agreement. He stood behind, watching Julius talk with Evelyn. "Looking back, I realize I've been able to grow this much thanks to those people." Julius laughed happily while her face was full of worry as she looked at him. "I've never done anything for them, yet they always help me." Adele stood at a distance, bowing before the two of them. "Since the Rendon incident, I have only received help from you too. I will definitely repay you." He stomped his foot heavily. Julius aggressively strode toward Adele. "If you want to repay me, there's a way to do it immediately." Julius broke into a wild grin. He instantly got ready to duel Adele. A fun joke after such a long time apart. "No, wait, now that there's a new disciple, how can I, the captain, just stand still? This is real training now." He was truly shocked. Evelyn quickly ran away, ignoring the fight behind her, hurrying even more as she locked the door. Inside echoed, "Please, open the door for me." Evelyn shouted loudly from outside, "Sorry, young master." The sunlight rose, beginning a new day. The chains were removed. Evelyn happily opened the door. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she was utterly stunned. Before her was Adele, his entire body turned to stone. Evelyn worriedly called out, "Young master," his face covered in dirt and grime. "Young master, are you all right?" She cautiously stepped closer to him. The captain went too far this time. "Well, anyway, under the young master's orders, we locked him in the dungeon." After hearing her words, Adele raised his head as if coming back to life. "There was no guard in the prison, but is the young master sure it's okay to just leave him like that?" The one-armed man was chained by the neck in the prison. He wasn't the type to confess anything no matter what they did to him, but just leaving him like this was somewhat. "Don't worry, I already have a plan." She leaned close to him. "Come here, whisper into my ear a little." Evelyn was startled by what he said. At the magnificent mansion, my mansion, in the vast training yard stood a figure. It was the Lord's martial arts practice ground. "Go inside." He slightly bowed his head, greeting the Lord of my mansion. Osa spoke as he descended the stairs. "Good, I've been waiting for you. Have you received the gift that Malong and I prepared?" He maintained his posture and replied, "Yes, both of you have helped me a great deal." Osa smiled, summoned strength and took up the sword. A sword flew out. Osa held the sword and ascended as cherry blossoms fluttered around. Osa approached where he was kneeling on one knee with the sword in hand. "That's good." Osa smiled dangerously. "What I'm about to teach you isn't some advanced technique, but a fundamental principle often overlooked in swordsmanship skills and arts." The sword was gradually raised, starting from there all the way to the end of the path. Osa pointed the sword's tip in front. "I want to teach you how to generate vitality with the sword." Osa looked at him and asked again. Osa's sword tip pressed close to his neck. "Adele Ragnar, do you want to become my disciple?" Adele bowed his head low before answering, "May I ask you something, Lord of the Mansion?" He opened his eyes, seeming uncertain. Osa was surprised when he spoke. "Is this an invitation from the Sword Saint, Heavenly Dragon?" Osa raised one eyebrow. "Not many know that name, yet you managed to guess it." The sword plunged deep into the ground. "I do not deny it." The sword reflected the shadow of Osa. "I am the sole heir of the secret swordsmanship passed down one-on-one. The Heavenly Dragon Sword, the Holy Heavenly Dragon Sword, is indeed one of my titles." Adele bowed deeply and asked, "So this was to probe my true intentions, right?" Adele replied, "I apologize. It's fine, I don't blame you." Osa smiled gently, "I have absolutely no hidden agenda." From the time the apricot blossoms bloomed to the Heavenly Dragon Sword, he couldn't believe his ears and looked up. "I intended to pass everything on to you." Adele walked along the path filled with flying peach blossoms. A loud call made him confused. "That guy." He glanced at the group standing behind him, the rookies of the White Dragon Armor Squad. "You are Adele Ragnar, right?" Adele turned around with a contemptuous tone. "So what?" Henry was furious. "You're speaking disrespectfully, aren't you? You haven't even greeted us." The other soldiers began to step forward behind Henry. Now that you are a disciple of the mansion lord and part of the apricot blossom mansion, you should at least show some respect to your seniors. His expression was profound, so it's about fighting over territory, huh? Senior? You're not even my senior, so what's with the act? Henry and the men behind him grew furious. What did you say? He turned his back and walked away, ignoring Henry's indignation. Not a senior, what on earth are you talking about? You've become a member of Plum Blossom House too, doesn't that make you a junior? Adele calmly said, I think you've misunderstood, the invitation to become an apprentice came directly from the Lord. He turned around and frowned, I have already refused. Henry and the others fell silent, speechless. Osa wondered, do you want to accept both the blooming apricot flowers and the divine dragon sword from me? Isn't that quite tempting? Adele knelt beside him and answered, of course. He closed his eyes tightly but spoke honestly, I don't understand why you cherish me so much, I haven't done anything for you. Yet here we are. Stand up. Osa reached out and touched him, there is no great reason. It's just that you remind me of Kyle. Osa touched his face full of surprise, recalling Kyle's features. I remind you of the clan leader, huh? Osa's eyes looked at him affectionately, yes, you look exactly like him in his youth. Not just in appearance, back then he also pursued his ideals and dreams. Osa touched his chin gently. Maybe even now he's still dreaming about that. Kyle stood in the snowy forest, driving away monsters. That's why he was never despairing. He had strived through countless hardships and challenges. Kyle sat before a pile of corpses, every day was an unending battle. Kyle lifted his head to catch the raindrops. Yet he never surrendered or abandoned his principles. Osa smiled shyly, when I see in you the image of the boy I once loved, how could I sit still? Adele was a bit embarrassed, if that answers your question, then now it's your turn to answer. Oh, right. Osa's gaze turned cold after hearing his answer. Although the offer was truly tempting, I must respectfully decline. What's the reason? He placed his hand on his chest, for I have had too many teachers. Adele said, making Osa widen his eyes. Miss Hoamai, you have taught me many things. As he spoke, he recalled those who had taught and accompanied him, including Commander Julius the Demon Dragon, the seniors in the Evelyn Knights team, Selperd, and Aaron, friends and teammates like Remington, Hulkus, and Erica, those from Training Ground Number 4, even Axion and Troyven, all of them are my teachers. Osa tilted his head in confusion. Both Axion and Troyven you call teachers? I heard you and Troyven are rivals. He looked straight ahead. It is precisely because of the hardships they caused that I have become who I am today. Osa did not know what to say. Adele bowed slightly again. My sword has learned and changed, thanks to both those who loved me and those who have hurt me. For this reason, I am not confident that I can inherit the tradition of a sect passed down to future generations. Osa smiled helplessly, unable to inherit because his sword always changes, both precious and regrettable. Osa's eyes widened, but even though I cannot be your disciple, he smiled happily. I am still willing to be your son. Osa was stunned, unable to believe it. Osa sat in the cherry blossom garden, holding a glass of wine, savoring it. A slave holding a bottle asked, do you truly cherish him that much? Osa replied, of course. Osa shook the wine in the glass, for heaven did not grant me a biological child, yet a child who looks exactly like that person is willing to call me mother. How could I not be happy? The slave smiled, knowing how happy she was. I also felt joy, Miss Osa. Osa raised her glass, and the slave readily poured more. I should be thankful to Adele for allowing me to be a mother. Could you please prepare a letter for me to send to my husband? What does he want to convey? It is about Adele's promotion examination. The slave holding the wine was completely taken by surprise. The girl immediately said, with permission, but he is still a rookie who has just completed the awakening ceremony. The fish swam happily in the lotus pond. The girl continued, if he already attracts too much attention now, he could be in danger. You understand that better than anyone else, Miss Osa. The wine was set down, so I must hurry. Osa's hand remained on the wine glass, with a slightly irritated tone. Before the great storm from the Ragnar family arrives and sweeps everything away, I want to give him all that I can. There was only one figure in the prison room. The man, with chains on his neck and legs, sat motionless. The man slightly closed his eyes. The person in the black cloak outside the bars looked at the man inside and said, "You have finally arrived." He bared his fangs and claws. "Don't blame me, it is all by your command. I will never oppose it." The man holding the neck chain said, "Now, kill me." Small knives were thrown into the prison by him. The knife lunging toward the man was knocked away by another object, leaving him dazed. He widened his eyes and looked up, seeing Evelyn holding a sword flying in through the hole in the wall, from the ceiling. She snapped, "I've been waiting for you for a long time." He thought in fear, Evelyn Nereville, damn it, is this all a trap? They fought relentlessly. Evelyn aimed her sword, and he quickly dodged. He used his strength to block the sword from hitting him, but she kept pushing forward, forcing him to retreat. Has she always been this strong? He thought of the man sitting in prison. Though he regretted not taking down Sidra, being caught would be far worse. He needed to retreat and plan for next time. With each sword strike radiating power, he luckily managed to avoid them. "I won't let you just walk away from here. The secret technique, mysterious wind shift." She pointed the sword, the power swirling into a vortex as it surged toward him, a whirlwind. If he took this hit, he would spit blood. His body was torn with wounds. He thought, "I can't get caught like this, I must erase all traces as quickly as possible." Evelyn closed in on him, delivering a strong punch to his stomach. "Why do you all react exactly the same whenever things get out of control?" In the blink of an eye, he slumped down. She stood beside him, warning, "That move won't work on me a second time." At the massive mansion, beneath the mansion stood a small wooden house, inside which were bookshelves. Behind the bookshelf, voices are analyzing. At 1:15 a.m. today, Evelyn Nereville caught an assassin sneaking into the dungeon. Cleve stands analyzing the map. This person has been confirmed as a member of the Snake Season organization, a branch under the elite Eastern Troivan clan. It's highly likely they have direct ties with the Ed Troivan dragon. Julius sits with his arms crossed. This almost confirms previous suspicions. We have a mole inside. In the small house in the middle of the forest, the discussion rings out. Exactly, we must hold the meeting in such a remote place to prevent any further information leaks. Cleve reports seriously. Adele, our informant, states that Snake Season is currently hiding in an ancient castle in the Calhelm area. Within 3 hours, if the mission fails, they will destroy all evidence and retreat. She lightly taps the staff in her hand. We need to launch a surprise attack on their base within that time frame, capture all members, and extract information. This is the core objective of this alliance mission. This is Cleve reporting, end of message. Adele stands beside Julius, quietly thinking, "I never expected to have the chance to meet a snowless agent in person." Julius rests his arm and adds, "There's one more thing." Adele and Evelyn exchange confused looks after Julius announces that this mission will also count as Adele Ragnar's promotion exam. He is stunned and leans down to ask Julius, "Have I met the requirements to take the promotion exam?" "Yes, but not everything will be rosy." He was worried when he heard Julius explaining. The difficulty of this test had increased. Julius covered half of his face with his hand, recalling the fierce battles he fought while advancing through the ranks. It was natural for the test to be harder. But what was unusual was that a single mission could spark a civil war for a newly promoted mid-level swordsman. Evelyn closed her eyes, unwilling to listen. "I heard you ordered Evelyn Adele to watch over the dungeon, anticipating assassins because you yourself initiated everything. Now you have to resolve it on your own." He was startled and apologized. Julius stood up and tucked his head under his arm. Though he was the heir, it was disrespectful to plan without reporting to superiors. But since things had come this far, he must complete the mission perfectly. Julius cheerfully bumped his forehead against his, having been promoted to mid-level swordsman and granted the right to carry out a solo mission, understood? Adele painfully rubbed his head clearly, "Sir, everything revolves around me now, I didn't expect to become the center like this." Suddenly, he saw the system panel appear. The system announced the main quest for, the dark ties from a past life. This is an opportunity to sever lingering dark bonds from a previous life, stop their sinister scheme. He clenched his fists. "Yeah, I've always wondered what bound me to them, causing things to turn out this way." Cleve stood opposite him with concern and asked, "Is something wrong, Adele Ragnar?" He replied, "No, nothing." His face was serious, this mission will be accomplished no matter what happens. Julia stretched both arms out and placed them on the table. Good, now that you have been briefed on the mission. The three of them wore serious expressions. Only Julius smiled wickedly. It was time to start the snake-clearing campaign. At this moment, night had fallen over the sky, and the pale moonlight shone down on the ancient castle. Deep in the forest, three figures were discussing quietly. Cleve sat opposite the other two, speaking clearly. To eliminate the possibility of an internal spy, this mission will involve only the three of us, she firmly emphasized. Her sharp eyes looked at her teammates as she said, the target is an assassin organization. As Ragnar's swordsmen, we have a skill advantage, but clearly, our numbers are fewer. Then she turned to the side with a serious tone and instructed, no matter what happens, do not let your guard down. Adele beside her responded with a sarcastic tone. Meanwhile, in an office of the assassin group, two figures were continuously checking the books. One of them turned around and said, most of the paperwork has been completed. The other replied, good, then we will depart as soon as he returns. Then he asked, how long has he been gone? As the other replied, a smoke bomb silently rolled in from the corner of the room. Less than 2 hours, he should be back soon. Immediately, the bomb released a thick, opaque gas. The other hurriedly covered his mouth and shouted, it's an ambush. Then, through the dense smoke, a shadow glided lightly past. Immediately, the people in the room were swiftly taken care of. Under Cleve's sword, the masked man was also slashed. He exclaimed in pain and shock. Then he tried to press his hand tightly against his neck to stop the bleeding while attempting to crawl away. Weakened and panicked, he muttered, damn it. At that moment, Cleve also noticed his silhouette. She stomped her foot hard on the floor and prepared to attack. Then Cleve made a decisive leap and announced that the target had been restrained. After dealing with the trouble, Cleve coldly said to the remaining two, Evelyn and I will handle this part. Adele, you go down to the basement. The two, having just witnessed her performance, were amazed inwardly, taking down 3 men in the blink of an eye. Adele acknowledged her clearly. Without further words, he quickly dashed off following Cleve's instructions. He ran at full speed while his mind kept working. According to the provided blueprint, the basement was located right beneath this staircase during the meeting. Suddenly, a red cord caught around his leg. Adele froze, disbelieving he had fallen into a trap. Immediately, an arrow flew straight past his face, no more than 5 centimeters away. Fortunately, with outstanding skill, Adele escaped by a hair. But before he could recover, a volley of arrows was fired, all aimed directly at him. At this moment, he seemed to realize the seriousness of the situation. His expression changed accordingly. Just then, the system screen appeared, showing the young dragon's sync skill scanning the area data. Seeing the long corridor completely sealed with traps ahead, he understood that not only traps but also ambushes had been detected. He decisively selected a skill on the system screen. Immediately, a number of swords surrounded him. This was the Dragon Lightning Bodyguard technique. Right after, Adele activated the Dragon Gate skill, and the swords flew forward, slicing through every obstacle in their way. Each fragile string was cut into pieces and fell apart. Below, those waiting to assassinate him fell sprawled as a result. The masked man was beaten badly at this moment. He couldn't believe his eyes and exclaimed, how is this possible? Adele continued running forward, leaving the assassin collapsed on the stairs behind. Racing against time, he thought to himself that with this level of protection, there must certainly be something hidden in the basement. Suddenly, Adele's gaze halted. Before him, blood was continuously dripping from a large table. The large man ahead sensed his presence and spoke in a stern voice, the foul stench of evil chi rises even all the way here. Without turning his head, he continued, killing during the sacred ritual hour. The man turned around, wearing a large brimmed hat and a necklace with a giant eye pendant around his neck. He calmly said, you really are an impatient believer. Adele immediately recognized it upon hearing it, the holy demon sect. His memories suddenly flooded back like a torrent. The Holy Demon Sect, an apocalyptic cult that proclaimed the end days were near and that there would be a mortal savior, a counterfeit religious organization specializing in luring the deluded. He recalled the chaotic war scenes and the thoughts running through his mind, which were also the key reasons that triggered the great catastrophe leading to the empire's collapse. Seeing this, the man was somewhat surprised and said, so you do know who I am? Upon hearing this, Adele's eyes immediately darkened. Just then, the system screen appeared again, showing the newborn dragon synchronization skill scanning the flow of mana in the area. Shortly after, the mana inside his body became vividly visible. Seeing this, he was astonished and thought, impossible. The inner gate was not only opened but completely destroyed, and strange mana was spilling out, defying any rule or mechanism. He thought in confusion, is this what low-level priests call a blessing? At that moment, the man glared at him and said, unfortunately, it seems you still refuse to trust a devoted follower, huh? Then he folded his hands calmly, yet added, but it's all right. As soon as he finished speaking, a massive surge of mana was released from his body. At this moment, the more boastful he became, the more I was honored to become the sacrificial offering to the sole deity. The man with a gloomy expression charged forward and said, don't even think about denying the grace of the Lord. Adele immediately drew his sword to block the man's strike, then he was amazed to realize, so solid it was unbelievable, was this really a human hand? Then the battle instantly erupted, the giant man overpowering him with every strike. Adele nimbly dodged the man's critical blow. He immediately spotted a vulnerability and seized it. He swung his sword decisively, slashing directly toward the priest's hand. The two metals clashed, sparking a blinding flash of light. But then the priest, with astonishing strength, blocked his attack. Adele was shocked to see this. He thought to himself, a full-force strike filled with mana could be blocked that easily. Before he could recover, the priest without hesitation hurled him violently against the nearby stone wall. The corner of his mouth started to bleed. Adele screamed inwardly. He was just a low-ranking priest of the holy demon sect. His body collapsed onto the ground. He thought to himself, if I use the triple dragon claw here, I will be buried alongside him. A normal mana infused slash won't be enough. He lowered his head, his mind working rapidly. So what should I do? Adele slowly picked up his sword and asked himself, with this sword, what can I do now? At that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. It was violence, destruction, power. This was the true nature of swordsmanship, death itself. His eyes then shone as he looked at the sword in his hand, and a voice rang in his ear, the foundation of technique and swordsmanship. Ultimately, what we want to reach is how to create life through this sword. Life and death, survival and violence. At that moment, Julius looked at him proudly and said, do you think these two swords represent opposing meanings? Realizing the essence of the matter, he gripped the sword tightly in his hand and thought silently. The two swords seemed to be in opposition. At that time, the priest smiled wickedly, raised his sword towards him, and said, Lord, this humble sheep sheds sacred blood before you. He swung down with delight and exclaimed, please accept it. Like a sacrifice, the strike hit the ground, which could not withstand it and shattered, and from it radiated a blinding light. At that moment, Adele quietly appeared beside him, his body without a single scratch, and his eyes were filled with a trace of hatred. Seeing he was unharmed, the priest's face darkened and his voice dropped, you truly are a troublesome sheep. He gathered strength around the blade, locked his gaze on the target, and thought silently. Indeed, those two swords were never opposing, life and death are one path. Two rays of light flashed in his line of thought. Death is always at the end of life's journey, and life also sprouts from death. At this point, his hand holding the sword gently turned backward. He focused both streams of power into the sword and told himself, not two but one unified entity. If these separate sources of power could be gathered into a single ray of light. At that moment, the priest raised his spotted hand in front of him and said, why are you still so foolish? Your sword strike won't do anything to me, haven't you realized that yet? As soon as he finished speaking, a cold sword blade swept across. Adele used the move, Dragon Light. Immediately after, a powerful shockwave exploded. The priest kept his mocking smile and said, that looks grand, but it's no different from before. Right after the words were spoken, his hands suddenly flashed. His face became astonished. The priest clearly felt every movement of the attack on his body. The strike moved as if it had a life of its own. Then he was blasted by that immense power into the stone wall. Large drops of blood began to fall heavily onto the ground. The priest, bloodied, forced a crooked smile and said, enlightenment amidst the bloodshed, you truly are a chaotic scourge of evil, before you further defile his world. Before he could finish, the man decisively struck a direct blow to his face. Only then did the priest painfully cry out once, and immediately the computer screen appeared, displaying the dragon synchronization skill reading the remaining thoughts of the target. After reading, Adele's expression immediately turned serious. He silently thought about how to uncover the true origin of the strange powers possessed by the Matan sect. Immediately after, his hand placed on his face showed something unusual. Then, the space began to swirl. Before long, the two of them were pulled into another space together. Adele exclaimed in bewilderment, "What?" Inside the space, his body was completely bare, covered only by two simplified colors of black and white. At this point, Adele was startled and thought to himself, "This is completely different from all the mind readings he had done before, it's as if they had degenerated into a child." His gaze shifted to the system screen below. Strange characters began to appear on the system board. A blazing red screen clearly displayed, "Warning, an enemy higher level than your current rank has appeared, escape immediately." Seeing this, his face could not hide his worry. He screamed inside his mind, "What the hell? What is this?" Suddenly, an unexpected pressure emerged, tightening around his body. A large inscription appeared, "Who dares?" Thus, Adele stood stunned before the system's blazing red screen. In front of him now was a giant pair of eyes staring fixedly at every action he made. On the strange creature's body were several other eyes. At this moment, it growled angrily, word by word, "Disturbing my sleep." Adele looked around and realized that this was exactly the entity worshipped by the Matan sect, wasn't it? At this moment, the giant creature widened its eyes and asked angrily, "Answer me. Who are you?" As it finished speaking, a thought flashed through his mind. Could it be their god? His face stiffened, and his eyes betrayed his astonishment. He silently thought, so the so-called Van Hugh that the fanatics always mention isn't a lie after all. At that moment, the creature fixed its gaze directly on him and said, "It is you." It recognized him easily. "Adele Ragnar," it said. Hearing this, he was terrified inwardly. Does it know who I am? Before he could react, it stretched out massive tentacles, wrapping around his legs, its voice booming like thunder, "I have been searching for you all this time." In front of its gigantic body, Adele was nothing more than a grain of sand in the desert. It roared into his ear, "The disaster of this world." Adele desperately scanned his surroundings, looking for an opportunity to escape. But unfortunately for him, this creature was too powerful. In less than a second, its tentacles had enveloped and almost swallowed his entire body. The tentacles curled tightly around him and continuously twisted. At that moment, from within, a light slowly seeped out from the tentacles. Then, from inside the mass of tentacles, Roadbroke burst out with a powerful dazzling golden light. He looked at her in amazement and immediately recognized Roadbroke. Adele gaped in astonishment. Looking at the majestic Roadbroke beside him, he whispered, "My other half, listen carefully. That thing is not someone you can face right now." Although he had broken through the mass of tentacles, Roadbroke was still only slightly bigger than Adele. Seeing this, Roadbroke reminded him, "Even if you reached Sigurd's level, I wouldn't be sure you could defeat it." At that moment, his gaze suddenly froze. "What?" Roadbroke decisively grabbed him by the tail and threw him backward, saying, "So just leave it to me." Thrown flying far back, Adele anxiously shouted, "Roadbroke." Then he was cast straight out into space, returning to reality. Adele's hand trembled. He suddenly realized, "I have returned." His pupils contracted immediately. He thought to himself, what exactly was that just now? Could it be that Roadbroke has been fighting that thing alone all this time? Adele raised his hand to touch the bleeding wound on his head, and at that moment, an unbelievable voice echoed in his ear. The priest sank to the ground, clutching his head in despair, saying, "How could a heretic like him? I have devoted my whole life to the Lord, yet never once received his grace." Then he shouted in his face, "And yet you, one without faith." Before he could finish his sentence, his face froze. Adele decisively swung his sword down and said, "I don't need a god like that." His eyes were filled with fury as he thought, but more importantly, the god that the holy demon cult worships. The image of that monstrous giant creature appeared in his mind along with a thought. Unexpectedly, it was precisely the unnamed entity that Roadbroke once mentioned. He recalled an old memory, back when Roadbroke told him that for the past 1,000 years, she had remained here, bearing the responsibility of protecting the world from it. Remembering this, his eyes dimmed, and he thought to himself that since Roadbroke had lost her heart, she said she wouldn't be able to hold on for more than 3 years. Memories of war surfaced in his mind. The next year, a great battle would erupt, centered around the cult of the sacred demon, heralding the demise of the guardian dragon god. The rise of the cult of the sacred demon, the rebellion initiated by Troyven. There's no way all these events happened by chance. Reaching this point, he frowned, holding his head, silently saying to himself, no, they are all connected. At that moment, Evelyn stepped forward to support him and said, young master, you did very well. At the same time, Cleve quietly stood behind the two of them. She thought silently, we had to act urgently because among the targets was a blood priest. Suddenly, Cleve's eyes flashed with amazement. Looking at the man lying flat on the ground, she exclaimed, unexpectedly he defeated him by himself. Then she raised her voice to the two of them, that was wonderful, Adele. Cleve exhaled, then put her hands on her hips and said, defeating a blood priest alone is enough to prove your ability. Scene change, now the three were in a room almost filled with documents. Cleve's voice rang out, that's all there is regarding the documents. She slightly frowned, her tone disappointed, all of it is just indirect evidence, not enough to become decisive proof. Just at that moment, Adele brought out a small box and said, I found this in the basement, please check it out. Looking at the box, a thought flashed through Evelyn's mind, it was none other than, a memory surfaced in her mind. She quietly thought, this is the item I collected on behalf of the young master before the awakening ceremony, a record of secret transactions between the Ceres Merchant Guild and the Troyven family. She shifted her gaze to him, her expression puzzled as she wondered why he had never used it before. Unexpectedly, he had planned this far ahead. Cleve flipped through the pages for a while, then stopped and said, this is the transaction record of the Ceres Guild. A seal was clearly imprinted on the page. Cleve said, there are also transactions with Troyven, all officially stamped. Closing the book, she turned to him and said, well done, Adele. With this, we can prove Troyven's conspiracy to rebel, and that the Holy Demon Society is also involved. Cleve paid no attention to the darkened expressions of Adele and Evelyn. She spoke nonchalantly, now we have enough evidence. Then she turned and kept discussing her plan. After submitting the preliminary report, we will immediately attack the Ceres Guild. Adele walked behind, his gaze sharpening. He silently vowed, just wait, Troyven. A while later, the scene shifted to the headquarters of the White Armor Dragon Cavalry. Finally, it was time for you to face your inevitable downfall. At this moment, Julius clenched the piece of paper tightly in his palm, his expression full of anger. He shouted, I knew it, that bastard Troyven, I had long suspected he would betray us one day. The person opposite him calmly took a sip of water and said, we still can't be certain. Although there are many suspicious points, he remains just a suspect. Julius replied, do you think I'm stupid? Robert sat opposite him, his face still calm and untroubled. Julius continued, the fact that a powerful black dragon took the initiative to share information with me shows this is no longer just a doubt. As soon as he finished speaking, Robert responded, stop wasting time guessing. Julius then softened his tone, saying, judging by your reaction, it seems you already know but are letting things happen. A name slipped from his mouth. Adele, he said to Julius, according to Cleve's report, he single-handedly defeated a blood priest. Julius immediately clenched his teeth and said, don't bring that up again. Robert ignored his words and continued, he's a talent better suited for Black Snow. Hand him over to me. Julius abruptly shouted, what the hell is going on? At this point, Robert's eyes darkened. He said, his observation and reasoning skills are exceptional, able to see the whole picture from the smallest details. His way of acting is strikingly similar to Vo Tuet, as if he has practical experience. After hearing that, Julius waved his hand and said, don't try to make excuses anymore. I've already declared it up front, don't even think about competing with me. Brother, you and OSA are truly a pair of thieves. Robert, upon hearing this, slowly placed his teacup down, his voice lowering. Brother, it's been a long time since I've heard you call me that. It really warms my heart. 4 figures appeared in his mind. Robert continued, Kyle, OSA, you, and me. Thinking of this, tears welled up at the corners of his eyes. He said, it's like just yesterday that the 4 of us swore brotherhood. A loud voice rang out immediately afterward, don't use those sentimental stories to lure me. Get lost quickly. If you dare compete for Adele with me, don't blame me for being ruthless. At this moment, Robert's voice showed surprise as he said, it seems you still haven't realized. He leaned close behind Julius, his tone nonchalant but full of mockery, a brother stealing from his younger brother is simply natural. Upon hearing this, Julius' face immediately froze. Julius replied, "Next time, remember to prepare something more valuable." Then Robert turned and walked away carrying 3 bottles of wine, not forgetting to turn back and scold, "You damned fool." As the door closed, furious shouts echoed repeatedly. Robert glanced back at this moment, thinking to himself that at least he could rest assured knowing that there was no traitor within the white armor cavalry. Now, there were few places left untouched by the claws of the celestial dragon. His body gradually began to dissolve. He thought that entrusting this mission to him wouldn't be a problem. His entire body thus melted into the air along with his thoughts. They would arrive soon enough. Then by the window side, Robert completely disappeared. He left behind an idea, to attack the Ceres Guild today itself. This is going to be very interesting. The scene shifts to the main hall of the central chapel of the Ceres Merchant Guild. Inside, the atmosphere was tense. A man slowly stepped up to the podium. He bowed respectfully and said, "I am Naven Bacchus, the second young master of the Bacchus family." Before him, a short man sized up Naven once before speaking. "I am Quodrak, head of the Ceres Merchant Guild. Today I officially propose a marriage alliance between our family and yours." He pointed to the girl beside him and introduced, "On our side is Lily Ceres, the 4th youngest daughter of the Ceres family." Then he declared clearly, "From this moment on, these two shall be husband and wife, and the Ceres family and the Bacchus family shall become relatives by marriage." After finishing, he wore a satisfied look, thinking inwardly, "At last, the dream of glory is in my hands." Naven bowed respectfully in front, his eyes fixed intently on the pin on Naven's coat. He silently thought, "This upper-class noble title is just the beginning. I will make the Ragnar clan pay for daring to look down on me." His face was twisted with ecstatic joy. A twisted thought arose, "I will definitely take revenge." In the darkness, the elder's face darkened as he silently observed them, thinking to himself that the merchant dared to claim he was part of our family before the Bacchus clan, one of the 6 great families. Then he clenched his wrist tightly and reminded himself that he must endure. With the dowry from this marriage, perhaps he could save the family. His pupils shrank as he thought, "Who cares about an illegitimate child of the clan?" Meanwhile, Naven glanced at the group behind him, a slight smirk curling at the corner of his mouth as he silently thought that their intentions were so obvious it was laughable. Then his eyes turned hateful, and he clenched each word deep inside his heart, "Those calculating merchants, they truly think." Looking at the fake smile on Quodrak's face, he wondered if they would really be able to help us. He knelt on one knee before them and chuckled silently to himself, "But they didn't even know that the merchant guild holding my assets was actually controlled by me." His brow furrowed, yet the smile remained unchanged. Naven thought to himself, "After all, I don't have much time left to live." He reached out his hand toward Lily with a plan in mind, "Before I die, I will witness that cursed family's destruction." Then his voice softened warmly, saying, "It's a great honor to meet you, Lily." He extended his hand toward her and spoke clearly, "As the son-in-law of the Ceres family and your husband, I will devote myself wholeheartedly." But Lily, standing before him, showed a look of displeasure. Only then did she voice her question, "And how do you intend to prove that?" After hearing that, the corner of his mouth immediately twitched upward. Naven confidently responded, "It seems she already has a plan. Our family is on the verge of bankruptcy, and I myself am being offered for marriage." Then he declared clearly, "If the bride desires, I will bring the entire Bacchus family seal to her." The elder, upon hearing this, immediately twisted his face in displeasure and silently cursed the insolent bastard. At that moment, Lily tightened her hand on his shoulder and said, "If you dare be so reckless." Then she shouted with fury, revealing the ugly scar on her bicep, "Bring back the head of Adele Ragnar, the one who caused me to lose my arm." Naven showed no expression, staring intently at her and thinking, attempting to assassinate an heir in the midst of a ceremony, "This woman must be as crazy as they come." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd around began whispering and murmuring continuously. Quodrak hurried to his daughter's side, gently reminding her, "Lily, you must not speak such words during this solemn ceremony." Naven's voice then rose from behind, "Understood." The two immediately turned their heads, eyes wide with surprise as they looked at him. Naven, full of confidence, placed his hand on his chest and said, "If the bride desires it, then I shall make it happen." Cut to another scene, a strange aura suddenly appeared in the sky. Shortly thereafter, 2 large dragons appeared in the sky. Curious voices immediately erupted. Huh, what is that? It looks like a dragon. 3 people rushed downward, and seeing this, one person exclaimed in shock, what the hell, someone just jumped down from above. The 3 who landed immediately were Cleve's team. The 2 behind were Adele and Evelyn respectively. At that moment, someone was surprised to recognize that flag. Looking at the flag with its distinctive colors and emblem, that person immediately shouted, Ragnar. They firmly planted the flag into the ground. Cleve stood in front and declared clearly, from this moment on, in my name, justice will be served. She looked around once and then loudly said, from the attacker's stronghold, Ragnar, we have discovered evidence showing a close connection with the Ceres Trading Guild. Therefore, we will conduct an investigation to verify suspicions of treason. Then she threatened, anyone who obstructs or opposes will be considered an accomplice and executed on the spot. The people on the street were astonished and exclaimed, executed on the spot. The Ceres Trading Guild committing treason. She pointed directly toward the central chapel and said, if you are innocent. Faced with her angry expression, Cleve continued, then step forward and cooperate with Ragnar's investigation. He whispered in anger, damn it, don't tell me they've already found a clue. Then he gritted his teeth, trying to calm himself, impossible. Then I must bet everything here. At this point, the elder beside him cautiously asked, treason? What does this mean? My lord Ceres, outside. Cleve angrily shouted, Quodrak Ceres, show yourself immediately. Someone inside also worriedly asked, chieftain, how did it come to this? Quodrak could no longer hold back and loudly exclaimed, how absurd, that worthless scrap of paper could very well be a forgery. He shouted from inside the central chapel, insisting that this was definitely a conspiracy to trap us, no matter how dirty your tricks might be. In front of the soldiers standing outside, he firmly declared that the Ceres family had always been loyal servants to Ragnar. Your lies will sooner or later be exposed, soldiers of the Ceres house. His pupils contracted as he shouted orders, arrest those who dare point their swords at Ragnar. The elder beside him heard this and immediately tried to dissuade him, Lord Ceres, please reconsider. Are you declaring non-cooperation with the investigation? He decisively waved the elder away and said, if that is so, this marriage will be called off. Then he pointed directly at the elder and scolded, you fool, do you think only your side can escape? The charge here is treason. Quodrak leaned close to him, threateningly saying, in Winterra, you all know exactly what treason means, right? As one of the 6 great families, you should understand that better than anyone. Do you think I will die alone? The 3 outside are still quietly waiting. His voice rang out again, and if they really had solid evidence, they wouldn't just bring 3 people, they would have deployed a massive army covering the entire sky. Facing the stern expression of the elder, he raised his voice, asking, do you understand now? They aren't even certain about that crime, we just need to stop them this time, just once, and we can turn the tables. At this moment, Naven calmly spoke up, what do you intend to do with an old man who can't even take care of his own hygiene? He stepped forward, putting his arm around the elder's shoulder and said, isn't that right, elder? The elder glared at him and cursed, you bastard. Then he turned away and said, anyway, isn't this a good opportunity? Naven, holding his sword, stepped out of the central chapel and said, we might be delivering the wedding gift earlier than expected. The elder glanced sideways and said, that brat, when did he sneak in? Naven quickly leapt over the rooftops and moved away from the chapel. The elder's face was utterly grim. He clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly, damn it, that bastard son of a whore, the moment we draw our swords, we become accomplices. Immediately, he ordered the soldiers to advance and support the Ceres clan. They quickly dispersed and responded clearly. At that moment, sharp spears all pointed in one direction. The soldiers surrounded the 3 of them. Cleve frowned tightly and said firmly, this is your final warning. If you do not step aside, you will be executed immediately for treason. After hearing this, the soldiers began to hesitate. Suddenly, a shadow darted across the rooftop. Naven silently appeared behind Cleve. He smirked slightly and said, truly a man of Ragnar, how obsessed you are with on-the-spot executions, I don't know why. Adele and Evelyn behind immediately panicked. Cleve also did not take long to notice his appearance. Then Naven decisively swung his sword around his body, creating a deadly circle. Naven's voice rang out mockingly, it is a pleasure to meet the guardians of Ragnar. Naven continued calmly, especially you Adele, I didn't expect our first meeting to be under these circumstances. Upon hearing this, Adele widened his eyes in surprise, thinking to himself, I didn't expect to run into him here. A stream of memories suddenly flooded his mind, recalling the Great War long ago, together with the Ceres and Troivan merchant guilds, the ones who plunged Ragnar into chaos. He immediately recalled Naven's cursed sword, pointed the blade directly at Adele, and declared, I will take your head. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Adele with maximum speed, leaving him momentarily stunned. Then came Naven's relentless continuous strikes. Naven's face was full of confidence, thinking to himself, if I use knowledge from my past life, this is the chance to turn the tides and seize great power. But at that moment Adele's gaze sharpened. He said to the two, I will handle this one. Evelyn shouted anxiously, but young master, he is. Cleve next to her immediately spoke up, it's fine, this time let him deal with it, but they're probably trying to destroy evidence right now, we don't have much time, we must finish quickly. Adele stood aside, loudly reassuring, I will do my best. Naven now smiled with delight and said, if you don't interfere, I would be very grateful. Are you sure you're okay? Though you don't look like it, I'm very strong too. Adele replied calmly, I will give those words right back to you. Suddenly his voice held a note of curiosity, but before that, let me ask you something. Naven tilted his head and responded, go ahead and ask. Adele looked at him with sharp eyes and said, pointing a sword at Ragnar is clearly treason. Are you declaring yourself a traitor? Is it to destroy the Bacchus family, or more precisely, to seek revenge for your mother? Naven's expression immediately darkened, he clenched the sword tightly and replied, how noble of you, young master of Ragnar, yet you bring up a memory I wanted to bury deep. Naven glared at Adele with a demonic gaze and growled, now I have one more reason to take your head, I will tear you to pieces. Adele quickly interrupted, listen to me first, let me help you. Adele firmly reached out his hand before Naven and spoke steadily, revenge, destroy the Bacchus family. At that moment, the system screen appeared, hidden mission. Chapter, Yulin Sword Tomb Naven. Become teammates. Naven Bacchus, the strongest illegitimate of the Bacchus family. His reason for not being recognized by the family, despite having equal strength, Adele, is that he is an illegitimate child, born in a brothel. Because of that outstanding talent, his mother had to leave this world. Adele recalled that this must be why he also harbored intentions of taking revenge on the Bacchus family. If I can exploit this, I might be able to bring him over to my side. Thinking of this, he smiled brightly and extended his hand toward Naven, saying, let me help you, with your grudge and the downfall of the Bacchus family. Naven stroked his hair and slowly replied, well, I don't know where you got that story about my mother, but one thing is certain. As he said this, he suddenly swung his sword, slashing toward Adele. Unexpectedly, Adele raised his sword to block. The two swords clashed, emitting a fierce sword aura. After the sudden strike, the pressure forced both to retreat, creating a long crack on the ground. Naven said coldly, I have no reason to accept your offer, even if I don't cooperate with you, the family will fall because of the rebellion. Adele's expression turned serious, his eyes cold as iron, that's right, even without my help, the Bacchus family will be wiped out along with you. Naven replied, you're worrying unnecessarily. Anyway, in this life I have nothing left to regret, I don't mind disappearing along with that damn family. Adele continued speaking, making him stunned, it's because of ether fever, right? Adele observed him calmly and asked, a disease that spreads when a young body cannot bear an excessively great talent. If treated aggressively from the early stage, there is still a chance to cure it, but if the golden time is missed, it will become a terminal illness that significantly shortens your lifespan. Naven bowed his head silently before the other person's words. The family did not treat your illness in time, so your remaining lifespan is. Naven replied, 5 years. The defender spoke, truly a noble young master, you have investigated my dirty background, but knowing that changes nothing. Right here, the family will disappear and I will die with the name Naven. After finishing, he rushed forward swinging his sword. The clash of sword energy sparked dazzlingly. Adele smiled. What if I could cure your illness? Naven was suddenly astonished, nonsense, there's no cure for ether fever. He hurriedly denied, then used all his strength to push Adele back. Indeed, in his previous life, the cure was found just a few days after he died. So now only I know the cure for that disease. He smiled confidently, slowly stood up. His eyes filled with determination as he looked at the other. He continued, no, it can cure 100%. Navin showed an expression of disbelief. Adele explained, just as you said, the Bacchus family will disappear even if you do not cooperate with me. He reached out his hand, a sincere gaze full of assurance, but if you take my hand, even after the Bacchus family disappears, you can still live as a hero. You have helped the Ragnar family, trust me this time. Adele pleaded. Meanwhile, at the city gate, the battle was still ongoing. Loading, shooting, arrows continuously flew swiftly towards Evelyn and Cleve. Evelyn angrily scolded, such a nuisance. Yeah, Cleve sighed in agreement, indeed, Adele is not done yet, she asked again. It seems like they are talking about something, she guessed. Upon hearing that, Cleve angrily threw down all the arrows in her hand, sighed, wondering why she couldn't just kill them all. She suddenly recalled Robert's instruction. If possible, don't cause trouble. Our priority is to analyze his potential, we should recruit him early. You want me to observe him? Cleve asked. Yes, he did capture the monk, but you didn't witness it firsthand. Exactly, she replied. He put down the cup he had been fidgeting with and continued, that's why we must confirm. Our mission, the Black Pillar, is to precisely analyze the individuals who will lead Ragnar's future. Seeing Cleve standing at attention, Robert asked her to remember that. Gathering more evidence is Adele's task in this campaign. Cleve concentrated on assessing Adele's abilities. Understood, she obeyed. But what exactly are the limits of this, if possible, you mentioned? Before Cleve's suspicion, he rubbed his chin. It is related to the demon cult, isn't it? I will allow you to intervene at bishop level or higher. Thinking of Robert's words, she bit her teeth in irritation. If I intervene at this level, he will definitely be very resentful. But if the mission is delayed, my finishing time will also be postponed. She frowned irritably. Suddenly, there was the sound of someone rushing over at great speed. Evelyn was startled and on high alert. Is young Master Navin Bacchus defeated by him? Seeing the person approaching, she was astonished and suspicious. She angrily raised her sword, preparing to fight, when she saw Adele rushing up from behind. Before she could understand what was happening, Navin dashed past and intercepted the arrows flying toward her. Sorry for the earlier rudeness. Ladies, with this, could you forgive me? Now we are on the same side, Navin said with a smile and a wink, to the astonished gazes of everyone. He turned his head, smiled, and winked. The system announcement sounded. Hidden mission completed. You have successfully recruited the demon sword Navin as an ally. After speaking, he dashed off nimbly through the crowd. The soldiers shouted fearfully, stop them. Stop them at all costs. Navin flipped and leapt into the air. A soldier said, he won't be able to dodge up there. He landed and gained momentum to rush forward. His hand continuously swung his sword, destroying all weapons, eliminating the soldiers blocking his path. The spearhead commander shouted in fear, Navin, you brat, how dare you betray the clan that raised you? How could you point your sword at your own family? As he finished speaking, Navin was already behind him, mocking, clan, huh? Is there any clan for a filthy bastard like me? With cold words and the strike of his sword, the spearhead commander was killed. Then came desperate screams everywhere, their weapons were destroyed. Evelyn stood aside in astonishment. Truly worthy of being someone who could stand toe-to-toe with young Master Adele. How did the young master persuade him? I only promised him what he wanted, he said with a smile. Before the two could recover from the scene before them, Adele ordered, don't just stand there, follow him quickly and capture Quodrak Ceres. After saying that, the three of them rushed off like arrows. Meanwhile, a soldier hurried in to report, Master, our forces are being pushed back. Do you think I don't know? Quodrak angrily shouted. In fear, he said, there's no more time. We must destroy the documents that could serve as evidence. The soldier said, we must first burn the documents related to Troyvin. Hearing this, the man immediately shouted, no, don't touch those documents. Seeing his agitated face, the soldier nervously said, what is it, master? Please think rationally to minimize unnecessary casualties. Before he could finish speaking, Quodrak grabbed his collar to threaten, saying, if we burn it, how will we get back the money we invested in it? You're doing this to save those bastards, aren't you? While the atmosphere was tense, suddenly a voice came from outside the door, saying, should we give up that money just because of those bastards? Quodrak was surprised at the two people who had just arrived and spoken. What a coincidence. I am in need of your help. You have arrived just in time. From Adele's side, he thought, wonderful, I see the destination now. He joyfully thought about pressing forward and heading toward the entrance. After saying this, the group continued advancing while swinging their swords to eliminate those who blocked the way. Suddenly, the city gates opened, causing Adele to be astonished. The uninvited guests were causing chaos. A cult army appeared, and the leader spoke, followers, rejoice, the time has come for you to put what you have learned into practice. O living creatures blinded by greed, you cannot see far ahead. Hearing the voice, Quodrak was amazed. My God, just when I need help, you arrive in time. He recognized the newcomers as cult members, followed by the bishop of the cult. He exclaimed, it seems you really cannot die, even sending the cult bishop here. Well then, since you are here, help us out. Quodrak stretched out his arms as if he had just found a straw to save his life, saying that he and that literary broom weren't in the same boat. Does that mean he and we are in the same boat? Please, I beg you, help me. He kept talking without noticing the devil bishop tightening his fist. The bishop said, I will help you because I might need you for the day of judgment. Before that, where is the file related to Troyven? Quodrak, with an untimely face as if giving orders, said, why are you looking for it? That is my source of money. Didn't you think I hid it very well? If you need the money, then do this job well. Before he could finish, the huge hand of the devil bishop had already distorted his face. The bishop contemptuously looked at a terrified Quodrak as if looking at an insect and sneered, what a foolish and arrogant fool. Do you really intend to oppose the great plan of the Godhead, you untrustworthy wretch? The bishop stared angrily at him and shouted, enough, kill him, those ready to provide funds are lining up. After saying that, he turned and ordered the devil bishop to act. That hand clenched Quodrak's face, causing him extreme terror. He struggled and begged, I'm sorry. Wait, I apologize, I was extremely disrespectful to you, bishop. And if I die now, Troyven will only become more suspicious. He humbled himself desperately. After a moment of silence, the bishop raised his hand signaling the devil bishop to release Quodrak. Burn all the files about Troyven immediately. Don't even think about running, because the Godhead is watching everything. If you want to live, you'd better hurry, he threatened coldly. Quodrak was terrified and fled in panic. On the Adele side, they kept charging toward the entrance. After speaking, the group advanced while swinging their swords to eliminate those blocking the way. I will break through the entrance soon, he said. Suddenly, the city gate opened, which astonished the Adels. A devil cult army appeared, and the bishop leading them spoke, believers, rejoice, the time for our holy war has come. He frowned, thinking to himself that finally, he had appeared, the bishop of the devil cult. The bishop raised his hand toward the followers, smiling deceitfully, from our blood, the God will descend. They chanted in unison, the God will come through our blood, worship the Lord God, Lord God. As they spoke, they moved toward the Adele group ready to fight. I already suspected the devil cult was behind this, but what surprised me was that they even dispatched the bishop. Thinking this, he swung his sword to strike. One sword swing shattered the devil cult members into pieces. Evelyn shouted loudly, madman. Naven anxiously asked, if they keep flooding in like this, can we handle it? Watching the ongoing battle, Cleve stood pensively. So the bishop has truly made an appearance. This is more troublesome than I thought. Wait, actually, this might be better, since now I have a reason to step forward. Thinking this, she immediately drew her twin swords. In the end, we still stayed right here, Adele thought to himself. While the battle raged fiercely, suddenly, an overwhelming aura blew away many devil cult members. Cleve sprang forward. A purple aura enveloped her as she spoke seriously, from now on I will lead. We cannot just sit idly and watch them block Ragnar's path. I will destroy this place. Adele hurriedly stopped her. Wait, don't forget why we came here. We have to get the files before they destroy them. Cleve sighed. Adele, maybe I overrated you, she said as she spun her sword, because now that the demon cult has manifested, we no longer need more proof. She swung her sword repeatedly, eliminating the enemies. He stepped closer to Cleve and said otherwise. We need it. They intervened to this extent, which means they absolutely don't want us to get it. She asked, I know, so what do you want to do? Looking at the circle of enemies ahead, Adele said seriously, whatever the priority is, we have to get through them first, right? That's right, but by then the evidence will have been destroyed. Adele shouted, I have a way. He suddenly said. Adele immediately activated, linking with the synchronized domain Thunder Gate to strengthen the dragon synchronization range, using the dragon synchronization to scan the surrounding terrain. A map of the surrounding terrain appeared before his eyes. On Cleve's side, she was still fighting relentlessly, thinking silently that there was no evidence, but since it came from the Black Dragon, she decided to keep observing. Then suddenly a demon cultist charged forward, shouting, How dare you slack off. Cleve swung her sword and the man was immediately cut to pieces. Then, this time I will trust you, we will take care of things here, we must get that evidence, she said firmly. Adele jumped up confidently and said, Leave it to me. The cultists suddenly surged forward to block the path, surprising him. Evelyn along with Naven Bacchus quickly charged ahead, tearing through the army in front to help him. Naven smiled and said, I have to clear the way, master, just go ahead. Hearing this, Evelyn gave a resentful look and questioned, When did I ever meet the young master to call him master? Adele immediately used the lightning dragon speed technique to rush through the cultists. He was grateful and thanked the two of them. Lightning dragon speed technique, Dragon Gate. Looking at the dense army ahead, Adele silently speculated, they wouldn't casually hand over top secret documents to just anyone if there is a suitable person, it must be a high-ranking commander. I think you just scouted the area ahead, here it is. Quadrak Series. Adele smiled as he looked at the target. The system board announced Mission Scenario 4, the clue of past evil from a previous life. This is your chance to settle past debts, stop their conspiracy. After clearing the way for the young master, Naven turned proudly to introduce himself. Let me introduce myself, I am Naven Bacchus, his first sword. Evelyn looked angry. First sword, you must be joking. Then she angrily swung her sword to destroy the enemies as if to assert dominance. He smiled, looking at your reaction, you really are the first sword, it feels light and reassuring. He slightly smirked, if you are the first, then I can be the second. Evelyn glanced contemptuously, sounds like you think you can defeat me. Naven confidently replied, of course. Saying that, he rushed forward to eliminate the men who intended to ambush her. Naven pressed his sword to Evelyn's neck, jokingly saying, the stage is ready, so let's have a duel. Whoever kills more fanatics is number one. I'm tired, we're on a mission here, so stop joking around. He provoked, afraid of losing. Unable to control her anger, she immediately swung her sword to strike. Naven was terrified. Luckily, the sword's path was just to eliminate those who tried to ambush him. Evelyn did not turn back, charging at the enemy and said, I will show you why I am his first sword, don't say I didn't warn you. Naven ran over. I'm really looking forward to it. Over here. The tavern door opened. Deep inside was the entrance to a basement. Quadrak opened the door, stepped into the secret room beneath the basement. He looked at the chest full of documents in front of him. Evidence of taking money from Troyven. Just burn this and it's done, then I will be free from the charge of treason. Holding a blazing torch in his hand, Quadrak hesitated, do I really have to burn this? It's very valuable, and once burned, it can't be recovered. Not to mention the business matters I have entrusted to Tien Long. I need to strengthen the contingency fund. Suddenly recalling the bishop's ruthless gaze, he sighed, releasing the fire, better than dying, then anything will do. As fast as lightning, Adele appeared, snatching the torch. Adele Ragnar, Quadrak was shocked. How did you get in here? Adele's eyes filled with murderous intent. It seems the fourth daughter's arm is still not enough for you. Feeling the oppressive aura, he panicked. He begged, please, I'm sorry, I'll follow your orders, spare me. Before Quadrak could finish speaking, he coldly swung his sword to eliminate him. In Ragnar, betrayal means beheading, he expressionlessly sheathed his sword. The system board announced, congratulations, Scenario Mission 4, Karmic Ties from Past Lives completed. Adele studied the documents in his hands, feeling unsurprised that the Holy Dark Sect had taken action. The black notebook I gave Cleve should be enough to accuse Troyven, but to Troyven, the celestial dragon is just a pawn to be used and discarded. We need to take down Troyven too, not just the celestial dragon. And with these documents, I can bring them all down, he thought to himself. After all, they are all important, I don't know which one to start with first. He suddenly noticed a book in the corner of the investigation report on the Crimson Bough. This is Troyven's handwritten report. Adele was astonished. This is a report noting to be alert to interference and surveillance from the Black Dragon during the relic collection process. So far 2 relics have been collected and the Crimson Bough is believed to still have undiscovered relics. He was terrified and gritted his teeth. The relic of the Crimson Bough, what does this mean? Could it be that all the slanders, wrongful charges, and tragic end from my past life were all because of the relic? Therefore, in future plans, we will eliminate Cecilia and Adele Ragnar. Reading this, the anger within him could no longer be contained, all because the relics might not exist. Adele furiously crushed Troyvin's stack of documents. He sighed, trying to reassure himself, now, being angry wouldn't solve anything. He just needed to continue his revenge step by step, and to achieve that, he glanced at the two relics before him. He would seize the precious relics that he had painstakingly collected. The system appeared. You have discovered two relics of the ancient dragon. Trapped and surrounded by enemies, the two of them gasped, leaning against each other. Evelyn suddenly spoke up, I remember now, Naven Bacchus. Immediately after, they surged forward simultaneously, shouting loudly. The heretic who passed the awakening ritual 7 years ago as runner-up and then disappeared. Naven led the charge, swinging his sword. It's an honor that you still remember someone like me. A precise slash, sharp enough to split a few nearby foes. He smirked. But do you really have time to think about that now? At this speed, I'll replace you as the top swordsman. As he finished speaking, a large green whirlwind swept across the remnants of the army ahead. She stood firmly in front of Naven. Her eyes flashed with a sharp glint, her nerves enveloped by secret techniques. Thunderstrike. He was helpless, now aiming for a truce. Before he could finish speaking, a muscular man appeared from behind. Without giving the two a chance to react, he struck down a support right at Naven's position. A few meters around the ground were shattered with a large hole sunk in. He slowly looked up. You are right about that, how dare you lowlifes interfere. Naven stood aside with a half-smile, speaking disdainfully, interfering with the plan of the great god. Evelyn added, finish him off, I'm glad we see eye to eye. The two of them charged forward simultaneously. The other guy's eyes widened, his hands lifting his axe. But before he could do anything, Selpert appeared riding a medium-sized dragon. One of its claws instantly killed that guy on the spot. Naven was stunned, not yet understanding what had happened. Selpert exclaimed joyfully, how about that, Captain Evelyn, I arrived just in time, didn't I? Evelyn and Naven frowned, clenching the sword hilt tightly, stepping toward him, growling, why did you touch him? Before Delper could understand the situation, more than 10 medium-sized dragons descended from the sky one after another. Aaron rode one in the air, roaring loudly. The White Dragon Cavalry, the entire 5th Squadron, wiped out the Ceres Merchant Guild and the forces of the Holy Demon Church. At the end of the sentence, an explosion broke out below, both sides clashed fiercely, the advantage quickly shifted to one side, a massacre from the cavalry side. However, at that moment, inside the building, blood was flowing everywhere. The bishop, mouth full of blood, eyes wide open revealing crazed red glimmers, laughed maniacally, burning with fierce desire. When the sky bleeds, it heralds a new sun and the approaching end. Do not falter, embrace it with faith, let the holy blood guide the way and bring peace to the people. Cleve sat to one side, looking up and sighing. Scheming like that is really not my style at all. After all that madness, it felt like the burden in my heart was finally somewhat lifted. He was dead but still wore a chilling smile, an utterly pitiful state. After the rampage, a pile of work was left to be handled, and right now, the cavalry was in chaos due to the discontent of many in the city. A series of complaints echoed out. Can I go now? Regarding compensation for damages, the cavalry barely managed to respond, okay, just show me your Merchant Guild membership card and you can leave. Next, the complaints desk is at the far left. On this side Selpert seemed to be going mad, babbling incoherently, Squad leader, do you still need that report? Bring it to me immediately. Who the hell ate the flying dragon's goods? Followed by a barrage of demands that made her furious. All just nagging complaints. Squad leader, we're supposed to have special subsidies for this mission, right? Squad leader, I'm tired, Captain. She snapped. She directly slammed the table, shouting angrily, handle it yourselves, I'm terrible with paperwork too. Damn it, Black Snow, where's Black Snow? After dumping us here, where did he run off to? Over there, at a tent. Adele stood solemnly before Cleve's desk. This is the report, the set of documents that the guild leader tried to destroy, containing evidence of stolen property and information from Ragnar, even a detailed treason plot, all of it is recorded here. She fiddled with the paper and looked up at him. Well done, very well done, middle-level swordsman Adele Ragnar. He was slightly stunned, thank you. She smiled, you work efficiently, just like you've been one of Black Snow's for a long time. What do you think about the offer from Black Dragon? He glanced away and stammered, well, that. She sighed. Cleve sighed, no need to be so tense, I was just joking. Adele thought to himself, but it's hard to tell whether you're joking or not. She spoke again, there's one more thing. I have good news for you, the campaign to capture Tianlong is underway. The records from last time are enough to prove their treason. He was delighted. You mean, she replied, yes, Black Snow's elite capture team is on the way. Suddenly, a cavalryman burst in from outside, breathlessly with bad news. He was shocked while she immediately turned dark-faced. Somewhere else, a blood-covered cavalryman trembled as he looked at the person before him. Troivan, have you been hiding your strength all this time? With one decisive stroke, he severed the other's head, muttering, only fools reveal their true power. Congratulations, Adele Ragnar, Camellia Palace. Axion, the dragon swordsman, Ceres, everything I painstakingly built, you have truly destroyed it all, leaving no trace behind. Fine, go as crazy as you want, because Vienna's plan is still in motion. We may have lost the dragon long sword, but we got this instead, and that's enough. The moment is approaching, father. The moment we have to summon him. At Carmelia Hall, the crowd was buzzing with lively discussion. Oh, I really like this design, thank you for leaving this path open, sir. When will we receive the fabric? The fabric has just been delivered, and we have already checked the quantity. Ki-son, standing outside, felt puzzled. This place was getting livelier by the day. Cecilia approached. Mother, you're here, she hissed, then asked, what's going on with the tailors? She immediately explained, we are about to start a new business, a high-end brand specializing in scales and luxury accessories. Hearing her say this, Ki-son couldn't help but smile. It had been a long time since he last saw his mother's smile, brighter than any jewel. Suddenly Cecilia grabbed Ki-son's hand excitedly and said, so mother, don't worry about the payment, isn't that why you came here? Ki-son grimaced and turned away, you catch on quickly. Suddenly remembering something, he held his forehead in one hand, said with a headache, but that's not the only reason I came, I also bring news. She wondered, what news? She exclaimed, does it concern the Scarlet Palace? Cecilia's face turned pale, trembling with panic, don't tell me something happened to your son. Could that wicked woman Emil have harmed the boy again? The lady couldn't bear it, Long Tam thought, how worried she must have been all this time. Ki-son placed a hand on her head and gently said, calm down. Actually, it's the opposite, try not to be too shocked. Emil, that woman. The blood-red tragedy appeared. She sat down on the ground, and she hurried over, are you okay? Cecilia raised one hand and weakly said, Mom, I'm sorry. Thinking about how everything was over made my legs unable to stand. It's really happening, isn't it, Mom? She comforted me. Have you ever seen a comet that can lie? She almost shouted throughout the time. I didn't reveal it outside, but every day felt like walking on a knife's edge. Continuous conspiracies, constant slanders, and whenever people began to forget, there would be an assassination attempt. I never told anyone but I nearly died many times. Each time, I only prayed at least my son would survive. Now everything is really over, isn't it? Ki-son was heartbroken beyond measure. She knew how to comfort. Yes, it's over, you have suffered so much alone all this time, you did very well. My daughter. Naven stepped over to Adele and said as soon as he arrived, now you've also become a famous figure, haven't you? He replied cheerfully, it took quite some time. Then asked again, finally finished with the job, huh? He laughed mockingly, I told Vo Tuet not to let it leak, yet you still found out. Naven began to explain, that's right, the Bacchus tribe will be disbanded, from the tribe leader to anyone who ever signed merchant receipts. They will all be stripped of their titles, at least. You reap what you sow. As for this matter, the Bacchus tribe will be completely. He suddenly interrupted, do you think that's enough? He's hard to understand, what do you mean? Adele directly made a shocking request, at least to Naven. Naven, let me propose something, become the new chieftain of Bacchus. He was stunned, what about me? He began to explain, if everyone except you loses their title, you will be the only one qualified to become the chieftain and furthermore, join forces with me for the upcoming war with Troivan. Naven shrugged, war with Troivan, he thought to himself, could it be that this was the plan all along? He continued, the power struggle between him and that guy is now public, war with Troivan is inevitable. The involvement of Troivan and the sacred demon church in the Heavenly Dragon Rebellion has been confirmed. Naven silently added a question, so the question is, what are you scheming in the north? This is almost like a declaration of war already. A war means nothing to someone like me who doesn't have much time left to live. He leaned back in his chair. I also need to gain something, don't I? Adele smiled faintly and took out an object. Navin looked at it puzzled. This is. He said, I already told you, I can cure your illness, the formula and main ingredient, the ether core. Navin was astonished and quickly snatched it. He laughed and said, it's not officially announced yet, but the illness is caused by a disruption in the mana flow inside you. This core will stabilize your mana stream. He was stunned. I didn't expect this. I thought you only intended to heal just enough if I took what I needed and ran away. He replied comfortably, I wouldn't mind if you did that. Adele suddenly changed his tone, holding a cup of tea, paused speaking, now Ragnar's obsession with power is a big problem. You and I are both victims of that culture, aren't we? I don't want to rule by force, I want to build trust. What I want is not oppression or coercion but trust. Navin back sighed, feeling nostalgic. Oh God, I tried not to underestimate you because you're young, but it turns out you're such a romantic. He asked again, so you don't want to do it. Taking a sip, he placed the teacup down firmly. In a strong voice, I am Navin Bacchus, chief of the Bacchus clan, pledging to serve as the sword of Adele Ragnar. Is that enough? Adele laughed joyfully, more than enough. Waiting for Navin to return, he held the teacup, pondering. The war with Troyvin is unfolding faster than in my previous life, but I'm not worried. So far, everything has gone smoothly. Now let's open the treasure chest. Side quest chapter 2, relics you've obtained progress 0/2. Adele reached out to grab the treasure chest neatly placed on the table. Starting by opening the treasure chest first, the ancient dragon clan relics I've absorbed so far are the lesser drake and griffin, both have become key parts of my strategy. Then looked over at the ring box on the other side, pondering. Then this relic will also become. Putting the ring on, the system notification immediately appeared. Ancient Dragon Clan Relic, the withered ring has been equipped. Moving into the dungeon. In front of him was almost a desert with no one in sight. He quickly glanced around wondering, it was all just rocks and sand. Is this the desert I have only seen in books? More importantly, it was much hotter than I expected. What the hell am I supposed to do in a place like this? Is this the desert I have only seen in books? More importantly, it was much hotter than I expected. What the hell am I supposed to do in a place like this? Looking at the assigned mission, he felt hot all over, sweating, frowning. What? 72 hours. In a place so hot it felt like melting. I have to survive 3 whole days. This is crazy. The ground suddenly shook violently. A giant monster emerged from beneath the ground, its skin covered with tough scales, with a wide-open mouth on its head, sharp fangs aimed directly at where he stood, and at the same time, the system announced that the desert dragon overlord had appeared. The monster muttered, "Intruder, I have found you." It opened its mouth to directly attack Adele. He quickly dodged the move, while simultaneously launching a counterattack, Dragon Thunder Shield, Swift Dragon Gate Strike. Surprisingly, even after hitting it, it didn't have a single scratch on its body, which amazed him. Picking the Dragon Gate move and still nothing. Before he could recover, it launched another attack that he almost couldn't dodge in time. Lightning attribute, right? Because of the matching attribute, is that why? The desert dragon repeated a phrase he didn't understand. Intruder, I will kill you. The shard of rock from the earlier assault flew right into your blocking point just before you could enter. You grit your teeth, your escape route. Sa Long appeared behind. The full force attack pressured you so you had no choice but to run and dodge the moves. Glancing at the time, you felt anxious. Only 5 minutes had passed, you couldn't hold out like this, it kept burrowing underground so you couldn't strike accurately. Sa Long emerged from the earth to attack. You only dodged without counterattacking, which irritated you greatly. It shared the same lightning attribute as you, so all your techniques were useless. Even the terrain favored it. Wait, the terrain. Could it be? As if suddenly realizing, you reached toward the system, and pulled out a snowflake-shaped pendant, pondering the relic you obtained on the previous mission. What if you used it now? It's a gamble, but worth trying. While dodging, you tried to use the item. An announcement rang out, the ancient dragon clan relic, Ice Flower Butterfly, has been equipped. Move to the 3rd dungeon. However, at this critical moment, a red alert appeared. Notification of change. Cannot start another dungeon mission while one is in progress. You grit your teeth slightly, so indeed things don't go your way easily. At that moment, a spatial crack appeared. The atmosphere seemed to carry frost and snow. The system alarmed, two dungeons were invading each other. The owner of the ice flower dungeon was appearing. A large golden eye appeared through the crack. The crack grew larger until the insect could pass through. Its eyes looked straight at Adele. He was stunned. Its face full of cunning, it spoke. Chosen one, long time no see. Guardian of the long relic, you just did something quite reckless. You just did something quite reckless. Then it launched a direct attack with immense power. He was truly helpless. Damn it, he hadn't expected things to turn out like this. Looking at the battle before him, he was completely powerless. In the end, it turned out this is how everything would end. 72 hours. I should have gritted my teeth and endured it, but now that it's come to this, the only thing I can do is... Suddenly, an unexpected strike from the sea dragon aimed straight at Long Tien. Long Tien displeased, what are you doing? The sea dragon guard said, intruder, kill him. Long Tien arrogantly agreed, two guardians cannot coexist in one place. Then, a claw from Long Tien struck directly at the sea dragon. He roared, die, sea insect, intruder, I will kill you. A system announcement appeared, two ancient Long clan relics are competing for priority. The sea dragon opened its mouth, shooting thunder and lightning toward Long Tien, its jaws bit down to destroy the barrier. Watching the fierce battle, Adele was terrified, just being there was already frightening. The sword in his hand suddenly glowed, as if wanting him to use it, moon sword. NH smiled at the scene before him and said, try to hold on a little longer. It looks like they're about to be wiped out. The barrier was broken. Immediately, the sand dragon fired an electric thunderbolt attack at the wing of the dragon fairy, causing it to spit out a mouthful of blood, painfully fall to the ground. Seeing this, it immediately seized the opportunity, opened its mouth, and attacked once again. The dragon fairy looked at the sand dragon with angry eyes. Just as the sand dragon opened its mouth to lunge forward, suddenly streams of freezing ice appeared around its body. Then ice spikes protruded, piercing through the sand dragon's body. As soon as an ice spike pierced its mouth, it bit down, with great force, causing the ice spike to shatter. Then the sand dragon stared intently back at the dragon fairy. Seeing this, the dragon fairy also stopped, its eyes flashing sharply as it stared back at it. Then the two charged at each other again, attacking. The sand dragon bit the dragon fairy once, and the dragon fairy scratched the sand dragon back in return. Thus, the two fought fiercely, grappling intensely. Seizing the opportunity, Adele immediately leapt toward them, his eyes cold and sharp, swinging his sword. First, you, he said, then the sand dragon was cleaved in two, it let out a painful final scream. Adele smiled and said, go ahead and lose your mind however you want. He spun in midair, wielding the moon sword to summon the griffin. It immediately appeared, extending its claws and lunging at the sand dragon. The sand dragon was instantly ripped to pieces. The dragon fairy was astonished. It fearfully questioned, what is that thing? In the aftermath of the battle, Adele slowly stepped out. The system announced, congratulations on successfully hunting the desert sand dragon. The side quest to conquer the two ruins has been restored, progress 1/2, just as you predicted. As expected, the Sun Offspring boss is also similar to conquering ruins. Thinking so, Adele's eyes gleamed with killing intent as he looked at the ancient dragon before him. Then what remains? It panicked. Wait, let's talk for a moment. He impatiently asked, what do you want to say? The ancient dragon hurriedly explained, this is not how one conquers the ruins of the ancient dragon. Among the guardians, I am the wisest. I exist here to test your intelligence. Hearing this, Adele fell into deep thought. Continued speaking, if you solve my riddle, he suddenly interrupted, perfect timing, I have already proven my intelligence. Adele condensed his magical power preparing to attack. The ancient dragon sweat in fear. Adele said, I am the one who caused you two to fight each other. The ancient dragon began to worry, wait a moment. Adele ignored its plea, condensed the moon sword, if you truly are the wisest guardian, then accept the outcome. The immense power left it defenseless as it tried to speak, there, listen to the riddle. The shockwave created an overwhelmingly loud sound. The system announced, congratulations on successfully hunting the ancient dragon. Returning to the room, Adele placed his hand on the table, let out a deep breath. He looked joyfully at the ring in his hand, I have resolved both challenges. The system window appeared, you have completed the mission to conquer both ruins, now at last I can. Adele suddenly realized something was invading his body. He stared bewildered at the moon sword in his hand. The shadow of Griffin appeared through the sword. Its eyes looked at him and said, Adele Ragnar, I want to eat your heart. Then a strange black thing clung to his hand, trying to suck Adele in. He quickly grabbed hold. Clenching that strange thing tightly, he used all his strength to pull it away. Adele cursed angrily, "Damn it, I only suppressed it once, so I forgot. The moon sword always craves flesh and blood. Remembering earlier, before I returned, it had absorbed the power of the moon guardians." While he was still lost in thought, countless strands of black energy flew toward him, wrapping tightly around his hand, leaving Adele stunned. Damn it, it devoured both dragons, so now it's even stronger than before. Seeing the strands trying to bind him, "At this rate I'll be swallowed whole." The black strands coiled tightly around him. Griffin looked up at Adele struggling and said smugly, "I will devour you right here," and chased the moonlight once again, Adele frustrated and powerless. He was slowly swallowed by the darkness, eventually disappearing into the black circle. Scene change, Adele suddenly woke up. He looked around bewildered. This place was. Before his eyes were two giant figures hidden in the shadows. A deep voice sounded. Adele was stunned. It was Sa Long and Long Tien, whom he had just defeated. Long Tien's eyes blazed brightly as he spoke from the darkness. "Griffin, at last, he has chosen someone. It seems he has been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. He will soon swallow your heart whole." Adele was silent, clenching his hands tightly, thinking, understanding. "So, in the end, I will be devoured by him, huh?" Long Tien spoke in a mocking tone. "This is the fate you receive for daring to crave our power, even though you can barely control Griffin. Oh, you truly are a foolish chosen one." He glared and questioned him. "After he swallows my heart, what will happen?" He laughed heartily and said, "Death. Of course, only you will die." Sa Long calmly explained, "We are guardian gods cannot die. Only you will die." Long Tien nodded and said, "That's right, although it will be quite a long wait for the next chosen one. We will only return as relics if you die." Both guardian gods looked at him and sneered. After a moment of silence, he retorted coldly, "Have you forgotten the mission that Ko Long Koyingwin entrusted to you?" The two guardian gods looked bewildered. His face darkened as he spoke coldly, "The guardians are to support the chosen one in fighting the nameless lord. If I die here and this world falls, I didn't expect you two to be so irresponsible." Feeling insulted, Long Tien growled angrily, "What?" Adele sneered, "In the end, you are just like Griffin, selfish and foolish guardian gods, aren't you?" Long Tien was furious. "How dare you? Do you think you can threaten us with the name of Ko Long Koyingwin?" Having spoken, numerous ice pillars appeared on the ground, pointing towards Adele. Before its fury, he stood still, his eyes immobile. "You really want to die? I told you, we can perfectly wait for the newly chosen one." Adele suddenly interrupted, "Then kill me." The dragon immortal was a bit stunned by his words. Adele continued to speak, "Enough with the meaningless threats, kill me." He smiled defiantly, "If you want to see this world collapse helplessly from within relics like you." Both guardian gods silently watched Adele. Suddenly, the ice pillars around him shattered. The dragon immortal said admiringly, "You really are brave. Chosen one, truly impressive, at least I like that confidence." His body emitted light. He slowly used his power. "I will open this door so you can leave here." Even the sand dragon nodded and joined forces. Open it, open it." Both struggled to open an escape route, but that was the limit of what we could do. The rest is up to you. "Go ahead." Adele turned and ran towards the exit, smiling slightly. "Don't worry, the first thing I will do is teach him a lesson." Scene shift, looking at the brightly glowing gem before him, Griffin exclaimed, "Finally found it." He grasped the gem in his hand. "I just need to swallow this and his body will be mine." Then Griffin opened his mouth wide, preparing to swallow the gem. But just then, a sword beam tore through space. Adele slashed off its head from inside. Griffin screamed and fell down in pain. From the shadows, Adele stepped forward, the sword still dripping with blood. The head that was reborn, it angrily shouted, "Damn it, how did you get out of my stomach?" Looking at Sa Long and Long Tien behind Adele, it angrily questioned, "I know, you two helped him, where is your pride as guardian gods?" "If it weren't for you," Adele suddenly stepped forward, firmly grasping its shouting beak. He smiled angrily, "You talk too much, it seems you've forgotten the scene when we first met." Griffin faltered, let go, let's talk first." Adele said, "I never asked you to cooperate, but when we're on the same boat, and one side holds all the power, if we fight, both will just be exhausted, right? So be reasonable and don't cause trouble." A voice rang out from afar, praising which made Adele wary. "Wise choice." He was surprised. "Blake, you're here too, he greeted, long time no see. The chosen one, Blake lay leisurely, smirking. Make them compete with each other for easier control. Others have used this trick too, Adele doubted. Others, do you mean the previously chosen ones? Answering his question, Blake remained silent without explaining. You don't need to know, because now we will help you grow. He said to Adele, I will watch your next moves with greater expectations. A system notification sound, latent buff activated, protects the body from monster energy by increasing immunity. Earth Dragon Devourer activated, resists monster energy by increasing attack power. The black smoke slowly dissipated. Adele returned to the room. He was tired, leaning against the table. He sighed deeply, thinking about what had just happened. It was hard to believe that the divine guardians who were thought dead when he took the relic were actually still alive within his body. Adele glanced at the moon sword. Traces of darkness still remained. He grasped the moon sword. Are you calm now? Adele sheathed the sword, thinking to himself that perhaps this was for the best, as it had helped him better understand the power of the ancient dragon's primordial force. Forget it, he lightly knocked on the table. His eyes determined. He looked up at the scene outside the window. I will rely on you all. Scene shift, a stern figure stood amid a snowstorm, surrounded by thousands of swords planted into the ground. Robert slowly stepped forward, his voice filled with doubt. Are you really intending to nominate Adele as the official successor? True, he clearly has talent and stands out like the other 5 candidates, but, you worry because he is a regression, the other replied, that is Kyle Ragnar, the current head of the Ragnar clan. Robert frowned, exactly, clan head, aren't you disgusted by regressions? You once personally killed all the regressions of the Ragnar family. In response to his suspicion, he turned away. In a low voice, yes, but this time I want to give him a chance. Kyle slowly withdrew the sword stuck in the snow. Robert's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be? Kyle turned his head. His eyes sharp as a blade, smiling, yes. Anyway, everyone must perform all the rituals fully to officially become the heir candidate, Robert said hurriedly, but that sword is too dangerous. Kyle smiled in response, but there was no better choice, because that was the sword of the regressor whom I killed with my own hands, the sword of the Mad Dragon Emperor, the previous master. Scene change, the cavalry commander Julius stood before him and gave orders. Adele Ragnar, prepare to depart, the master summoned you to the sword graveyard. Hearing the request, he was stunned. At the sword graveyard, Adele stepped forward. His gaze looked straight ahead. He took firm steps. In his mind, he thought silently, too heavy. The reason I feel heavier this time standing in the sword graveyard than before is definitely because this time I bear more burdens. He recalled what Kyle said then, don't respond so easily. Do you think you can say those words while still feeling their grudges? As soon as he arrived, Kyle said, you're here. Adele knelt respectfully and replied, Chief Supervisor, Adele Ragnar respectfully greets the master. Kyle's eyes flashed red as he said, skip the ritual, Adele Ragnar. Everything started from the teacher who parasitized on you, right? He heard that and was surprised. Then to you, Axion. And this time, the owner of the Red Orchid Bow was also executed. Not yet finished. The Ceres Trade Association was wiped out, and the Central Intelligence Bureau was almost entirely destroyed. I heard all of them called your name before they died, which left him stunned. He intended to shout in defense, that was. Then a surge of power burst forth. Kyle, with red eyes, said, don't make excuses. A family head must quietly bear all that responsibility. I will entrust to you the Berserker Dragon Sword. Hearing this, Adele was briefly frightened, thinking, Berserker Dragon? He was the previous family head, a tyrant who massacred hundreds of thousands, and also the enemy whom the current family head personally defeated. Seeing Kyle's expression, he said, it seems you know this. Adele bowed and replied, isn't the Berserker Dragon the previous family head? Only I know that. Though saying this, he silently calculated that he must be careful since all information about the crazy dragon is currently classified. Hearing this, Kyle was silent for a long moment, then uttered a sentence that made Adele pale. In your previous life, was there any missing information about the Berserker Dragon? At this point, Adele could no longer maintain his calm and looked up at Kyle. Before him were Kyle's blazing red eyes. Kyle grabbed his neck, gritting out each word, I hate the regressors. They want to turn the whole world according to their will, so greedy and foolish. They think this world is a chessboard to flip at their whim. Kyle unleashed his power and said, I will personally kill them if I find any. Adele sweated under this power, silently thinking, this is pure power, not just a test, he is serious. So that means father is so strong even if he isn't a fake regressor. At that moment, Kyle said to take hold of the Berserker Dragon Sword. If you can withstand its resentment, I will acknowledge you. However, I will only accept if you abandon the Adele Ragnar persona and retain only the fake regression, Adele Ragnar. At this moment, he lifted his sword, and asked again, what does that mean? He narrowed his eyes and answered, it means all the connections you've made after regressing must disappear from this world. Those people you've met, if you had not regressed, had saved, or had gained, will be completely erased. Hearing this, he clenched his fist tightly. He turned around and left, leaving a remark, I will refuse if the conditions are like that. Kyle behind him said again, no, you cannot refuse. I've said it already, I must kill every fake regression. Holding the sword, Kyle said, you only have two choices, die after refusing, or live as the sixth successor, after erasing the filthy past records of a fake regression yourself. Adele clenched his teeth in front of this difficult choice. Kyle continued, now choose. Before the choices Kyle gave, Adele answered, indeed, I want you to acknowledge me. Adele turned his head and said, however, his hand prepared to draw the sword and said, if the price is that, but I didn't know one of my arms is lost, I will refuse. On this side, Kyle held up his arm and said, do you take this position lightly? Adele lost his arm in an instant, utterly surprised, not understanding what was happening. Kyle lectured, do you think you can achieve it? With the dragon blade plunged into the ground, he continued, without sacrifice. The pressure emanating suppressed Adele. Is it not determination? Under this pressure, Adele silently thought, the distance between us is too great. Kyle said angrily, seeing you are still controlled by emotions and making foolish decisions. It seems you are no different from the other regressors. Do you think you can regress again? Upon hearing this, Adele clenched his teeth. His hand slammed hard onto the snowy ground. Adele gritted each word out, don't misunderstand. The reason I regressed, the reason I went so far away. His mouth and eyes bled but could not stop his determination. He shouted loudly, it's because I want to take responsibility and protect. Everything broke because of me. The power inside him erupted, if you want to stop me, if you want me to give up everything just to be acknowledged by you, right now. At this moment, all the swords around were covered by a layer of energy. Adele seemed to go mad as he controlled the swords and said, I will surpass you. He shouted and the swords hurled towards him. At this moment, Kyle raised his hand. Adele was surprised by his movement. Immediately after, a wave of red power surrounded him. He gently waved his hand downwards. A burst of swords rushed to attack Adele. He chopped and blocked each sword and blade coming at him. When close to Kyle, he used all his strength to strike, his power forming the shape of a dragon roaring and lunging forward. But at this moment, a sword controlled by Kyle's red power pierced suddenly through his side. Adele was hit and crashed down, his mouth still bleeding. Kyle on this side remained silent, saying nothing. Then he turned to look at Adele who was stabbed in the chest by the sword. From below, Robert appeared. He said, unexpectedly Adele decided to fight immediately. Kyle responded that it had been a long time since someone dared to face him head-on. Looking at Adele lying before Robert, he said, he is truly special. All the regressors we've encountered before always treated others as tools to be discarded. Kyle agreed with Robert's opinion, but this kid is different. Finally, he smiled. Thinking back, a regressor willing to take responsibility and protect. Kyle continued, that's interesting. I am truly intrigued by you now. Placing his hand on the sword, he called out the name of the regressor, Adele Ragnar. I acknowledge you as the sixth successor. As a symbol, I bestow upon you my father's furious dragon sword, a regressor like you. At that moment, the sword began to glow. Kyle said, both of you are regressors, but walking two different paths. I look forward to seeing how the end of your path will be different. At that moment, Adele's body shone. His whole body flashed, launching a beam of power into the sky. A modern scene appeared. Crowds of people bustling back and forth. Lights illuminated the night. A hand placed on the glass thinking, where is this? What kind of scene is this? Adele looked at his lifeless face in the mirror, unable to hide his surprise. He said, now, everything has ended. Scene transition, Adele lying in a room. He woke up, holding his head thinking, what just happened? At that moment, Cecilia called in, saying, are you in love? It seems you were very tired, sleeping deeply before finally waking up. When he saw that, he asked, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Hearing that, Cecilia replied, that's exactly what I wanted to ask. She recounted, bringing the young master back in a coma, I was truly terrified. It seems you really like making your mother worry, Adele thought at that moment. So, the words he spoke then were a kind of test, huh? At that moment, Evelyn entered and said, "Has the young master woken up?" Adele was surprised. "Evelyn, Captain Julius." Julius, standing nearby, smiled and said, "Congratulations, Adele. I heard you overcame the family head's trial." Confused, Adele asked again, "A trial?" Julius replied, "Yes, everyone outside is talking about you."